Chapter 1. I have become a tyrant, and the system has arrived. In the mortal realm, the royal city of Chaoga. Shoshin Palace. 2 rows of beautiful palace maids, like blooming flowers, held purple sandalwood trays on either side, laden with exquisite delicacies and rare treasures presented from the 4 corners of the world. Ooh, please, your majesty, it has already been 3 times today. You ought to take a rest. Deep within the palace, behind a white gauze curtain, a scene of springtime splendor unfolded, accompanied by shameless sounds that made the maids glance with flushed faces, unable to resist stealing furtive glances inside. Oh, but I have yet to indulge to my heart's content. From behind the sheer curtain, a figure swayed, and yet another round of spirited banter ensued, the words unknown. Moments later, a man strode forth, barefooted and bare-legged, casually draped in a brocade royal robe, casting aside the curtain to stand before the palace maids. On the bed, half concealed by the white veil, lay a shy young woman clad in a red brocade gown, her brows adorned with a bewitching charm. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Upon the man's emergence, the maids hurriedly bowed, setting down their trays and bustling about. Some were rinsing, some were dressing, and some were combing hair, while the man merely spread his arms wide, closing his eyes in tranquility as he allowed the maids to tend to him. Your Majesty, this is freshly brewed ginseng soup, enriched with your favorite white bear meat. One maid, her face aglow with a sweet smile, presented a bowl of soup, gingerly blowing on it to cool it before respectfully bringing it to the lips of Zisho. The flavor is too bland today. Who prepared this soup? Toss them into the mountains to gather herbs for 10 years. The man spoke with a hint of indifference, causing the maids to turn pale with fear. Outside, guards responded to the commotion. Soon, wails and pleas for mercy echoed from the imperial kitchen. Wait, this soup tastes off. Someone has tampered with it and added goji berries. Find out which lady concocted this scheme in the shadows. Cast her into the cold palace for a year as a cautionary tale. Can I not have control over my own body? Yes. The guards outside acknowledged the command. Ah, yet another day of debauchery and tyranny. Seaman sighed. He was none other than Zisho, the last emperor of the Shang dynasty, reigning under the era name of Dixin. Outside, people had branded him with the title of King Zhou. Zhou, meaning tyranny. Zisho felt utterly helpless in his previous life. He had never even harmed a chicken, yet inexplicably found himself transformed into a tyrant. Indeed, he was a time traveler. In his past life, he had been a diligent worker, adhering strictly to a 9-to-5 schedule since kindergarten, even attending various tutoring classes on weekends, until his sacrifice. Indeed, he was sacrificed. A paragon of righteousness, he had once witnessed a round-faced, bearded man jump into a river to commit suicide on his way to work. Driven by a sense of justice, he leapt in without a second thought to save him. But it was only when a man held him down in the water that Zisho realized he could swim, and just before his demise, he heard the man utter, "Hey, all dogmen deserve to die." This sentiment had lingered in Zisho's heart, leaving him feeling suffocated. Just a little lower, yes, right there. Having finished dressing, Zisho reclined on a lounge chair, attended by 8 exquisitely proportioned palace maids who stood respectfully at his side, providing a massage. Where have the allied forces reached? Have they breached Shuzhou? Zisho closed his eyes and inquired with a tone of mild curiosity. Upon hearing this, Shang Rong, who had been waiting outside, entered after bowing in deference. His face was pale as he spoke in a low voice. They have already reached the city of Chaoga. What? Looks like today is to be my day of reckoning. This elderly man with graying hair was none other than Shang Rong, the 95-year-old prime minister. He was one of the few individuals who had not rebelled after Zisho's diligent efforts. Zisho maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of change, completely disregarding Shang Rong's expression of despair. This was not due to his status as a time traveler, nor was it because he had a means to counter the divine calamity, but rather because he had resigned himself to fate. Indeed, having traversed the world of Fengshen for several decades, he had come to accept his destiny as he approached his 50s. One cannot defy the will of heaven. Zisho still vividly recalled 30 years ago when he first arrived in Chaoga, holding the frail hand of the dying Emperor Yi, while the court officials stood behind him, his heart swelling with passion. The Shang dynasty boasted illustrious figures such as the Grand Tutor Wen Zhong, Prime Minister Shang Rong, and valiant generals like Huang Feihu and Li Jing. If Chuntang passed, the civil ministers could ensure peace, and the military generals could stabilize the nation. All he needed to do was enjoy the tranquility, and the people would thrive, the weather would be favorable, the country would flourish, and the vassals would bow in submission, with 800 lords converging at Shang. As long as he was not swayed by Su Daji, he would have a splendid start. After Emperor Yi's death, Zisho ascended to the throne and immediately embarked on reforms, aspiring to elevate the human race to greatness. However, everything unfolded contrary to his expectations. Whenever he sought to alter the course of Fengshen history, he would be met with the crushing blows of fate and the iron fists of reality. In the 7th year of Dixon's reign, he desperately implored Wen Zhong not to launch a northern expedition, presenting dozens of reasons, only to be rebuked by Wen Zhong, who brandished the golden whip of the king, pointing it at his nose and berating him for abandoning the legacy of their ancestors, claiming he possessed no courage worthy of a descendant of Shang Tang. After Wen Zhong's departure, Zisho felt bereft of support, sternly rejecting the petition to offer incense at Nuwa Palace, fearing a trap. Little did he know that the Nuwa temple would be set ablaze that very night, with the goddess Nuwa scolding him through dreams for 10 consecutive nights, branding him a foolish monarch. In the 8th year of Dixon's reign, he sees an opportunity to execute Fengshen and Yuan, and promoted Su Hu to prevent Su Daji from entering the palace. Yet, Su Hu turned against him, feeling gratitude towards Zisho, and insisted on personally sending his daughter to the harem as a concubine. Poor Su Daji, without a sound, fell victim to a fox's treachery at Zhou Post. Beauty meets a tragic fate. The first beauty of Fengshen is doomed to perish. At that time, Dixin was filled with trepidation, observing Su Daji's alluring visage, left with no choice but to endure and await the arrival of Wen Zhong to slay the enchantress. Yet an even more outrageous turn of events transpired. The Pinewood sword hung at the official's residence for 14 days, and Su Daji did not die instead. Her malevolent aura intensified, harboring deep-seated hatred for all Taoists, inciting her followers to destroy temples and hunt down practitioners. It was then that Dixin realized this sword was never meant to slay demons. It was creating a heartless, millennium-old vixen. Subsequently, Zisho grew disillusioned with the immortals and deities, merely wishing to remain steadfast in his principles, avoiding the temptations of the vixen, hoping to enjoy a few more years of peace, believing that as long as he did not betray the loyal, he would not end up in ruin, facing betrayal from his ministers, left alone and desolate. Yet, Zisho discovered that even without scheming against Baigon was plotting against him. This old man, who presided over divination and rituals, held the highest position beneath the emperor, and during a year of severe drought in Chaoga, Baigon suddenly proclaimed that the lack of rain was the fault of the ruler, blaming it all on him. On that day, Baigon declared to heaven and earth, stating that the drought was due to Zisho's lack of virtue as a ruler, demanding he abdicate in favor of his elder brother, Zi-Chi. Zisho was utterly bewildered. He was furious. In his anger, he assumed Baigon was merely deluded, attempting to imprison him. Yet to his astonishment, a significant portion of the court supported Baigon, particularly the royal family members such as Zi-Chi and Ziyan. Had it not been for Huang Feihu rallying the army to stabilize the court and imprisoning Baigon and his accomplices, Zisho would have already been deposed. The three worthies of the Yin dynasty were indeed deserving of their reputation. On that day, in despair, Zisho lay in the depths of the palace courtyard for a month, recognizing the futility of defying fate. He then devised a plan to lure Ji Chang's family to Chaoga and eliminate them entirely. However, the plan failed. News leaked midway, and this old fox managed to evade the consequences, cleverly using a ruse to protect himself. Indeed, he sent Ji Cao, Ji Fa, Ji Dan, and all of Ji Chang's sons over, while he slipped back home. Who could have imagined that this old man could be so ruthless? Upon Ji Chang's return, he raised the flag of rebellion against the Shang, inciting 800 lords to revolt under the guise of rescuing his son. Zisho was utterly stunned by this old man's audacity. At this moment, he finally understood what fate entailed. Fate is akin to human life. These characters in Fengshen were destined from the start, and even with historical changes, their inherent nature could not be altered. In the original history of Fengshen, even if Dixin were not ensnared by Su Daji, they would inevitably commit acts of rebellion. Without Su Daji, it is possible that the original Dixin would have long been plotted against and harmed by Baigon and others. The Northern Sea plotted rebellion, the Eastern Yi rebelled again, and the Shang army could hardly withstand the assault on Shichi. He could only endure. In his helplessness, he contemplated an alternative route, aiming to develop agriculture, innovate, and improve the people's livelihoods. Yet another problem arose. The inventions he created would be disseminated to other nations within a month, with people spreading rumors that these were Ji Chang's innovations. Thus arose the Phoenix's song in Shichi, heralding the sage's wisdom from the West. The crux of the matter was that the common folk believed in Ji Chang, but not in him, Dixin. At this point, Zisho realized he lacked a golden finger, No cheat codes to resist the calamities of Fengshen. The unseen hand orchestrated everything. He could change nothing. Even Shang Rong, who had been unwilling to die for him, had perished in the Nine-Hall Palace. Now, at the age of 95, he showed no signs of death. How pitiful for his daughter, Shang Qingjun, whom he had sent away with his own hands. After coming to terms with his thoughts, Zishou began to succumb to self-destruction, completely indulging in the pleasures of wine, meat, and beauty. Aren't you, Shibuaho, blessed with 24 consorts and 99 sons? Then I, DXN, shall marry 99 consorts and father hundreds of sons. Since I cannot change my fate, let my descendants venture forth to hunt for power during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Yet, after more than a decade of struggle and diligent governance, Zishou still found himself treading the same path as the infamous tyrant, King Zhou of Shan. Reclining on a chaise, he helplessly uttered, "The mountains and rivers lie shattered. The wind carries the floating petals. My existence is but a drifting leaf in the rain. Ah, the whims of fate." Ding! The system for idling and clocking and detected the protagonist's despondency and awakened. Shall it be activated? Suddenly, a transcendent voice echoed in Zishou's Ursa voice he had fantasized about countless times, only to awaken each time to find it a mere dream. Surely, this must be another illusion, he told himself, yet he could not help but seek validation. Daji, bite me. With force. Ouch, that hurts. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. Daji, startled, thought Zishou was merely seeking a playful diversion. Zishou, filled with excitement, rose without a moment's delay to sip from the ginseng soup beside him. Could it truly be real this time? Has my system finally arrived? However, in the next moment, the corners of Zishou's mouth drooped as his enthusiasm was doused by a bucket of cold water. Here I am, already a tyrant akin to King Zhou, with the armies of the great Zhou at the gates of Chaoga. What good is awakening at this juncture? What a ridiculous idle system, better to call it a funeral system. In my past life, I heard that web novels featuring a system always flopped. It seems that is indeed the case. Shall it be activated? Shall it be activated? Yet, even with eyes closed, the interface remained clearly visible before him, and while frustration coursed through him, it also stirred his long-dormant heart. At that moment, a guard burst in, covered in wounds, reporting, "Your Majesty, that Jiangshang has committed treason, inscribing 10 heinous crimes against you on a silk scroll, spreading it throughout Chaoga, attempting to incite the populace against you. This is an attempt to ruin your reputation." Upon hearing this, Zishou's gaze fell upon the scroll, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Therein were written phrases such as disrespecting heaven, indulging in wine and lust, poisoning the populace, and inciting wrath among gods and men. Ha! How uninteresting, truly uninteresting. Reflecting on his latter years spent in debauchery and the tedium of merely surviving in the harem, a sinister smile curled upon his lips as he donned the imperial robes, gazing at the billowing smoke of war. How utterly revolting, how utterly sickening. After being toyed with by the celestial beings for decades, now that death is inevitable, why should they have it easy? This game is truly dull. Open, open, open. Let commence. Chapter 2. A decade of prosperity and unrivaled fortune. In the Shoshin Palace, the nine-tailed fox demon suddenly took a few steps back, astonished to find that the once debauched tyrant, who had languished in indulgence for nearly 30 years, had transformed in demeanor. This aura had once made her weak at the knees. Were it not for the unbreakable command of her queen, she might have forsaken her original intentions to assist this man in becoming an everlasting emperor. "Your Majesty, are you well?" The nine-tailed fox demon received no answer from Zishou, but noticed that Shang Rong had raised his head, tears welling in his eyes, weeping profusely. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, desperately trying to confirm something, finally stammering in a quavering voice, "You have returned, you have all returned." "Your Majesty, is it truly you?" Zishou glanced at the nearly century-old Shang Rong, bending down to assist him. "Old Prime Minister, you have suffered these years, trapped by fate, yet unwaveringly loyal, enduring his plight. Wasn't that a torment in itself?" Report. At that moment, soldiers rushed into the Shoshin Palace, breathless and distraught, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Chaoga cannot hold out any longer. You must flee." These were the only two generals who had not betrayed him, official Xiang and Feng Bai. Zishou scoffed coldly. "Flee? I am the sovereign of a nation, a ruler of 10,000 chariots. How could I possibly flee? All these years, I have endured the schemes of celestial beings and the treachery of men, all for the sake of allowing the common folk to enjoy a few more days of peace and prosperity. I even sought out Ji Chong, offering to abdicate to him, provided there would be no bloodshed and no harm to the people. Yet that Ji Chong is the epitome of hypocrisy, claiming loyalty and virtue while secretly rallying troops to rebel and flaunting his strength. Zisho slammed his fist onto the table. The system's notification chime rang incessantly in his ears. Ding! The idle clock-in system has been activated. Rewards type extraction in progress. Please choose one category from treasures, techniques, beauties, wealth, attributes, or talents. Detecting the host's poor luck. All categories are now available. Starting today, the host may clock in for 1 Gui level reward each day, 1 Ren level reward each month, 1 Xin level attribute reward each year, and 1 Zheng level reward every century, and so forth. Rewards are categorized from high to low as Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu Ji, Geng, Exen, Ren, and Gui. Detecting the host's poor luck. The host can now clock in for all levels of rewards daily. Please select a clock-in location. The location can be clocked in infinitely, while other locations may be clocked in only once. Current location is Su Palace. Shall it be bound? Binding the clock-in location will be cancelled, and detecting the host's poor luck allows for infinite clock-ins at all locations. Zisho, is it possible that my life of careful navigation and persistent failures is not due to the mandate of the heavens, but rather my own poor luck? No, that cannot be true. He dismissed this notion within his heart. The system has successfully activated. The newbie gift package is being distributed. Shall it be opened? A gift package? Open it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zisho quickly muttered in his heart. Jiangshang was already on the verge of breaking through the city gates. He was eager to see what this belated system, arriving decades too late, could bring to him in this realm. The newbie gift package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of a 100-fold return. This fate is solely applicable to the host's own gains, and system rewards are rendered ineffective. 100-fold return. All non-physical resources expended by the host will be randomly returned to the host in quantities ranging from 1 to 100. A 100-fold return? The system can bestow such a thing? Non-physical? Could it refer to mental and magical energy? Indeed, he possessed magical energy. Upon realizing he had crossed into the world of the investiture of the gods, Zisho immediately sought out Wen Zhong to learn the ways of immortality. Unfortunately, he had a mixed elemental root, a mediocre innate talent among the human race, and after decades of cultivation, had barely reached the 3rd level of chi refinement. Daji, come here. The 9-tailed fox, upon seeing Zisho beckon, rose gracefully, her movements enchanting and fluid. However, just as she approached him, before she could utter a word, a large hand pressed upon her by weak point, and a barely perceptible stream of magical energy flowed into her. A moment later, she was astonished to discover that the individual before her, a mere 3rd-tier practitioner, now exuded an aura that was several times more potent, although still faint. This transformation was utterly remarkable. It became clear that, apart from magical energy, one's spirit, vitality, and blood essence could all be amplified exponentially. The infusion could only occur once a day, with the return ratio being random. On this occasion, my magical power had increased 5-fold. However, as her thoughts wavered, she suddenly sensed a profound force within her intensifying with each breath. In mere moments, this power surged to more than a 10-fold increase. This force was intimately familiar to her. Having sheltered her for decades, it was indeed the fortune of the nation. How perplexing. He has not squandered the nation's fortune. How could it be returned 100-fold? Wait a moment. Ding. As the foolish sovereign, the host is perpetually depleting the nation's fortune. This system is designed for idle leisure, and only a sovereign as negligent as the host, on the brink of ruin, can activate it. Zisho, is it truly possible to operate in this manner? Alas, if only the system had arrived 30 years earlier, the return national fortune might have reached a height of 33 days. As long as I survive today, I shall surely tear up the divine ranking list. Zisho was brimming with confidence. The once ambitious Zisho had returned. System prompt. The host must maintain the essence of the foolish sovereign to successfully check in. Should the essence change, the system shall revoke all rewards. Random foolish sovereign certification time. Commencing detection. Zisho. Must the essence of a foolish sovereign also be evaluated? The corners of Zisho's mouth twitched. It was rather simple. He embraced Daji, caressing her softly. Detection complete. Certified as a foolish sovereign. The host is encouraged to continue striving. As a wise monarch, I lack experience. However, as a foolish sovereign, I possess 30 years of expertise. System, commence today's check-in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Granting a decade of prosperous national fortune. 10 years of prosperous national fortune, a grade G reward, bestowing upon the surrounding 100 miles a decade of fortune. With favorable weather and a semblance of prosperity. As the system's prompt concluded, Zisho felt an immense power coursing through him, with a mere lift of his hand. He could summon the fortune to sweep across a 100-mile radius. He withdrew his hand from Daji's chest and stepped out of the gates of the Shoshin Palace. Gazing at the billowing smoke beyond, this prosperous age has unfolded just as I desired. Zisho felt a profound satisfaction with this reward for his efforts. The deities instigated the human race to slaughter one another, particularly urging Shibua Homu to vow the annihilation of the Shang dynasty, solely to incite internal strife and diminish the fortunes of humanity. As long as the fortunes of humanity endure, the deities would not dare to commit malevolent acts upon the mortal realm. Under the aegis of human fortune, there exists the specter of slaughter, the calamities of the mundane world, and a protective aura. Even the deities would not dare to wield their powers. They refused to allow any realm within the three worlds to remain inaccessible to them. Now that Chaoga has been breached, the fortunes of the Shang dynasty have waned, and the immortals are devoid of restraint. The next step is to have GFA proclaim himself emperor, which would utterly extinguish the fortunes of the human realm. Henceforth, this world shall be but a lower realm, even inferior to the netherworld. The two emissaries of the underworld, the black and white impermanents, would brazenly roam the mortal realm, taking lives at will. With the abundant fortune of this prosperous age, we shall safeguard the 100 miles of Chaoga, preventing the deities from entering. Grand Tutor, let us venture outside the city. At 95 years of age, Shang Rong had yet to comprehend the situation when he felt the king grasping his collar. And in an instant, the wind howled past his ears, distorting his face. Within mere breaths, they arrived at the southern gate of Chaoga. Behold, the foolish monarch has emerged. Foolish monarch, meet your demise. Just as Zisho steadied himself, a chorus of jeers erupted from below the city gate. He lowered his gaze and beheld Jiang Wanhuan. Zisho chuckled softly and remarked, "Isn't this the esteemed uncle of the nation? Pray tell, even with your father deceased, do you still harbor ambitions for the external relatives to meddle in governance and dominate the court?" Jiang Wanhuan's face flushed crimson with shame, as if aflame. And he retorted furiously, "Tyrant, do not slander my lineage. Had it not been for your reckless tyranny, how could my father have rallied forces?" Chapter 3. A solitary individual challenging you all. Zisho chuckled again, his voice resonating in the ears of the entire army, and calmly stated, "Is my alleged tyranny truly the justification for your rebellion? Pray tell, have I excessively taxed Donglu or slaughtered its people?" He cast a glance at the lords of the realm below, a sneer escaping his lips. "Have I, in my 34 years of reign, ever increased your taxes or taken the lives of your people?" The lords beneath him were momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Zia felt a sense of foreboding. He is well aware of the extent of exaggeration and the 10 sins of King Shou that he authored himself. He hastily cast a glance at Jiang Wanhuan. Jiang Wanhuan brandished his large sword, his anger surging like a storm, and proclaimed loudly, "My sister, Jiang Ho, has fallen victim to your treachery and met an untimely death. I shall undoubtedly take your life to avenge her." A flicker of wrath passed through Zisho's eyes. Yet his expression remained calm and indifferent as he replied, "Did you not already slay those responsible for Jiang Ho's demise? Your own father met a mysterious end. Was it not by your own hand?" In the 8th year of Emperor Xian's reign, he had believed that by eliminating Fei Zhong and Yuhan, he could safeguard both Jiang Ho and his 2 sons. Yet, ultimately, Jiang Ho perished unjustly within the palace, while his 2 sons, driven mad, sought to assassinate him. It was only after he had quelled the ensuing chaos that he discovered among Jiang Ho's belongings that it was indeed the Eastern Marquis, Jiang Hengqiu, who had dispatched assassins to kill her. This was due to the gentle and devoted woman's refusal to heed her father's demands for her assassination. As for his 2 sons, unbeknownst to him, they had already taken Guangqingzi and Qijingzi as their masters and had long since betrayed him. In his fury, Zisho resolved to summon all the sovereign lords to Chaoga, intending to execute them as per the original arrangements in the investiture of the gods. However, Jichong sent his son as a scapegoat. Jiang Hengqiu and his son rose in revolt under the pretense of avenging Jiang Ho. Yet Jiang Hengqiu inexplicably met his demise midway, while Jiang Wanhuan publicly declared it an assassination ordered by King Shou. Duke Chong directly claimed illness as an excuse for his absence. Only Chongyu arrived at Chaoga, yet upon crossing the gates, he was brutally slain by his own guards, his body torn asunder in the streets. Subsequently, Yishun raised the banner of rebellion. It was from that moment on that Zisho comprehended that the celestial beings had long since infiltrated the kingdom of Qingtang, turning it into a sieve. The lords of the realm, regardless of his incompetence, had already prepared for insurrection. Jiang Wanhuan's face shifted from crimson to purple, and then to a deep black. Realizing he could not best Zisho in argument, he abruptly halted his sword and bellowed, "Foolish monarch, do you dare to engage me in battle?" Zisho's gaze swept over the city below, where he beheld Jiang Wanhuan's followers, Yishun wielding a spear, Chong Yingwan brandishing a sword, alongside 35 mounted soldiers from various lords, all alert and prepared for conflict. He chuckled lightly and proclaimed a challenge. In truth, he was prepared to face 38 adversaries single-handedly. At that moment, he was utterly unafraid, calmly saying, "Bring me armor." The aged merchant, Shang Rong, who was recently escorted to the city wall, trembled incessantly, finally ceasing his shivers upon hearing the command, only to start trembling anew. "Your Majesty, a wise ruler does not stand beneath a precarious wall. You, who command countless chariots, must not expose yourself to danger." As his attendants helped him don the armor, he wielded a golden blade, laughing heartily as he retorted, "Chancellor, do not jest. I am the most infamous tyrant in history. What concern do I have with the affairs of a sagacious monarch? You stay here and watch as I vanquish the enemy." With that, he tossed the loyal chancellor onto the gatehouse, preventing any futile attempts at restraint. Subsequently, he leaped from the city wall, soaring down like a golden-winged rock. His golden blade aimed directly at Jiang Wenhuan. Jiang Wenhuan was entirely unprepared for such an audacious move. However, he reassured himself that he had not neglected his martial skills over the years. Among mortals, he had reached the pinnacle of combat prowess, and thus he had no reason to fear a tyrant weakened by indulgence. He immediately let out a thunderous roar, raising his great sword to parry the golden blade of Zishou. "Foolish monarch, today you shall taste the bitterness of defeat." Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming force erupted from the blade, shattering the bones in his arms in an instant. He was struck as if by a thunderbolt, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, and immediately fell into unconsciousness. Zishou inflicted a severe wound upon Jiang Wenhuan, then leaped onto the enemy's horse, casting Jiang Wenhuan aside. With a powerful grip of his legs, he commanded the white steed to submit, halting its struggle. With a swift stroke of his golden blade, he pointed at everyone, his demeanor exuding unparalleled authority as he proclaimed, "I shall challenge you all today." In an instant, the air before Chaoga City fell silent. All present stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Zishou, who stood resolutely with his sword raised, casting an imposing gaze over all. The sound of collective gulping echoed in the stillness. Wasn't the infamous tyrant supposed to be a mere shell of a man, drained by indulgence? The Dongguo Marquis was already the strongest among mortals. Those who had initially prepared to charge in and besiege Zishou, such as Yishun and Chongningwan, were now frozen in shock, their horses halted, unable to advance. At the front of the Zhou army, Jiang Ziya's expression darkened, his heart racing with unease as he thought, something is amiss. Prior to the challenge, he had secretly devised a strategy for Jiang Wenhuan and his group to besiege Zishou, intending to create a scenario where all the lords would unite against the King of Men. Only by extinguishing Zishou's last flicker of hope could the fortunes of humanity cease to coalesce and protect the realm. Yet unexpectedly, the mightiest among mortal warriors, Jiang Wenhuan, could not withstand even a single blow from Zishou. "Neza, go and test the waters," he commanded. As soon as his voice fell, a fierce and tyrannical voice resounded, proclaiming, "What need is there for probing? I shall slay this foolish monarch with a single shot." Suddenly, a young warrior, resembling a youth in stature, emerged, his feet poised upon the fiery wheels of the wind, wielding a fiery spear. His face was exquisitely chiseled, yet his eyes bore only a sinister intent for slaughter. It was none other than Neza, one of the three great vanguard commanders of the Western Zhou. With a resounding shout, he leapt onto the windfire wheels and charged towards Zishou. Upon witnessing Neza's approach, Zishou raised an eyebrow. He was well aware of his opponent's background, burdened with a grievous history of 1,700 calamities. At this moment, he was ensnared by these very tribulations, his intellect constrained. Merely a humanoid weapon forged by the teachings of the enlightened ones. As Neza charged towards him, he remained utterly unfazed, raising his blade to strike. The surging power of his three-tiered cultivation manifested as a radiant blade of light coalescing upon his golden sword. Observing this, Neza erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "So this is your prowess? Ridiculous. He is the vanguard commander of the Western Zhou, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. How dare an inept sovereign, who is not even a mere mortal sage, raise a blade against him? He could scarcely be bothered to utilize the cosmic circle or the heavenly silk. Instead, in his hand, the fire-pointed spear unleashed a three-zhong flame tongue. Aimed directly at Zishou. I shall claim your head." In that fleeting moment, a radiant golden light erupted from Zishou, as if his golden chainmail had suddenly blazed with brilliance. In the rear, Jiang Ziya's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene, exclaiming, "The golden light of national fortune protecting him? How can this be? How could the national fortune of this foolish monarch condense into a protective golden light?" He raised his head in astonishment, gazing at the entirety of Chaoga City. To his utter shock, he discovered that the once somber Chaoga City now radiated an aura of prosperity and revival. Could it be that Chaoga possessed such fortune? This is troubling. Neza, hurry back. Chapter 4. A remedy for defiance. Jiang Ziya finally discerned a clue from the golden light of national fortune surrounding Zishou, but by the time he called for a halt, it was already too late. Neza, influenced by the calamity of 17 killings, was notoriously known for his defiance and refusal to heed orders. He also beheld the protective golden radiance enveloping Zishou, and with a disdainful sneer, he declared, "Foolish monarch, the realm does not bow to you. How much national fortune can shield you? Die." His eyes blazed with murderous intent, and the fiery spear in his hand surged an additional foot in length. In the next instant, the fiery spear collided with the golden blade. Boom. Originally confident of victory, Neza was struck with terror as he suddenly found himself engulfed in a deep crimson haze. He was astonished to discover that an unseen force surged toward him from all directions, instantly extinguishing the six-ding divine fire that enveloped him. Simultaneously, this power disregarded all his magical defenses, ruthlessly invading his purple palace's primordial spirit. His entire being was suddenly engulfed in a tumult of magical energy, no longer responding to his commands. The overwhelming backlash inflicted upon him was immediate and devastating. As an immortal, He was acutely aware of the implications of this force, the backlash of earthly fortune, a calamity from the mortal realm. Neza, in a state of terror, cried out. But he could only utter a single syllable before Zisho's free hand swiftly struck him. Slap. Neza's cheek instantly swelled 3 inches from the blow. Zisho chuckled softly and remarked, I know you are discontent. However, I specialize in remedying all forms of dissent. With that, he unleashed 3 more resounding slaps, each more forceful and rapid than the last. He relied solely on his physical strength, devoid of any magical powers. As expected, with a single strike, an unseen force instantaneously rebounded, amplifying his strength manifold. Strength, indeed, can be returned several-fold. At this moment, Neza was not only without a protective magical barrier, but also suffered the torment of worldly calamities. How could he possibly endure? He fainted on the spot. Zisho swiftly caught Neza with a single motion. He sat upon his steed, a golden blade held aloft, pointing towards the realm of the lords before him. With a gaze that surveyed the world, he spoke softly, Who else remains? Although his empire had dwindled to the solitary city of Chowga, the system had just bestowed upon it a decade of prosperous fortune. Within a 100-mile radius of Chowga, no celestial being could lay a hand upon him. Otherwise, they would suffer a fate akin to Neza, instantly engulfed by worldly calamities. The consequences could range from the immediate loss of their powers to the heavier burden of karmic retribution leading to their demise, with the celestial beings refraining from intervention. The prospect of a mortal seizing Chowga became increasingly feasible. Given sufficient time to strategize, he would inevitably reclaim his dominion, compelling these celestial beings to kneel before him in submission. Before the gates of Chowga, an eerie silence prevailed. Among the allied forces of the West Chi, all celestial beings retreated several paces, hastily retracting their powers and even their divine thoughts. Mortals were undeterred by the whims of fate. They are filled with trepidation. In an instant, the once resplendent and formidable Western Chi coalition diminished significantly in spirit, becoming rather unremarkable. Beside Jiangxia, Yang Jian gasped in astonishment. National fortune as a protective shield? The tyrant's realm is reduced to but a single city, yet the national fortune remains so formidable? It can summon calamities from the mortal realm to swiftly subdue Neza. The celestial beings hold an intense aversion to the fortunes of the mortal world, viewing it with deep disdain. This disdain stems from the intangible and insubstantial nature of earthly fortune. Even the immortals can at best discern faint traces through the art of divination. However, prior to the backlash of fortune, the celestial beings are unable to gauge its depth. This has historically rendered them cautious, fearful of approaching the mortal realm lest they unwittingly provoke a disaster that could obliterate centuries of cultivation in an instant. Nevertheless, one truth remains. The stronger the fortune, the more potent the backlash. When earthly fortune is reduced to a mere city, the backlash from calamities may only leave the lesser deities momentarily dazed. Such occurrences have never been known to deviate from the expected. Yet, the peak celestial being Neza was unexpectedly subdued in an instant. Yang Jian turned to Jiangxia and inquired, Master, should I attempt once more? Jiangxia's countenance darkened. He contemplated ordering the entire army to charge, confident that no matter how formidable Zisho may be, he is still but a mortal, easily overwhelmed by sheer numbers. However, the decree he received was not to destroy Chowga, but rather to vanquish the human king, as long as Zisho's spirit remains unbroken. The legacy of the human king endures. Even if Zisho were to be slain, he would be unable to fulfill his master's command. He waved his hand, a look of reluctance on his face, and said, No. The backlash of fate against celestial beings intensifies with their elevated realms. You have already attained the status of an immortal golden celestial. Should you act within the domain of Chowga's fortune, the repercussions would be far graver than those suffered by Neza. Withdraw the entire army, and we shall discern the situation before proceeding. The retreat signal echoed through the ranks of the Shichi allied forces, and they gradually fell back until they finally halted upon exiting the bounds of Chowga's fortune. Jiangxia calculated swiftly and discovered that Chowga's fortune enveloped an area of 100 miles, which further darkened his expression. He urgently dispatched scouts into Chowga to meticulously ascertain what had transpired. In the city of Chowga, Zisho held Neza in one hand and Jiang Wenhui in the other. Entering amidst the cheers of the city's warriors, the brothers Feng Xiang and Feng Bai rushed toward him, tears of excitement streaming down their faces as they exclaimed, We congratulate your majesty on your triumphant victory. Zisho tossed Neza and Jiang Wenhui to the two brothers, stating calmly, confine them in the dungeon, and ensure Jiang Wenhui does not perish. Feng Xiang immediately clasped his fists in salute, replying, Understood. The surrounding warriors erupted in cheers once more, and even the citizens of the city lined the streets to congratulate their sovereign on his victory. For the common folk of Chowga, the criticisms directed at their king by the world held no significance. In the eyes of his subjects, the sovereign, despite having executed many ministers, treated the common people with remarkable kindness. Whatever delectable delicacies, useful items, or novel curiosities he encountered, he would generously share them with the citizens of the city. Beyond the walls of Chowga, the inventions reputedly crafted by the wise ruler of Shichi were, in the hearts of the Chaoga populace, merely the creations of their king, and had nothing to do with the cowardly Ji Chong, who had sent his son to bear the blame, even during the most disheartening years of his reign. He never once neglected the welfare of the citizens. Consequently, when the allied forces of Shichi arrived, the people did not, as foretold by the decrees of destiny, hastily surrender their city. Zishou waved his hand, dismissing the populace, and returned directly to his palace. It was only upon reaching his chambers that he suddenly raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Have I forgotten something?" Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, accepting his role as a negligent ruler. At the southern gate of Chaoga, atop the imposing city gate tower, the venerable Shang Rong, at the age of 95, gazed towards the palace, tears streaming down his aged face, lamenting, "My lord, do let this old minister descend." Within the palace, the nine-tailed fox demon stared in astonishment at Zishou's return to the harem. She had stealthily followed him to witness the battle outside the city, and her heart was filled with an indescribable shock. The king. She anxiously regarded the man she had stood by for over 20 years, realizing for the first time that she had never truly seen him. Could it be that his previous displays of despair and ineptitude were mere facades, all crafted for the singular moment? Zishou, however, paid no mind to the fox's contemplations and stepped forward to embrace her. Loneliness has spoken. Today is far from over. He ruthlessly tore apart the resplendent garments of the nine-tailed fox, offering no chance for rebuttal. One must consistently remain true to their original intentions and embody the role of a good tyrant. Then, he would scatter the ashes of the celestial beings across the heavens. Chapter 5. Delivering the bell to Neza 100 miles outside of Chaoga City, the encampment of the Shichi allied forces. Just half a day prior, the spirits were high, proclaiming their determination to breach Chaoga, slay the tyrant, and seize the throne. Yet now, the alliance appeared notably despondent. The fall of the strongest mortal, Zhong went away, was not the primary concern. All within the alliance understood that the principal role of mortals was to uphold righteousness, but it was the celestial beings who would truly engage in battle. However, Neza had been rendered unconscious before the entire army by 4 slaps from the tyrant, delivering a catastrophic blow to their morale. Jiang Zia sat within the command tent, his expression shifting continuously. Beside him stood Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, providing protection, while Wei Hu remained behind. Jin Jia and Mu Jia positioned themselves at the tent's entrance. These were the most capable celestial beings at Jiang Zia's side. Among the alliance, there existed a multitude of lesser deities and scattered practitioners. Yet, the only ones who could converse with Jiang Zia and were privy to the secrets of the divine investiture were these few present. Yang Jian was the first to speak, stating that 3 batches of scouts had been dispatched within an hour, yet none had returned with any news. Currently, celestial beings could not utilize their powers within the confines of Chaoga, and mortals were unable to glean any information from within the city. The mystery of Chaoga's fortune may remain forever elusive. After a brief pause, he turned to Jiang Zia and said, "Master, in my humble opinion, if we cannot persuade our esteemed teacher to emerge from seclusion, then we must resort to the strategy of besieging the city. Chaoga is but a single city, and how long can its supply sustain them? At least a month, and at most 3 to 5 months. Eventually, the city of Chaoga will capitulate on its own." Jiang Zia understood in his heart that this plan was indeed the most prudent. However, with such an approach, how could he possibly bring about the downfall of the human king? He waved his hand and declared, "What of the power of the celestial beings? With the unwavering support of 800 lords from across the realm, we can indeed lay siege to the city of Chaoga. Tomorrow, we shall mobilize our forces for a full-scale assault, and within 3 days, the city will fall." Yang Jian's brow furrowed ever so slightly as he continued. "What shall we do about Dongbo Hao and Neza? If we launch a vigorous attack, it is likely that the defenders of Chaoga will take them as hostages." With a countenance betraying no emotion, Jiang Zia replied coolly, "As a general, it is a mere trifle to perish on the battlefield. If Neza and Dongbo Hao are destined to sacrifice their lives for the greater good, then so be it." Yang Jian's expression darkened further. Yet Jiang Zia's word was law within the ranks, and he dared not voice his dissent. He could only acquiesce and take his leave. Once all had departed, Jiang Zia remained seated, his face ashen, enveloped in a heavy silence. He waits, anticipating the moment when the hour of the rat passes, allowing him to consult the destiny coins bestowed by his revered master. The destiny coins, a gift from his mentor, align with the primordial art of the 8 trigrams, enabling the calculation of all earthly matters with each passing day. In Chaoga, Zishou, having remained true to his original purpose amidst the nine-tailed fox, finally arrives before the hall. Shang Rong has been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Zishou emerge, the old chancellor promptly exclaims, "Your Majesty, your brilliance and martial prowess have led to a resounding victory over the rebel forces. I extend my heartfelt congratulations." Zishou rolls his eyes and replies nonchalantly, "Speak. What is it you wish to convey?" Earlier, Shang Rong felt as though his heart had turned to ashes, resolved to share the fate of the king, willing to sacrifice himself for the country. Yet, upon witnessing the king's extraordinary valor, a flicker of hope ignites within him anew. At the age of 95, the elder's eyes now gleam with a renewed tenacity, declaring, I have ordered an inventory of all provisions within the city, which will suffice for merely half a month. Should the rebels employ a siege strategy, Chaoga will struggle to endure. I beseech your majesty to make a decision. Zisho is acutely aware of this reality as well. Believing himself doomed, he had intentionally set aside thoughts of supplies, but with hope rekindled, he must confront this pressing issue once more. He waved his hand and asked, "Is there no grain available? Then why not consume meat porridge? As a foolish ruler, one should not merely ponder the idea of eating meat porridge. How could he uphold his character otherwise?" Shang Rong's expression momentarily froze, leaving him utterly speechless. Upon witnessing the old chancellor's reaction, Zisho nodded in satisfaction, eagerly awaiting the old chancellor's rebuke of him as a foolish monarch. The integrity of his character must not falter. Shang Rong's countenance shifted dramatically, and after a considerable pause, he seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty has devised a brilliant plan. The storeroom is replete with an abundance of dried meat, which you have commanded to be prepared annually, replenished year after year, accumulating to a staggering 100,000 pounds of dried meat. If transformed into meat porridge, it could sustain the entire city for another fortnight." The old minister had been perplexed, unaware of the deeper intention behind the king's actions. It was all for this very moment. The king's foresight astounded him greatly. Zisho. He finally recalled that in the 10th year of Emperor Xian's reign, he sought to enhance the lives of the common people. Thus, he decreed that the palace should produce more jerky, sausages, and similar delicacies. He instructed the palace to make ample preparations, ensuring a regular annual replenishment, so that there would always be a supply of 10,000 pounds of dried meat readily available. His thoughts at that time were quite simple. There was a notable lack of means for the common folk to preserve meat for extended periods. Although the populace was aware that salt could be used for meat preservation, most households did not possess sufficient salt for this purpose. Thus, he commanded the palace to undertake this task, intending to stockpile some meat in prosperous years, which could later be distributed to the people during times of disaster. However, after he succumbed to despair, he ultimately forgot about this matter. As a result, the loyal old chancellor silently executed this royal decree for over a decade. Upon detecting Shang Rong extolling the virtues of the host, the system initiated a random certification process for tyrannical rulers, commencing the evaluation. He chuckled softly and remarked, "So there are indeed 100,000 gene of dried meat in the inner treasury? Just what I need. For my grand feast of wine and meat is lacking in provisions. Old Prime Minister, kindly transport all of this dried meat over." Shang Rong turned to leave, calling out as he walked, "Your Majesty, what did you say? The old minister is hard of hearing at my age. Your Majesty has truly taken on the role of a foolish monarch these past decades. I shall ensure that you once again become a wise and enlightened ruler." Upon completion of the assessment, it was confirmed that he was indeed a foolish monarch. "Please, host, continue your efforts." Zhong Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Now, this is more like it." He glanced at the sky. Midnight was fast approaching. Once the clock struck 12, he would be able to clock in again. Before long. The hour had passed. He was about to clock in when the system notification chimed in ahead of him. It indicated that the host had consumed a day's worth of lifespan, but would be rewarded with a refund of double the lifespan consumed, 2 days in total. Zisho was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. The prospect of reclaiming consumed lifespan was indeed delightful. This newfound ability instilled within him a greater confidence to engage in protracted battles with celestial beings. At that moment, Zisho felt invigorated and calmly declared, "System, I shall clock in today. Congratulations, host, on successfully clocking in. You have activated the Chaotic Divine Bell. Chaotic Divine Bell, Grade B reward. It has the capacity to grow in tandem with the host's strength, with no upper limit on its rank, capable of subduing and controlling all entities possessing a soul. Tip 1. The realm of the soul that can be subdued must not exceed one major realm above that of the host. Tip 2. If the target is exceedingly weak and has completely exhausted their magical power, they will be unconditionally subdued." Zisho extended his hand, and a swirl of 5-colored brilliance swiftly coalesced in his palm, transforming in the blink of an eye into a golden bell measuring 1 foot in size. The splendid golden bell radiated an extraordinarily unique light. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zisho had already contemplated who would be most suitable to wield this artifact. He commanded that Neza be bound and brought before him. When Neza was delivered, resembling a cocoon, he held the golden bell in his hands. A playful smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, "Neza, I present you with a bell." Chapter 6. The Resonance of Heaven and Earth. The sage's astonishment upon acquiring the chaos-suppressing divine bell, Zisho's first thought was of Neza. Given Neza's identity, prowess, and the unique trait of possessing only a primordial spirit devoid of a soul, he seemed perfectly crafted for the chaos-suppressing divine bell. At this moment, Neza had awakened. Tormented by the backlash of worldly calamities, his visage contorted in agony. Yet, his obstinate nature prevailed. The more he suffered, the more his face displayed defiance and rage, though his mouth was gagged, rendering him unable to utter a single curse. Zisho remarked coolly, "Neza, I see your exceptional talent. Henceforth, accompany me to pacify the realm, and I shall bestow upon you the title of Grand General of Order." Though Neza could not speak, his eyes were rife with scorn, mimicking the act of spitting defiantly. Zisho chuckled softly and gently struck the golden bell in his hand. Dong. With the sound of the bell, heaven and earth resonated, akin to a cry echoing through the mortal realm. In an instant, the celestial beings turned their gazes. In the jade-pure heaven, atop the 33 heavens. Within the grand hall of Yushu Palace, the primordial lord suddenly opened his eyes and glanced towards the direction of Chaga, his brow furrowing. The resonance of heaven and earth? Could it be that the chaos bell has emerged? No, that is impossible. The chaos bell is one of the 3 innate treasures of the primordial world. Transformed from the axe handle of Pangu's creation. Born from the embrace of the Eastern Emperor and the bell, it is also known as the Eastern Emperor Bell. After the fall of the ancient demon clan, following the self-detonation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the chaos bell ceased to appear, its whereabouts unknown even to the saints. Were it not for the chaos bell, what other bell could resonate with heaven and earth? As the primordial lord calculated, his expression shifted to one of profound peculiarity. Tinged with anger. Jiang Shang is lagging behind in this matter? This calculation revealed no source for the bell's sound, yet it became evident that Chaoga had not yet fallen. When the sage was enraged, the heavens darkened. In the jade, pure heaven, a tempest of change swept through, with thunder and lightning clashing, dark storm clouds enveloping Qilin Cliff. Within Yushu Palace, the disciples of the Chanjiao stood in terrified silence, not daring to breathe. They were utterly unaware of the sage's wrath. Yet they were all cognizant of his discontent ever since he was compelled to ingest the sacred destruction pill. At this moment, as the sage's fury ignited, everyone feared that a single misstep could bring about their own misfortune. Within the Jade Void Palace, as the primordial lord's anger began to rise, an unexpected surge of threatening power surged forth from his primordial essence. He was taken aback, instantly suppressing all his fury. Subsequently, his complexion turned a deep shade of ashen. And through gritted teeth, he declared, the destruction of Saint's Pill. What a remarkable destruction of Saint's Pill it is. When the Tao ancestor administered this pill to them, he merely stated that it would prevent further disputes among the 3 pure ones. However, once this destruction of Saint's Pill entered his primordial spirit, it would confine all that he embodied as a saint. He could no longer comprehend the Tao, nor act with impunity. Even the pure and untainted heart of a sage was marred. Ultimately, any actions that contravened the edicts of the Tao ancestor would provoke an immediate response from the soul banishment pill. The edict of the Tao ancestor was clear. No sage was permitted to descend into the mortal realm. Thus, in a moment of anger, when he intended to use his divine consciousness to glimpse the actions of Jiang Zia, his intention had barely stirred before the soul banishment pill reacted. If he dares to extend his divine consciousness further, even as a sage, he shall perish on the spot. It is futile. The destiny of the deification has already been sealed, and there can be no further alterations. Jiang Shang, even if he is somewhat sluggish, will surely conclude within a month. Yuan Shi Tianzun suppressed the fury within his heart and continued to meditate and deduce. The momentum of the deification calamity has been firmly established. Even with Jiang Shang's slight delays, no unforeseen events can arise. His immediate priority is to devise a method to unravel the enigma of the fallen Saint Pill. In the realm of Taiching, within the 8-scene palace, the supreme sage hears the resounding chime that reverberates through the heavens and the earth, yet his countenance remains unchanged, as if he were in a deep slumber. However, around him, a pair of yin-yang fish abruptly leaps forth and then descends, landing within a diagram of yin and yang. Within this diagram, countless threads of causality manifest as black and white lines, intricately woven into a net. At this moment, within a certain section of this net, a small void emerges. In the realm of Taisu, within the sacred domain of Nuwa, in the Nuwa Palace, the goddess, enshrouded in myriad emotions, sits silently in the hall when she suddenly lets out a soft exclamation. Before her lies a long whip, adorned with verdant leaves, reminiscent of a gourd vine. A dim and hazy light envelopes this whip. It is the very whip that Nuwa fashioned from the vine of the primordial gourd she obtained on Mount Buzhou before attaining sainthood. Later, it aided her in molding clay to create humanity, thus accruing merit and transforming into a postnatal treasure, the whip of creation. This whip serves as a sacred artifact of the human race, capable of suppressing human fortune while also being influenced by it. The greater the human fortune, the more formidable the whip's power. A cataclysmic tribulation to confer divinity has shattered the human fortune into disarray, scattered and difficult to gather. Consequently, the whip of creation has become obscured, its brilliance diminished. Yet at this moment, a small tender leaf has unexpectedly sprouted upon the whip. Though diminutive, the leaf exhibits no signs of dullness. Nuwa gazes towards the mortal realm and murmurs. Could it be that the tribulation to confer divinity still harbors changes? Simultaneously, in the western realm of Shumi, in the land of ultimate bliss, the 2 western saints, Jiejin and Juanti, are presently clad in boundless golden light, reciting immeasurable sacred verses while expounding teachings to their disciples. The chime resonates forth. Both saints pause their discourse, their gazes turning eastward. Juanti, with a flick of his fingers, reveals a faint smile upon his sallow visage, proclaiming, the chime of heaven and earth surely heralds the emergence of a spiritual treasure. I am convinced that this treasure is destined to be connected with our western domain. He gazed at the guiding sage and inquired, Master, Should this humble one venture to the eastern lands to investigate further? After a moment of silence, the guiding sage replied, Junior brother, this treasure bears a connection to our western realm, yet there is no need for haste. The calamity has just concluded, and our western domain requires stability to soothe the tumultuous world and rescue the suffering multitude. The sage of the western teachings nodded in agreement, affirming, your words resonate profoundly. Thus, the two sages resumed their discourse. The boundless western teachings illuminated the pure land with a radiant light, swiftly converting countless celestial beings into devoted disciples of the West. In this recent divine calamity, the western teachings reaped the greatest rewards, merely from the clash of the myriad celestial beings. The two western sages amassed a multitude of disciples from the, significantly bolstering their ranks. The western teachings, standing apart from the mystical path, established their own sects and diversified into myriad profound doctrines. The more disciples they accumulated, the mightier they became. For the West, the paramount task was to convert all the celestial beings they had claimed, for the outcome of the divine calamity was already determined. Who could possibly defy fate at this juncture? In Chaoga, Zisho glanced at the golden bell in his hand, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, the commotion is quite significant. He then turned his gaze toward Neza and said coolly, Neza, do you wish to follow me and become a great general? At that moment, the rebellious glint in Neza's eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of confusion amidst his previously wrathful gaze. After a prolonged moment, clarity returned to Neza's eyes as he looked up at Zisho. Zisho casually gestured, removing the cloth from Neza's mouth. Taking a deep breath, Neza spoke, if I follow you, can I seek vengeance against the Chan teachings? A smile crept across Zisho's face as he replied, by following me, you could upend this world. Chapter 7, 1,000,000 against 3,000. The advantage is mine. When Zisho acquired the chaotic god-subduing bell, he realized that Neza was the most suitable candidate for its awakening. The spirit pearl is formed from the essence of heaven and earth. How could Neza, as the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, inexplicably bear the burden of 1,700 murderous tribulations from birth, ultimately becoming a mere brute obsessed with violence? Reflecting on Neza's upbringing, the phrase betrayed by the Chan teachings was indelibly etched upon his visage. Thus, Zisho was certain that the chaotic bell would have the most profound effect on Neza. At this moment, Neza appeared clear-headed, devoid of any lingering hostility associated with weaponry, and declared, as long as I can exact revenge on the Chan teachings, I will stand by your side. After all, once I regain my clarity, the Chan teachings will never allow me to exist. He is acutely aware that once he frees himself from the restraints of his primordial spirit, the celestial master Tai will immediately become aware of it. The teachings of the Church of Enlightenment will undoubtedly not let him escape. He was acutely aware of the multitude of secrets that Zisho harbored. With a swift motion, Zisho untangled Neza from his restraints, placing his hand firmly atop Neza's head. In a solemn tone, he proclaimed, Neza, I hereby appoint you as the Grand General of the Great Shang Dynasty, tasked with quelling unrest. As the words resonated, an unseen force surged forth from all directions. In that pivotal moment of conferring the title upon Neza, Zisho sensed a fragment of national fortune separating from his own essence, intertwining with Neza's very being. Henceforth, should Neza entertain thoughts of betrayal, Zisho would be immediately aware through the currents of the national fortune. Yet, he held little apprehension regarding Neza's loyalty. With the presence of the chaotic bell of divine restraint, betrayal was an impossibility. As for Neza, on his side, the moment his voice fell, everything that had been tinged with crimson in his gaze instantaneously transformed into clarity. The world regained its brilliance. The encroaching calamity that had invaded his being swiftly morphed into his sanctuary of sanguine essence. Any assault from celestial beings directed at him would be diminished by a third, shielded by this layer of red dust. Neza's entire being creaked as he took a deep breath, and his magical powers promptly returned, healing all prior injuries in an instant. The earthly fortune that had kept him in a state of tension was no longer a constraint. Yet, a more formidable restraint emerged, manifesting as karmic ties within his primordial spirit. This binding force originated from the sovereign before him. As a subject, he could not defy the royal decree. In this moment, he finally comprehended why the celestial beings of the heavens, despite having the means to cultivate in the mortal realm and effortlessly wield their powers, were reluctant to accept such an approach after the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This method required the imperial decree of the human king. Following the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human king was unable to cultivate, reduced to an unremarkable mortal. How many celestial beings would willingly bow to a mere mortal? Yet, from among countless inconspicuous mortals, an extraordinary human fortune had emerged, instilling deep apprehension in the celestial beings. How could they not harbor resentment? Nevertheless, Neza accepted all of this with equanimity, for he sought to survive and, more importantly, to exact vengeance upon the Chan sect. He knelt before his master on one knee, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and proclaimed loudly, I, Neza, pay my respects to the great king. In the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain, The Supreme One gazed at the lotus lamp before him, a smile playing upon his lips as he murmured, "In less than a month, the time for the canonization calamity will come to an end. Once Zhang concludes the canonization, the order of heaven and earth shall once again be under the control of my revered master. Neza, when that moment arrives, the bond between us as master and disciple shall find its inevitable conclusion." He took Neza as his disciple solely to avert the calamity of tribulations. With the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, the 1,700 tribulations that rightfully belonged to him were entirely transferred to Neza, thereby liberating him from the influence of these deadly trials. As for Neza's fate, since his bond with Neza had come to an end, he chose not to inquire further. However, at that very moment, the lotus lamp suddenly emitted a surge of dark energy, and before Taiji Jinren could react, the lamp was enveloped in this ominous haze. With a resounding bang, the lotus lamp exploded into a myriad of fragments before Taiji Jinren's eyes. He was left astounded, rising abruptly to gaze at the scattered remnants of the lotus lamp, and he mused, "My connection with Neza as master and disciple is not yet severed. How could this lotus lamp have self-destructed prematurely? Has Zhang hastened the investiture of the gods?" He counted with his fingers and suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "How could Neza sever the bond of master and disciple with me? How is this even possible? How dare he?" As his rage ignited, he beheld a multitude of calamities descending from the void. These were the 1,700 calamities he had transferred to Neza, intending to avert disaster. At this moment, the calamities returned, and he sensed impending doom. However, everything transpired too swiftly for him to react. He felt a profound and ominous force infiltrate his primordial spirit. In an instant, his physical and magical energies became tumultuous, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Beside him, the Golden Cloud youth turned pale with fear, utterly at a loss as to what to do. Tai Jinren spat out another mouthful of blood and urgently called out, "Quickly summon Senior Brother Guanqing." Having uttered this, he coughed up a third mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. The following day, the allied forces of Shiqi advanced once more upon Chaoga City. A 1,000,000-strong army besieged the city's walls from all directions. Zhang sat astride the fort inauspicious, his expression grim and forbidding, wielding the divine whip to point ahead, declaring, "From this day forth, for 3 days, there shall be no cessation of hostilities, nor shall we cease our assault. Should we fail to breach Chaoga City within 3 days, the military law shall be applied." All the lords of the realm, along with the 1,000,000-strong allied forces, were acutely aware of Zhang stringent enforcement of military law. Upon hearing such an edict, they felt a tightening in their hearts and dared not delay in the slightest. Thus, the army sounded the horns and beat the war drums as they advanced towards Chaoga City. Yang Jian stood beside Zhang, his brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss in Zhang demeanor, as he appeared to have lost the composure befitting a commander. Zhang, however, maintained a sullen countenance, fixated upon Chaoga City. Before the war, he consulted a divination using a life coin, which foretold dire omens, defeat in battle and a rout in the offensive. Zhang, for the first time, began to doubt the life coin bestowed upon him by his revered master. How could a humble Taoist ever be vanquished, with 1,000,000 troops at his command? While the foolish monarch's city harbored barely 3,000 soldiers, 1,000,000 against 3,000, the advantage lies with me. At Chaoga City, on the southern wall, Zisho languidly reclined upon the throne, cradling a 9-tailed fox in his arms, flanked by 10 beautiful attendants on either side. Some were massaging his shoulders, others kneading his feet, while a few offered him wine. In the face of a 1,000,000-strong army, his demeanor was utterly that of a foolish monarch. Shang Rong, with earnest concern, urged him from the side, saying, "Your Majesty, this is detrimental to morale. You are not a foolish ruler. You should not behave so." The old chancellor was now convinced that the king's apparent incompetence over the years was merely a guise of restraint. Zisho raised his head from the softness of the 9-tailed fox, rolled his eyes, and replied, "Old chancellor, do not speak recklessly. I am indeed the most foolish monarch under heaven. He is a tyrant. He must be a tyrant." He cast another glance at the city below and observed the allied forces of Shiqi charging in from all directions. With a slight chuckle, he remarked, "A mere flock of insignificant creatures. With just a single word, I could compel this 1,000,000-strong army to retreat." His voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating through the ranks of the Western Qi allied forces. Zhang, perched upon the back of the fort unequaled, laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Foolish monarch, you are tyrannical and devoid of virtue, indulging in debauchery without restraint. Do you truly believe that your supposed power to exchange pillars can grant you the liberty to act with impunity? Today, this 1,000,000-strong army shall lay waste to your Chaogo, liberating the populace from your despotic rule. You claim that a single utterance can disband my 1,000,000-strong forces? Such delusions are the musings of a madman. Should you possess the capability to do so, I shall take my own life right here before the city of Chaogo." The feudal lords of the realm fervently echoed their disdain for Zisho, demonstrating their loyalty to the Prime Minister Jiang. The fate of the realm was at stake. If loyalty were not proclaimed now, then when would it be? Chapter 8. One word to disband 1,000,000 rebels, Jiang enraged to the point of bloodshed. Zisho gazed upon the lords below, each swearing oaths with fervor, and was left astounded. It was his first encounter with such a scene of reckless self-destruction. The feudal lords beneath the city were proclaiming their intent to follow Jiang Ziya into self-immolation, some declaring they would gouge out their own eyes and ears, while others spoke with grim determination of consuming the 5 grains of chaoga in a cycle of rebirth. Zisho chuckled softly and remarked, "Neza has emerged to slay." As his words fell, a resounding command echoed throughout the city. In an instant, a radiant fire, bright as the stars, erupted from within the city. Before long, it descended upon the southern army. Neza, clad in chainmail armor, adorned with a jade-embroidered golden belt, and standing upon his wind and fire wheels, manifested a formidable presence with 3 heads and 8 arms. In those 8 arms, he brandished a fiery spear, dual swords of Yin and Yang, the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, the universe ring, the mysterious sky silk, and golden bricks, all gleaming with a majestic light that illuminated the heavens and left the allied forces momentarily blinded. Neza's 3 heads and 6 eyes fixated on the allied troops before him, and in unison, they bellowed, "Rebel scoundrels, who dares to step forward? Death awaits." Neza's fearsome reputation had long been whispered among the allied forces. His thunderous proclamation caused the tens of thousands of allied soldiers at the southern city wall to halt in shock. The southern Marquis, Yi Shun, leading the troops, and the northern Marquis Chong Ingwan stood aghast, exchanging fearful glances with the 30 or so other lords nearby, who retreated in trepidation. The 3 vanguard commanders of Shichi were formidable: Yang Jian, the wise and courageous scholar general, attacking only the most difficult targets; Lei Zhenzi, a fierce warrior, swift as thunder, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers with his golden staff; and Neza, though not the strongest or fastest, had earned a notorious reputation for his unparalleled lethality. To witness the most feared warrior of Shichi standing before the allied forces brought forth panic. Even those assaulting the other 3 city walls received word and hesitated in their advance. Neza, with his wind and fire wheels, could circle Chaoga thrice in a single breath. Those among the allied forces who recognized Neza dared not make any move in his presence. He was known to slay without a second thought. In the main camp of the allied forces, Jiang Ziya's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What madness has overtaken Neza? Has he been bewitched by the tyrant? How could this be? Neza, devoid of a soul, cannot be swayed by any form of enchantment. Moreover, he bears the burden of 1,700 calamities, manifesting as a rebellious spirit that occupies his essence. Were it not for the teachings of the Chan sect and the mandates of my master, I would be unable to command Neza. Has he truly been ensnared in but a single night?" Yang Jian's 3 eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he must be mistaken. Lei Zhenzi, startled, felt his wings of wind and thunder nearly cramp, raising and lowering his golden staff, yet hesitating to strike. Jin Jia and Mu Jia exchanged glances, while Li Jing, holding the pagoda tightly, his face ashen, bellowed, "Neza, what madness is this? Come forth at once and kneel before Jiang Ziya to confess your errors." Neza cast a cold glance at Li Jing, a smile creeping across his face as he replied, "Li Jing, I shall remember your life for now. Once I have defended the kingdom, I will come to claim it." Li Jing's face twitched violently, gripping the golden pagoda even tighter. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to speak, but then seemed to recall something and fell silent again. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya's thoughts turned to the divinations he had made before the battle, his countenance growing ever more grim. He flailed his arms and bellowed, "Neza, I am well aware of your stubbornness and rebellious nature, and I have been lenient towards you in the past. However, your actions today leave me no choice but to cease my indulgence in your reckless behavior. Return to the formation at once, or I shall show you no mercy." Who is Neza? Originally, he was the fiercest and wildest vanguard general among the allied forces of the West Qi. Even though he has regained his clarity and freed himself from the control of the Chan sect's calamity, his temperament remains unchanged. He chuckled heartily and said, "Jiang Shang, will you not show some mercy to this general? I have been bestowed by the king with the title of Grand General of Valor and Pacification, wielding authority amidst the fortunes of the great Shang, with powers at my disposal and divine abilities at will. Yet, do you hypocritical beings dare to enter the realm of auspiciousness in Chaoga?" Thus he spoke. He cast a disdainful glance over the allied forces and coldly declared, "You, as members of the human race, have succumbed to your own selfish desires by bowing to celestial beings and assaulting Chaoga. This is an act of treason. The king has decreed that if you surrender at this moment, you shall not be held accountable for past transgressions. However, when the armies of Chaoga come knocking at your door, all traitors shall be met with the unrelenting wrath of the 3 clans." A collective gasp of trepidation arose from the lords of the allied forces. How many soldiers did Chaoga possess now? They certainly felt no fear. Yet, the likes of Neza were filled with dread. He was a formidable warrior capable of decapitating generals amidst a sea of adversaries, mercilessly slaying all, be they high-ranking officers or mere foot soldiers. Even when he was on their side, he had instilled great fear in their hearts. Now, facing him from the opposite side, the lords trembled in fear and turned their anxious gazes towards Jiang Ziya. "Chancellor, please speak." Yet Jiang Ziya found himself at a loss for words, for he truly dared not step into the fate of Chaoga. He did not dare, None of the celestial beings, divine spirits, or wandering cultivators behind him dared to do so. Jiang Ziya's expression shifted several times, and finally, with gritted teeth, he commanded, "Withdraw the troops." On the city wall, Zisho spoke again. "Hold on. Jiang Ziya, have you forgotten the oath you just took? I can leave a few of you who are prepared to end your own lives. That one over there, the marquis of you, right? You claimed you would consume all the grains and cyclical offerings within Chaoga City. Show me your performance first." Jiang Ziya's face turned green with fury, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, hoarsely shouting, "Withdraw the troops! Withdraw the troops!" The marquis of you trembled in fear, turning his horse around and fleeing. The million-strong coalition once again retreated in disarray, just as they had the previous day. Zisho leaned against the nine-tailed fox, laughing heartily. The coalition? Merely a rabble. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox was trembling in astonishment. How could the king tame Neza? How was this achieved? And when? Was it merely during the half-hour the king had departed from her? In just half an hour, he could subdue the infamous scourge of the wilderness? At this moment, Neza retracted his 3 heads and 8 arms, soaring back to the city wall. He clasped his fist in salute and said, "Your Majesty, I have already driven back the rebel forces. Shall I pursue them and eliminate Jiang Ziya?" He spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally lingering upon the nine-tailed fox, clearly harboring murderous intent. As the former vanguard of the Western Qi, he was well aware of the nature of the nine-tailed fox. However, out of a sense of duty, he refrained from acting unless commanded by the sovereign. Yet, a mere glance was sufficient to render the nine-tailed fox completely immobile, paralyzed by fear. Zisho raised an eyebrow. For a fleeting moment, he was indeed swayed by Neza's proposal. Regrettably, a glance at the old chancellor beside him extinguished that thought. Under the weight of destiny, individuals like the old chancellor were not fated to perish. How could someone like Jiang Ziya, who had survived 3 deaths and 7 injuries, possibly be killed? He waved his hand and said, "General, your sole duty is to safeguard Chaoga. As for subsequent matters, we shall consider them later. Let me accumulate a few more days to draw something more formidable. Currently, Chaoga is fortified in defense, but lacking in offense. With just Neza. If he ventures out to seize the fortunes of Chaoga, it would indeed be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog gone without a trace." Chapter 9. Guangchengzi's Poisonous Scheme. Zisho receives rewards for his contributions to the West Qi coalition. Yang Jian returned to the command tent and approached Jiang Ziya's bed, speaking softly. "Master, the morale of the coalition forces has suffered greatly. 30% have entertained thoughts of retreat." Beside him, Lei Zhenzi, filled with righteous fury, shouted, "Cowards who fear for their lives, who dares to entertain thoughts of retreat? I shall go forth and strike them down." With that, he brandished his golden staff, ready to exact vengeance. Yang Jian glared at him, saying, "Come back. At this moment, if you go out to kill, you will disrupt the unity of the coalition. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall invoke the teachings of the law." Lei Zhenzi's expression faltered, and he reluctantly retracted his golden staff. Although the 3 vanguard generals appeared to stand equally, Yang Jian's strength and status surpassed both Lei Zhenzi and Neza. Moreover, appointed by the sage, Yang Jian held the authority to invoke the teachings of the law. Not even Lei Zhenzi could defy this. Before the teachings, Jiang Ziya himself would bow his head. At this moment, Jiang Ziya finally exhaled, opened his eyes, and said, "You are fellow disciples. Do not quarrel among yourselves. Otherwise, would it not dishearten the lords of the realm and invite ridicule from that foolish monarch?" The mention of ridicule reminded him of Zisho's final mockery, causing a surge of indignation within him. Yang Jian observed Jiang Ziya's countenance, noting that his master now appeared as pale as paper, his aura in disarray. He understands that the backlash of the innate 8 trigrams manifests in this manner. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Master Uncle, this matter must be reported to the sage. The incident concerning Neza is exceedingly perplexing." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ziya voiced his dissent, stating, "Such a trivial affair should not disturb the sage. Our master, along with the other senior brothers, has already cleared the final obstacles to the deification. All that remains is for me to conquer this insignificant city of Chaoga. Informing our master is absolutely out of the question. If he learns that I cannot handle even this minor issue, he will surely meet an unfortunate fate." Recalling the sternness of the primordial supreme being, Jiang Ziya's resolve only strengthened. He commanded the entire army to besiege Chaoga City, insisting that not even a single bird be allowed to escape. I refuse to believe that the tyrant would dare to consume human flesh. Within 2 months, Chaoga City would certainly fall. For now, he could only resort to a siege tactic. Yang Jian silently accepted the order and, accompanied by Lei Zhenzi, exited the main tent. He said, "Junior brother Lei Zhenzi, you must return to the Yushu Palace immediately and inform Master Guangchengzi of everything that has transpired." Lei Zhenzi, taken aback, replied, "Are you betraying Master Jiang?" Yang Jian looked at Lei Zhenzi with a mixture of exasperation and understanding. "Do you think Master Tai is unaware of Neza's predicament? If Master Tai learns of Neza's troubles, he will undoubtedly inform Master Guangchengzi. Everything here will soon reach our master's ears. Master Jiang has acted impulsively, and we must not follow suit. The matter concerning Neza is of utmost importance and must be reported without delay." Though Lei Zhenzi was a valiant warrior, he lacked independent judgment. After hearing Yang Jian's reasoning, he realized the truth in it. With a swift unfurling of his wind and thunder wings, he soared towards the Yushu Palace. At the Yushu Palace, Guangchengzi had just received news of an incident involving Master Tai. Before he could investigate further, Lei Zhenzi arrived. Upon hearing the unfolding events, he was so taken aback that he sprang to his feet, astonished, exclaiming, "Neza has turned against King Zhou? How can this be possible?" He has finally comprehended the reasons behind the turmoil at the residence of Tai Xinren. Yet, he would much prefer alternative explanations. Neza aligning with King Zhou? Even if Yang Jian were to side with King Zhou, it should not be Neza. After all, Neza's spiritual orb from his previous life was meticulously crafted by his master. And subsequently, his senior disciple Tai devoted 7 centuries to refining it, infusing it with his own 700 tribulations. In essence, Neza was the product of Tai's 700 years of painstaking effort, designed to confront calamities as a spiritual treasure. For such a treasure to change hands, the assailant's cultivation must vastly exceed that of its original owner. Is it conceivable that Tai's illustrious senior disciple, a pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, could have his treasure seized by a mere mortal like King Zhou? Could it be that remnants of the Jiajiao sect are at play? He recalled that within the myriad formations of the immortal array, before the total defeat of the Holy Mother of No Return had taken a portion of her disciples and fled to an unknown destination. Was it truly the Holy Mother? No. Without the protection of the Heavenly Saint, the consequences of the Fengshen calamity were burdens too heavy for any remnants of the Deber. Guangchengzi never anticipated that just one step away from the culmination of the Fengshen calamity, such an event would transpire. Now, neither immortals nor deities could enter the realm of Chaoga's fortune. No matter how vast the mortal army, they were no match for Neza, a pinnacle of the celestial realm. Lei Zhenzi remarked from the side, Master Jiang has already devised a strategy to besiege the city. The army will surround Chaoga, waiting for its supplies to run dry. Guangchengzi scoffed, Jiang Shang, with the united forces of the world's lords, cannot conquer a single Chaoga, and yet resorts to a siege? Even if the siege could breach Chaoga, how could one shatter the heart of the human king? As long as the heart of the human king remains unbroken. Even if Ziyu were to perish, in a few centuries, another human king would arise, consolidating the fortunes of the mortal realm. The fortunes of the mortal realm can no longer be wielded by humanity. They must, and can only, remain under the control of the Chan sect. After pondering for a moment, Guangchengzi turned and bowed deeply towards the inner sanctum of the Yushu Palace, saying, Master, I beseech you to grant the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui. Master is currently in seclusion and should not be disturbed. He could only make the decision himself. As the words fell, a 3-colored radiant treasure emerged from the depths of the grand hall and landed in Guangchengzi's hands, holding the 3-jewel Rui. Guangchengzi gazed at Lei Zhenzi and said, This treasure is transformed from the primal azure lotus. In the past, my master used this treasure to enlighten all the grass spirit deities in the world, granting them the opportunity to cultivate. Thus, this treasure can be regarded as a symbol of all grass spirit deities. You shall deliver this treasure to Jiang Shang. If the celestial beings cannot wield their powers in Chao Ji's fate, it matters not. Let the grass spirit deities take action. The grass spirit deities do not enter the celestial realm and are not true celestial beings. They are minimally affected by mortal fate. Guangchengzi ominously continued. Let all grass spirit deities besiege the city. Neza has entered the realm of the immortal golden celestial. His powers are limited. How many grass spirits can he withstand? 10,000 is insufficient. 100,000. 100,000 is inadequate. Let it be 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, or even 1,000,000. Inform Jiang Shang that Chaoga City must be breached, and no other means may be employed. This is the decree of heaven. Lei Zhenzi inhaled deeply, his expression solemn as he accepted the 3-jewel Rui, stating, I shall comply with the decree. Meanwhile, another day had passed. Just after the hour of the rat, Zishou initiated the clock-in process once more. Congratulations, host. Clock-in successful. Clock-in reward. Transforming objects into soldiers. Transforming objects into soldiers. A level G reward. Capable of converting designated objects into soldiers. The higher the spiritual energy contained within the designated objects, the stronger the resultant soldiers. However, their power cannot exceed that of the host. Note 1. The number of objects transformed into soldiers at one time cannot exceed 100. Note 2. Should there be willing contributors of magical power and essence, the strength of the soldiers can be enhanced, based on the contributor's level being 1 rank lower. Zishou chuckled lightly and said, Come on, let us dig up all the lotus roots from the lotus pond. It is time for Neza to offer a drop of blood. Chapter 10. As a foolish monarch, he does not guard the city at night. Neza was astonished to see several thousand pounds of lotus roots before him. Zishou merely smiled gently and instructed, Neza, take a drop of your essence blood and infuse your magical power into these lotus roots. Neza appeared bewildered, but complied nonetheless. In the next moment, a mist of crimson light enveloped those lotus roots. In the blink of an eye, 100 lotus soldiers emerged from the bloodlight, each resembling Neza, albeit with a hint less vivacity in their eyes. All the lotus soldiers bowed in unison to Zishou, proclaiming, We pay our respects to the king. Neza was left in a state of shock. He stood in stunned silence, utterly bereft of thought as he gazed at the scene before him. After a prolonged moment, he finally found his voice, exclaiming, My lord, what manner of divine art is this? I have never encountered such a thing before. among the celestial arts. There exist techniques for creating avatars and manifestations, yet these are exclusively effective upon oneself and can only be mastered by those of the great Luo Golden Immortal rank. If we were to speak of summoning soldiers from beans or the methods of the Yellow Turban warriors, then he discovered that, despite his usual eloquence, he found himself utterly at a loss for words in that moment. The sovereign's extraordinary technique allowed the use of his essence, and astonishingly, the transformed lotus beings possessed a rudimentary intelligence. Such marvels were beyond the capabilities of even the most adept practitioners of unconventional arts in the West. Neza summoned his divine thoughts once more, scrutinizing the lotus beings before him, and was once again taken aback. Each of these lotus beings, it seemed, possessed the strength of a celestial immortal. He inhaled sharply, for the method of transforming beings into soldiers, as taught by the enlightened ones, could only evoke beings of the mortal realm. These were merely servants for menial tasks. Yet, the lotus root beings before him had transcended into the realm of immortals. Though the realms of earth immortals and mortal immortals may seem but a mere step apart, they represent a vast chasm between the celestial and the mundane. Among the countless cultivators across the heavens and the earth, those who can truly enter the realm of immortals are exceedingly rare, a mere 1 in 10,000. The myriad spirits of the grass and soil, having practiced for hundreds or even thousands of years, still find themselves unable to ascend to the immortal realm. Now, the king, with his extraordinary techniques, had effortlessly transformed a mass of ordinary lotus roots into beings of the earth immortal realm. To step into the realm of immortals seemed, in the hands of the king, an astonishingly simple feat. Zhou was profoundly satisfied with Neza's astonishment, yet he offered no explanation, merely smiling serenely as he remarked, "Neza, these lotus root soldiers shall henceforth be your subordinates. The greatest advantage of transforming materials into soldiers lies in the fact that once created, these soldiers will not vanish as long as they remain unscathed." Meanwhile, outside the city of Chaoga, Jiangxia wore a gloomy expression. For the 3 treasured jade talismans recently delivered by Lei Zhenzi struck him as overly ostentatious. He harbored a silent resentment, although Yang Jian reported the matter. He refrained from expressing his anger at that moment, merely committing it to memory. After a brief silence, Jiangxia reverently lifted the 3 treasures jade rui and bowed towards the direction of the Su Palace, softly proclaiming, "I, the disciple, accept the edict of Su." Having spoken, he concluded. He summoned a modicum of magical power and raised the 3 treasures jade rui. In reverence to the edict of the Jade Void, he called forth the spirits of the grass heads from all directions to hasten their arrival. As his voice echoed, 3-colored divine light surged forth from the 3 treasures jade rui, transforming into a decree that reverberated through heaven and earth, resonating within the primordial spirits of all grass head deities across the 9 provinces. It was through the edict of the Jade Void that these spirits could finally be rightly named. Should they dare to contravene this decree, they would be immediately stripped of their titles, transforming from divine beings into malevolent entities. Instantly, within a 1,000-mile radius of Chaoga City, tens of thousands of grass-head deities arose. In that fleeting moment, a chilling wind swept across the land, rippling water surfaces and causing mountains and stones to tremble. Water gods, river gods, marsh gods, land spirits, mountain deities, forest spirits, and other grass-head deities conjured up a tempest of supernatural winds and summoned divine light as they made their way toward the coalition's encampment. Before long, 100,000 grass-head deities had gathered. Within the coalition's camp, amidst the deep of night, divine light erupted in every direction, accompanied by an incessant cacophony of roars and strange sounds. As Jiangxia beheld the formidable assembly of grass-head deities before him, his confidence was restored. His senior brother, Guang Qingzi, was indeed correct. No matter how powerful Neza might be, he could not withstand the relentless tide of divine spirits. He cast a glance at the city of Chaogu, shrouded in the cloak of night, relinquishing the notion of waiting for dawn to act. Mortal armies require the light of day for their maneuvers, while deities do not. Jiangxia, wielding the 3 treasures rui, pointed towards Chaogu and proclaimed, "King Zhou is foolish and tyrannical. We, the practitioners of the Tao, bear the responsibility to rid the world of harm for the sake of all living beings. You, the grassroots deities, who benefit from the offerings of mortals, ought to lend your strength. According to the edicts of the Jade Void, those who do not engage in battle before breaching Chaogu shall be executed. Those who hesitate shall be slain. The first to breach Chaogu shall be welcomed into our sect." The grassroots deities, already bound by the 3 treasures rui, were fearful of defying the Jade Void's command. Upon hearing the promise of joining the sect, their eyes gleamed with ambition. Celestial fortune is a chance encounter, not a pursuit. Instantly, a cacophony of cries erupted from the 100,000 deities, summoning forth an overwhelming tempest of demonic winds and divine light as they surged towards Chaogu. The coalition soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, felt their morale, which had waned after 2 days of setbacks, rejuvenated. With such a multitude of deities in action, victory seemed assured. Thus, they rallied once more, vociferously cheering for the deities, releasing the pent-up frustrations of the past days. Within Chaogu, the brothers Feng Bai and Feng Xiang, leading the defenders, swiftly prepared for battle. Hasten to inform the king. These shameless rebels dare to launch a night raid. I have already done so, replied another. The king claims he is an inept ruler, neglecting his duties at night and leaving us to fend for ourselves. What? Fong Bai stared in disbelief at his brother, almost convinced he had misheard. Yet, shaking his head vigorously, he declared, the king's arrangement must possess profound significance. As loyal subjects, we must remember our duty to the crown. Soldiers, steadfastly guard the gates. Anyone, including myself, who retreats a single step shall be executed. The soldiers chorused in unison, vowing to fight to the death in loyalty to the king. In the coalition, Jiang Zia, listening to the shouts from the city walls, sneered, how can King Zhou, with but one Neza, possibly withstand my 100,000 deities? The city of Chao Gu shall surely fall. Neza, I await you here, tonight. You shall learn the price of betraying the sect. A resounding roar of flames ignited within Chao Gu. Subsequently, a fiery blaze erupted from the city, striking directly into the ranks of the divine army. Boom. The flames soared skyward, the formidable Luding divine fire instantly reducing hundreds of grassroots deities to ashes. Neza, in his three-headed, eight-armed form, stood proudly amidst the throng, declaring, those who dare to assail Chao Gu shall perish. The grassroots deities exchanged fearful glances. Then, a thunder deity boldly proclaimed, fear not, fellow Taoists. There is but one Neza. If we unite, can he truly vanquish all 100,000 of us? The eyes of the grassroots deities brightened, and they shouted in unison, kill him. The chance to join the sect is within our grasp. The divine army surged forward once more, recklessly charging at Neza. Neza smiled coldly and waved his hand towards the city. 100 fireballs descended from the heavens, obliterating thousands of grassroots deities into dust and ash. 100 identical lotus soldiers, ablaze with Luding divine fire, echoed in unison, kill. 100,000 grassroots deities were left bewildered. Wasn't there only one Neza? Who are these? Chapter 11. Please, Minister Jiang, demonstrate self-immolation. Before Chao Gu, Neza, accompanied by the 100 lotus soldiers, stood firm against the 100,000 deities. Indeed, a single Neza could not alone withstand such overwhelming numbers. He has yet to enter the realm of the immortal, his powers limited, and cannot simultaneously engage in battle and recuperate. Unless he disregards the city of Chao Gu and resorts to guerrilla tactics, he will inevitably perish. However, even 100 Neza would not be enough to conquer Chao Gu, regardless of the millions of deities at their disposal. This 100 Neza would form formations. Neza, being the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, is well versed in all the doctrines and mystical arts of the Chan religion, as well as formations and supernatural abilities, yet has seldom utilized them due to the influence of past calamities and malevolence. At this moment, Neza led 100 lotus soldiers, setting up various formations. The formations included the serpent formation, the 2 dragons emerge from the water formation, the 3 talents of heaven and earth formation, the 4 symbols golden gate formation, the 5 elements 5 directions formation, the 6 dings 6 jia formation, the 7 stars big dipper formation, the bagua linked formation, the 9 palaces sunshade formation, and the 10 directions killing formation. These formations, compared to the absolute formations favored by were certainly inferior. However, against a horde of lesser deities who had not entered the immortal realm, such absolute formations were unnecessary. The 100 lotus soldiers, born from Neza's essence, shared a profound connection with him. Their movements were as fluid as an extension of his own will, allowing for seamless transitions between various formations. How could a group of lesser deities, unacquainted with such grandeur, withstand this onslaught? They were swiftly routed. Within the allied forces, what had once been a raucous camp fell into a profound silence. All gazed in horror at the spectacle before them, witnessing 100 Neza wreaking havoc. Li Jing, dumbfounded, stammered, What wicked sorcery has that rebellious child learned? How is this possible? I cannot even withstand one Neza, relying solely on the golden Linglong pagoda for defense. How can I fend off 100 Neza? At that moment, a chill coursed through him. Thunderlord stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, what are those? Neza's avatars? Transformations? Yang Jian, his third eye wide open, emitted beams of light and scrutinized the scene for a long while before shaking his head. Those are neither avatars nor transformations, nor are they a mere conjuration of soldiers. Those Neza possess the strength of earthly immortals. Regardless of the doctrines and supernatural powers of the 3 teachings or the left-hand arts of the West, I have never encountered anything like this. Look, those Neza possess intelligence. They can communicate and coordinate with one another. Even the methods of the yellow turban warriors of my Chan religion cannot achieve this. Li Jing struggled to speak. What on earth lies within Chao Gu? That rebellious Neza dares to betray the Chan religion after entering, now mastering such wicked arts? The others exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer. At this moment, Chao Gu had become an inscrutable and unfathomable realm in their eyes. Jiang Zia gritted his teeth and declared, continue the assault. I shall not concern myself with the origins of those Neza. They are but earthly immortals, and their numbers are merely 100. Under my command, I have ample lesser deities. With an overwhelming surge of magical power, he summoned the 3 treasures Jade Rui, exuding an aura of fierce determination as he proclaimed, "Advance. Today, I vow to shatter Chaoga. Whoever dares to retreat in fear shall be executed." He has spent 4 decades cultivating his spiritual practice beneath the Kunlun Mountains, enduring countless disdainful glances. He descended the mountain, experiencing 3 deaths and 7 injuries. After 25 years of relentless toil, he now stood just 1 step away from achieving divinity. How could he possibly fail at this juncture? The 3 treasures' jade rui emanated an increasingly frigid radiance, mirroring Jiangxia's chilling aura of lethal intent. More and more grass-headed deities surged from all directions. Waves upon waves converging upon Neza. Before the city of Chaoga, the battle cries reverberated through the heavens, the blood of deities raining down like a torrential downpour. Severed limbs and shattered bodies strewn about like stones. One had fallen, at last, one had perished. 50 had met their demise. Fellow cultivators, Neza is on the brink. Slaughter them. In the midst of the fierce struggle, one after another, the lotus root warriors fell. Some were slain by deities after exhausting their magical energy, while others sacrificed themselves to shield Neza from harm. Finally, as the corpses of fallen deities piled up to a height of 5 meters, all of Neza's lotus root warriors lay defeated. A battle-scarred mountain deity cackled madly, "Neza, your allies are all dead. Now it is your turn." Surrounding him were the bloodthirsty grass-headed deities, closing in one by one. In the hands of the mountain deity, divine light transformed into blade and axe, striking toward Neza. The fortune of joining the Chan sect returns to this deity. Neza's lips curled into his slight smirk as he beckoned once more towards Chaoga. In an instant, another 100 flames erupted forth. In a heartbeat, the flames descended upon the divine army, sending the grass-headed deities, who had just believed victory was within their grasp, into disarray. With a single finger, Neza blocked the mountain deity's blade and axe, sneering, "Who said there are only 100? You cannot fathom the means of the king." The mountain deity gazed at Neza in utter despair. Ultimately, he beheld a swarm of 6 dinged divine fire approaching. Neza reduced the mountain deity to ashes, uttering coolly, "Form the formation. Kill." 100 lotus root warriors, engulfed in flames, charged forth once more. Neza concealed himself within the formation, allowing him to recuperate. Thus, his magical energy would remain unexhausted. As for the lotus root warriors, the king had unearthed the entire stock of lotus roots from Chaoga, several thousand pounds. Indeed, he contributed a total of 3 drops of essence. The king declared that this would yield 3,000 lotus root soldiers. Therefore, Neza remained entirely unperturbed. He can methodically slay until these grass-headed deities sink into utter despair. Finally, at the break of dawn, after Neza summoned 100 lotus root soldiers for the 3rd time, the grass-headed deities completely crumbled. Unable to kill him, utterly incapable of vanquishing Neza, they cried out in panic, "Flee! Quickly, escape! The immortals intend to annihilate Chaoga. What is that to us? Let us flee." On the battlefield, the most terrifying adversary is not the invincible foe visible to the eye, but the unseen unknown. No one knew what the lotus root soldiers truly were, nor how many lay within the city of Chaoga. The grass-headed deities, initially steeling themselves to confront Neza, now realized there was no hope of defeating him. Their resolve shattered in an instant, leaving them devoid of any fighting spirit. As the first grass-headed deity turned to flee, all the others followed suit. Disobeying the doctrines of the Chan religion would lead to their expulsion from divinity, relegating them to malevolent spirits. Yet, becoming a malevolent spirit and being hunted by the Chan religion did not necessarily mean death. Continuing the battle could indeed lead to their demise. Fear finally took the upper hand, and the grass-headed deities scattered in a panic. In the allied camp, having already suffered numerous setbacks, the morale of the Lord's coalition had plummeted. In that moment, they too were gripped by fear. The celestial beings dared not approach Chaoga. If the deities could not conquer Chaoga, what could mere mortals do? Flee. Quickly, flee. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the allied camp erupted in chaos. 1,000,000 soldiers turned tail and fled in an instant. Neza stood before the city, witnessing the scene, laughing heartily. "Jiangxia, did you not proclaim that if you could not take Chaoga, you would take your own life? Now, it is time for you to perform that act." On the city wall, the brothers Feng Bai and Feng Xiang, both clever men, exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Let Jiang Shang perform his suicide." Thus, the soldiers atop Chaoga joined in a resounding chorus, "Let Jiang Shang perform his suicide." On the back of the 4 immeasurables, Jiangxia's face turned from blue to purple and then to black. Unable to contain himself, he let out a desperate scream, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 12. The Fortune of Spiritual Roots. The mortal Grey Neza coldly observed Jiangxia's fall, snorted softly, and raised the golden brick in his hand, transforming it into a streak of light aimed at Jiangxia's forehead. Although this golden brick was unremarkable in name, it possessed the capability to sever a head within 100 miles. Yang Jian's heavenly eye flared open in anger, and he swung his 3-pronged, double-edged blade forward with great force. A deafening roar erupted. The golden brick flew back into Neza's grasp, while Yang Jian's blade remained utterly unmoved, though his expression shifted dramatically. He raised his head and said, "Neza, a covert ambush is hardly the act of a hero. Neza chuckled and replied, among the disciples of the Chan sect and the allied forces, who regards me as a hero, am I not merely a blade stained with blood? He cast a cold gaze upon the multitude of celestial beings guarding Jiangxia. Your million-strong army has retreated. It would be wise for you to vanish from my sight post-haste. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to slay you as a sacrifice. Thunderbolt Jinzi, filled with fury, raised his golden staff, ready to charge forth. Yang Jin swiftly restrained him, saying, do not act rashly. Master Jiang is gravely injured. We must escort him away immediately. As for the assault on Chaoga, we must deliberate with care. He cast a fierce glance at the obstinate Lei Jinzi and said, Neza is in the auspices of Chaoga. Are you intending to march to your demise? Lei Jinzi was taken aback, and after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and, alongside Wei Hu, lifted Jiangxia and hurried away. Yang Jian, meanwhile, regarded Neza with a penetrating gaze. The earlier strike with the golden brick had required little of Neza's magical prowess. It merely appeared formidable. Yang Jian led everyone back to Mianchi County, making an effort to round up some of the scattered troops. Although the forces of various lords could not be reclaimed, over 100,000 troops from Shichi could still be gathered. By the time he had settled everything, dusk had already begun to fall. Under the pretext of investigating the situation in Chaoga, Yang Jian returned once more. As anticipated, Neza was already waiting for him. Brother Yang, I knew you would comprehend my subtle hints. Among the entire coalition, you are the only one who has ever said I could be a hero. Neza stood in his customary attire at the boundary of Chaoga's fortune. Behind him lies the increasingly formidable fortune of Chaoga, which grows stronger with each passing day. Before him lay the completely fallen state of the Shang dynasty. Yang Jin's expression remained indifferent as he inquired, you summoned me. What is it that you wish to discuss? Do you intend to claim that all your actions are merely a ruse? Neza scoffed, dismissing the notion. What nonsense! I have no time for such deceptions. Brother Yang, the king has sent me to persuade you to join us. The benefits of aligning with Chaoga are substantial. Yang Jian, perplexed, pondered the tone of Neza's words. Neza shrugged, explaining, that was a direct quote from the king. I merely echoed his sentiment. So, what do you say, Brother Yang? Will you join the king? Yang Jian, bemused, shook his head. Neza, what madness has overtaken you? Since being captured by King Zhou, you have transformed entirely. Now you wish for me to join in your folly? Neza offered no explanation, instead laughing heartily and turning to leave. Yang Jian furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from acting against him, also turning to depart. Yet, at that moment, Neza's consciousness infiltrated his mind. Brother Yang, once I rescue Sister San, I shall return to enlist you. Do not worry, it will be soon. Yang Jian's body stiffened, his eyes widening in astonishment. However, he did not turn back. Instead, he proceeded directly towards Mianchi County. In Chaoga, Neza returned to report to the palace. The palace official, Zhu Sheng, greeted him with a smile, stating, General, the king has decreed that as a foolish monarch, he shall neglect governance at night. Everything is left to your discretion. Neza pondered. Why does this sound so familiar? It was only after Neza exited the palace that he finally grasped the implication. The king fully trusted him and had entrusted the matters concerning Brother Yang and Sister San entirely to his care. Neza gazed back at the palace, his heart swelling with emotion. Since his reincarnation, apart from his mother, no one has ever believed in him as profoundly as she does. In that moment, he felt a stirring sense of camaraderie, as if a soldier would willingly lay down his life for a true confidant. My lord, I shall certainly safeguard Chaoga and reclaim the realm of Chengtang. Furthermore, I shall soon rescue the third sister, and when that time comes, I will bring the second brother to pay his respects to you, my lord. In the palace chamber, Zisho reclined in the embrace of the nine-tailed fox, relishing her gentle ministrations. Ever since he activated the fishing system, the nine-tailed fox has become increasingly obedient with each passing day. In just 3 days, she is on the verge of transforming into a virtuous and noble consort. He gazed at the cautious visage of the nine-tailed fox and suddenly spoke, Daji, are you afraid of me? The nine-tailed fox trembled, quickly prostrating herself on the ground, her voice quivering as she replied. This humble servant was momentarily lost in thought. I beg the great king for forgiveness. She was indeed frightened. The man before her had astonishingly transformed before the fall of Chaoga City. He repelled the feudal lords with his blade and captured Neza alive. In merely 1 hour, he subdued Neza, rendering him utterly devoted. The following day, he could transform lotus roots into earth immortals. Such extraordinary feats were beyond even the most powerful beings, yet this man executed them with ease. These accomplishments could not have been achieved overnight. How long had this man been biding his time? She had been by his side for 30 years and had failed to notice anything. It was terrifying. Even more daunting was the fact that this man was merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Yet, just being near him instilled an instinctive fear within her. It seemed that with a mere thought, he could strip her of everything, exposing her entirely. Zisho observed the nine-tailed fox silently until she trembled on the ground. At which point he chuckled heartily and said meaningfully, My beloved consort, you need not fear me. You are of great use to me. Without you, how could I ever be a foolish sovereign? A foolish sovereign and a fox spirit make for an eternal pairing. He commanded, You may rise. The nine-tailed fox sighed in relief, preparing to stand, but then heard the king's calm voice. Where have Shimei and concubine Wang been these past few days? I wish to see them tomorrow. The nine-tailed fox was once again terrified, pressing her forehead tightly to the ground, her heart filled with dread. 3 days prior, she had believed that Chaoga would surely fall and Zisho would perish, so she had made preparations for her 2 sisters to leave Chaoga early, in anticipation of their escape. However, Chaoga's fortunes had suddenly flourished, enveloping the area for miles. Unlike her, who disguised herself as Su Daji and remained unaffected by the fortunes. Her sisters had entered Chaoga in their true demonic forms. Previously, with the city's fortunes waning day by day and her protection, they had remained unharmed. Now, re-entering Chaoga would reveal their true identities. Great King, my 2 sisters, Zisho smiled faintly. He had long known what had transpired and was merely giving a gentle warning to the 3 demons. He spoke softly, saying, they're the consorts of the solitary one. Naturally, they may enter the court of song and must remain therein. Do you understand? As his words fell, the fortunes of the court of song subtly shifted. The astute nine-tailed fox, perceiving the underlying intentions and reflecting upon Nez's circumstances, promptly declared, this humble servant acknowledges the decree. I shall ensure that the 2 sisters come before the great king to offer their apologies on the morrow. With that, she exited the royal chamber, only to realize that she was drenched in sweat. Within the chamber, Zisho was indifferent to the fate of the nine-tailed fox. His protective national fortune was already formidable enough to intimidate any adversary. The 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb could no longer stir up any turmoil before him. He silently waited until the clock struck midnight before uttering, system, check-in. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Reward, Luck Spiritual Root, Human Rice. Luck Spiritual Root, a rare innate spiritual root that can only flourish within the auspices of earthly fortune. The stronger the fortune, the more rapid the growth. Human Rice, a grade reward, cultivated from earthly fortune to gather spiritual rice. Consuming it replenishes vital energy in blood, strengthens bones, and aids in cultivation. It is a sacred item among mortals. Zisho gazed at the rice seeds that appeared in his hand and chuckled softly. The grain crisis in Chaoga City was resolved. Chapter 13. My lord, times have changed the following day. Zisho handed the human rice seeds to the palace official, Zhu Sheng, stating, the lotus pond to the east has been filled, correct? Plant all these rice seeds there. Upon seeing the seeds, each the size of a small finger and as translucent as jade, Zhu Sheng immediately handled them with utmost care. This servant obeys. In the original decree of the investiture of the gods, Zhu Sheng would rather perish by fire than betray or flee. After Zisho dealt with Fei Zhong and Yuhan, he reassigned Zhu Sheng to his side. Although his official title remained that of a palace official, he had effectively become the chief steward of all internal affairs. Zhu Sheng lived up to his reputation for loyalty, diligently serving for over 20 years without any hint of arrogance or favoritism. After briefing Zhu Sheng on the matter of human rice, Zisho resumed his cultivation. At this moment, news of the Western Qi Coalition's resounding defeat of Chaoga City had spread across the heavens and the earth. The celestial beings were in an uproar. How could Qing Tang's realm, reduced to just Chaoga City, manifest fortune once more? How was this possible? Neza had actually rebelled against the Chan teaching. What could be the reason behind this? Had the times truly changed? In an instant, the celestial beings were abuzz with speculation. The cause and effect of the investiture of the gods suddenly stirred with turmoil at that very moment. On Mount Qi, at the investiture platform, by Jian, the guardian of the investiture platform, watched in trepidation as the investiture list trembled violently. He is but a lingering soul, assigned to oversee the divine platform. Yet, he possesses neither the divine insight to observe the world nor the authority to stray beyond the confines of the sacred altar. At this moment, he gazes upon the trembling divine list, emitting strange sounds and shimmering with golden light, causing his spirit to wane in trepidation. What calamity has befallen? Within the divine list, countless true souls roar in fury. One voice erupts in boisterous laughter. My esteemed master, the times have changed, and the divine calamity is poised to stir once more. Humph. Even if the era shifts, the decree of heaven remains unaltered. The rise of Shou and the fall of Shang are immutable. Silence, you traitor to Chaoga. Were it not for my constraints, I would smite you with the 5 thunder punishments right now. Within the divine list, none can take action, resorting instead to verbal clashes. In an instant, the entire realm of the divine list erupts into chaos. In Shiqi City, within the royal palace, the venerable Ji Chong, now 111 years old, holds his youngest son's hand, gazing into the distant expanse of Chaoga City. They cannot perceive the city of Chaoga. Yet, Ji Chong firmly believes that soon Chaoga will be reduced to ruins, while Shiqi will emerge as the new epicenter of the world. He cast a glance at his young son, GFA, and said with a sense of fulfillment, my son, this is the realm that your father has established for you. Ever since he had to fight for his survival years ago, leading to the demise of his most talented sons, Ji Cao, GFA, and Ji Dan, he had taken to marrying 20 concubines to align with the will of destiny. Fortunately, he remained vigorous in his old age, having welcomed another son a decade ago. Since the mandate of heaven favored GFA, it was imperative to have a GFA. Thus, he named his youngest son GFA. Now, With Prime Minister Zhong leading 1,000,000 troops to besiege the city of Chaga, it would not be long before good news arrived. My son, when that time comes, the world will be yours. The 10-year-old GFA's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Father, when will I become the sovereign of the realm? Ji Chong noticed a swift horseman riding into the palace and laughed heartily. Today. It is today? Moments later, an official rushed in, trembling, and stammered, Your Highness, I bring grave news from the front. The coalition has suffered a devastating defeat outside Chaga. Prime Minister Jiang is gravely wounded and unable to continue. The vanguard commander, Neza, has betrayed us, leaving 700 of the 800 lords scattered, with only my troops from Shichi remaining, numbering less than 100,000, now stationed in Yinchi County. The smile on Ji Chang's face froze completely. After a long silence, suddenly, he moved, and a wave of metallic tang surged in his throat. Puffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face devoid of color, resembling a vengeful spirit. Grasping the official before the hall, he exclaimed, Dare you deceive this king? He is destined for greatness. How could he possibly fail? Beside him, the young GFA, still naive and unaware, could not fully comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, within his heart, a sudden thought emerged. My kingdom is lost. At Su Palace, Guangqingzi could no longer remain seated. He initially believed that the matter of Neza was trivial, as long as Jiang Zia could conquer the city of Chaoga and complete the canonization. There would be ample time to investigate what had truly transpired. Once the canonization calamity was concluded, with the threat of slaughter eliminated, the flourishing of the way of the enlightened would face no further obstacles. However, even with the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui in hand, Jiang Zia suffered defeat. This setback even stirred the very fabric of the canonization calamity's causality. Indeed, the mandate of heaven is not to be defied, yet amidst the turbulence of the calamity's causality, immortals may perish as easily as mortals. He certainly does not wish to meet his demise. On that very day, Master Guangqing arrived at Mianchi County. Yang Jian promptly led all disciples of the Chan sect to pay their respects. They greeted Master Guangqing, but Master Jiang, gravely injured and still unconscious, was unable to attend. Master Guangqing's expression was as cold as ice as he calmly inquired, What exactly transpired? Please recount the events in detail. Yang Jian immediately recounted everything that had occurred, including his subsequent entanglement with Neza outside of Chaoga City. However, he chose to withhold the final message conveyed by Neza through spiritual transmission. Upon hearing this, Master Guangqing could hardly believe he had heard the most absurd tale in existence. Yet, Yang Jian was never one to utter falsehoods. And with Lei Jinzi and Wei Hu present to corroborate his account, doubt was not an option. After concluding his narrative, Yang Jian stated, Master, with Master Jiang currently unable to take charge, I beseech you to make a decision. Master Guangqing, he has made a decisive choice, resulting in a great defeat. Within the realm of the Chan school, apart from Jiang Zia, none possess a mastery of military strategy. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan school are adept at employing underhanded tactics, and they successfully led the fortunes of the Shang dynasty to collapse within a mere 30 years after 500 years of prosperity. Yet now, the Shang dynasty is reduced to the single city of Chaga. What underhanded tactics can still be utilized? As for the master, it is unfeasible for him to descend to the mortal realm again, for it would invite perilous consequences. Besides the sages, who among the celestial beings can disregard the fate of Chaoga in such a short span? At this moment, Li Jing spoke up, saying, Previously, I heard Master Randin mention that in the West there exists a left-hand path that can temporarily allow celestial beings to ignore the backlash of fate. If we can journey to the West and acquire this method, then we can collectively storm Chaoga. Even that rebellious child Neza, with his seemingly endless avatars, cannot withstand the decree of heaven. He is now more anxious than anyone else. The matter of Neza must be resolved. Otherwise, if Neza truly breaks free from Chaoga, he will be unable to withstand it. Guangqingzi remained silent, clearly hesitating. Li Jing hastily bowed to Guangqingzi and said, Disciple is willing to seek the guidance of Master Randing and personally journey to the West to request this method from the Western sage. He was acutely aware of Guangqingzi's hesitation. The Fengshen had reached its final stage. Yet he still sought assistance from the Western saints. Was there no regard left for the dignity of the Chan sect? However, if they failed to capture Chaoga City now, the Chan sect would lose even more face. Guangqingzi spoke in a deep voice. Very well, Li Jing, you must depart swiftly. Jinjia and Mujia, accompany your father to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Jinjia and Mujia immediately acknowledged the command. The 3 of them set off towards Lingjiao Mountain without delay. Chapter 14. The king is not wrong. It is this world that is erroneous. As Li Jing and his son sought aid from the west in Chaoga, Zishou awaited the opportunity to clock in for the 5th day. Congratulations, host, you have successfully clocked in. Clock in reward, 1,000,000 taels of gold. 1,000,000 taels, a grade Gui reward. Wealth, the more the better. Zishou's smile froze upon witnessing the sudden appearance of several large chests. Upon opening them, he found them brimming with gold bars. He twitched the corner of his mouth and remarked, Money is a fine thing, but at present, it is of no use to me. There is no need for haste. It is merely a day, and surely, things will improve thereafter. On the 6th day, Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Check-in reward, 10,000 Azure Steel Long Spears. Azure Steel Long Spear, a great reward. With a spear in hand, follow me. On the 7th day, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Check-in reward, 10,000 sets of chainmail armor. Chainmail armor, a great reward. Safety first. Preserving life is paramount. Zisho? Could it be that he has been preoccupied with devising a solution over the past 2 days? Too burdened with the concerns of the nation and its people? Is his character as a benevolent ruler at stake? No, he must not allow his persona to shatter. On that day, Zisho engaged in a battle with the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb for 500 rounds. On the 8th day, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Check-in reward, 9 styles of the Celestial Halberd. 9 styles of the Celestial Halberd, a grade reward, originating from the chaotic void. Passed down by the ancestor Ishke through ancient methods. Though it pertains to halberd techniques, all long-handled weapons may be practiced. Tip 1. This method has been adjusted according to the host's conditions, transforming into a fortune cultivation technique. Apart from the host, only those who have the host's acknowledgement and bear the national fortune may cultivate it. Tip 2. When practicing the fortune cultivation technique, the speed of cultivation is influenced not only by fortune but also by individual talent, the concentration of spiritual energy, and the strength of vitality. Zisho exhaled a long breath. Indeed, the first 3 days were mere accidents. This is the luck of my usual check-ins. The 9 styles of the Celestial Halberd can be taught to the soldiers in the city. Given the current fortune of Chaoga, their progress can be remarkably swift. And when the earthly rice ripens, their cultivation speed will increase even further. By dawn, he summoned Zhu Sheng to inquire about the state of the earthly rice. Moments later, Zhu Sheng arrived with Shang Rong, both trembling with excitement. Zhu Sheng carried a bag in his arms, the contents of which remained unknown. At first glance, Zisho sensed an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy emanating from within that bag. He raised his eyebrows, already envisioning the answer. Indeed, as expected, Shang Rong had barely taken his stand when he excitedly proclaimed, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. You have bestowed upon us this divine grain, which matures in merely 3 days, yielding 1,000 jin per mu. The rice harvested from this miraculous crop requires only 10 grains to satiate even the strongest soldier. With such a divine gift, there shall be no more concerns of famine within the city of Chaga." The old chancellor was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. On the day I mentioned the city's food shortage, the king seemed indifferent, yet in his heart, he was deeply concerned, and in just a few days, he presented this divine offering. The legend spoke of the divine agricultural emperor who tasted myriad herbs and discovered the 5-colored ears of grain that matured in a month. To my astonishment, the divine rice presented by the king surpasses even the legendary 5-colored grain. Truly, the king is a wise ruler of the ages. The old chancellor, deeply moved, lifted his gaze only to find Zisho languidly reclined in the embrace of 3 demons, appearing absent-minded and utterly disheveled. Shang Rong remarked, "Your Majesty is indeed a sagacious sovereign, albeit somewhat indulgent over these past decades. I shall ensure that you reclaim your stature as a wise ruler. I must make it known to all beings in this world that the fault lies not with you, but with the world itself." The chancellor's eyes ignited with fervent determination. Zisho harbored great expectations for the earthly rice, yet he too was astonished that it could mature in 3 days and yield such an abundant harvest. Consequently, if cultivated within the imperial palace, it would be sufficient to sustain all of Chaoga. He silently nodded, turned his gaze towards Shang Rong, and then paused in surprise. What was the old chancellor burning all by himself? He slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "This matter, I shall not concern myself with, old Prime Minister. You may arrange it as you see fit. Additionally, remember, this is no divine artifact. It is called the earthly rice." Shang Rong held the rice in his hands, his eyes sparkling with fervor, murmuring, "Earthly rice. The king speaks wisely. This is a gift from the king, unrelated to any celestial beings. Earthly rice, what a splendid name." After the old prime minister joyfully departed with the earthly rice in his embrace, Zisho summoned the brothers Fang Bai and Fang Xiang, presenting them with the 9 styles of the heavenly halberd. He remarked, "This is a method of cultivation. Take it and practice it together with your soldiers." The Fang brothers asked no questions, accepted the scriptures, and withdrew, assured of the king's grace. If there were any issues, it would certainly stem from their own cultivation shortcomings. Rising from his contemplation of the 3 demons, Zisho spoke meaningfully, "It has been 8 days. I wonder if Jiang Zia has succumbed to his anger." To his 3 beloved consorts, he inquired, "What do you think the rebels will do next?" The 3 demons knelt on the ground, their foreheads glistening with sweat from anxiety. The 9-tailed fox cautiously replied, "We, the sisters, do not comprehend military strategy and cannot alleviate the king's worries. It is our fault." Zisho chuckled lightly and said, "If you do not understand, you may inquire." With that, he strode out of the Shoshin Palace, intending to visit other consorts for a change of pace. After all, a capricious monarch cannot remain devoted to just one. With 3,000 beauties in the harem, it was only fitting to share the royal favor equitably. As Zisho departed, the 3 demons simultaneously exhaled in relief. Fushime, her voice trembling, asked, "Sister, what did the king mean by that?" Wang Guoran also looked bewildered and asked, "Who are we to inquire about?" as the king suggested. The nine-tailed fox, being the most astute, grasped Zishou's words and quietly responded, "Your Highness." Hu Shimei and Wang Guiran shivered in shock, their eyes wide, and after a long pause, they stammered, "Does the king know that we are aware of your highness?" Upon returning to Chaoga, the two demons realized that after receiving the king's approval, they were no longer subjected to the backlash of Chaoga's fate. However, the fate of Chaoga also bound them tightly. Once the king conferred upon them the title of consort, they could only hold that position, with no other identities permitted. Otherwise, the backlash would strike immediately. This reality only deepened their reverence for the king. With a soft sigh, the nine-tailed fox remarked, "How the king came to know about your highness remains a mystery to me. Yet, there is one point that my two sisters may not have noticed. In just these 8 short days, the king has progressed from the 3rd layer of chi refinement to complete foundation establishment, poised to condense the golden pill at any moment. Each passing day, his strength multiplies severalfold, even dozens of times. At this rate, how long do you think it will take for the king to ascend to the immortal realm?" In the palace, only the sound of the two demons' breathing remained. After a moment of silence, the nine-tailed fox finally sighed, "In 3 days, it will be the night of the full moon. On that day, I shall pay homage to the moon and offer sacrifices to the heavens, reporting this matter to your highness." The fox maiden pays homage to the moon, invoking divine communication. "This is the innate talent of the nine-tailed fox tribe, and the only occasion when I can petition your highness. Yet, in the past, I dared not approach. Since arriving in Chaoga, my sisters and I have committed many transgressions against your highness's edicts for our own selfish desires, of which we are all too aware. Thus, we have never dared to initiate contact. But now, I must reach out. The nine-tailed fox understands that the king's words carry royal decree. I must heed this command." Chapter 15. Now that I have come, let me be the Prince of Restoration. As evening descended, Zishou left the harem, thoroughly satisfied. 26 consorts at once, indeed. A commendable feat for a capricious monarch. To maintain his persona, he exerted considerable effort. Just as he exited the harem, he encountered a young man approaching him. The youth, in his early 20s, possessed a handsome and martial demeanor, complemented by a scholarly air, dressed in royal attire and adorned with a crown. The young man hastened to Zishou, performing a grand bow and declaring, "Your humble son pays his respects to father." Zishou replied indifferently, "Wuging, why are you not studying in the palace, but instead wandering about?" This young man was his 3rd son, Wuging. Although he had spent decades defying fate by taking numerous consorts and fathering many children, he had only fathered daughters. With Wuging being the sole son destined to survive the downfall of the Shang dynasty. Wuging was the child of the Huang consort. After the tragic demise of Empress Jiang, Zishou, fearing for the safety of the Huang and Yang consorts, had one set of eyes watching over Yang consort while sending Huang consort to the residence of King Wuqing. Unfortunately, upon her return, Huang consort fell into a deep, poisoned slumber and passed away within days, taking with her the caretaker, Jia. Consequently, Hu Feihu was forced to leave Chaoga several years earlier, becoming a subject of Zhou. Meanwhile, Yang consort, under scrutiny, tragically hanged herself, fulfilling her fatal destiny. Disheartened, Zishou resolutely decided against allowing Wuging to learn martial arts, military strategy, or any statecraft, permitting him only to study literature and engage in romantic pursuits, hoping to alter Wuging's fate and ensure his survival during the impending chaos of the Sanjian rebellion. Wuging raised his head, his gaze fierce, and declared, "Father, I wish to cultivate to avenge my mother and to prove to the world that you are not a capricious monarch." He has consistently remained by his father's side, witnessing firsthand all that transpired. He is aware that his father, the king, was harmed by the celestial deities. He understood that neither King Jiang nor the empress was responsible for the harm inflicted by the king father. Yet, the populace unjustly attributed the blame to him. Those individuals, relying solely on hearsay, brazenly condemned the foolish tyrant and laid the charge upon the king father. In the past, when the king father was disheartened and despondent, he could only passively linger in the palace, lost in frivolous pursuits. However, now the king father has regained his vigor. He believes that he can, too. He spent 3 days contemplating various arguments to persuade his father, and finally, today, he gathered the courage to approach him. Zishou scrutinized Wu Gong from head to toe and remarked nonchalantly, "Very well." Wu Gong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, father, you agree just like that? I haven't even said anything yet. I prepared for 3 days." Zishou, observing his bewildered son, chuckled softly and said, "You wish to cultivate? Very well. Here are the 9 techniques of the heavenly halberd. Practice these first. In a few days, I shall provide you with even more formidable techniques. Once you achieve mastery, you shall lead the army forth to reclaim my kingdom of Shang." Ah, with his son to undertake the task, he was indeed pleased. He is indeed a foolish monarch. How could such a ruler aspire to govern diligently? How could a foolish king hope to reclaim his lost realm? Such matters are more suited to his son. If Wuging does not seek him out, so be it. Now that he has come, let him assume the role of a prince striving for restoration. With this thought in mind, Zishou suddenly realized he could compose a tale entitled The Prince's Restoration, destined to be recited by many, thereby enhancing his reputation as an even more foolish king. As Zishou pondered meticulously how to maintain his persona of a foolish monarch, Li Jing and his son finally returned to Mianxi County. Li Jing bowed deeply to Guang Chengzi, stating, "Disciple is fortunate not to have failed the mission. I have returned from the West with the secret method. This technique, a practice of the left path, can refine mortals into talismans, allowing them to bear the backlash of the fortunes of Chaoga in place of the celestial beings. For every 1,000 individuals, one talisman can be crafted to sustain for an hour." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian slammed the table, his 3 eyes wide with fury, exclaiming, "This is clearly a method of the demonic race, not some Western left path technique. This method must not be employed." However, Guang Chengzi maintained a calm demeanor. Looking toward Li Jing and inquiring, "Is this method passed down from the Western sages?" Li Jing nodded and replied, "Indeed. Under the guidance of my teacher, I visited the Western sage, explained the circumstances, and was granted this method by the saint of propriety, known as the talismans of will." Yang Jian spoke again, generally. "Do you not discern that this method is fundamentally unorthodox? How can we, practitioners of the way, resort to such sacrificial means?" Li Jing, unfazed, responded, "Friend Yang Jian, you are mistaken. Our campaign against Shang is ordained by heaven. Before the decree of heaven, any resistance will only lead to further bloodshed. That foolish monarch, King Zhou, resisted heaven's mandate from Chaoga. How many of our comrades have perished because of this? We, the celestial beings, are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the grand cause of humanity, for the mandate of heaven, even if it means falling on the battlefield. What is there to lament for mere mortals? These are merely the costs to be paid in accordance with the decree of heaven." Yang Jian stared at Li Jing, utterly dumbfounded. In times past, he often heard Neza declare that Li Jing was an exceedingly selfish individual, and at one point, he even believed Neza to be biased. It is only now that he realizes Neza was correct, and it was he who was misguided. Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings, apart from Wei Hu, who furrowed his brow yet remained silent. The rest of his fellow disciples displayed a dismissive attitude. Guang Chengzi cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jian and remarked, "Yang Jian, as practitioners of the Tao, we must prioritize the greater good. Adhering to the will of heaven is our foremost duty. You are a paragon among the third-generation disciples of our teaching. Do not indulge in the compassion of mortals. This matter must not be subject to further dissent." With that, he concluded his statement. He turned to Li Jing and said, "Li Jing, the matter of refining the willpower talismans shall be overseen by you. In 3 days, I wish to witness with my own eyes the collapse of Chaoga City." Li Jing was overjoyed. Being entrusted with such a task would bring him significant merit. Due to Neza's treachery, he had been apprehensive about the security of his position, but now, with this opportunity for accomplishment, he felt reassured. He clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and said, "Disciple acknowledges the decree." Yang Jian gazed at Li Jing as he turned to make preparations, his countenance a shade of deep discontent. Yet, what could he do? With Guang Chengzi present, even if he were to forcefully seek instruction, it would bear no fruit. The sage was in seclusion, and Guang Chengzi embodied the teachings of the Chan school. 3 days later, under the cloak of night, Neza hurriedly arrived with news, stating, "Your Majesty, my elder brother has conveyed secret intelligence. Guang Chengzi has discovered a brief method to evade the backlash of fate. He will launch an assault at dawn." Zishou raised an eyebrow and replied, "Oh, understood. You may leave now." After Neza departed, Zishou furrowed his brow and remarked, "To allow Yang Jian to breach his defenses and divulge information, it seems Guang Chengzi's method is far from honorable. However, the means employed are of little consequence. What truly matters is that Chaoga's own strength must be sufficiently formidable." He silently counted the moments, and as midnight passed, he promptly declared, "System, check-in." This time, he hoped for a commendable reward. Over the past 3 days, he had consecutively drawn 3 level G rewards, 1 million taels of silver, 100,000 bolts of coarse cloth, and 100,000 pounds of fine steel. All were valuable items, yet rather subtle and currently impractical. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Check-in reward, Chaotic Incense Path. Chaotic Incense Path, level W reward. Transforming the piety and trust of the citizens into incense, the luck flows uninterrupted. With me, I am invincible. Notification, this path is designated by the host, targeting any recipient of the incense. The stronger the trust from the citizens and the recipient, the mightier their power. Chapter 16. You have been empowered. Ascend quickly. On the following day, the citizens of Chaoga felt a palpable tension as dawn broke. The city guards had taken their positions atop the walls. General Neza, leading a battalion of identical soldiers, stood on the ramparts. The magnificent throne of the king was visible from afar, perched upon the walls. The king has ascended the walls again. Are the rebels returning? I see Prince Wuging has also taken to the ramparts. Is the situation truly that perilous? With the king present and General Neza by his side, surely all shall be well. Indeed, indeed. If a crisis arises, I will risk my life to defend the city at the king's command. On the city walls, Zishou listened to the discussions of the townsfolk, smirking slightly as he murmured, "This won't do. My reputation is far too high. I must strive harder to be seen as a tyrant." Beside him, Shang Rong remarked, "What a fine king, yet so eager to embrace tyranny. Surely, it must be the influence of those celestial beings that has led the king astray." Wuging had also ascended the walls, clad in armor and wielding a Fa Tian Huaji, standing resolutely beside Zishou. This halberd was crafted based on a design by their father, forged by 100 blacksmiths. At that moment, hearing his father's words. Wugang bowed his head, gritting his teeth and silently vowing, the celestial beings slander us, and the citizens remain oblivious, disappointing my father. I must strive to prove myself. I will have everyone in this realm kneel before my father and acknowledge their mistakes. As preparations for battle were diligently made in Chaoga, in Minchi County. Yang Jian stood with his hands clasped respectfully, addressing Guangqingzi, Master, I must beg your pardon, I cannot agree with this. I shall never resort to such means. If you insist I join the battle, I am prepared to go alone and die in gratitude for your teachings. Guangqingzi replied. The calamity of the Fengshen has yet to conclude. He intends to eliminate Yang Jin, yet Yuding remains unperturbed. Furthermore, before entering seclusion, our master expressly instructed me that Yang Jian carries the fate of the next calamity. He would never dare to send Yang Jian to his demise. With a cold snort, he remarked, Yang Jian, you have transgressed the edicts of our sect. It is the duty of my junior brother from the Jade Ding to discipline you. I shall duly note this matter. Now step aside. Having said that, he proceeded. He entrusted the talisman to Jinjia. Jinjia, you shall replace Yang Jian. Your mission alongside Lei Zhenzi is to subdue Neza and his 100 malevolent doppelgangers. Wei Hu, your task is to swiftly capture King Zhou. Wei Hu, Lei Zhenzi. And Jinjia responded in unison, setting forth towards Chaoga. This time, Guangqingzi intends to employ a decapitation strategy. He aimed to breach Chaoga with utmost speed, capturing King Zhou alive to resolve certain matters entirely. Yang Jian, with a somber expression, watched as his 3 fellow disciples departed, silently reflecting, fortunately. The willpower talismans are infused with the essence of heaven. Even with Li Jing exerting himself to the fullest, he could only forge 3. It would be impossible to create more in the short term. Now, it remains to be seen if King Zhou can indeed hold his ground. If he can, perhaps Neza is not truly mad after all. Outside the city of Chaoga, Wei Hu and the others arrived at the outskirts. Gazing up at the banners billowing atop the city, Jinjia remarked coolly, it seems the city has received word and made preparations in advance. Lei Zhenzi snorted. A sudden tempest of wind and thunder erupting as he declared, without the protection of fortune, Chaoga is but a trifling speck, easily shattered at any moment. Jinjia turned to Wei Hu and said, Wei Hu, my junior brother, remember we have but 1 hour. Lei Zhenzi and I will advance first to divert Neza. The rest shall be entrusted to you. Wei Hu nodded in silence. He has always been taciturn, and Jinjia paid it no heed. Kill. Lei Zhenzi roared, unfurling his wings of wind and thunder, and in an instant, he arrived before the city of Chaogu. Nezha, come forth and engage me in battle. On the city walls, Nezha cast a glance at Zishou, observing that the king showed no sign of response. Thus he nimbly leapt onto his wind fire wheels and charged forth decisively. Jinjia swiftly followed, aiming directly for Zishou atop the city walls. 100 lotus root soldiers promptly met the challenge. 100 earth immortal realm warriors formed a formation, sufficient to block a single celestial immortal. Wei Hu, standing outside the realm of fortune, glanced down at the talismans on his person, muttering disdainfully, despicable tactics. He summoned the art of earth manipulation, and within mere moments, he arrived at the foot of Chaoga City. He stood at the foot of the city, pointing the magical staff toward the child without uttering a word, and walked straight toward the city gates. His demon-slaying staff, when held, feels as light as a wisp of grass, yet when wielded against foes, it bears the weight of Mount Sumeru. Merely by stepping before the city walls and making a casual sweep, he could dismantle the entire structure. Upon witnessing this, Neza was consumed by fury, darting to and fro in an attempt to break free from the entanglement of Lei Zhenzi, striving to intercept Wei Hu. However, Lei Zhenzi, endowed with the wings of wind and thunder, was inherently the swiftest among all the generals. He relentlessly ensnared Neza, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Neza, hasten back with me to confess to our master. I can intercede on your behalf. Should you continue to cling to your misguided convictions, do not expect me to show mercy, disregarding our brotherly bond. Neza was engulfed in the blazing flames of the 6 Ding divine fire, roaring in a frenzied manner, desperately attempting to break free from his encirclement. Jinjia, observing from the side, sneered, Neza, I understand your urgency, yet your haste is futile. Today, King Zhou is destined to perish. Upon the city walls, Zishou regarded the approaching Wei Hu with a mocking smile, remarking, only 3 individuals dispatched? It appears that Guangqingzi has not yet lost his composure. He rose from the soft embrace of the 9-tailed fox, his voice resonating throughout the city as he spoke. My loyal subjects, the rebels have returned. Place all your trust in my son, Wu Gong. Do not burden yourselves with doubt. Simply believe that Wu Gong can vanquish all adversaries that threaten us. Come forth, raise your hands, and have faith in Wu Gong. He nearly uttered the words believe in the light, but fortunately corrected himself in time. In the city of Chaoga, the common folk gazed upwards in bewilderment. Believe in His Highness Wu Gong? When did His Highness learn the art of combat? What does it matter? The king has decreed that we shall trust His Highness. And thus we shall. Can the king ever be mistaken? Come, fellow villagers, raise your hands. Within the city of Chaoga, tens of thousands of citizens lifted their hands in unison, chanting in harmony. We wish for His Highness Wu Gong to achieve resounding victory. With each passing moment, more and more individuals raised their hands, calling out the name of Wu Gong. First the commoners, then the officials, and subsequently the soldiers stationed upon the city walls. Zishou observed as countless glimmers, visible only to him, converged from across the city, ultimately resting in the palm of his hand. He gave his son a hearty slap on the shoulder, infusing him with a radiant energy, and with a gentle smile, said, "You have been empowered, now go forth." He lifted a foot and sent Wu Gong tumbling off the city wall. Wu Gong? Shangrong. The old chancellor nearly followed suit, about to leap from the wall as well. His Highness Wu Gong, lacking the strength to swat a fly, cannot be expected to combat deities merely by donning armor and wielding a halberd. My lord, this must not be allowed. Hurry and rescue His Highness Wu Gong. Zishou grasped Shangrong, saying, "Old Chancellor, remain calm. Am I the kind of person who would harm my own son? Indeed, I must be. A foolish monarch who does not deceive his own son cannot truly be called foolish." Chapter 17. I come to assist you. As Wu Gong was kicked off the city wall, the first thought that crossed his mind was what wrong he had committed to anger his father. It was only when he landed safely that he found solace. He was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly gain clarity. I understand now. My father has bestowed upon me the methods of cultivation. Although I have only practiced for 3 days, I have made significant progress. However, to contend with the forces of heaven and earth, to challenge celestial beings, mere rigorous training is far from sufficient. My father wishes for me to comprehend that when faced with formidable celestial beings, one must not hesitate to wield a weapon. No amount of training will suffice otherwise. In that instant, Wu Gong experienced a profound awakening, feeling invigorated, with no trace of fear lingering in his heart. I shall avenge my mother. I shall prove myself to my father, and I shall compel this world to kneel before my father and acknowledge its transgressions. What is there to fear from a mere celestial being? Wu Gong proclaimed loudly, "Father, I comprehend." Zishou, what does this foolish boy understand? Below the city, Wu Gong, wielding the Fang Tian Huaji, pointed it menacingly at Wei Hu and bellowed, "Those who offend the Song dynasty shall be slain." Boom. A chilling and formidable aura erupted from Wu Gong, stirring the very fate of the entire Song dynasty. Within this fate, the voices of countless people echoed in Wu Gong's ears. Those were the cries of the citizens within the city, the hopes of the Song people. The 9 styles of the heavenly halberd, slay. Wu Gong wielded the Fang Tian Huaji, summoning the might of heaven and earth as he struck towards Wei Hu. Initially, Wei Hu had no intention of engaging with Wu Gong. He knows Wu Gong, but merely as a prince utterly devoid of strength. He certainly did not wish to bully a mortal. However, in the blink of an eye, Wu Gong's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. As a surging and tempestuous aura instantaneously heightened Wei Hu's sense of caution. He was never a man of eloquence, upon witnessing the scene. He furrowed his brow and ultimately brought down the demon-suppressing staff with force. With a measured strength of 70%, he sought to test the waters. Boom. The demon-suppressing staff collided violently with the Fang Tian Huaji, producing a thunderous roar. Wei Hu's expression shifted dramatically in an instant. He sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. A single thought crossed his mind, and he no longer dared to be reckless. He immediately summoned all of his magical prowess. Upon the demon-subduing scepter, myriad runes shimmered brilliantly, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a majestic mountain. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars erupted. The ground beneath Wei Hu cracked inch by inch, spreading like a spider's web in all directions, and at that moment, his immensely powerful arms trembled violently. Wei Hu's expression truly changed. This was his first time losing in a contest of strength. His cultivation follows the path of overcoming 10 with 1. Wielding a precious staff that is born from the primordial mountains at the dawn of creation. Seemingly unremarkable, it is, in fact, a treasure that suppresses malevolence and safeguards the doctrines of the 3 teachings. Since his descent from the mountain, he had engaged in countless battles, competing with sheer strength, and had never faced defeat. Yet now, he found himself unable to withstand the might of Wu Gong. However, he soon realized that Wu Gong was not relying on brute force. Wei Hu raised his head to gaze at Wu Gong. Although he could see nothing, he felt an overwhelming and terrifying power gathering behind Wu Gong, pressing relentlessly toward him. This force was insurmountable. Even the demon-slaying staff in his grasp could not withstand it. Despite his usual reticence, he could not help but exclaim, "What is this power? It is not of the celestial path." Wu Gong recalled his father's words and replied calmly, "It is the path bestowed by my father, the path of humanity. You celestial beings wish for us to perish like the descendants of Tang, kneeling in submission. But we shall live standing." Wei Hu's expression faltered, a momentary haze clouding his face. In the next instant, his arms burst open, flesh and blood scattering, bones cracking inch by inch. The magical staff of demon subjugation slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Boom. In a powerful strike, Wu Gong brought down his Fang Tianhua halberd with tremendous force. Instantly, dust and smoke erupted. Not far away, Lei Jinzi and Jin Jia stood in stunned disbelief. Jin Jia exclaimed, "This is impossible. Wu Gong is merely a mortal. How could he possibly harm junior brother Wei? Who truly is the immortal here? How can a mortal defeat an immortal with a single blow?" At that moment, Neza ceased his madness and burst into laughter, saying, "You two really thought I was in a rush just now? If I didn't pretend to be urgent, how could I make you feel anxious now?" Though he was mocking, he was taken aback internally, thinking, the king had previously instructed that Prince Wugen could hold his ground, assuring me not to worry. I never anticipated that the prince would be so formidable. While Wei Hu maintained a low profile, his strength was on par with mine. he seldom showcased his prowess, merely reluctant to exert himself. To think that the prince could injure Wei Hu with a single blow. If that is the case, wouldn't he only need a single strike to deal with me? Neza recalled the initial encounter when he had been rendered unconscious by the king's 4 slaps, involuntarily twitching the corner of his mouth. The king and his son are indeed unfathomable. Lei Jinzi and Jinjia exchanged glances, astonished that Neza's earlier demeanor was merely an act. What, then, is the true nature of Wugong? At that moment, as the dust settled, Wugong was seen holding the unconscious Wei Hu, casually tossing him against the city wall. Subsequently, he pointed the Fang Tianhua halberd forward and declared, "General Neza, I am here to assist you." In the next instant, his silhouette had already vanished from the spot. An overwhelming and apocalyptic force, capable of annihilating gods and slaying immortals, suddenly enveloped the battlefield. At this moment, Lei Jinzi and Jinjia were utterly terrified. They were acutely aware of Wei Hu's formidable strength. Even if they combined their efforts and exerted their utmost, they could not hope to inflict a significant blow on him. In light of this realization, how could they dare to confront Wugong? Filled with dread, they exclaimed in unison, "This is dire, retreat." However, when they turned back, the surroundings had transformed into a vast expanse of crimson clouds. Neza had transformed the Mingtian silk into a sea of red clouds, enveloping the entire battlefield. He laughed heartily and said, "Your Highness is dealing with Lei Jinzi. Today, I shall confront Jinjia." The Fang Tianhua Ji in Wugong's hand was already aimed at Jinjia when, upon hearing the Jia's words, it spun and transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking towards Lei Jinzi. Realizing there was nowhere left to retreat, Lei Jinzi brandished his golden staff and swung it down. "I am not afraid of you." With a tremendous roar, Lei Jinzi was sent flying, ultimately colliding with the Hun Tianling before coming to a halt. He spat out a mouthful of blood, half of his magical power dissipating. Upon examining the golden staff in his hand, he discovered that this treasured artifact had become entirely bent. It could easily serve as a bow. Lei Jinzi was left in bewilderment. Is this Wugong? Is this a mere mortal? Even his senior brother Yang Jian, exerting all his strength, could not inflict such damage with a single blow. However, before he could regain his composure, Wugong had already charged forward with his halberd. That seemingly unremarkable, yet devastating Fang Tianhua Ji cleaved through the void, striking down upon him. Lei Jinzi, terrified, felt his resolve waver. With a flap of his thunderous wings, he turned and fled. As soon as he moved, Wugong swiftly reached out and seized his wings, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Lei Jinzi's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Wugong effortlessly lifted Lei Jinzi again and hurled him against the city wall. His father had instructed him to capture these individuals alive. After defeating Lei Jinzi once more, Wugong raised his gaze towards Neza, who was overpowering Jinjia, and proclaimed, "General Neza, I come to assist you." Jinjia trembled all over, nearly collapsing to his knees. Neza let out a hearty laugh, saying, "No need for your highness to trouble yourself. Watch me subdue him within 3 moves." With a booming laugh, Neza revealed his 3-headed, 8-armed form, summoning all his divine treasures. And within 3 strikes, he left Jinjia severely injured, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, he joined Wugong atop the city wall. Bowing to Zi's show as they announced in unison, "We have fulfilled the great king's commission and captured the enemy." In the next moment, the entire city erupted with cheers resembling the roar of mountains and seas. Chapter 18, Nuwa, Yuan Shi, dare you challenge me in the primordial chaos? In the city of Chaoga, jubilant cheers filled the air. Within the county of Mianqi, the celestial beings were astonished. Yang Jian maintained an expressionless facade. Yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He contemplated that Chaoga could withstand this onslaught, yet he never anticipated it would come so effortlessly. Li Jing, having engaged in the crafting of willpower talismans, was besieged by a profound backlash of karma, rendering his visage ashen. At this moment, he appeared utterly bloodless, trembling throughout his entire being. Guangqingzi's countenance turned a deep shade of iron, his consciousness fixated intently on Wugong, who had returned to the city. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered in a hushed tone, "Is this the method of cultivating fate as taught by Fuxi?" "No, it is utterly impossible." After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the master had complied with the mandate of heaven, personally severing the teachings of fate cultivation, ensuring that no legacy remained. Why do the celestial beings harbor such dread and disdain for the fate of mortals? The backlash of mortal fate and the encroachment of worldly calamities are merely a fragment of the truth. The heavenly sovereign Fuxi established the method of fate cultivation based on mortal fate, bestowing upon humanity the power to transcend even the celestial beings. Humanity, being merely clay molded by the earth, how could they ever stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine? Thus, the fate of mortals must not be allowed to persist. With his eyes slightly closed, Guangqingzi meticulously deduced the intricate details of the preceding events. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. No, the method of fate cultivation shall not manifest among mortals again. The master has never erred in action. Moreover, although the method of fate cultivation is formidable, it exacts a tremendous toll on fate itself. However, during Wugong's earlier engagement, the fate of Chaoga exhibited no signs of diminishment. The method of fate cultivation is known only to Fuxi and the Saint Nuwa. Could it be that the saint desires to overturn the decree of the gods? Upon this realization, Guangqingzi felt a chilling sensation pierce through his primordial spirit. He immediately summoned the light of escape and headed towards the Jade Void Palace. If this matter is indeed connected to the sage, it is imperative that Master be informed at once. As Guangqingzi departed without leaving any instructions, Yang Jian and the others exchanged glances, pondering their next course of action. On that day, the city of Chaoga was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. As night fell, in the Longevity Immortal Palace, the three demons gathered. The nine-tailed fox set up an incense altar before her and bowed to the moon. Beside her, the Jade Peepa's spirit whispered, "Sister, today marks the second day after the full moon. Will our prayers to the moon still reach the goddess?" The nine-tailed fox sighed, responding softly. "The king told me that the full moon on the 15th is truly round on the 16th. The second demon looked perplexed. The king's words are becoming increasingly profound. In the palace study, Zishou glanced at the round moon in the sky and murmured, "I forgot to mention the connection between the three demons and NY yesterday. I shall rectify that today. I wonder if it will be of any use. The moon today still appears quite full." He instructed the three demons to contact Nuwa merely as a test. He was indifferent to the outcome, for he had never placed his faith in any sage or divine being. The affairs of humanity ultimately require human intervention. At the Shouxian Palace, the nine-tailed fox paid her respects to the moon, fervently worshipping. She remained convinced of her failure until the moon reached its zenith. Then, a voice, majestic and boundless, resonated within her primordial spirit. What transpired in Chaoga? Relay the details to this palace. The nine-tailed fox trembled, a tempest of emotion surging within her. The goddess had shown her grace and responded. Without delay, she recounted everything she had witnessed from the moment of the transformation of Zishou, leaving no detail unspoken. In the 33 heavens, within the Taisu heaven, Nuwa pondered, why is it that although I comprehend each word spoken by the nine-tailed fox, the overall content eludes my understanding? Upon hearing that Wu Geng possessed a method resembling the cultivation of destiny, she was taken aback. She gazed towards a distant corner of the primordial realm, a flicker of unease crossing her features, and murmured, "Brother, could this all be a contingency you left behind?" The world believed that the cultivation method of destiny was a creation she forged for her brother Fuxi. Only she knew that it was Fuxi himself who had innovated this path, leaving her with only a limited understanding of destiny cultivation. In the west, within the Shumi heaven of the Pure Land, the sage Yuanti observed the eastern lands with a faint smile on his pallid face, saying, "By now, Chaoga must have fallen. Li Jing has sought the willpower talismans from my western domain, thus forging a connection with us. Brother, what do you think of having Li Jing's sons, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, come to my western domain as guardian deities?" The sage Jane opened his eyes, palms pressed together, and replied, "Your words ring true." But just as the two sages finished speaking, an unusual causality was sensed by both. The two sages furrowed their brows and began to deduce. Moments later, they both opened their eyes wide in astonishment. The assault on Chaoga has failed? A shadow of gloom crossed Zhuani's face as he exclaimed, "How could Guangqingzi be so inept? Even with the willpower talismans, he could not seize Chaoga?" Jane shook his head, stating, "The calamity of the Fengshen only has the final step remaining, but as long as it has not concluded, the heavenly secrets remain shrouded in chaos. Even if we join forces, our calculations are still insufficient." Zhuanti immediately declared, "I shall inquire at the Yusu Palace." Jian remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, brother." At the Yusu Palace, the visage of the primordial heavenly sovereign turned ashen upon hearing Guangqingzi's report. His divine gaze ignited with fury as he looked towards the Tai Su heaven, coldly demanding, "Nuwa, do you still dare to defy fate at this juncture?" Boom. The wrath of the sage transformed into a terrifying thunderclap resonating throughout the 33 heavens. The celestial beings were struck with dread as they gazed upward, witnessing a sea of thunder engulfing the skies. The overwhelming majesty of the sage echoed across the heavens, causing even the most formidable celestial beings to tremble. Within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa had been contemplating the words of the nine-tailed fox. Yet the primordial heavenly sovereign's abrupt interrogation incited her to a furious laughter. Throughout the calamity of the Fengshen, she had been constrained by several sages, unable to act. Even the three demons she dispatched were incited to rebellion by the Chan sect, resulting in chaos and turmoil within the demon realm, for which she was to be held accountable, had it not been for the preservation of a flicker of bloodline for humanity. And to prevent her brother's millennia of effort from being in vain, she would have long since confronted the Yusu Palace. And now, before she could settle accounts with the primordial, you dared to question her? Nuwa stood abruptly, her hair billowing without wind, her eyes radiating divine authority. In that instant, in the Taisu heaven, the cycles of life and death, flourishing and withering, turned incessantly, giving rise to a tempest of vitality. Her voice, unexpectedly calm and cold, pierced the air. "Primordial, let us engage in a contest amidst the chaos." Crack. The sound of a whip reverberated through the primordial realm. Nuwa, wielding the whip of creation, fixed her phoenix-like gaze upon the Yusu Palace and stated coolly, "Dare you?" The primordial heavenly sovereign responded, "You threaten to strike merely for a question? Truly, it is difficult to nurture both women and petty individuals." Nuwa responded with a chilling laugh, "If you dare not speak, then silence your tongue." My affairs are not for you to dictate. At this moment, the celestial beings were paralyzed with fear. Previously, during the battle between the three pure ones, had it not been for the timely intervention of the Tao ancestor, the primordial realm would have been shattered. Had the tranquility lasted only a few years? Were Nuwa and the primordial heavenly sovereign about to ignite another sage battle? Chapter 19. The chaos Pearl Nuwa's wrath erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the heavens. In the Xiao Palace, the sage Tong Tian, confined there, lifted his eyelids and chuckled. Primordial, have you forgotten that when Nuwa minted the heavens, it was not a gift from the Tao ancestor, but rather a chance she seized through her own prowess? Do you truly dare to engage her in battle? Then I shall eagerly watch the spectacle. He spoke, then suddenly turned to gaze into the depths of the Purple Sky Palace. After the Tao ancestor placed him under house arrest within the palace, he retreated into the innermost sanctum to enter a state of seclusion. Even he was unaware of what the Tao ancestor was engaged in or whether he was still attuned to the changes within the primordial realm. He turned his gaze towards the mortal realm, the city of Chaga, with a slight lift of his sword-like brows, remarking, "The city of Chaga gathers fortune once more." How intriguing. Let us observe the transformations that may unfold. Within the Jade Void Palace, the expression of the primordial lord fluctuated between shades of green and white. Ever since he ingested the saintly destruction pill, his fury had become increasingly uncontainable. He was acutely aware that the pill was corrupting his Tao heart. Yet no remedy was at hand in the immediate future. At this moment, he found himself ensnared by Nuwa. Retreat was not an option, nor was advancing. Should he decide to press forward, the influence of the pill rendered him no match for Nuwa. To withdraw, however, would be to forsake his dignity. Just then, a beam of western celestial light burst forth, illuminating the expanse beyond the 33 heavens. Ethereal smoke transformed into auspicious clouds, and myriad resplendent jewels cascaded like a floral rain. Amidst the sacred chants, the saint of Zhuanti gracefully emerged, exuding an air of tranquility, holding the seven treasures marvelous tree. His weathered visage was adorned with a smile as he addressed the two Tao friends. "Pray, let not your tempers flare. Allow me to mediate. Might you both pause your thunderous wrath for a moment? The matter of the Fengshen calamity pertains to the cosmic order preordained by destiny and is not to be defied. Should there be any misunderstandings between you, I implore you to voice them." In the palace of Nuwa, upon seeing Zhuanti, the goddess furrowed her delicate brows. With a swift motion, she sheathed her creation whip and coldly declared, "The affairs of Chaoga are of no concern to this palace. Should you persist in troubling me, I may reconsider my stance." With that, she withdrew her divine authority, enveloping the Taizu heaven in her sacred power, severing all connections to the divine consciousness of other saints, denying them the opportunity to utter another word. In his heart, he harbored a deep resentment towards Nuwa for not granting him face, yet he dared not provoke her excessively. During the calamity of the Fengshen, he was acutely aware of how the West had schemed against Nuwa on several occasions. Should he truly incite her wrath? Being the only sage among the saints endowed with merit, it would be disastrous for anyone involved. The saint of purity approached the Su Palace, hands clasped in reverence, and bowed, saying, "Brother Yuanshi, it is I, Zhuanti, who comes to pay a visit." At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan had no desire to meet with Zhuanti. Yet given that the latter had just aided him in resolving a troublesome matter, he could only respond, "Welcome, esteemed friend." Zhuanti then stood before Yuanshi Tianzuan and spoke, "Brother Yuanshi, regarding the affairs of Chaga, I have devised 3 strategies. The first strategy, to forge a sufficient number of willpower talismans. Even if the king of humans truly revives the methods of cultivation, he would find himself outmatched, as the collective forces of the Chan sect would be overwhelming, rendering any attempt to defend Chaoga futile. The second strategy, to besiege the city for a year. What remains in Chaoga after such a duration? It would inevitably crumble without a fight. The third strategy, to establish the Western Zhou in advance, governing across the river from Chaoga, with all the feudal lords aligned with Shiqi. Chaoga would stand as an isolated fortress, powerless to achieve anything. Any of these 3 strategies could lead to victory over the enemy, Brother Yuanshi. The decision lies in your hands. He spoke and performed a respectful gesture before turning to leave. After the departure of the saint of precise understanding, the primordial supreme being's expression darkened as he remarked, "Do you think I am oblivious to your schemes from the West? The optimal strategy would burden our teachings with immense karmic retribution, jeopardizing our future. A middling approach would not unravel the legacy of the sovereign, nor could it prevent the continuation of our divine cause. The inferior strategy is merely an exercise in self-deception. Do you wish to render our teachings a laughingstock among the heavens?" At this juncture, Guang Qingzi cautiously interjected, "Master, the capital of Chaoga cannot possibly gather fortune without cause. The method that resembles the cultivation of fortune must undoubtedly be linked to the holy sovereign Nuwa. What should your disciple do?" The primordial supreme being had by now regained his composure and, after a brief contemplation, replied nonchalantly, "You shall descend to the mortal realm to quell the chaos in the West. I have my own means." Despite the unease in Guang Qingzi's heart, he swiftly dismissed it. If the master claimed to possess a solution, then surely a resolution would exist. He bowed respectfully to his master and stepped out of the Jade Void Palace. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the primordial heavenly sovereign finally raised his hand. With the radiance of the jade purity Tao coalescing within it, he gazed upon a talisman swiftly coalescing in the radiant light and proclaimed, "I am the rightful heir of the primordial deity Pangu, inheriting the divine art of artifact forging. What do you believe the essence of crafting artifacts to be? It encompasses the ability to refine all of creation. In the realm of Yushu, there exists no limit to what can be forged, only what he cannot conceive." He had never contemplated isolating fortune with talismans before, but now, inspired by the Western talisman of will, he resolved to forge a talisman unique to the Chan sect, a task that would not require much time. Sacrificing humans to create talismans is merely a dark art. Zhuan-Ti, do you truly believe that I, the true Pangu, am unaware of your malicious intentions? Alas, you are completely oblivious to the methods of my authentic lineage. In the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa glanced at Chaoga and remarked coolly, "The three demons of Xianyuan, you have defied my will and committed heinous crimes. You are destined to perish in Chaoga. However, since there has been a change in Chaoga, even though you are near-in, your fate is now your own to navigate." With that, she paid no further attention to the three demons. In the mortal realm, at the Shoshin Palace, the nine-tailed fox lay prostrate on the ground, utterly weakened. The saint had erupted in anger from 33 heavens above, and the mortal world should not have perceived it. Yet, while she was venerating the moon and offering sacrifices to the heavens, she inadvertently glimpsed a corner of the Taizu heaven. The inquiries of the primordial heavenly venerable and the wrath of the goddess Nuwa were all witnessed by her. Being merely at the celestial realm, how could she withstand such pressure? She was on the verge of her primordial spirit collapsing and her Tao heart shattering, but just as she was about to perish, the fortune of the mortal realm transformed into a protective shield, safeguarding her. The nine-tailed fox, lying on the ground, had never imagined that she could be sheltered by the fortune of the mortal realm. After a considerable time, she struggled to rise and said, "Sisters, from now on we must wholeheartedly support the great king. This is our sole opportunity for redemption. If we waver again, this vast world will have no place for us." Hushime and Wang Guiran exchanged glances and nodded in unison. In the palace's study, Zisho began his 13th day of clocking in as soon as the hour of Z passed. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully clocked in. Clock in reward, Chaos Pearl Heavenly Mechanism. Chaos Pearl Fragment D-grade reward. The Chaos Pearl, once on par with the divine acts of creation, shattered due to the consequences of creation. Splitting into 7 fragmented pearls representing the elements of heaven and earth, time and space, yin and yang, and life and death. Chaos Pearl Heavenly Mechanism. Obfuscates heavenly secrets and disturbs causality. With one pearl in hand, I can traverse the realms at will." Note, collecting all 7 fragmented pearls will restore the Chaos Pearl to a B-grade reward, the Chaos Treasure. Zisho, collecting 7 pearls to summon a more formidable existence? This sounds rather familiar. He scrutinized the murky orb in his hand, and with a sudden thought, the celestial gem transformed into a streak of flowing light, darting into his brow. In the next instant, the myriad saints were taken aback, all turning their gaze towards the direction of Chaoga. Why had the karmic ties of Zisho abruptly vanished? Chapter 20. What have you not seen? Indeed, this is unprecedented. Nuwa, having just concluded her contact with the nine-tailed fox, suddenly realized that Zisho's karmic ties had dissipated. As the human sovereign and the final monarch of the Shang dynasty, Zisho's karma was unmistakably evident in the eyes of the saints. Even amidst the calamity, it remained distinctly discernible. Yet, at this moment, the karmic ties of Zisho had inexplicably vanished. Nuwa's heart leaped in alarm. Had he perished suddenly? Was it the hands of Yuanshu, or those two from the west? Without delay, she turned her gaze towards Chaoga. To her astonishment, the city was enveloped in a vibrant aura. There was no sign of decline or turmoil, but rather an invigorating vitality surging forth. Nuwa pondered, the human sovereign has passed, the fortunes must collapse. If Zisho were dead, regardless of the reasons behind the gathering of Chaoga's fortune, it would inevitably shatter in an instant. Since the fortunes of Chaoga remain robust, Zisho must indeed be alive. Yet, if he lives, how could his karmic ties have vanished? Nuwa, having cultivated for countless eons, had witnessed many scenes, but this particular scenario was truly beyond her experience. In the Western Paradise, the saint of the Western realm, upon returning to the Vajra Bodhi tree, suddenly noted the disappearance of the human sovereign's karma. He turned abruptly, his expression frozen in disbelief. Among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, only the saints remained untouched by karma. Why then had Insho's karma suddenly vanished? Which saint dared to defy the heavens and alter fate, concealing the karma of the human sovereign? Nuwa? No, her path of life was not inclined towards such matters. Could it be Fengshen? In the Yushu Palace, Yuanshu Tianzuan's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. After a prolonged contemplation, he cast his gaze towards the direction of the underworld. The path of reincarnation was most adept at concealing karmic ties. Fengshen, is the matter of Chi Yu not enough to awaken your senses? How audacious of you to act at this moment. He was engulfed in a tempest of fury, Yet in the next moment, he was abruptly awakened. The fallen Saint Pill had a profound impact on his Tao heart. He must expedite the conclusion of the divine sealing calamity. For only then could he refine the fallen Saint Pill. He suppressed all thoughts within and continued to refine the talisman. In the realm of the underworld, a tranquil sea of yellow springs suddenly rippled with countless waves. From the depths of the yellow spring sea, a throne emerged. Upon this throne sat a regal beauty adorned in palace attire, motionless, as if in slumber. After a considerable time, the beautiful figure slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of the reincarnation path illuminating her gaze. She lifted her head and murmured, "Why are the saints so concerned when I have yet to act? Are they so eager to seize the authority of the reincarnation path from me?" In the mortal realm, within the palace of longevity, the three demons knelt to welcome the king's favor. When they dared to raise their eyes, they were collectively astonished. The king stood before them. Yet they felt an uncanny sensation that he did not exist at all. The nine-tailed fox, usually able to perceive the king's realm at a glance, now found him unfathomable. Unable to discern anything, a chill surged within the souls of the three demons. Had the king achieved some astonishing breakthrough in the blink of an eye? They knew nothing and dared not inquire further. The following day, Zisho led Neza into the prison. Neza followed closely, whispering, "My king, Wei Hu, like young heir, can be swayed. He has been dissatisfied with the actions of the Chan sect but is unable to resist. As for Lei Jinzi and Jinjia, they are beyond persuasion. You may have complete control over them." Zisho, he turned his gaze towards Neza and remarked, "I had thought that your animosity was solely directed at Li Jing. Yet it seems you spare no one, not even your elder brother." Neza offered a wry smile and replied, "Your Majesty may not be aware that my hatred is indeed confined to Li Jing. However, Jinjia and Mujia are beyond salvation. From the very beginning, the Chan sect has intended to forge us three into spiritual treasures for the tribulation. I am the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. My primordial spirit is formidable. Thus the Chan sect could not completely refine me. Consequently, they resorted to using the calamity of death to control me. After you, your Majesty, assisted in dispelling the malevolent energy, I naturally regained my clarity. Jinjia was originally a drop of dew from the west, while Mujia was a stone by the river of heaven, enlightened by a great being of the primordial chaos. How could they possibly withstand the refining of the Chan sect? As for Lei Jinzi, he was personally enlightened by the Queen Mother of the West, becoming the very first thunderbolt in the universe. How could he ever turn his heart towards humanity and betray the celestial beings? Zisho is well aware of the past concerning Jinjia, Mujia, and Lei Jinzi. He was also aware that Jinjia and Mujia ultimately joined the Buddhist order as guardians. Meanwhile, Lei Jinzi leveraged the causal connections of the investiture of the gods to ascend effortlessly, becoming one of the 6 sovereigns of heaven, the Emperor Gaochen. However, when Neza began to elucidate, he feigned an expression of sudden enlightenment. He turned away who was bound and in a severely injured state, and remarked, "So, your lack of accomplishments among the rebels is due to your reluctance to exert effort for their cause?" Wei Hu shook his head and replied, "I simply lack the motivation to contribute." Zisho interjected, "That rationale is indeed formidable." He chuckled softly and struck the chaotic divine bell in his hand. After 2 resonant chimes, both Lei Jinzi and Jinjia found themselves completely under his control, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, which swiftly transformed into utmost subservience. Even though their bodies remained bound, they struggled to turn over and prostrate themselves on the ground, proclaiming, "We, your humble subjects, pay our respects to the great king." Zisho, cradling the divine bell, turned to Wei Hu and said, in light of Neza advocating on your behalf, "I shall grant you 2 choices, to submit or to submit." Wei Hu's lips twitched as he cast a glance at the prostrate Lei Jinzi and Jinjia, fully aware that the implications of submission were far from identical. He raised his head and declared, "I do not strike at mortals." Zisho chuckled softly and replied, "I am not one of those shameless disciples of the Chan sect." Wei Hu nodded decisively and said, "Very well, I submit." Zisho flicked his fingers, producing a resonant chime, and the profound power of the divine bell swept over Wei Hu's primordial spirit, instantaneously dispelling the restrictions that had been placed upon it. This restriction was a common affliction among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect. It was precisely because of this restriction that these disciples could act in place of their masters during tribulations. As Wei Hu sensed the vanishing of the restraints within his primordial spirit, a glimmer of divine light shone in his eyes, and he remarked, "So this is the method you used to persuade Neza." Neza, with a mere flick of his hand, incinerated all the shackles binding Wei Hu. Wei Hu then turned and clasped his fists in reverence, saying, "Your humble servant pays respects to the great king." Similar to his earlier bestowal upon Neza, Zisho placed his hand upon Wei Hu's head and calmly proclaimed, "I appoint you as the guardian general of Chaoga from now on. You shall protect Chaoga without needing to venture outside. Should anyone dare to offend Chaoga, you shall strike them down mercilessly." As these words left his lips, the fortune of Chaoga surged forth from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, healed Wei Hu's injuries completely. In astonishment, he raised his hands, discovering that he was fully restored, with not a trace of lingering harm. He finally comprehended why the celestial beings were so wary of the fortunes of the mortal realm. Under the protection of such fortune, one would be utterly invincible at the same level of existence. He bowed once more to Zisho and expressed, "I humbly thank the great king." Zisho then casually conferred titles upon Li Xinzi and Jinjia, who, unlike Neza and Wei Hu, received no special treatment and were merely assigned the status of guards. Observing this, Wei Hu couldn't help but lament the disparity in treatment among those who submit. Zisho, gazing at the tall figure of Wei Hu, calmly inquired, "Wei Qing, could you elaborate on the methods you previously employed to disregard the fate of Chaoga?" As Wei Hu broached the subject, a look of revulsion crossed his face. That was a technique sought by Li Jing from the West, a form of unorthodox sorcery. After he recounted the matter of the willpower talisman, Neza erupted in fury, while a glint of cold, lethal intent flickered in Zisho's eyes. Chapter 21. The Summoning of the Celestial Banner, startling the most holy Mother Wudong. After a moment of silence, Zisho remarked, "The deities harbor no intention of relinquishing their desire to obliterate humanity. To them, we are but mere ants." Wei Hu replied solemnly, "The willpower talisman disrupts the celestial harmony. Despite Li Jing's utmost efforts, he could only forge 3 talismans. I believe the teachings of the Chan sect will not readily create more. They remain indifferent to the lives of mortals, yet they are deeply concerned for their own. However, I suspect the Chan sect will soon be able to craft talismans that yield effects similar to the willpower talisman." Reminded by Wei Hu, Neza quickly grasped the implication and nodded, "Your Majesty, what Wei Hu has stated is indeed accurate. The Chan sect excels in artifact crafting, a legacy stemming from the Pangu. Claiming there is nothing they cannot forge." Zisho was not taken aback by this revelation. Among the 3 pure ones, the human sect specializes in alchemy, the Chan sect in artifact creation, and the Jie sect in formation techniques. He nodded slightly and said, "I understand." Subsequently, he departed the prison with Wei Hu, publicly announcing Wei Hu's new decree. With the precedent set by Neza, the populace found it considerably easier to accept Wei Hu. As the day of the emperor passed, on the 14th day of the monthly check-in lottery, Zisho received a packet of night-blooming Sirius seeds. Another day passed, and on the 15th day of the monthly check-in lottery, Zisho was awarded a packet of flower fertilizer. The following day, he entrusted both the flower seeds and fertilizer to Wei Hu. Recalling the legends from his previous life which spoke of Wei Hu exchanging glances with a celestial being known as the night-blooming Sirius. Thus, he resolved to experiment, pondering whether Wei Hu might conjure a destined partner for him. Meanwhile, in Mianqi County, Guangqingzi received word from the White Crane Boy. "Senior brother, I have news from Yunzhongzi and Wenshu. Their ties with Leijinzi and Jinjia have been severed. Additionally, due to the dissolution of his connection with Wei Hu, Dao Xing has succumbed to severe injuries and has fallen into a coma, much like senior brother Tai Yi." Guangqingzi. He never anticipated that such chaos would unfold at the final step of the divine calamity. The sudden convergence of fortune in Chaoga, coupled with King Zhou's unexpected mastery of the art of fortune cultivation, would have sufficed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all disciples of the Chan sect were subdued. What could have caused this? The will of the celestial beings is protected by the primordial spirit, rooted in the Tao heart. Only when the primordial spirit shatters and the Tao heart collapses can one's will be distorted. How could King Zhou achieve such a feat? Is it possible that a sage is acting behind him? Guangqingzi turned to the now awakened Jiang Zia and said, "Jiang Shang, you must immediately commence the gathering of our forces and encircle Chaoga, ensuring that King Zhou does not escape. The master has made arrangements. Within a month, the situation in Chaoga will undoubtedly be resolved." Initially, Jiang Zia's heart was shrouded in despair, but upon hearing of his master's plans, his spirits were lifted. As long as the master intervenes, all will be well. In the days that followed, Guangqingzi stationed himself at Mianqi, while Jiang Zia dispatched Yang Jian and other third-generation disciples to reconnect with various feudal lords. Though the lords feared Chaoga, they were even more terrified of the celestial beings knocking at their doors. Reluctantly, they gathered their troops and once again assembled at Mianqi. On the other side, in Chaoga, Zisho, having drawn the ephemeral flower seeds and fertilizer, appeared to have forged a bond with the crops. Corn seeds, chili seeds, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other plants were drawn in succession. On the 20th day, a notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in. Clock in reward." She rang. A reward of the Xian level is a remnant transformed from the essence of the 9 heavens, capable of turning any barren land into the finest arable fields. Zisho mused. At this rate, I might rival Shinon for merit. Thus, another 10 days passed. Zisho continued to draw various rather subtle rewards. Each was useful, yet none were suitable for immediate use. Zisho could only comfort himself with visions of future prospects. On the 30th day, the announcement came, "Congratulations, host, for completing 30 days of clocking in. Today, you may receive the monthly clock-in reward, and the draw result will be automatically elevated by 1 level. Shall we commence the clock-in?" Zisho's spirits soared, and he replied, "Clock in. Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in. You have received a XIN level reward, which has now been upgraded to a Gung level reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the summoning banner. The summoning banner, a Gung level reward. can be used once daily to summon a celestial being from anywhere in the world to stand before the host. Notice 1. If the celestial being's strength exceeds the host by one major realm, their consent must be obtained for a successful summoning. And the summoned celestial being must not harm the host. Notice 2. The summoned celestial being will have all causal connections obscured, rendering even sages unable to discern the truth before them. Zisho extended his hand, and instantly, a palm-sized banner materialized in his grasp. His thoughts stirred, and a surge of mystical energy flowed into the summoning banner. In the next moment, the banner transformed into a grand, Wen Zhong tall ensign, its surface radiating celestial light, upon which a colossal character for immortal materialized. Holding the summoning banner, Zisho waved it casually, and countless profound runes of the Tao materialized rapidly upon its surface. These runes shimmered with the brilliance of Taoist principles, coalescing into several succinct phrases. Although Zisho was initially unfamiliar with these runes, their meanings naturally unfolded before him. He pinpointed one of the 4 immortals of the inner sect of the Jie sect, Mother Wudong. The target's power far surpassed that of the summoner. Should communication be attempted? If the communication failed, the summoning would be deemed unsuccessful. Zisho paused in surprise, then recalled who Mother Wudong was. As one of the 4 immortals of the Jie sect, she was a formidable being who attained the mixed Yuan Dao during the Great War of the Myriad Immortals. She led the remaining Jie sect immortals away from the battlefield to preserve the sect's legacy, acting under the edict of the celestial master Tongtian. Later, during the epic of the journey to the West Calamity, Mother Wudong adopted the name Lishan Laomu, becoming a practitioner of both Buddhism and Taoism, thereby ensuring a fragment of the Jie sect's heritage endured despite its overwhelming defeat. Zisho had not anticipated that his inaugural use of the summoning banner would successfully identify such a powerful entity. He was immediately stirred within, and thought, to commence communication. The primordial expanse is boundless. Beyond the realms of the human world, there exists an infinitely vast universe. In the unknown territories, within a certain cave dwelling, the unfettered Holy Mother sits cross-legged, her eyes shut in meditation. Since the 32nd year of Emperor Xin's reign, when she received her master's decree to retreat, 2 years have already elapsed. Yet, despite the passage of time, the fury within her heart remains unresolved. The defeat of the has been exceedingly stifling. They recited the teachings of the 3 doctrines as if they were one family, always exercising restraint and enduring silently. Little did they know, the Chan school and the Western teachings had secretly conspired to annihilate the entire. When the 3 sisters of the celestial void fell, their master still urged them to endure. However, by the time the master comprehended the true intentions of the Chan school, it was far too late. Within the myriad celestial array, the Holy Mother of No Risk witnessed her fellow disciples either perishing or being taken by the Western saints. She had hoped to face the calamity alongside her peers, sharing life and death together. Yet, the master's decree commanded her to flee with the last surviving disciples. Now, 2 years have passed, and her heart remains tumultuous. She realizes that if this continues, her cultivation may be adversely affected, yet how can she find peace? At that moment, a sudden voice pierced through to her primordial spirit. Clear and distinct. Holy Mother of No Risk, would you be interested in a deal to slay the celestial beings of the Chan school? For a fleeting instant, the Holy Mother believed she had succumbed to madness. For 2 years, she had been consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Could it be that this obsession had allowed the foreign celestial demons to invade her spirit? Shocked and bewildered, the Holy Mother sprang to her feet. In Chaoga, Zisho heard a commotion emanating from the summoning banner. What is that noise? Questioned Zisho. After an extended period of subtle sounds from the banner, a cautious voice finally emerged. Who goes there? Zisho chuckled softly. If there is a response, then we are already halfway to success. He raised the corners of his mouth and said, I am the 30th generation king of the Shang dynasty, the sovereign of humanity, Zisho. Within the depths of the unknown realm, upon hearing the resonant voice of the primordial spirit, the unfettered Holy Mother was rendered even more astonished. Zisho? The monarch bound by fate, who self-destructed his own realm. How could this be possible? She, a quasi-saint on the path of the mixed origin, realized that to forcibly communicate with her primordial spirit, one must at least possess the same level of power as a quasi-saint. How could a mere mortal achieve such a feat? Even at that moment, she was unable to deduce the location of the other party from the voice within her primordial spirit. What a terrifying power this was. In the city of Chaoga, upon sensing the silence from the immortal banner, Zisho understood the unfettered Holy Mother's thoughts and calmly stated, Unfettered Holy Mother, I know your doubts. Therefore, I shall not seek to prove anything at this moment. You need only answer me one question. Do you desire revenge? Zhao Gongming perished due to a curse. The 3 celestial maidens were slain by a sage who exploited their weakness. The turtle spirit Holy Mother was ambushed and her soul shattered. And the golden spirit Holy Mother was killed in a siege. The clouded immortals, the spirit tooth immortal, the golden light immortal, and the dragon-headed immortal were enslaved as beasts. How many of the 100,000 disciples of the remain now? Unfettered Holy Mother, are you content with this? Do you wish for vengeance? With each word spoken by Zisho, the unfettered Holy Mother's delicate brows twitched. The fury she had long suppressed finally ignited once more with the utterance of his final question. Of course I do. Zisho smiled with satisfaction. If you wish for revenge, then it shall be an easy matter. He slowly began to speak, saying, I possess a method that allows you to remain untouched by any causality, to conceal all forms, and yet openly slay the celestial beings of the Chan religion. Would you care to try? The Wudong Holy Mother furrowed her brow. Could such a fortuitous opportunity truly exist? Even her revered master was incapable of such feats. This self-proclaimed king of humanity spoke with such audacity. At this moment, the Wudong Holy Mother regained her composure. After a moment of contemplation, she replied calmly, I do not concern myself with your identity. If you can indeed accomplish what you claim, what is my promise worth to you? However, if you fail, I shall not take further action. Beyond the realms of the 9 provinces, in a desolate expanse of the primordial wilderness, she had already set up a grand formation passed down from her master. Even if a sage were to arrive, the formation would immediately sound an alarm, granting her the opportunity to escape. Here, would she fear a mysterious entity that dared not reveal itself? Zisho waved the summoning banner in his hand, stating, Since you, Wudong Holy Mother, have agreed, let us meet to discuss in detail. The Wudong Holy Mother was taken aback, instantly growing vigilant. How do you know where I am? She interpreted his words as an indication that he intended to seek her out. Naturally, her first reaction was one of concern about her whereabouts being exposed. Zisho chuckled softly, responding, No, you shall come to me. The Wudong Holy Mother frowned, scoffing, Why would I go to you? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly sensed a profound shift in the surrounding Tao rhythms. An overwhelming and unprecedented aura of the great Tao enveloped her. Before she could comprehend the situation, her vision blurred, and upon regaining clarity, she found herself within a grand palace. Before her stood a man clad in royal garments, exuding an aura of valor, who held a large banner and smiled at her. The Wudong Holy Mother was taken aback. At that moment, she was filled with astonishment. Even a sage could not directly summon her from the grand formation. This man had accomplished the impossible? Was he a disguise of the heavenly Tao? Observing the Wudong Holy Mother's tense demeanor, Zisho remarked calmly, Wudong Holy Mother, there is no need for such tension. With your level of cultivation, you need only to calmly sense your surroundings to realize that you can return at any moment, merely with a thought. The celestial beings summoned by the summoning banner could return to their original locations in an instant. Of course, this required his consent. But he chose not to disclose this detail at present. The Wudong Holy Mother immediately extended her divine sense, discovering that indeed, a thread of temporal and spatial Tao rhythm was intertwined with her being. As long as she wished, she could return to her abode at any time, which alleviated her anxiety somewhat. Meanwhile, Zisho observed her. The Wudong Holy Mother was an extraordinarily beautiful celestial figure, tall and exuding an air of heroism, clad in armor. She would undoubtedly resemble a female general. At this moment, she appeared to him enveloped in a faint red glow, a testament to her fortuitous blessings. Zisho mused to himself, It seems that the celestial beings who respond to my summons are temporarily bestowed with my decree, allowing them to act without restriction in the fortunes of Chaoga. The Wudong Holy Mother, now composed, scanned her surroundings with her divine sense and quickly confirmed that she was indeed in Chaoga. Moreover, she recognized the man before her as Zisho. However, despite his presence, she felt no trace of causality linking to him. She was certain that if she closed her eyes and relied solely on her divine sense, she would not perceive his existence at all. Had the world truly changed so drastically in her 2 years of seclusion? After a moment of silence, the Wudong Holy Mother spoke slowly. What do you wish from me? Zisho smiled gently and raised 3 fingers, stating, Wudong Holy Mother, you must first understand 3 matters. First, I have reassembled the fortunes of Chaoga. Now, in order for the Chan religion to complete the divine sealing catastrophe, they must first shatter Chaoga. I have repelled their siege 4 times. Second, I possess a means for you to exact vengeance, to rescue all your fellow disciples who have been inscribed on the divine sealing list, and to free the Tongtian sage who is confined in the Zishu Palace. In all of the primordial wilderness, only I can achieve these feats. Third, you may carefully sense that here in Chaoga, all causality is concealed. As long as you alter your appearance, even the Tongtian sage would not recognize you. He spoke, and the eyes of the unfettered Holy Mother widened in disbelief. Finally, he retracted 3 fingers and asked, will you follow me to defy fate and alter destiny? The unfettered Holy Mother stared at Zisho, astonished. Such audacious words were a first for her. Even her master had never dared to claim the ability to defy destiny, only wishing to preserve some legacies of them. Yet, her master ultimately failed, and now they lay in ruins. Could this enigmatic king truly accomplish such a feat? After a brief silence, the unfettered Holy Mother suddenly opened her eyes wide and fixed her gaze on Zisho. If you can truly achieve this, I shall consent to your request. But if it is merely for revenge, I will not comply. To rescue her master and her fellow disciples was what would truly stir her heart. She was willing to take a gamble. Zisho's lips curled into a smile as he declared, I hereby confer upon you the title of Li Mountain Matron Ziyuan, tasked with safeguarding my Chengtang dynasty. After this, you may establish your own sect and continue the legacy of the. Once this divine calamity concludes, I shall assist you in rescuing all your fellow disciples and welcoming the return of the celestial sage. With this bond, it was as if all loyal immortals of the had been drawn to his side, augmented by the presence of a celestial sage. This was a profitable venture. The unfettered Holy Mother, being a rather forthright immortal, immediately bowed and said, I pay my respects to the king. With this bow, the fortunes of the surged forth like towering waves. Chapter 23, The Style of the Teaching. A dead friend is better than a living one in Chaoga City. Upon the unfettered Holy Mother's bow to Zisho, the fortunes of Chaoga stirred, enveloping a 100-mile radius with a fierce, sword-like aura. In the heavenly realm beyond the 33 heavens, atop Jade Capital Mountain within the purple cloud palace, the celestial sage of the heavens stared in astonishment at the primordial wilderness, his eyes sparkling with intensity. The fortunes of the were actually beginning to coalesce once more. Among the three teachings, only the lacked a supreme treasure to suppress its fortunes, relying instead on the execution sword as a substitute. However, the execution sword was a weapon of slaughter. While it could suppress fortunes, it would render this fortunes overly sharp. A sharp edge is prone to break. Following the battle of the 10,000 immortals array, the fortunes of the had dissipated, even though he, the leader, still remained. His disciples either perished in the ranks or were enslaved by the West. Even with the escape of the unfettered Holy Mother, the fortunes could not be reconstituted. Yet at this moment, the celestial sage, as the leader, discovered that the fortunes of the were beginning to congeal anew, slowly and in small measure. But it was a stark contrast to the complete inability to coalesce. The celestial sage quickly began to deduce the circumstances, but all causal connections vanished halfway through the analysis. This was not the chaos of the heavenly mechanisms during a calamity, but rather something had directly obscured all causation, preventing even his true form from deducing it. Could it be the unfettered? The only disciple of the to escape the slaughter was the unfettered Holy Mother. If the fortunes of the were changing, it could only be due to her. What had transpired? As the celestial sage stood in shock, in Chaoga, Zisho perceived a sharpness emerging from the fortunes of Chaoga. This sharpness resembled a sword sheathed, poised for the moment of drawing to strike down foes. He smiled faintly and said, Li Shanqing, according to the information I have received, the Chan sect will take action within 3 days. It will then be your time to settle the first account. The Wudong Holy Mother nodded in acknowledgement. In the following 2 days, everything remained tranquil. On the 33rd day, at the Yushu Palace, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, along with the South Pole immortal, Yun Zhongzi and the real man of crossing tribulations, gathered at Qilin Cliff. Guang Qingzi, holding 2 luminous talismans, gazed at the assembled immortals and remarked, The Master has bestowed upon us these 2 talismans, which will safeguard us from the influence of the fortunes of Chaoga within a day. Fellow disciples, what are your thoughts? The immortals fell into a contemplative silence. They are well aware that the Master has only crafted 2 talismans due to the constraints of time. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it becomes for the Chan sect. Qi Jingzi spoke solemnly. 2 talismans will suffice. Even if King Zhou were to regain the methods of cultivating destiny, the fortune of Chaoga can only sustain one individual. Regardless of how many remain, they will not be able to withstand the might of any among us. In my view, one of our companions should suppress the wielder of destiny, while another directly annihilates the entire city of Chaoga, erasing it from existence. Whatever resides within that city will no longer pose a concern. The expressions of the assembled immortals shifted slightly. Yun Zhongzi, are you truly willing to betray your fellow disciples? To obliterate the entire city of Chaoga would invoke a multitude of karmic consequences. With the calamity of the Fengshen nearing its conclusion, what advantage could arise from entangling ourselves in such significant karma at this juncture? Yet, Yun Zhongzi appeared to have anticipated this, offering a calm smile as he replied, My esteemed brothers have suffered losses within the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation and have yet to recover, rendering them unable to act. Allow me to handle the matter of obstructing the wielder of destiny. As for the annihilation of Chaoga, there exists a fellow cultivator who is perfectly suited for this task. He harbors a blood debt with humanity, and even should he strike at Chaoga now, the repercussions would be minimal. Guang Qingzi's eyes gleamed with interest as he inquired, Are you suggesting? Yun Zhongzi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I refer to the Taoist Lu Ye. Lu Ye, the son of the demon emperor Di Jun and the sole survivor among the 10 golden crows, is one of the 10 princes of the golden crows. During the calamity of the witches and demons, the 10 suns ascended, causing all things to wither. The great archer Hui shot down the suns, killing the other 9 golden crow princes, leaving only Lu Ye alive. At that time, the arrows used by Hui were willingly sacrificed by the human race. Guang Qingzi nodded in agreement. Excellent. He harbored no fear of Lu Ye's refusal. After all, Lu Ye had cursed Zhao Gongming to death with the 7 arrows of Nailhead, thereby irreparably offending the, apart from the Chan sect, who could offer Lu Ye protection. The assembled immortals nodded in agreement. A dead comrade is preferable to a living misfortune. Moments later, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, Lu Ye arrived at the Jade Void Palace. Despite his profound dissatisfaction, he found himself powerless, much like Guang Qingzi had anticipated. He had no alternatives. Unless he could attain the Tao of the primordial unity and activate the innate grand formation within the Sun Star, he would remain ensnared. Guang Qingzi uttered calmly, "Junior brothers, it is time to act. The farce of Chaoga must come to an end." In the realm of Yuqing, celestial radiance blazed forth as Guang Qingzi led the 12 golden immortals, traversing the golden clouds of the ninth heaven, descending to the mortal realm. With a magnificent aura, Wen Zhong and Liu dashed towards Chaoga. Behind Wen Zhong, the winds and thunder stirred as a myriad of clouds shifted ominously, pressing down upon the city. Liu, more direct in his approach, was enveloped in the blazing true fire of the sun, standing in stark contrast to the sun in the ancient starry void. Subtly intertwined, with each step he took, the temperature in Chao Gu rose dramatically. In an instant, the fortune of Chao Gu reacted, transforming into an invisible barrier that thwarted the might of the sun's true fire, diffusing the overwhelming force of the cloud sea. Yet, the city's fortune was instantaneously depleted by 30%, with a trend towards further deterioration. In Mianxi County, Yang Jian gazed expressionlessly towards Chao Gu, his heart shrouded in indifference. The actions of the Chan sect grew increasingly audacious. Was this truly in accordance with the mandate of heaven, sacrificing the few to save the many? Why did the Chan sect determine who should be sacrificed? Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, deities and immortals turned their gazes towards Chao Gu. Ultimately, the city was destined for annihilation. The king of humanity, Shangzhou, even if he could regroup his fortune, was merely a city ruler. Could he truly defy the natural order? Alas, such a grand city as Chao Gu was to be lost, all due to the king's inability to recognize his limitations. Within the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa cast a fleeting glance towards Chao Gu, her holy eyes flickering with indecision, as if contemplating intervention, yet laden with numerous reservations. In the sea of yellow springs, the sage of equanimity sat upon the throne, the book of life and death in hand, its ashen light flickering incessantly. Observing the continuously shifting reincarnation runes, her expression was peculiar. Interesting. The fates of the inhabitants of this city are in a cycle. The immortals desire total annihilation, while the king of humanity wishes for preservation. Who will triumph? Who will falter? High above in the ninth heaven, the golden crow transformed into a sea of flames, casting the entire sky in hues of fire. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The cloud sea morphed into towering mountains, crushing down upon Chao Gu. Yet, at the moment this threat encroached within 100 miles of Chao Gu, its fortune instantaneously coalesced into an invisible barrier, repelling the danger beyond that distance. Guang Qingzi, witnessing this scene, wore a grim visage as he declared coldly, "The fortune of the mortal realm must not persist any longer." Exchanging glances, Wen Zhong and Liu observed their talismans. Had it not been for their protective symbols, they would have already suffered a backlash from the mortal fortune. Suddenly, a deep crimson haze enveloped them as the fortune surged from all directions, only to be thwarted by their talismans. With a thunderous roar, today would surely sever the legacy of the king of humanity. The mortal fortune, after today, must no longer exist in the world. Chapter 24. The decision lies with you. Lady Lishan before the Longevity Immortal Palace. Zisho held the pale-faced 3 demons, raising an eyebrow in surprise. So there exists a method to deplete fortune? However, it was evident that Guang Qingzi and his companions had refrained from using such a tactic, as it would undoubtedly invite a backlash from the mortal fortune. Hence, they had to await the successful crafting of talismans by the primordial supreme before daring to act. Just then, he sensed a sudden decline in the fortune surrounding him by a tenth, but soon after, an unusual feeling surged within his heart. Subsequently, the fortune of Chaoga skyrocketed 30-fold. Zisho was astonished. Could this truly be reversed? The host was a historically infamous tyrant, intent on defying fate, disregarding the celestial mandate, and showing disrespect towards the divine beings, thus incurring the wrath of the heavenly deities. The depletion of national fortune naturally fell upon the host. Zisho suddenly realized this and nodded in satisfaction. This tyrant was indeed remarkable. Boom. 2 thunderous roars echoed over Chaoga, startling all the citizens, who looked up towards the sky. In the air, Yunzizi addressed Liu Daran, "Friend, let us commence." Liu Daran wasted no words. With a flick of his finger, a sphere of true solar fire began to coalesce between his fingers, swiftly transforming into a colossal fireball, resembling a second sun hovering above the city of Chaoga. Yunzizi, with a cold demeanor, spoke, "King Zhou, you are tyrannical and reckless, bringing calamity upon the world. It is ordained by heaven that your nation shall fall and your lineage shall be severed. Yet, you refuse to reflect upon your own transgressions and audaciously attempt to use the citizens of Chaoga as hostages to threaten the world. Such an act of treachery is intolerable to heaven and earth, and all beings will forsake you. I advise you to immediately take your own life and confess your sins, lest you further endanger the lives of the thousands within the city." Within Chaoga, Neza and Wei Hu stood as if facing a formidable foe, guarding Zisho on either side. Neza, with a grim expression, remarked, "The Chan sect has directly sent Yun Zizi and Liu Daran to act. We cannot contend with 2 peak de Luo Jingxian. My king, allow Thunderclap and Jin Jia to escort you away. I and Wei Hu shall resist here. As long as you remain, the fortune of Qing Tang shall not dissipate." Zisho waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Leave? This is my territory. Who can compel me to depart? There are merely 2 to Luo Jingxian." Neza was taken aback. "Merely 2 to Luo Jingxian? My king, can you summon a Hayuan Jingxian?" In midair, Yan Zizi scoffed, saying, "King Shou, your arrogance and ignorance only serve to make you a laughingstock. Today marks the end of your life. Attack." He spoke solely to seize the mantle of destiny. Even if Zisho were to genuinely surrender, today, the city of Chaogu must be completely obliterated. The Taoist Liu wielded a true fire that transformed into a small sun, pointing it towards Chaogu. As the sun set, the city would perish. Zisho gazed upon the descending sun and calmly declared, "It is your decision now, Lady Li Shan, strike forth." In the next instant, a terrifying pressure from the primordial great being erupted, enveloping the entire city of Chaogu. The rebranded Mother Wudong ascended into the air, brandishing a blade of command. Her murderous intent aimed at Yun Zhongzi and Taoist Luya. The assembly of immortals gasped in shock. In the Taisu heaven, Goddess Nuwa halted her raised creation whip, momentarily taken aback as she looked towards Mother Wudong, surprised to find that she could not perceive the essence of Mother Wudong. The goddess exclaimed in astonishment, "No causality? Beyond the sovereign of humanity, another being devoid of causality? Is this a tactic of the sovereign? Or is it a transformation of Chaogu?" In the underworld, the book of life and death held by the Lady of Equanimity ceased its flickering. The true names of the inhabitants of Chaogu gradually vanished from the tome. The Lady of Equanimity raised an eyebrow and mused, "Has the sovereign triumphed? I find myself intrigued to witness this sovereign." At the Zishu Palace, the Saint Tong Tian regarded Mother Wudong with a perplexed expression. Is this truly Wudong? Has she severed her ties with the teachings? Even the causality of the has dissipated? The saint calculated with a flick of his fingers, realizing that the accumulated fortunes of the had not only remained intact, but had surged even further. The brows of Saint Tongtian furrowed as he murmured, "This time, even I cannot comprehend." In that moment, the celestial beings across the realms withdrew their divine consciousness, daring not to approach Chaogu. Following the battle of the myriad immortals, the decree of the Tao ancestor dictated that saints must not descend from the 33 heavens. Now, in the vast expanse of the wilderness and the 3 realms, the primordial great beings were naturally the strongest. Moreover, the mysterious primordial figure that appeared in Chaogu unabashedly revealed its peak state. How could such a primordial being exist in Chaogu? Could it be one of the? Impossible. The fortunes of the had dissipated, its immortals, once caught in calamity, would vanish in an instant. In an instant, throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, gasps of astonishment echoed from every immortal abode and sacred ground. The Fengshen calamity was on the brink of conclusion, yet it had suddenly become utterly incomprehensible. Above Chaogu, Mother Wudong soared into the air, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. She tapped her forehead, and a formation chart imbued with the essence of the primordial emerged, expanding to encompass the entirety of Chaogu. Upon the chart, the principle of creation was established, where existence was born from non-existence, leading to the illusion of reality, blurring the lines of truth and falsehood. As the formation unfolded, it devoured Luya's small sun, dissipating it into nothingness. Yun Zhongzi and Taoist Luya's expression shifted drastically as they turned to escape in a blaze of golden light. However, as their escape commenced, Mother Wudong flicked her delicate wrist, and 2 rainbows emerged from her sleeve, transforming into long cords that pierced through their escape, severing their avenues of retreat. High above the 9 heavens, Guang Qingzi's complexion paled as he exclaimed, "The primordial diagram of innate One Qi, coupled with the rainbow tether. This is undoubtedly Mother Wudong." The other golden immortals of the Chan teaching stood dumbfounded, retreating a half-step in unison, fearing that Mother Wudong might descend upon them. In the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, they suffered immense losses. Although their subsequent journey seemed smooth sailing, it was merely a fade, a mere exploitation of heavenly providence. If they were to confront the formidable Wudong Holy Mother head-on, their current state, not yet restored to its former glory, would render them insufficient. Even if they were to unite as 12. Shijingzi gazed at the Wudong Holy Mother in astonishment, scrutinizing her closely before furrowing his brow in confusion. "Senior brother? Is that truly the Wudong Holy Mother? I perceive her appearance to be different and devoid of any connection to the GS sect. While one could easily alter their appearance, the essence of causality remains immutable. Moreover, with the GS sect's fortunes dissipated, how could she dare to re-enter the cycle of calamity?" Guangchengzi nodded. "I share your doubts. Yet the primordial Qi mixed Yuan diagram and the Guanhong rope are indeed spiritual treasures possessed by the Wudong Holy Mother. The Guanhong rope is merely a common primordial spiritual treasure. However, the primordial Qi mixed Yuan diagram is exceptionally remarkable. This diagram is a superior grade primordial spiritual treasure, noted for its defensive capabilities. Once invoked, it cannot be moved, which is why it remains obscure. Yet its defensive power rivals that of the Xinghuang banner." The disciples of the Chan sect gasped in astonishment. Chapter 25. Tongtian. What has become of my dear disciple? Shijingzi, still in shock, gazed at the mixed Yuan diagram and remarked, "The 5 primordial banners are all supreme primordial spiritual treasures, among which the Xinghuang banner of my Yushu Palace excels in defense. Once summoned, it conjures countless golden lotuses, rendering it impervious to all threats, with all evils retreating and all methods failing to penetrate. Could this primordial qi mixed yuan diagram truly rival the defensive prowess of the Xinghuang banner? Yuding Jinren furrowed his brow and remarked, "What Brother Guangchengzi has stated indicates that the shortcomings of the mixed yuan diagram may no longer be considered as such in this context." Guangchengzi, observing the city of Chaoga enveloped by the mixed yuan diagram, felt a tremor in his countenance, realizing that it was utterly impossible for them to breach the city. Was this celestial truly the Wudong Holy Mother of the Jie sect? Yet why was there no trace of Jie sect causality? The assembled immortals exchanged glances, each perplexed and unable to provide an answer. Yuding Jinren spoke solemnly. At present, the most pressing matter is to rescue our brother Wen Zhong and our friend Luya. Just as the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were engaged in conversation, the Wudong Holy Mother opened her mouth and summoned forth a third spiritual treasure. It was a brilliantly shining long knife. Upon its emergence, myriad gleaming blades cascaded down like a torrential storm towards Wen Zhong and Luya. Wen Zhong and Luya, their faces pale as paper, beheld the multitude of radiant blades, each one aimed directly at their primordial spirits, each strike a lethal threat. No matter how they sought to evade, they found no respite from the relentless pursuit of the blades. They were left with no option but to confront the onslaught directly. Guangchengzi exclaimed, "The blade of destiny. That celestial must indeed be the Wudong Holy Mother. Fellow disciples, let us hasten to unite our strength and rescue Wen Zhong and Luya." He struck his forehead and summoned the seal of heaven. In an instant, a towering mountain manifested above him. At that moment, the other 11 golden immortals recognized the destiny blade. This treasure was renowned as the sacred artifact of the unfathomable Holy Mother. A blade impervious to external entities and incapable of inflicting harm upon the flesh, yet lethal to the primordial spirit, annihilating the soul's true essence. As the blade's radiance surged forth, there was no avenue for evasion, only the option to confront it head-on. In the past, during the grand assembly of immortals, the unfathomable Holy Mother wielded this blade to slay countless deities under the banner of the Chan sect, causing the disciples of the West to flee from battle. Now, as the brilliance of the destiny blade re-emerged, it sent shivers of dread through the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Without delay, the 12 golden immortals hastily summoned their sacred treasures to support Wen Zhong and Luya Daoist. Yet, it was too late. The dazzling light of the destiny blade descended with a cataclysmic force, intent on destruction. The Hunyuan golden immortal had resolutely set his heart on bloodshed. How could a group of immortals, far above in the ninth heaven, possibly hinder him? Guangchengzi's eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed, "Unfathomable Holy Mother! Dare you harm my fellow disciples? I vow to pursue this matter to the end. It is better that he remain silent." As he spoke, the formidable Saint Mother raised her elegant brows, summoning a myriad of gleaming blades. Wen Zhong and Daoist Luya. At this moment, they also recognized the commanding blade. Realizing that the support from Guangchengzi and his companions would arrive too late, they could only rely on themselves for salvation. Luya Daoist cast a glance at Wen Zhong, and suddenly, with a determined bite of his teeth, he forcefully struck his forehead, exclaiming, "Friend, let us join forces against the enemy. You defend while I attack." Wen Zhong comprehended that only by combining their strengths could they possibly fend off the saintess of Wudong for a brief moment, awaiting the support of Guangchengzi and his companions. He responded with a single utterance, instantly summoning dozens of postnatal spiritual treasures, which formed a protective barrier around him, actively shielding the Daoist Luya. He excels in artifact refinement, possessing thousands of postnatal spiritual treasures. If he can withstand a moment of Luya's counterattack with all his might, they might be able to delay until reinforcements arrive. Luya, the Golden Crow, under the full force of his attack, could instill a sense of caution even in the untamed saintess. In the next instant, a resounding cry of the Golden Crow echoed. The Daoist Luya instantly transformed into a burst of solar flames, shooting directly into the sun amidst the ancient starry sky. In the wake of the fiery brilliance, only a blood-soaked feather remained on the ground. "Wen Zhong, was it not agreed that we would stand united against external threats? Have you betrayed me?" In that fleeting moment, a torrent of vulgarities surged through Wen Zhong's mind, only to be overwhelmed by a myriad of glimmering blades. Moments later, the reinforcements from the 12 immortals of Guangchengzi arrived. Treasures such as the Fantian seal, the Yin Yang essence, and the Celestial Slayer sword descended with crushing force. However, before these attacks could reach the untamed saintess, upon entering the realm of fate, they were unexpectedly diminished by a third. Without talismans for protection, the group of Guangchengzi was immediately struck by a backlash of fate, their faces paling in an instant. Yet, to save Wen Zhong, they could only grit their teeth and endure. The untamed saintess let out a disdainful chuckle and stepped back, retreating into the Hunyuan diagram. This artifact, bestowed by her master, had a significant weakness. Once activated, it could not move. In the past, during the formation of the 10,000 immortals, she was unable to utilize this treasure due to the need for constant transformation. However, in Chaoga City, movement was unnecessary. She was confident that beneath the sage level, no one could breach her Hunyuan diagram. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, The innate Qi Hunyuan diagram withstood the onslaught, raising towering waves of Hunyuan energy, yet remained resolute. After a brief moment, the tumultuous waves on the Hunyuan diagram calmed. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, continuously spitting blood. Reluctant to attack further, they hastily retracted their treasures and gazed toward Chaoga City. Qi Jingzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth, and said, "With Chaga's fate already diminished, and the Hunyuan diagram's defense, coupled with our far-from-peak condition, we cannot break through. If we continue, the backlash of fate will be unbearable." Guangqingzi also raised a hand to wipe away the blood at his mouth, looking toward the untamed Sanus. There she stood, holding the unconscious Yunzhangzi. Her gaze icy and unyielding as she regarded them. He was filled with both astonishment and fury, exclaiming, "Wudong, release my junior brother, Yunzhangzi." On that day, the saint, out of benevolence for the way of heaven, allowed you to leave the myriad immortal formations, yet you show no gratitude and instead conspire with King Zhou. Do you wish to defy fate? The Wudong Holy Mother gazed coldly at Guangqingzi and replied nonchalantly, "Wudong? I am unfamiliar with such a name. I am the Lady of Mount Li, conferred by the king as the Purple Element Immortal Lord." Guangqingzi snorted and said, "Wudong, do you believe that merely altering your appearance can deceive me? The spiritual treasure in your possession has already betrayed you." The Holy Mother of Wudong recalled the words the king had crafted for her and replied indifferently, "Fool, these treasures are merely what I obtained through a fortuitous encounter. The original owner of the treasures has nothing to do with me. Moreover, if I truly were your Wudong friend, would I be foolish enough to reveal my identity by using a renowned treasure? Is there a need to deny my identity if I were to wield such a famous artifact? Do you think I, as this immortal lord, am like you, duplicitous, deceitful, treacherous, and ungrateful, with a forked tongue and a heart full of malice?" Guangqingzi, the gathered immortals. Such scathing words indicate that she is indeed not Wudong. The Holy Mother of Wudong was notoriously taciturn and not one for eloquence. In the palace of the purple clouds, the Tongtian saint stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "What has become of my dear disciple?" In the palace of Nuwa, Goddess Nuwa bit her lip, yet after a moment, she could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Well said. In the palace of longevity, Zisho rolled his eyes, saying, "I provided her with a lengthy script of insults spanning 1,000 words, and she can only recite such a meager portion?" The nine-tailed fox quickly lowered her head, fearing her expression might betray her. She had read what the king had written. It was far too crude for her to utter. Chapter 26. The heart of the people falters, and the team becomes difficult to lead in the heavens above. Guangqingzi's face was exceedingly gloomy, caught in a predicament. He was utterly convinced that the celestial being known as Li Shan Lao Mu hovering over the city of Chaogu was none other than the revered Wu Dangsheng Mu. Yet he lacked any proof. Of course, the teachings of Chan did not necessitate such evidence. However, he found himself utterly incapable of prevailing in battle. With a piercing gaze, Guangqingzi regarded Wu Dangsheng Mu and bitterly exclaimed, "I care not who you are. The rise of the Zhou dynasty over the Shang is ordained by heaven. You conspire with the tyrant Zhou Wang, seeking to defy destiny? You shall only meet with utter destruction, your body shattered and your path extinguished." Wu Dangsheng Mu's response was succinct and unyielding. She brandished her command knife and struck toward Guangqingzi. Startled, he evaded her blow, retreating in a flash of golden light. The other 11 golden immortals, too, dared not linger and swiftly vanished in a burst of light. The celestial beings were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the Fengshen calamity could still stir such turmoil at this juncture. Could it be that Zhou Wang truly possessed the power to defy fate? It seemed impossible, merely a desperate struggle against the inevitable. As the celestial beings murmured in astonishment, Wu Dangsheng Mu returned to the Shou Palace, carrying Yunzhangzi. She paid no heed to the others, simply nodding gently at Zisho before releasing Yunzhangzi and stating coolly, "The king commanded me to capture Yunzhangzi alive. But he has already met his end." The second-generation disciples of Chan, unlike their third-generation counterparts, bore the very fortune of the sect, with their souls meticulously crafted into life tablets by the sage himself. Their reincarnation was entirely under the control of the Su Palace, impervious even to the underworld's interference. Thus, the second-generation disciples were unafraid of death. Upon realizing escape was futile, Yunzhangzi had chosen to end his own existence. Long ago, the 12 golden immortals of Chan had their 3 flowers severed and 5 energies extinguished within the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation, only to be restored through this very method. This technique bore 2 significant drawbacks. First, it consumed the sect's fortune and therefore would not be employed lightly. Second, rebirth required a minimum of 10 years to regain full strength. Pausing momentarily, she continued, calculating the time. Guangqingzi and the others will need 2 more years to restore their full power, which is why they dare not confront me directly. Zisho glanced at the lifeless Yunzhangzi and stated flatly, "Hang him at the city gate, so that all celestial beings know, those who offend our Chao Gu shall be punished." At this moment, Shang Rong finally emerged from the shock of the celestial battle and hastily interjected, "My king, displaying the enemy's corpse, while serving as a warning, is not the act of a benevolent ruler. The old chancellor clung stubbornly to the hope of restoring his king's reputation as a wise sovereign. Zisho rolled his eyes and replied, I am a tyrant. How could I engage in the actions of a benevolent ruler? Li Shanqing, remember to display my words on Yun Zhongzi's corpse for all celestial beings to see. Wu Dangshengmu nodded in agreement, understood. This task appealed to her greatly. At the Su Palace, the 12 golden immortals of Chan returned in disarray to Qilin Cliff. As they glanced back towards Chaogu, their expressions darkened to the point of resembling storm clouds. Tai Yizhenren solemnly inquired, what shall we do next? Should we report to our master? Guang Qingzi quickly waved his hand, insisting, no, we must not disturb our master during his retreat. He is well aware that his master's power can no longer penetrate the mortal realm. Even if his master were to forge more talismans, it would not affect any significant change. Their disciples, unable to prevail, render the abundance of talismans utterly futile. This reflects the incompetence of the disciples, bringing shame upon their master. The Jade Dingzhenren, with a sense of reluctance, remarked, if we endure for just another 2 years, my fellow disciples and I shall regain our full strength. At that time, even if confronted with the formidable. Before he could finish his words, Bai Tongzi hurriedly approached, his face filled with anxiety. Brothers, something terrible has happened. Look at the south gate of Chaoga City. The assembled immortals paused, their expressions shifting as they focused their divine senses on the gate. Before the south gate of Chaoga, a towering 100-meter banner was erected. On the flagpole hung the lifeless body of Yun Zhongzi, and the massive banner billowed in the wind, emblazoned with a bold message. Those who offend Chaoga shall be executed. A surge of indignation welled up within Guang Qingzi, nearly causing him to spit blood. Trembling with fury, he gritted his teeth and declared, King Zhou, how dare you so brazenly defy the celestial mandate? I shall not rest until you are brought to justice. The other golden immortals were equally incensed, filled with a desire to annihilate everything within Chaoga City. Qi Jingzi turned to his fellow disciples and inquired, what shall we do next? Brothers, what are your thoughts? The gaze of all the immortals turned towards Guang Qingzi and Ci Hang Daoren. As the eldest disciple wielding the golden bell, Guang Qingzi held the authority to make decisions in the absence of their master, who was in seclusion. Ci Hang Daoren, though often understated among the 12 golden immortals, served as the group's intellectual cornerstone. After a moment of contemplation, Ci Hang Daoren spoke, eldest brother, there is no need for haste. The calamity culminates in its final stage. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. However, let us not forget that Chaoga cannot afford to linger. How can a mere city contend with the entirety of the 9 provinces? He cradled the tranquil jade vase in his hands, a frosty smile playing upon his lips as he declared, surround Chaoga, rendering its solitary walls voiceless, ultimately leading to its demise. This is the true path. As for the inheritance of the human king, when the denizens of Chaoga are engulfed in despair, how could the legacy of the human king possibly endure? Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi nodded in profound agreement. His eagerness to hasten the conclusion of the tribulation, driven by an impatient desire for quick results, ultimately led to his downfall. He nodded slightly and remarked, at most, we shall wait for 2 years. Even if the city of Chaoga remains unscathed, once our strength is fully restored, I believe that the unmatched Holy Mother will be unable to withstand the combined efforts of our brotherhood. Moreover, the sword of extermination is still in our possession. The assembled immortals all nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. They have now been awakened by the compassionate wayfarer, no longer clinging to their obsessions. In merely 2 years, they can afford to wait. Once their strength is fully restored and the sword array of extermination is summoned, how can Chaoga City withstand the onslaught? As for the loss of face from having to wait an additional 2 years, once the sword of extermination sweeps through Chaoga City, annihilating all who dare defy the celestial decree, who among the myriad celestial beings would dare to claim that the way of the revelation has lost its dignity? Guang Qingzi gazed at his fellow disciples and said, brothers, let us swiftly enter seclusion and restore our full strength within 2 years. The assembled immortals responded, indeed. He then turned his attention towards the direction of Mianqi and instructed, junior brother Jiang Shang, in accordance with the edict of the Jade Void, from this day forth, you shall lead the army to besiege Chaoga. Encircle but do not attack. In 2 years, all will be revealed. Mianqi County. Jiangxia, once again, we are to besiege the city? He trembled at the corners of his mouth for a while, ultimately letting out a sigh, and said, Yang Jian, Li Jing, Mu Jia, you shall remain in Mianqi County. After 7 days, commence the siege of Chaoga City. I must return to Shiqi to meet with the Western Duke. He mounted the 4 immemorial beasts and soared into the clouds. Before departing, he cast a glance at the Western Qi army in Mianqi County. In stark contrast to the initially formidable coalition of 1 million troops, the morale of the forces in Mianqi County had plummeted to an abyss. Jiang Xia let out a sigh. When the hearts of the people are scattered, it becomes exceedingly difficult to lead the troops. Chapter 27. For the mandate of heaven. Let the Western Duke face death in Chaoga City. Lei Jinzi retracted his wings of wind and thunder, landing amidst the 9-hall palace. He reported to Zishou, saying, I humbly report to your majesty, the 100,000 troops of Western Qi and Minqi County are once again advancing towards Chaoga. They are arrayed in dozens of formations, converging from all directions towards the city. He possesses the dual wings of wind and thunder, making him the finest scout. Wei Hu's expression shifted as he remarked, My lord. Previously, Jiang Zia intended to employ Yang Jian's strategy to besiege Chaoga, but was interrupted by Guang Qingzi. Now that Guang Qingzi has retreated, it is likely that Jiang Zia plans to initiate the siege once more. Neza laughed heartily and said, They are perhaps unaware of the treasures that lie within Chaoga. Do they truly believe they can encircle and starve the city? What a folly. He had spent the longest time in the city of Chaogu, witnessing the king unveil one marvelous artifact after another, while other matters could be set aside. The two treasures of earthly rice and breath soil ensured that Chaogu would never succumb to siege. Feng Bai remarked, Perhaps we could feign weakness to entice the Western Qi rebels into attacking once more, and at that moment, deliver a crushing blow to them? Wei Hu shook his head, saying, We cannot harm their foundation. Slaying countless invading rebels only serves to increase bloodshed, ultimately costing the lives of our own kind. We must find a way to sever their roots. Shang Rong, Feng Bai, Feng Xiang, and the remaining officials in the Nine Chambers Hall began to engage in fervent discussion. The atmosphere in the hall became vibrant with debate. The Holy Mother of No Return stood silently to the side, her eyes betraying a look of astonishment. She had never witnessed such harmony between the celestial beings and the human race. From a distance, she had observed the allied forces of Western Qi, where the hierarchy between celestial beings and humans was starkly delineated. Celestial beings never engaged in discussions with humans. They merely issued proclamations and commands. The Holy Mother lifted her gaze to the figure seated upon the golden throne, Zishou. Perhaps the king truly could create a miracle, a feat even the master had not accomplished? Listening to the discussions unfolding in the Nine Chambers Hall, Zishou eventually waved his hand, stating, I am somewhat fatigued. You may continue your deliberations. With that, he rose and departed. The current predicament in Chaogu could not be resolved merely through discussion. Instead of lingering, he deemed it more prudent to devote time to cultivation. Perhaps even partake in the daily lottery, for who knows when a solution might emerge. The courtiers were left bewildered. Your Majesty, if you depart, what shall we discuss? The old chancellor attempted to counsel him, saying, Your Majesty, yet before he could finish, Zishou interrupted, declaring, I must reiterate, I am an inept ruler. Had the old chancellor ever witnessed an inept ruler diligently attending to affairs of state? No sooner had the words left his lips than Zishou had already exited the Nine Chambers Hall. Shang Rong sighed, then immediately raised his head, exclaiming, The despicable Chan sect has caused the king such distress. I shall not rest until I confront them. He turned to the assembled ministers and proclaimed, Esteemed colleagues, we must deliberate today to devise a strategy. The king has fallen victim to the treachery of the Chan sect and is unable to govern effectively. As loyal subjects, we cannot afford to be negligent. The old chancellor resolutely decided that he must restore the king to his rightful place as a wise sovereign. Before that, he would strive alongside the king in earnest. Meanwhile, the unfathomable saintess pondered that this matter might not be solely related to the Chan sect. At that very moment, in the city of Shiqi, Jiang Zia had just dismounted from the four non-images when he was approached by a gaunt figure, emaciated and almost unrecognizable. With eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, rushing towards him. He was startled, instinctively preparing to unleash a 5 elements true thunder. Fortunately, the other person spoke first, saying, Prime Minister Jiang, what on earth has transpired? Why is the fortune of our Western Qi kingdom so severely misaligned? In just over a month, our national fortune has diminished by more than half. How is it that a mere Chaoga city remains unconquered by a million-strong coalition? Jiang Zia, at that moment, he realized that the visitor was Ji Chong. He was acutely aware that Ji Chong had not perished. Rather, he was propelled by the divine mandate to sustain the fortunes of the Western Zhou, thereby prolonging his existence until the present. This was akin to the relentless survival of Shang Rong and Chaoga. However, he could scarcely have anticipated that, in merely a month's time, Ji Chong would find himself in such a dire state. Jiang Zia, taken aback, exclaimed, Shibua, what on earth has transpired? Ji Chong, with a countenance marked by sorrow, replied, Ever since the news of the army's defeat reached us, panic has gripped the entire city, and the nation's fortunes have declined with each passing day. I have been adversely affected and thus transformed into this wretched state. Jiang Zia's expression shifted, and after a penetrating gaze at Ji Chong, he assured, Do not fret, Shibua. Matters in Chaoga will find resolution. Within 2 years, Chaoga will surely fall. Ji Chong trembled, exclaiming, 2 years? How can I endure for another 2 years? How can the fortunes of our Western Qi withstand such a duration? As the sovereign of the Western Zhou, he possessed a deeper understanding of the state of his kingdom than anyone else. The adage that prosperity inevitably leads to decline held true. Over 2 decades of conflict against the Shang had brought the fortunes of the Western Zhou to their zenith. Should they succeed in breaching Chaoga with relentless vigor, fulfilling their heavenly mandate, the Zhou would bask in an era of prosperity for 8 centuries. However, their repeated attempts to conquer Chaoga had met with failure, time and again, leading to exhaustion. In the span of merely 1 month, the fortunes of the Western Zhou had diminished by half. Should they continue to falter in capturing Chaoga? It was not merely 2 years, but even 2 months would prove unsustainable. Such was the decree of destiny, where a single thread could unravel the entire tapestry. As long as the Inshang persisted, the Western Zhou would face annihilation. Jiang Ziya's expression grew cold, and he stated calmly, "I possess my own means to sustain the fortunes of the Zhou. There is no need for the West Duke to fret." Ji Chang, observing the chill in Jiang Ziya's demeanor, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. He widened his eyes and inquired, "Jiang Minister, what are your intentions?" Jiang Ziya replied icily, "Half of the fortunes of Shiqi have been expended on prolonging the West Duke's lifespan. Surely, the Duke is aware that 14 years ago, it was time for you to heed the mandate of heaven and depart." Ji Chang was astute. He understood the implications all too well. If the fortunes of the Western Zhou could endure, that would suffice. Yet now, with their decline surpassing his worst fears, and the capture of Chaga appearing increasingly unattainable, it was evident that alternative solutions must be sought. He gazed at Ji Chang, speaking each word with a chilling precision. "For the sake of the heavenly mandate, I implore you, Lord of the West, to embrace death." Ji Chang was taken aback, turning to flee, only to realize he was utterly paralyzed. He opened his eyes wide in despair. Half an hour later, the sound of mournful weeping echoed through the royal palace of Shiqi. Jiang Ziya, clad in mourning garments, spoke with a countenance filled with grief and anger. "Esteemed subjects, heed my words. King Zhou is tyrannical and foolish, using the lives of tens of thousands of citizens in Chaoga City as hostages to force our allied forces into retreat." The Western Duke, lamenting the plight of the people, became ensnared in the flames of war, succumbing to his heart's anguish. "We have suffered the loss of a wise ruler. This is a profound sorrow for our nation and a deep grief for our families. Yet, though our king has passed, his aspirations remain. We must honor his wishes and carry on his legacy. I call upon you all, from every corner of the realm, to unite in righteous indignation, to avenge the Western Duke and rid the world of the tyrant." As his words fell, the populace wept bitterly, vowing to take revenge for the Western Duke, to obliterate Chaoga and slay the cruel king. Jiang Ziya raised his gaze to the young GFA seated upon the newly established throne. He beheld a mantle of flourishing fortune enveloping him. Jiang Ziya murmured softly, "Today, we proclaim GFA as the sovereign of the Zhou, henceforth known as King Wu. May the world unite in purpose to usher in a prosperous era." The entire court, both civil and military officials, knelt in unison. "We pay homage to King Wu." In the next moment, the already diminished fortunes of Shiqi surged once more, a myriad of radiant lights reigniting across the lands of the Western Zhou, akin to a conflagration sweeping through the wilderness. Chapter 28. A solitary night observing celestial signs, comprehending the grand formation. In the realm of Tasu, the goddess Inwa gazed upon the resurgent fortunes of the Western Zhou, calculating with a flick of her fingers. A glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes as she remarked, "What a remarkable turn of events. The passing of the Western Duke heralds the rise of the Zhou. The death of the Wen King, the birth of the Wu King. However, this path seems akin to pouring oil on fire. As the bloodline of the Zhou dynasty becomes mere kindling, should everything be consumed in flames? What then? Yuan Sure?" She cast a glance towards Chaoga and added, "O human king, it now rests upon you and the Zhou lineage to see who can endure the longer." In the realm of Yuqing, Guang Qingzi observed Shiqi with indifference, needing no divination to ascertain that it was Jiang Ziya at work. He took no heed of this. Jiang Ziya's mission was, after all, to uphold the fortunes of the Western Zhou and advance the divine calamity. All that was done now was merely in accordance with the celestial mandate, a natural course of events. He closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. At this moment, restoring his strength was of utmost importance. In the West, within the realm of Xiumi, the fluctuations of fortune in the Western Qi did not occupy the thoughts of the Western sage. Instead, the current plight of the Chan teaching fell precisely within the sage's calculations. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the saint of progenitors, with his waxen visage, revealed a faint smile and remarked, "Elder brother, I have a plan that will render the Chan teaching indebted to the West with a significant karmic consequence. In the future, when our Western teachings spread eastward, this karmic connection shall be of great utility. As for the calamity of the Fengshen in the East, it is of no concern to the West. They have already reaped substantial benefits during the cataclysmic upheaval of the divine decree. However, the West, in its desolation, seeks to flourish, and this singular calamity is insufficient for such aspirations. They are about to commence preparations for what lies ahead. The venerable saint of guidance is enveloped in the boundless radiance of the Western paradise, and with a gentle tone, he remarks, Junior brother, do you aspire to lead the Chan sect towards my Western realm? It is no trivial matter to curry favor with the primordial beginning." Upon hearing this, the venerable saint of purity chuckles softly and replies, "My esteemed friend of primordial beginning is, at present, likely preoccupied with affairs beyond the sect. The only remaining figure to manage the Chan sect is the lamp of wisdom. I observe that this lamp of wisdom is destined to connect with our Western paradise. I shall personally journey to Mountling Geo to guide him forth to our realm." Once the deputy leader of the Chan sect becomes a companion of our Western domain, the debt of causality that the Chan sect owes to the West will be established, whether they wish it or not. The venerable saint of guidance joins his palms in reverence and states, "Excellent. I appreciate your efforts, junior brother." He spoke a spark of inspiration, which fell into the hands of the Zhuan Ti saint, transforming into several true names: Sihong Taoist, Manjushri, the celestial sovereign of vast Dharma, Puxian realizer, and the Taoist Luya, the fearful descendant. He smiled gently as he plucked a flower and remarked, "Brother, among the myriad of celestial formations, those who are destined to connect with our Western realm must surely include these few." The Holy One of Purity understood implicitly and replied, "I comprehend." In the mortal realm, after the retreat of Guangchengzi and the subsequent siege of Chaoga by Yang Jian's forces, several more days had passed. The news of Ji Chang's death and the ascension of Wu Wang GFA as the new ruler of Zhou finally reached Chaoga. In truth, Zishou had already gathered intelligence through Lei Jinzi's inquiries, but he chose to remain silent. To him, Ji Chang was merely a pawn placed by the celestial beings in the human world. Should one piece falter, the gods could easily replace it, even with an identical piece. Such as the second GFA. The grave of the first GFA had become overgrown, yet it did not impede the second GFA from assuming the throne. Now, the news had reached the besieged city of Chaga through alternative means. In order to uphold his public persona, Zishou declared a citywide celebration. After all, a foolish monarch ought to engage in such frivolities. Surprisingly, the citizens erupted in praise, calling their king wise and a true sage of the ages, nearly triggering the system's assessment of the foolish monarch once more. That night, Zishou commenced his second month of attendance. A month had passed, and he thought to himself, "System, it is time for a worthy reward." Over the past month, he had drawn a plethora of rather peculiar items. The only one immediately useful was a low-grade spiritual treasure he obtained on the 40th day, the pure water bottle. This treasure, on par with the Shirong, was a T-Rex reward with the sole function of dispensing an unending stream of pure water. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Check-in reward: the starry array of the heavenly cycle, human volume. The starry array of the heavenly cycle, human volume, a Tier J reward. The foremost offensive formation of the primordial era, capable of self-adjustment based on the human race and summoned starlight for deployment. Hint 1. A minimum of 365 people is required to set up the formation, with no upper limit, and multiples thereof are encouraged. The greater the number, the more starlight can be summoned, thus amplifying its power. Hint 2. The higher the realm of those participating in the formation, the more starlight can be summoned, yielding greater power. Zishou grinned with satisfaction. Among the 12 great formations of the primordial realm, only 4 could claim the title of the first. The first slaughter formation, the slaying immortals sword array. The first offensive formation, the starry array of the heavenly cycle. The first defensive formation, the He Luo mixed origin array. The first summoning formation, the 12 heavenly divine array. The remaining 8 formations, such as the myriad immortals array, the myriad dragons array, the southern Ming fire array, the 5 elements Qilan array, the 9 curves yellow river array, the Yin Yang inversion array, the reincarnation underworld array, and the Shura blood array, each possess their own merits, standing equally. The current situation in Chaoga was one of sufficient self-preservation, but lacking in offensive capability. If the celestial beings were allowed to attack freely, it would only be a matter of time before a flaw appeared. Zishou had always believed in the adage, offense is the best defense. However, he had yet to find an opportunity. Now, with the starry array of the heavenly cycle at his disposal, that opportunity had finally arrived. The following day, in the 9 Chambers Hall, Zishou presented the essentials of the formation he had drawn to Feng Bai, saying, "I possess a formation here, which, once mastered, can break the siege of Chaoga. Have the soldiers practice diligently." Feng Bai, accustomed to the king's peculiar items, did not think much of it and accepted the essentials before departing. Meanwhile, the untouched Holy Mother became intrigued. "What remarkable formation is this?" she inquired. Zishou had anticipated her question and smiled, stating, "It is the starry array of the heavenly cycle. I observed the celestial phenomena at night and comprehended the formation, refining the ancient starry array for the use of our human race." Feng Bai, show the essentials to Li Shanqing. The untouched Holy Mother was taken aback. The foremost offensive formation of the primordial era, the starry array of the heavenly cycle? You comprehended this by merely observing the stars at night, and adapted it for human use? In the past, the demon emperor Dijuan, having established the ancient demon court, spent millennia traversing the celestial realm to fathom the heavenly principles and ultimately conceive the starry array of the heavenly cycle. Your actions might render the ancient demon emperor rather foolish. She disregarded decorum and eagerly took the essentials from Feng Bai, delving into them with intense focus. As one of the 4 inner disciples of a being of peak mixed origin, she quickly discerned that the essentials were indeed authentic. After the calamity between the Wu and the demons, with Dijuan and Tai's demise, the ancient demon court had fractured. The primordial realm had not seen the starry array of the heavenly cycle since. All the celestial beings have yearned to recreate this formation, yet none succeeded. Now, The formation had been comprehended and refined by the king in a single night. The corners of the untouched Holy Mother's mouth twitched. Your actions not only make Dijuan appear foolish, but also cast a shadow on all those in who claim to be adept in formations. Is this what it means to embody the majesty of the human king? Chapter 29. I have a strategy. Within 7 days, Chaoga shall fall. Outside Chaoga, Yang Jian stood in the great camp, gazing intently at the city. Although he cannot perceive the fortunes of Chaoga directly, he is still able to discern the state of Chaoga City through the art of divination. After besieging the city for over 20 days, there are no signs of weakness in Chaoga City. He spoke softly, saying, within half a month, if Jiangxiang cannot bring back the allied forces of the lords from across the realm, then before the fall of Chaoga, the army of Shiqi will be the first to collapse. As the temporary commander of the Shiqi army, he was acutely aware of the morale within his ranks. The soldiers had faced 3 consecutive defeats, and their spirits had plummeted to an all-time low. Unlike the allied forces of the feudal lords who fled in disarray, the soldiers remained steadfast, fully aware that if they were to escape, their families back in Shiqi would face execution. Yang Jian gazed towards Chaoga, shook his head, and murmured, 2 years? If this war continues for another 2 years, how many more of our people must perish? He recalled the reasons that initially led him to join the calamity and the promise he made to his younger sister. In that moment, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, in another part of the camp, Li Jing summoned Mu Jia and several scattered immortals, stating, Gentlemen, further delay will be detrimental to our forces. I have a plan that can breach Chaoga in 7 days. After the death of the SLU, all his spiritual treasures have temporarily remained with our army. If we employ them to unleash the plague technique in the upper reaches of the Mo River, Chaoga will fall within 7 days. After the demise of the S immortals, their spiritual treasures were all sealed away. The covets these treasures, yet they are bound by profound karmic ties. Once the deification concludes and the S immortals ascend, they must be returned. However, if we temporarily utilize them, we shall not be entangled in karmic repercussions. A chill flickered in the eyes of Mu Jia and several scattered immortals. All of Chaoga's water sources originated from the Mo River that flowed around the city. Even if Chaoga had prepared ample provisions, it would still require the water from the Mo River to sustain itself. One of the scattered immortals of the Earth Immortal realm remarked, generally, this matter involves tremendous karmic implications. The deaths of countless mortals have never concerned the immortals and gods. What they value is causality. Li Jing let out a cold laugh and said, Gentlemen, how could that foolish monarch, King Zhou, possibly reassemble his fortunes without the support of those ignorant commoners in the city? Within the walls of Chaoga, there exists nothing but those wretched souls intent on defying the will of heaven and contradicting the path of righteousness. With a wave of his hand, a chilling intent glimmered in his eyes as he declared, Mu Jia, have the troops prepare the water supply in advance. Fellow Taoist Zhou, once the military is ready, retrieve Lu's plague seal and proceed upstream of the Meishui River, where the influence of the fortune of Chaoga does not reach. Mu Jia, along with several scattered immortals, nodded in agreement. Li Jing offered a final admonition, stating, this matter must remain unknown to Yang Jian. His compassion, despite being a disciple of the Chan teaching, leads him to sympathize with those mortals who defy the heavenly mandate. They were utterly oblivious to the vigilant ears nearby, which captured every word of their conversation. Moments later, Yang Jian gazed in astonishment at the howling celestial dog, exclaiming, Li Jing intends to unleash a plague in the Meishui. He was filled with both astonishment and anger, gripping his trident blade tightly as he prepared to intervene. However, as he took his first step forward, he halted, shaking his head and declaring, No, I cannot interfere with them. The celestial hound looked at Yang Jian in surprise, articulating human speech, and said, Master? Yang Jian furrowed his brow and replied, If I were to intervene, it would only exacerbate the situation. Once this matter reaches the ears of Jiang Zia, he would undoubtedly side with Li Jing. And if it were to come to the attention of my esteemed mentor, Guang Chengzi, I would be utterly powerless to prevent it. He was acutely aware that the Chan religion had resorted to extreme measures in pursuit of ultimate victory. Previously, the absence of the plague was merely due to the fact that no one within the Chan sect had cultivated the path of pestilence. When divine beings act, their foremost consideration is the path they have cultivated for themselves. If Li Jing were to take this notion to heart, it would set a precedent that would embolden the Chan sect to act even more recklessly against Chaoga. Yang Jian closed his eyes and murmured, The human race bears no guilt, yet possessing the fortune of the mortal realm is a transgression in the eyes of the divine. The human race is powerless to safeguard this fortune. Perhaps it would be better to annihilate it entirely. The celestial beings require humanity and will ultimately leave a foundation for them. He opened his eyes and gazed at the howling celestial hound, which had accompanied him for millennia, and said, Howling celestial, this was the reason I initially entered the calamity, yet it does not justify my indifference towards the massacre. I ask you to do one thing for me. Having accompanied Yang Jian for thousands of years, the howling celestial hound understood his intent and replied, Master, I shall convey your message to Neza at once. The following day, in the Nine-Hall Palace, the feckless Emperor Zixio, striving to be a tyrant, was compelled to attend court after being petitioned 18 times by Shang Rong. When Neza conveyed the received message, astonishment swept through the court. Shang Rong, with his white beard trembling in rage, exclaimed, "Utterly shameless." Other ministers and officials echoed his outrage. Li Jing, at the very least, was once the general of Qintang Pass, a recipient of the nation's grace. To betray his majesty is one thing, but to resort to such nefarious schemes against Chaoga is beyond comprehension. Seated upon the throne, Zisho wore a contemplative expression and remarked, "Li Jing seeks to unleash a plague in the waters? Truly, he is as cunning as ever." His impression of Li Jing in the context of the conferred gods was always one of agility. Initially, he apprenticed under the real man of Dui, but upon realizing he lacked celestial fate, he promptly descended the mountain and took up the position of general at Qintang Pass. He fathered 3 sons. And when the Chan teaching came to recruit disciples, he accepted without a moment's hesitation, solely to establish a connection with the Chan sect. Each time Neza found himself in trouble due to the schemes of the Grand Master Tai, Li Jing was the first to disassociate himself. Later, when he discovered that the Lantern Master could preserve his life, he immediately became his disciple. After the conclusion of the conferred gods, upon witnessing Neza's substantial rise in power and his appointment as a deity in the heavenly court, he swiftly aligned himself with the heavenly court while ensuring his other 2 sons were sent to the west. He exemplified a character marked by versatility and adaptability. The Holy Mother of Notaman spoke, "My lord, should I intervene to stop this? In this current era, saints are barred from entering the mortal realm. With her strength, even without the protection of the fortune of Chaoga, she need not fear being besieged by the Chan sect." Zisho waved his hand and replied, "Stop? Why should we stop? If we intervene, would not my pure water vessel become redundant?" He then instructed the old prime minister to ensure that the citizens of the city refrain from using river and well water henceforth. Command that water be distributed to the people daily. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, only then recalling that the king had procured a treasure a few days prior. This treasure could continuously dispense water, seemingly ordinary, yet perfectly suited for the current situation. It appeared the king had been well prepared all along. Even the Holy Mother of Notaman exhibited a look of astonishment. Could it be that the king had foreseen Li Jing's treacherous scheme through the art of divination amidst calamity? The ministers, who had just been agitated and anxious, now wore peculiar expressions. The atmosphere in the Hall of 9 Chambers lightened considerably. The old prime minister exclaimed with excitement, "My lord possesses foresight and anticipates the enemy's moves. Truly, he is the most enlightened ruler under heaven." Before the old prime minister could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Zisho. He was determined not to repeat the blunder of the past. The entire city extolled his virtues, inadvertently activating the system's assessment of a foolish sovereign. With an imperious gesture, he proclaimed, "From now on, when you praise me, you shall refer to me as the greatest fool of all time. Anyone who dares to call me a wise ruler will be taken outside and punished." The courtiers exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what had come over their king. All eyes turned to the venerable prime minister, Shang Rong, awaiting his counsel. Shang Rong let out a heavy sigh. What could he possibly do? As the sovereign of his own realm, he had no choice but to acquiesce. The old chancellor, steeling his resolve, proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty is truly the most illustrious of foolish monarchs. I congratulate you." Consequently, within the 9 Chambers Hall, a chorus of praises for the illustrious sovereign resonated throughout. The Holy Mother of No Regrets. Chapter 30. Fellow traveler, our destinies are intertwined with the West. As Li Jing prepared to unleash a plague upon the Meishui River, the citizens of Chaoga City began to practice their newfound praises for the sovereign. Meanwhile, in Lingzhou Mountain, within the Yuanjua Cave, the radiant lamp Taoist gazed calmly at the saint of pure enlightenment and remarked, "I am profoundly honored by the saint's favor. However, how will the celestial beings perceive my actions as I depart from the Jade Void?" In those days, he was among the 3,000 worldly guests who sought enlightenment at the Purple Cloud Palace, joining the way of the teaching merely to find a pillar of support. How could he possibly harbor any loyalty towards the teachings? Yet, to switch his allegiance to the West without any advantage was out of the question. A faint, serene smile appeared on the waxen visage of the Holy One of the Western Paradise as he spoke. "My friend, you are destined to connect with us in the West. It is only here that you may attain the true essence of the Great Way. The West is fated for great prosperity. My fellow brother and I have resolved to heed the celestial mandate and establish a new doctrine in the West to facilitate the transmission of our profound teachings to the East. Should you choose to join us, you could become the leader of this new faith." At this juncture, he paused, his gaze resting upon the sea-calming pearl held by the lamplighting Taoist. "My friend, after the conclusion of the divine sealing cataclysm, will you be able to retain this treasure? Although the primordial beginning has severed ties with the celestial pass, the 3 pure ones are fundamentally of one lineage, for the sake of his own reputation. Will he truly regard your path as significant?" The expression of the lamplighting Taoist shifted subtly. In his grasp lay the divine pearl of stabilization, originally belonging to Zhao Gongming. After seizing it on the battlefield, he discerned that his path to enlightenment was intertwined with this very pearl. Consequently, he even appropriated the falling treasure money from Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, intending to exchange this treasure for a karmic bond with the. Regrettably, the sage Tontian did not even cast a glance at the falling treasure money. clearly disinclined to entertain the exchange. At this juncture, the words of the sage Zhuandi struck a chord deep within the heart of the lantern illuminator. The sage Zhuandi spoke calmly. "Friend, come to my western paradise. My brother and I shall surely assist you in achieving the great way." After a brief silence, the lantern illuminator replied, "What does the sage wish for me to do?" The sage Zhuandi smiled in satisfaction, raising a hand to gesture toward the mortal realm, stating, "As the Chan sect struggles alone and finds it impossible to conquer Chaoga City, we in the West are willing to guide all beings, bringing an end to this conflict." Finally, the lantern illuminator grasped the true intent of the sage Zhuandi. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I understand now." The sage Zhuandi rose, casting a glance at the lantern illuminator before stating softly, "My friend. On that day in the array of 10,000 immortals, I perceived the dharmakayas of several compassionate friends from the Chan sect, which holds a profound connection to my western paradise." The lantern illuminator's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, he comprehended that the ambitions of the western sages were not singular, but rather shared among many. Their intention was evidently to hollow out the teachings. However, upon realizing this, the radiant lamp Taoist felt a sense of reassurance. Initially, he had been concerned that, being the only one venturing to the west, the western sage might succumb to the pressures from the primordial Supreme One and ultimately betray him. Yet, the ambitions of the two western sages were evidently far greater. With this understanding, he felt a newfound safety. The humble monk offered his congratulations to the sages. The revelation from the Holy One, Quanti, was intentionally disclosed to ensure that the radiant lamp would wholeheartedly align himself with the West. Acknowledging that the other party had grasped this, he joined his hands in prayer, transforming into a radiant light and departing. In the Jade Void Palace, Guang Chengzi suddenly experienced an inexplicable sense of unease. He hastily calculated with his fingers, yet discovered nothing. Could it be that there are still unforeseen variables in Chaoga City? That seems implausible. Jiang Zia has already resumed the fortunes of the Western Zhou, and Yang Jian has encircled Chaoga City. No matter how formidable the luck of Chaoga City, it can only remain besieged. He pondered for a long time, yet gleaned nothing. Ultimately, he could only shake his head and say, "It seems that the city of Chaoga remains unbroken for a prolonged period, and the karmic repercussions have undergone some changes. Since there is nothing amiss, I shall continue my seclusion." On Mount Putoa, within the Loka Cave, the compassionate Taoist Zihong, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Before him, a radiant light from the west descended. The western saint of Guanyin emerged from the brilliance, holding a marvelous tree of 7 treasures, with myriad jewels cascading around him. His waxen face was adorned with a benevolent smile as he straightforwardly declared, "Taoist Zihong, you and I share a fateful connection with the West." On Mount Wulong, in the Yushao Cave, the wise Manjushri proclaimed, "Taoist Wenshu, you and I share a fateful connection with the West." In the Ba Cave of Mount Jiogong, the virtuous Samantabhadra stated, "Taoist Puxian, you and I share a fateful connection with the West." In the old palace of the Sun Star, Liao addressed, "Taoist Liao, you and I share a fateful connection with the West." In Chaoga, at the training grounds, the brothers Fong Bai and Fong Xiang, leading the last remaining soldiers of Chaoga, diligently practiced the grand array of the celestial bodies. Generals Lu Renjia, Lei Kuan, and Lei Peng stood as their deputies. Fong Bai's commanding voice resonated in the ears of the loyal soldiers of Chaoga. "The king upholds the last glory of Qingtang, battling against celestial beings and vanquishing the rebels. Bestow upon us martial arts and grant us the ancient great array. How shall we repay this? As the ancient saying goes, the ruler worries while the subjects suffer. We must serve our nation with unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice our lives for the king. Look at those rebels outside. They wish to trap us within the city, and more insidiously, they aim to unleash a plague upon us, wishing for our complete annihilation. Without our king, we shall all perish, and not a single one of our wives, children, or elderly shall survive. Sons, let us train diligently, 10 hours each day. Only by mastering this ancient array can we break free." The soldiers, stripped to the waist, sweated profusely, their energy coursing through them, muscles and bones cracking with each movement. Above in the heavens, the ancient starry sky showered down beams of light. Bathed in this celestial glow, the soldiers grew stronger, their internal vitality surging. The Holy Mother Wudong observed this scene from afar, utterly astonished. The king's grand array of the celestial bodies was, in essence, a pathway of cultivation? I recall my master once mentioning this array. It had no cultivation effect. Was this ability only realized after the king's modifications? The 12 marvelous arrays of the primordial era are profoundly intricate, and merely comprehending them to their fullest extent is a monumental challenge. Throughout history, any enhancement of a grand array has typically been limited to adjustments in power, size, or range. Yet the king not only transformed an array that was originally exclusive to the demon race into one usable by humanity, but even infused it with the power of cultivation, which was originally solely offensive. The Holy Mother Wudong gazed towards the Shosten Palace, murmuring, "The king's capabilities elude my understanding." In that moment, her hope intensified. The longer she remained in Chaoga, the more she believed that the king's promises to her were not mere whims but held genuine potential. Her resolve grew ever stronger. This time, she would surely devote herself fully to assisting the king. Master, await your disciple. At the Shouxian Palace, Zishou began yet another day of clocking in. However, he had now discerned certain patterns in the process. Generally, only on full days was there a likelihood of obtaining valuable items. For instance, the 10th, 20th, and 30th days were particularly favorable for drawing treasures. Today marked the 13th day of a new month, a time seemingly unrelated to any auspiciousness. Thus, he casually remarked, "System. Clock in. Let this conclude swiftly so I may commence my cultivation. Tomorrow marks the 7th day since Li Jing unleashed the plague. He still awaits the grand spectacle. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Check-in reward, the Qian Kuan Ding. Qian Kuan Ding, a reward of the highest caliber, an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure. Originally belonging to the chaos deity, the ancestor of Qian Kuan, later acquired by the Dao ancestor and bestowed upon Nuwa for her task of mending the heavens. Due to the consequences of this act, it has since vanished into the void. Hint 1. The Qian Kuan Ding possesses the virtue of mending the heavens, thereby granting it the ability to refine all existence into its primordial form. Hint 2. Should one place a spiritual treasure within, it will be refined to its original destination, and the former owner shall no longer possess it. Caution is advised in its use. Zishou? This check-in system is quite capricious. Just when I thought I had grasped some semblance of its rules, it slaps me in the face. Chapter 31. Shingongbao, what purpose do you serve for me? Though Zishou feels as though he has been reprimanded by the system, he is nonetheless quite pleased with the acquisition of the Qian Kuan Ding. This is not merely any ding, it is the ding of the ancestor of Qian Kuan, the very one used by the Lady Nuwa to refine stones and mend the heavens. Within this ding lies a fragment of virtue, capable of transforming all things into their original state. While he has yet to discover how to utilize this particular function, he is acutely aware of where he can apply the second function. After being captured by the Mother of No Return, Yun Zhangzi managed to escape through a form of disembodiment, yet all his spiritual treasures remain behind. With the Qian Kuan Ding, he can refine these treasures to their original ownership. Thus, they shall bear his surname. Zishou is exceedingly satisfied with this check-in reward. He retrieved the spiritual treasure from the Cloud Sun and poured it into the Qian Kuan Ding. He summoned the nine-tailed fox to assist in its refinement. Upon seeing the Qian Kuan Ding, the nine-tailed fox was nearly overwhelmed with fear. As a creature of the demon tribe, how could she fail to recognize the legendary vessel used by the goddess Nuwa to mend the heavens? How could such a supreme innate treasure be in the hands of the king? Little did she know that the Qian Kuan Ding had vanished into the void due to the repercussions of mending the heavens, a secret known only to Nuwa herself. Having lost a precious artifact, she would naturally keep it under wraps. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox, after her initial shock, suddenly comprehended the implications. The goddess was wholeheartedly supporting the king. Thankfully, since her last report to the goddess, she had been resolute and obedient to the king's commands. The goddess had bestowed this treasure upon the king, and now he had allowed her to witness it. This was a clear admonition for her. The nine-tailed fox complied with the king's request, taking the Qian Kuan Ding to the back to find her two sisters and refine it together. The three demons silently reaffirmed their determination to assist the king with all their might, to atone for past transgressions. After handing the Qian Kuan Ding to the nine-tailed fox, Zishou pondered for a moment and produced the summoning banner. Having summoned the Wudong Holy Mother previously, he had used it a few times since. However, the celestial beings he summoned earlier were mere obscure figures, hardly known in the annals of the Fengshen. Thus, he had set it aside for a while. For deities were valued for their quality, not quantity. One Wudong Holy Mother was far more valuable than 1,000 peripheral immortals. Yet today, feeling fortunate, he decided to summon once more. As the summoning banner unfurled, ethereal energy surged, and the words of the Taoist symbols fell before Zishou's eyes. It locked onto a pawn of the Fengshen, secretly arranged by the primordial heavenly sovereign, the cunning Shengwangbao. The target's strength did not exceed that of the host by a large margin, allowing for a forced summoning. Should the summoning commence? Zishou's lips twitched. Just when he thought his luck was turning, he ended up drawing such a deceptive figure. What was he supposed to do with him? Deceive the Chan sect? However, the fact that he was a pawn orchestrated by the primordial heavenly sovereign added an intriguing layer to the situation. It was no wonder Shengwangbao had persistently sought his own demise. The primordial heavenly sovereign had only dealt with him in the end. It turned out that Shengwangbao was a hidden piece. The Chan sect's loss was not without reason. Yet, wasn't Shengwangbao supposed to have been taken to fill the sea's depths? How could he be summoned back? He hesitated for but a moment before resolutely deciding to summon. A forceful summoning. Although Zishou had remained silent thus far, his current realm had already ascended to that of a human immortal. The essence of cultivation begins with the accumulation of vital energy, spirit, and mind. He is endowed with daily rewards that accelerate his cultivation remarkably. Presently, his realm is equivalent to that of a human immortal. Although Shingongbao has officially entered the realm of immortals, he is merely at the level of an earth immortal, and thus cannot escape the compelling summons of the summoning banner. Zishou shakes the summoning banner. In the next moment, before him, a figure of slender stature and somber demeanor, adorned with a head of half-black and half-white hair, materialized. Without the slightest hesitation, Zishou summoned the chaotic tranquilizing bell. The resonant chime echoed through the air. Just summoned, and still grappling with the unfolding events. Shen Gongbao's eyes momentarily glazed over in confusion. In the next instant, the bewilderment in Shen Gongbao's gaze transformed once more into clarity. He lifted his head and gazed at Zishou, bowing in reverence, and said, "I pay my respects to the great king." Zishou scrutinized Shen Gongbao for a moment and spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Shen Gongbao, have you truly been taken to fill the eye of the North Sea? What? Pray tell, are the intentions of the primordial heavenly master towards you?" At this moment, Shen Gongbao had been thoroughly subdued by the bell of divine restraint. And he simply shook his head, responding, "Your Majesty, I have not been taken to fill the eye of the North Sea. I am merely in seclusion in the North Sea. Since the primordial heavenly master accepted me as a disciple, he has subtly issued his decree. I feigned disuse in the Jade Void Palace, living in melancholy, and traveled through the realms, deliberately befriending the disciples of the. My purpose was to lure the disciples into the calamity once the divine sealing tribulation commenced. Within my disciples' primordial spirit, there exists a restriction left by the primordial heavenly master, thus he does not fear my revelation of the truth. However, your Majesty has just erased this restriction." Zishou was not the least bit surprised by Shen Gongbao's response. Upon realizing that Shen Gongbao was a hidden piece on the board, he could surmise the primordial heavenly master's arrangements. The only aspect worthy of lamentation was the cunning of the primordial heavenly master, who had begun his scheming 1,500 years ago when the sages sealed the divine list. He gazed at Shen Gongbao and inquired, "Who else is aware of your identity?" Shen Gongbao shook his head and replied, "No one knows. The edict bestowed upon me by the sage is a closely guarded secret." Zishou chuckled softly and remarked, "What a splendid secret. If no one knows, then your words remain unverified, even in the absence of restrictions. Do you believe that the celestial beings will trust you, or the sage?" Shen Gongbao fell into a contemplative silence. Did he truly remain unaware of these matters? Yet, could he dare to defy the edicts of the sages? Zishou gazed at Shen Gongbao and inquired, "What utility do you possess for me, Shen Gongbao?" Shen Gongbao hastily replied, "My lord, while my capabilities are limited, I believe I can assist you in acquiring the river diagram and the Luo book." Zishou, however, was taken aback. To him, Shen Gongbao's prowess lay in deception. Such a skill, while undoubtedly useful, was akin to the subtle rewards he occasionally extracted, valuable yet presently unneeded. Hence, his inquiry was merely rhetorical. To his astonishment, this question unveiled a supreme innate treasure, the river diagram and the Luo book. A preeminent treasure berthed alongside the demon emperor Dijuan, serving as the very heart of the primordial defensive formation, the river and Luo mixed origin grand array. During the final calamity between the witch and demon clans, when the witch tribe assaulted the demon court, the sorcerer Kunping betrayed Dijuan and stole this treasure. The ancient demon court, having lost its strongest defense, ultimately perished alongside the witch tribe in a cataclysmic showdown employing the great array of celestial bodies. Nuwa's elder brother, Fuxi, who was then the prime minister of the demon court, also met his demise and fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Later, the demon minister Fuxi reincarnated as the foremost of humanity's three sovereigns, the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, and in an effort to repay the karmic debt of the past, Kunping lent the river diagram and the Luo book to Fuxi. From this, Fuxi comprehended the innate 8 trigrams and attained the position of heavenly sovereign of humanity. The river diagram and the Luo book, having changed hands thrice, witnessed the rise of the demon court and the enlightenment of the heavenly sovereign, standing as the sole treasure in the primordial realm that simultaneously embodies the merits of both the demon and human races. Did Zishou harbor an interest in this remarkable treasure? Indeed, his interest was profound. Chapter 32. Witness Li's destruction of Chaoga today, slaying the tyrant. And gaining renown across the land, a myriad of thoughts flickered through Zishou's mind, yet his expression remained impassive as he said calmly, "The river diagram and the Luo book? As far as I am aware, this treasure resides with Kunping, the master of the northern underworld demon palace. He is a primordial being of immense power, having heard the Tao in the Purple Clouds Palace and served as a sorcerer in the ancient demon court. It is said that he comprehended the river diagram and the Luo book, deriving profound merit from the insights gained therein. Can you truly seize the river diagram and the Luo book from his grasp?" Shen Gongbao gazed at Zishou in astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, he bowed deeply and remarked, "My lord possesses such remarkable knowledge of this ancient secret, a matter rarely known even among the celestial beings of the heavens." He nodded and said, "As the king has pointed out, the river diagram and Luo book are indeed in the possession of the Kunping. However, to be precise, this treasure is sealed within the demon palace of the northern abyss. Until the cataclysm concludes, the Kunping cannot approach this treasure." Zishou raised an eyebrow, already contemplating a possibility. Yet he maintained a facade of calmness and urged, "Continue." Shen Gongbao explained, "The situation is, in fact, rather straightforward. The river diagram and Luo book contain the merits of the celestial emperor Fuxi, a treasure capable of suppressing the fate of humanity. Conversely, when humanity's fate encounters peril, the treasure will respond accordingly. The king may not be aware, but the Kunping dared to betray the demon emperor years ago and managed to evade retribution from the goddess Nuwa, because he had already secretly allied himself with the primordial celestial lord. Now, as the primordial celestial lord seeks to sever the fate of the mortal realm, The Kunping would not dare to touch the river diagram and Luo book, otherwise he would surely be drawn into the calamity of the investiture of the gods, once stripped of the primordial celestial lord as protection. Countless beings in this world would seek to devour the Kunping alive. At this juncture, Shen Gongbao paused, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and remarked, I, in accordance with the decree of the primordial celestial lord, have taken refuge in the northern sea, specifically within the northern abyss demon palace. I am aware of the location where the river diagram and Luo book are sealed, and I am confident that upon my return, I will swiftly secure this treasure. The king may then summon me to Chaoga with the banner of summoning the immortals. Once I arrive in Chaoga, I will assume a new identity and disguise. At that point, the Kunping will only suspect that it was the primordial celestial lord who sent Shen Gongbao to steal the river diagram and Luo book, thus absolving the king and myself of any connection to this matter. In that moment, Zisho regarded Shen Gongbao with astonishment. This Shen Gongbao was indeed a master of intrigue. On the battlefield, in direct combat, Shen Gongbao was utterly inept. Yet beyond the battlefield, in the realms of conspiracy, manipulation, and incitement, he was remarkably adept. A true talent. Zisho nodded and stated, this matter is permitted. Shen Gongbao promptly bowed and declared, I shall return to the northern abyss demon palace at once. 3 days hence. The king may summon me again to Chaoga. Should I fail in my endeavor, I shall present my head before you. With his words concluded, the matter was set in motion. The ethereal resonance of time and space enveloped him, and after a moment of distortion, he found himself back in the Northming Demon Palace. Upon opening his eyes once more, Shen Gongbao beheld his surroundings. He was once again within his own cave dwelling in the Northming Demon Palace. He took a deep breath, and all expressions on his face vanished, transforming into a somber smile as he stepped out of his dwelling. My lord, I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations. Zisho had no concerns about the unpredictable nature of Shen Gongbao. Once the chaotic divine bell completely seized control of its target, betrayal would be inconceivable. Setting aside the matter of Shen Gongbao, Zisho instructed Lei Jinzi to monitor the movements of the surrounding rebel forces before retiring to rest. Cultivation? It was impossible to engage in such endeavors. As a tyrant, dedicating just 1 hour a day to cultivation was already excessively diligent. There could be no more. He handed over the several blueprints of farming tools obtained from the lottery to Shang Rong, instructing the old prime minister to work overtime. After which he paid no further attention. The following day, afternoon had passed, Zisho arrived at the 9 halls. The ministers had already been discussing matters for several hours. Upon seeing the king enter, Shang Rong immediately spoke, Your Majesty, the 7 days have elapsed. The scouts from the rebel army outside the city have increased in number. Utilizing deception, I led the rebels to believe that the city of Chaoga has been ravaged by plague. Half an hour ago, Lei Jinzi reported that the rebel forces have mobilized and are marching towards the southern gate of Chaoga. I beseech your majesty to decide. Zisho was already aware of this information, but he feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. Feng Bai and Feng Xiang, I have entrusted you with the training of the 9 forms of the heavenly halberd and the great stellar array for quite some time. It is now your turn to demonstrate your loyalty. I command you to lead 363 valiant warriors out of Chaoga and advance to Mianchi County. Do not return without capturing Mianchi. Upon hearing these words, the assembly was taken aback. Shang Rong, being a civil minister, was unfamiliar with matters of cultivation and exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty, are we to send only 365 soldiers in a battle? Would that not be too few? Perhaps General Neza and General Wei who could accompany the expedition? Both Neza and Wei who promptly requested to join. Zisho rolled his eyes at the old prime minister and said, Prime Minister, you have urged me to decide. I have already made my decision. Do you wish to defy the command? Shang Rong's face turned crimson. Your Majesty, you are merely pretending to be a foolish ruler. You cannot truly wish to be one. However, your Majesty's arrangements must carry profound significance. As a loyal subject, I shall, of course, obey your command. The old prime minister once again persuaded himself, stating, I would never dare to defy the royal decree. Feng Bai and Feng Xiang then stepped forward, clasped their fists in salute, and declared, We shall obey the command. Outside the city, Li Jing observed the gloomy expression of Yang Jian and remarked coolly, Yang Jian, if you are unwilling to lead the army, I shall take command and breach the city myself. You may await my good news here. The matter of unleashing the plague had ultimately come to Yang Jian's knowledge 2 days prior, but it was too late to retract the course of action, and Li Jing was certainly concerned. Now that the 7-day period had concluded, with over 20,000 people in the city of Chaoga, it was feared that only a few would still be able to stand. The time to achieve glory had arrived. Li Jing dismissed Yang Jian, summoned Mu Jia and several other wandering immortals, and led an army of 10,000 towards Chaoga. Yang Jian silently watched as Li Jing set forth, his expression unchanged. His identity compels him to act more, yet ere even more, it would be wiser to remain still and let events unfold. Li Jing once again mobilizes his forces to besiege Chaoga City, and such commotion naturally draws the attention of the celestial beings. Li Jing leads an army to attack. With merely 10,000 men, How dare he? Ah, my friends, you are unaware. Li Jing has unleashed a plague in the Meishui. How many living souls remain in Chaoga now? A plague? Such a nefarious tactic, it seems Chaoga City is doomed. It was long overdue for downfall. A mere city daring to defy the heavens is the folly of a deluded mind. This has caused unrest among all Taoists. And the tyrant king, Zhou, truly deserves his fate. Until the calamity of the Fengshen concludes, not a single celestial dares to find peace. Observing the steadfastness of Chaoga City, one cannot fathom how many deities harbor deep-seated resentment towards Zishou Creek. As Li Jing's 10,000 troops encroached upon the aura of Chaoga, the southern city gate thunderously swung open. Brothers Fong Bai and Fong Xiang, leading 363 soldiers, totaling 365, donned their chainmail armor and brandished their azure steel spears, stepping forth to confront the invaders. Li Jing, upon witnessing this, let out a hearty laugh and declared, Chaoga has no capable defenders left. A mere 300 men think to stand against my 10,000? Watch as I obliterate Chaoga, slay the tyrant, and earn renown throughout the land. Chapter 33. A heavy burden beneath the walls of Chaoga. Fong Bai gazed upon the ferocious onslaught of the rebel forces, a cold smile forming on his lips. Gentlemen, the king has commanded that we shall not return until we capture Mianxi. The assembled soldiers roared in unison. We shall not return until we capture Mianxi. Fong Xiang raised his azure steel spear, commanding, form the formation, let us slay the enemy. The 360 soldiers of Chaoga swiftly arranged themselves around Fong Bai and Fong Xiang as the focal point of their formation. Li Jing, seated upon his steed, observed the arrangement with disdain, bursting into laughter as he proclaimed, they seek their own demise. Let those nearby charge forth and annihilate them. He commands 10,000 elite soldiers from the Western Qi, accompanied by a total of 4 celestial beings, including himself, as well as the heavenly immortal Mujia. He was aware that Neza was impervious to plagues, thus he was well prepared. As long as Neza emerged, he could subdue him. Regarding the Mother of No Direction, the Haiyuan Golden Immortal was indeed formidable, yet with the entire city of Chaoga languishing in pestilence, deprived of Chaoga's fortune's protection, he doubted that the Mother of No Direction would dare to act. The mandate of heaven resided on his side, even if the Mother of No Direction truly dared to intervene. He was ready. At the very least, he could safeguard his life against her strike. Although Li Jing was eager to breach the city and avoid prolonged troubles, allowing Neza an opportunity to assassinate him, he had made ample preparations. Upon hearing Li Jing proclaim that a general from either side would charge forth, each commanding 1,000 troops towards Chaoga, Li Jing observed the 2,000 soldiers advancing and coldly remarked, those 300 warriors must undoubtedly be the last viable forces of Chaoga once they were vanquished. The remaining troops would immediately storm into the city and set it ablaze. The city was already afflicted by plague. To prevent its spread and harm to the world, it had to be thoroughly purified. Should the flames reduce Chaoga to ashes, whatever had coalesced its fortune would become utterly ineffective. Moreover, whatever Li Jing had wrought upon Chaoga would be irrevocably erased with the raging inferno. As Li Jing's generals nodded in assent, the two factions clashed beneath Chaoga. In the next moment, a spectacle unfolded that left everyone astounded. From the formation established by a mere 365 individuals, an astonishing aura erupted. A radiant light surging skyward, reaching the celestial expanse. In the starry heavens, centered around the sun and moon, 365 stars suddenly blazed forth. The immense brilliance of countless stars descended, transforming into 365 beams of light, enveloping the 365 warriors of Chaoga. Towering and formidable starry giants rose behind the warriors. Fong Bai felt an inexhaustible courage and strength surging within him. His eyes widened as he thrust his spear with his right hand while grasping forward with his left. With a swift motion, 2 vice-generals from the Western Qi army fell, one pierced through the chest by the spear, the other having his throat crushed. In but a single exchange, the 2 vice-generals perished without comprehending the unfolding events. Fong Bai laughed heartily, declaring, brothers, follow me to vanquish the enemy. The morale of the soldiers surged, and they charged forth with audacity. With each strike, the starry giants behind them mirrored their movements. A single blow resulted in the immediate demise of dozens, if not hundreds, of the Western Qi troops. In the blink of an eye, the entire force of 2,000 from Western Qi was annihilated. The speed of the event was such that the last remaining soldier barely grasped what had transpired before he too was slain. Li Jing? Celestial beings? What has happened? What kind of formation is this? How can it harness the power of the celestial stars? In the netherworld, the Queen of the Yellow Springs, seated on her throne, suddenly lifted her gaze, her expression one of intrigue as she remarked, the celestial star formation? I never imagined that the essence of the demon tribe would be appropriated by humanity. Nuwa, do you intend to abandon the demon race and solely attend to humanity from now on? However, will it not be too late to act now that only the city of Chaoga remains of Chengtang's realm? In the Yushu Palace, the recently arrived lamplighting Daoist and Guangchengzi simultaneously turned their astonished gazes towards Chaoga. The lamplighting Daoist, having witnessed the celestial star formation before, recognized it immediately and exclaimed in shock, the celestial star formation? How can mortals possibly wield such an array? Guangchengzi had not seen the formation firsthand, Yet he was certainly aware of the formidable reputation of the foremost offensive array in the primordial world. He inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "The celestial star formation of the Zhou Tian has long been thought to be lost." The expression on the face of the lantern-bearing Taoist shifted continuously after a prolonged silence. He finally shook his head and spoke in a somber tone. "The goddess Nuwa is not only the holy mother of humanity, but also the leader of the demon sect. How much ancient wisdom does she possess? What secrets of the fallen ancient demon court does she know? Who can truly say?" Guangqingzi was taken aback. Recalling some of his earlier speculations, his complexion turned ashen as he remarked, "Does Saint Nuwa truly dare to defy the heavens?" The lantern-bearing Taoist merely shook his head and said nothing further. Guangqingzi understood the implication as the three pure ones consumed the elixir of saintly demise. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Master Randing, do you possess a solution?" Master Randing raised his gaze towards the west and replied calmly, "Indeed. I have a method." In the western realm of Shumi, the recently returned saint of primordial purity fixed his intense gaze upon Chaoga. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Addressing Nuwa, "It appears, my friend, that you indeed aspire to defy the heavens, for you have imparted the Zhou Tian star formation to King Zhou. Are you aware that both the Zhou Tian star formation and the 12 capital heavenly god formation were personally erased by the Tao ancestor in the past? It seems that before long, you shall have to relinquish your position as the foremost saint of meritorious virtue in the primordial era." He was astonished by the transformations in Chaoga, yet a flicker of joy lingered within him. Now, apart from seeking assistance from the west, the Chan teaching had no other recourse. In the celestial realm, amidst the grandeur of the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor's visage contorted as he gazed upon Chaoga. His chest heaving violently, a torrent of crude words swirling in his mind, yet he dared not utter a single one. Chaoga had coalesced its fortunes. Neza had pledged allegiance to King Zhou overnight, while the mother of the unfathomable remained untouched by any fate, concealing her identity. Furthermore, the great array of the stars had re-emerged from the primordial chaos. Who, if not Nuwa, the mother of humanity and the leader of the demon cult, could achieve such a feat? Sage, have I offended you in any way? Must you obstruct the deification process in this manner? In Nuwa's palace, she rose in astonishment, exclaiming, "The great array of the stars? How could humanity wield such an array? Has Shou gathered a band of followers with demon blood?" Her gaze swept over the 300 individuals of Fong Bai, recognizing instantly that they were all pure humans, devoid of any trace of demonic lineage. Yet, she was acutely aware that even half-blooded followers, let alone pure-blood demons, could not possibly master the great array of the stars. Since the demise of Emperor Jun, the array had been lost to time. As the leader of the demon cult, she had longed to restore it for her kin, but found herself powerless to do so. After a brief moment, she gently shook her head, murmuring, "Now, all sages and celestial beings must believe that I am shielding Chaoga. Yes? Shou, you have burdened me with a significant karmic weight." Chapter 34. If it's difficult, then let it be in Chaoga City, within the 9 halls. The mother of the unfathomable cast her spells, manifesting the battlefield upon the 9 halls for all to witness. The civil and military officials beheld the 300 warriors, who, with a single charge, obliterated the 2,000 vanguards of the rebellious forces, subsequently surging forth like a furious dragon from the depths, actively engaging the traitors. Everyone understood that the king had imparted the great array of the stars. Yet, as mere mortals, how could they comprehend the true might of this ancient formation, which had become a legend among the immortals? Now, they grasped just how formidable the great array of the stars truly was. "Well struck," an official exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. Thus, within the 9 halls, applause erupted, rising and falling like waves. Neza, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Every grand array has its limitations in range. I've heard that even the sword array of extermination cannot be moved over a vast area once it is activated. The protective array of 10,000 immortals from the Jia sect is known for its infinite transformations, yet it too requires a defined perimeter. Does the great array of the stars truly possess no such limitations?" The mother of the unfathomable cast a calm glance at Neza. Aware that as a disciple of the Chan teaching, he lacked the depth of knowledge regarding formations possessed by the Jia sect, she replied, "Every grand array has its boundaries. Even if a sage were to personally invoke the sword array of extermination, enveloping the entirety of the primordial realm, there would still be limits. The great array of the stars certainly has its range." A slight smile graced her lips as she lifted her delicate hand to point at the sky, declaring, "The range of the great array of the stars is defined by the domain of the starlight that envelopes it." Neza stood in astonishment, gazing upward. The domain of the starlight that envelopes it? In the vastness of the primordial world, across 9 heavens and 10 earths, throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolations. In the ancient starry skies, and beyond the 33 heavens, where is there not? He finally comprehended why the Zhou Tian star formation could be hailed as the foremost offensive array of the primordial era. Given its vast scope, it rightfully deserved such a claim. No wonder, in ancient times, the demon race swept through the wilderness with the Zhou Tian star formation, encountering no adversaries until they faced the 12 capitals heavenly gods formation of the Wu clan. Within the 9 halls, the civil and military officials were filled with fervor. Under the guidance of the venerable prime minister, they turned to the throne and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Your Majesty. However, their voices were abruptly silenced. Upon the throne, there was no trace of the king. The courtiers were bewildered. Shangrong's lips twitched as he waved his hand and calmly remarked, "The king continues his reign as a foolish sovereign. Pay it no mind. My lords, as loyal subjects, we must not falter during such a crucial moment. Let us resume our watch of the battle." The courtiers came to a sudden realization and collectively praised, "Indeed, the king is the greatest fool throughout the ages." Outside the city of Chaoga, Li Jing observed that his 10,000-strong army was no match for the Zhou Tian star formation and was filled with both astonishment and fury. He bellowed, "Mujia, take action and slay these audacious rebels." He produced a talisman of will and handed it to Mujia. This was the talisman he had recently refined. The general understood that those who defy the heavens surely possess cunning schemes, yet he was well prepared. Mujia slapped his forehead, summoned the talisman, and uttered celestial light while wielding the Wu Go divine sword, charging at Fong Bai with a shout, "You audacious fool! Disregarding the heavenly mandate and showing disrespect to the deities shall be punished." The Wu Go divine sword cleaved through the void, descending upon Fong Bai. At that moment, Fong Bai, invigorated by the battle, roared as he saw Mujia approach, declaring, "Combine." In an instant, the strength of all the soldiers converged upon Fong Bai. 365 starry giants transformed into a colossal figure over 100 feet tall, raising its hand to strike down at Mujia. Mujia's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Celestial realm? How can this be?" He was astounded to discover that the towering giant of starlight possessed the formidable strength of a celestial being at the pinnacle of the heavenly immortal realm. He is merely at the initial stage of the celestial immortal realm. What on earth is wrong with these mortals? Li Jing witnessed this from behind. His eyes ablaze with fury and could no longer restrain himself. He summoned the golden exquisite pagoda in his hand and bellowed, "Dare to harm my son, be suppressed." The golden exquisite pagoda soared into the air, transforming into a colossal seven-tiered tower that descended upon the starlit giant. Within the 9 halls, Nez's eyes glinted with a chilling intent as he finally awaited this moment. In the next instant, he vanished from the 9 halls, along with the meticulously prepared Wu Gong. Beneath the city of Chaoga, a thunderous sound erupted. Wu Gong met the golden exquisite pagoda with a spear, and with a swift motion, he succeeded in suppressing the pagoda. Li Jing was struck with astonishment and exclaimed, "Wu Gong, how can you still gather the fortune? How is this possible?" Wu Gong replied earnestly, "Do you think that the plague would be effective against Chaoga?" Father had long made preparations. The entire city of Chaoga was unaffected by the plague. Li Jing. He finally realized that he had been deceived. He mistakenly believed he could breach Chaoga City and achieve great merit, only to plunge headlong into a trap. A chilling sensation surged through him. In the next moment, he beheld Bai Li Hongling transforming into a fiery cloud, enveloping him from Chaoga City. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels and wielding the fire spear, charged forth. Li Jing turned to flee. Had he still possessed the golden Linglong pagoda, he would not have feared Neza. With the pagoda in hand, he could effortlessly subdue him. Yet, now the treasure was lost. Li Jing persistently summoned the golden Linglong pagoda, but it had already been suppressed by Wu Gong, rendering it impossible to call back. Neza, transforming into a streak of light, cried out, "Li Jing, today I shall avenge my mother." Boom. Meanwhile, Mujia was struck nearly to death by the colossal star giant, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Fong Bai, without sparing a glance at Mujia, brandished a spear, separating the combined forces once more, declaring, "Gentlemen, by the decree of the great king, we shall seize Mianqi." 364 soldiers echoed in unison, "We heed the great king's command." Under the radiant light of the celestial stars, the 365 warriors of Chaoga surged toward Minchi County. The celestial beings were struck with astonishment. Had Chaoga truly not succumbed to the plague? Did they intend to counterattack Minchi County? Were they mad? Did they dare to step beyond the bounds of Chaoga's fate? For the formation they had deployed at that moment was an ancient demonic array, the foremost offensive formation of the primordial era, the celestial star formation. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolations, a multitude of inhalations resonated. In Minchi County, Yang Jian stood dumbfounded, observing the over 300 soldiers from Chaoga charging toward Mianqi. He had contemplated various possibilities, yet this was beyond his imagination. Over 300 dared to leave the protective aura of Chaoga to launch a counteroffensive against Mianqi. However, he was acutely aware that the several thousand troops remaining in Mianqi could not possibly withstand them. He cast a glance at the disheveled Li Jing, sighed softly, and raised his 3-edged blade to block Neza. "Neza, I cannot allow you to take Li Jing's life before my very eyes. I would find it impossible to explain to my master, and that would put me in a difficult position." Yang Jian, embodying the form of a golden immortal, stood resolutely before Neza. Neza, unperturbed, grinned widely and replied, "Difficult? Then perhaps you should not bother." As the words fell, 3 streaks of escape light surged forth from Chaoga City. Following closely were hundreds of various spiritual treasures, transforming into a relentless assault that rained down upon them. Yang Jian, even with his status as a golden immortal and mastery of the profound 8-9 mystical arts, he dared not confront such an onslaught head-on. He abruptly recoiled, evading the onslaught. When he turned back, Neza had already darted away, continuing his pursuit of Li Jing. Before Yang Jian stood Wei Hu, Lagency, and Jin Xia, who had summoned hundreds of spiritual treasures to encircle him. Wei Hu, wielding the demon-suppressing staff, spoke calmly. Yang Jian, it would be most advantageous for us if you refrain from making a move. Once Neza concludes his task, we shall depart immediately. Chapter 35, A Hundredfold Return. Surge of Fortune. Wei Hu's expression remained serene as he declared, Yang Jian, the order I have received is to impede you. As long as you do not interfere with Neza or concern yourself with Mianqi County, I shall take no action. However, should you provoke me, I will promptly invoke these spiritual treasures to self-detonate. I am aware that your mastery of the 8-9 mysterious arts surpasses my own. Yet the detonation of these 100 treasures will be sufficient to delay you for a considerable duration. Yang Jian. He gazed at Wei Hu and the others with an expression of utter disbelief. The myriad treasures adorning their bodies radiated a brilliance that dazzled the eyes, their formidable power casting an eerie glow from afar. He recognized each of these artifacts, well aware that they originally belonged to Yun Zhongzi. It was not surprising that, following Yun Zhongzi's demise in Chaoga City, his treasures had been left behind. However, Yang Jian could never have anticipated that, within such a brief span of time, the forces of Chaoga would completely refine and claim over 100 artifacts as their own. What astonished him even more was that Wei Hu was willing to use all of these treasures for self-detonation. In astonishment, he could not help but inquire, if you detonate all the spiritual treasures, would King Zhou consent? With these treasures, the might of Chaoga could multiply severfold. Wei Hu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, the king has given me the liberty to self-destruct at will. He claims to be a foolish monarch. How can he be a proper tyrant without squandering his wealth? The king further stated that, regardless of the loss of spiritual treasures, he could always seize them from the Chan sect again, asserting that as a foolish ruler, it is imperative to plunder treasures. Otherwise, how could he fulfill the role of a true tyrant? Yang Jian? He chuckled in exasperation, saying, how could King Zhou, the notorious tyrant, possibly have any redeeming qualities? Wei Hu laughed softly and replied, Yang Jian, we both know the truth of whether the king is indeed a tyrant. Since the world labels him as such, he might as well embody the role that the people have ascribed to him. Yang Jian's expression shifted dramatically. Wei Hu's words left him at a loss for words. As the foremost disciple of the Chan school's 3rd generation, he surely understood the reasons behind the king of Shang being branded a tyrant by the realm. He took a deep breath and solemnly remarked, in Mianqi County, there are still 10,000 innocent souls. Wei Hu, with an air of indifference, replied, they will all be branded as sinners, swayed by rumors, betraying Qingtang. Must they not pay the price? Yang Jian raised his trident once more, declaring, then I shall witness whether your divine treasures, upon self-detonation, can indeed keep me here, unperturbed. Wei Hu continued, the sinners will be conscripted to till the fields and labor in workshops, seeking redemption through toil. The king will punish them, ensuring their every meal includes meat, making them bear the consequences of taking life. The king will further punish them by providing warm garments in winter and cool attire in summer, rendering them incapable of feeling the sweltering heat or the biting cold. The king's retribution is notoriously merciless. He will compel these sinners to strengthen their bodies, thus enabling them to better engage in agricultural labor. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smirk as he inquired, what do you think? Are you afraid now, Yang Jian? He felt that his mind was somewhat inadequate. How could Wei Hu, after only 2 months of allegiance to the Shang king, have transformed in such a manner? Nevertheless, Wei Hu's words evoked certain memories from the past. As he traversed each feudal state, he beheld the populace of those lands. The common folk subsisted on the coarsest grains, seldom indulging in even a morsel of meat throughout the year. In the biting cold of winter, they had no warm garments to shield them. And in the sweltering heat of summer, they lacked a refuge from the oppressive sun. Yet, whenever these commoners caught sight of the expeditionary forces, they knelt along the streets, expressing their gratitude for the campaign against tyrannical rulers. The 3-pronged, double-edged blade in Yang Jian's hand slackened. At that moment, Wei Hu gestured towards the direction of Mianqi County, saying, listen. Yang Jian turned his gaze towards Mianqi. Shouts resonated from within the city, proclaiming, the king has decreed, those who surrender shall not be harmed. The king has decreed, the citizens shall not be harmed. Yang Jian fell into a moment of silence, then a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, it appears I cannot best the 3 of you. The self-detonation of over 100 spirit treasures indeed renders me no match. Having said this, he turned and departed towards the rear of Mianqi County. Mianqi was a bastion of defense, originally intended to safeguard the core of the Zhuo River defense line for Chaoga. At this moment, the Shiqi troops within Mianqi had lost all will the fight and scattered in panic. Yang Jian aimed to regroup these remnants of the army, otherwise, their disarray would surely lead to their transformation into bandits, wreaking havoc upon the region. Wei Hu watched as Yang Jian departed, a smile also gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, he declared, we each possess over 50 spiritual treasures, strategically positioned to guard the 3 critical points from Chaoga to Mianqi. Should the Chan sect launch any counterattack, we shall immediately detonate our spiritual treasures, repelling the adversary. As long as we can hold them off for a moment, the Lord of Mountli will swiftly arrive. Once Mianqi County is secured, the fortunes of Chaoga will extend there, and at that time, This 1,000-mile expanse will revert to the realm of the Shang dynasty. The distance from Chaoga to Mianxi totals 800 miles. Once the fortunes of Chaoga stretch to Mianxi, the territory encompassing those 800 miles between the two cities will once again belong to the Shang Empire. An hour later, Mianxi County fell to the assault. At the moment when Fang Bai reinstated the flag of the Yinshang dynasty at the general's office in Mianxi County, the fortunes of Chaoga surged violently, rushing toward Mianxi like a torrential flood. In the Yushu Palace, Guang Chengzi's complexion darkened, his teeth clenched as he watched the fortunes of Chaoga flood into Mianxi. He contemplated invoking the Fan Tian seal to erase the city of Mianxi, yet thoughts of the Holy Mother Wu Dang compelled him to restrain himself. The Lantern Master, however, merely smiled faintly and remarked, King Zhou is overly ambitious, daring to strike at Mianxi, such as a foolish maneuver. The inhabitants of Mianxi harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. How could he integrate them into the fortunes of Chaoga? What remains of those fortunes? Does he truly dare to massacre the thousands of souls in Mianxi? For Chaoga, Mianxi is akin to a deadly poison, and should King Zhou choose to swallow it, he merely courts his own demise. Guang Chengzi's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the potential for Chaoga to reforge its fortunes is undoubtedly tied to the influence King Zhou has exerted over the people therein. Yet, Mianxi has been under the control of Shiqi for nearly 2 years now, and its inhabitants are no longer swayed by King Zhou's authority. Guang Chengzi nodded in agreement, stating, What you say is profoundly accurate. Chaoga's fortunes are destined to wane. This presents a perfect opportunity for Jiang Zia to muster a formidable army once more. In the Shoshin Palace of Chaoga, Zishou felt the protective aura of the nation's fortunes diminish by more than half in an instant. At that moment, the loss of national fortune was even greater than the 10 years of prosperity he had previously drawn. Had it not been for his consistent efforts to restore the fortunes during this time, enhancing Chaoga's overall fortunes by nearly tenfold, the nation's fortunes would have been on the brink of annihilation. Zishou? He was aware that the conquest of Mianxi would undoubtedly bring about some changes in fortune, yet the magnitude of these alterations caught him by surprise. The system detected that the populace of Mianxi County, gripped by fear of the host's tyrannical reputation, collectively expressed their dread and curses. Consequently, the fortune of Chaoga experienced a significant depletion, marking the host as the most notorious tyrant in history. In merely half a day, the system recorded a loss of 30 years of prosperous national fortune and triggered the novice reward guarantee mechanism, a 100-fold return on investment. In the next moment, a torrent of fortune surged forth from all directions, akin to tumultuous waves crashing relentlessly. Chapter 36. The Tyrant and His Loyal Minister. A timeless pairing under the explosive rise of Chaoga's fortune. Within the city of Chaoga, flowers bloomed vibrantly, trees cast ample shade, and all of nature flourished. The rice ripened in an instant, and the citizens, invigorated, found their ailments vanishing. The civil and military officials, each brimming with vitality, experienced a significant uplift in morale. In Mianxi County, the previously ominous atmosphere wrought by war was dispelled entirely. A gentle breeze swept through, banishing the city's gloom. The citizens, who had been trembling in fear of the tyrant's potential wrath, gradually lifted their heads. The resentment, fear, and bewilderment in their hearts dissipated with the gentle breeze. 365 warriors of Chaoga gathered once more before the general's residence in Mianxi County. Fang Bai observed his chain mail gleaming as if brand new, and his azure steel spear showed no signs of wear. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, The armor bestowed by the king is indestructible, and the spear granted by the king can pierce anything. Fang Xiang nodded vigorously, adding, The techniques and formations given by the king are truly unparalleled in the world. Today, my brothers and over 300 warriors shall break forth from the city of Chaoga, vanquish the rebel forces, and seize Mianxi. What a thrilling endeavor! The soldiers echoed their laughter in unison, an indescribable exhilaration coursing through them. As they departed from Chaoga City, their resolve was unwavering, determined to face death. Yet now, not a single person among them bore any wounds. This was all a blessing from the great king. Fang Xiang, impulsive by nature, gazed towards the northwest and proposed, Elder brother, shall we seize Mengjin today? Mengjin and Mianxi, one situated to the south of the turbid river and the other to the north, are the two most crucial cities guarding the gates of Chaoga. However, during the great battle at Mengjin, Yuan Hong of Meishan fought fiercely, leading to the loss of the last 300,000 elite troops of Chaoga, but also utterly devastating the city of Mengjin. Today, Mengjin remains unreconstructed, inhabited only by a few displaced individuals, rendering it incapable of sustaining a long-term garrison. Hence, Jiang Zia had previously chosen to station the army in Mianxi. Fang Bai, in contrast to his younger brother Fang Xiang, was more composed. He shook his head and said, The timing and location of our battles are to be decided by the king and the Shang minister. We must simply follow orders. Let us not forget, our adversaries are celestial beings. We do not comprehend the celestial. Only the king possesses such understanding. We must not act recklessly on matters that the king has not addressed. Fang Xiang, startled by his brother's words, quickly acknowledged, You are right, brother. My impulsiveness led me astray. Fang Bai smiled and reassured him. There is no need for haste. With the king by our side, We shall reclaim the entire realm of Chengtang in due time and vanquish all those celestial beings. Over 300 warriors echoed in unison. Let us reclaim our sovereignty and slay the celestial beings. At that moment, the fortune of Chaoga surged dramatically, momentarily forming a golden pillar that shot towards the heavens. The celestial beings, sensing the emergence of the golden pillar, felt a sudden chill envelop their essence, leaving them with an unsettling discomfort. What was transpiring in Chaoga? Uncertain, but a humble monk thought it prudent to maintain a distance, allowing the three teachings to continue their strife while they observed the spectacle. Indeed, this calamity had become increasingly incomprehensible. In the Yushu Palace, the burning lamp Taoist and Guang Qingzi exchanged bewildered glances. Was it not foretold that Chaoga's fortune would wane upon the conquest of Mianqi? How then? Did it surge exponentially instead? Presently, Chaoga City bore no resemblance to a solitary city stripped of its realm. It appeared to be a flourishing dynasty of 100 years. Burning Lamp awkwardly twitched his lips, and after a moment of silence, declared, "This situation has escalated to an extraordinary defiance of fate. We must respond with formidable force. Guang Qingzi, you and I shall proceed westward at once." Though Guang Qingzi had initially hesitated about seeking aid from the west, his perspective had shifted entirely. It was evident that without assistance, they would be unable to conquer Chaoga. Should Chaoga's fortune continue to rise, even if he regained his full strength in 2 years, it was possible that King Zhou would reclaim the original territories once more. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Guang Qingzi nodded in agreement. "I shall accompany my master." In the 9 Rooms Hall, the Wudong Holy Mother stared in astonishment at the surging fortune. To her shock, she discovered that her damaged Dao heart, previously afflicted by her master's edict to abandon her comrades during the 10,000 Immortals array, was rapidly mending under this burgeoning fortune. Having arrived at Chaoga with renewed hope, her Dao heart had begun to recover slowly, but she had estimated that it would take at least a century to fully restore. Yet now, it was healing at an unimaginable pace. At this rate, within a year, she could regain her peak strength and possibly transcend further. In times of desperation, the splendor of prosperity revealed itself. Was this the reason the king had endured in silence for decades? She lowered her gaze to the civil and military officials present in the 9 Rooms Hall. At that moment, the officials, witnessing the reclamation of Mianqi, were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. At last, they had awaited the moment of the king's counterattack. Shangrong chuckled, his beard trembling with mirth. After a brief pause, the old chancellor raised his hand and said, "Listen closely, everyone. We must immediately bring the citizens of Mianqi to Chaoga so they may witness with their own eyes how they have been deceived by the celestial beings. Let us first dispatch a contingent of soldiers to garrison Mianqi, and once the situation stabilizes, we can then relocate some of the original populace from Chaoga." This was a matter of great significance, and thus the old chancellor proceeded with caution. One minister inquired, "Chancellor, shall we not report this matter to the king for his decree?" Shangrong assertively waved his hand, declaring, "To seek the king's decree is to relinquish our own judgment." The officials were momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implications. If the king were to be a fool, how could he govern diligently? Shangrong addressed the officials. "The king currently bears the weight of Chaoga's fate. You should all be well aware of this. As ministers, it is our duty to alleviate the king's burdens." The old chancellor's mindset began to shift upon hearing the words spoken by Wei Hu to Yang Jian in the illusion. He cast a disdainful glance at the assembly of civil and military officials and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, the celestial beings wreak havoc, the world is unjust, and the feudal lords refuse to bow, even going so far as to slander our sovereign as a tyrant. Yet, the truth is as clear to you as it is to me. Therefore, I shall resolutely support our king, bearing the title of the greatest foolish monarch throughout the ages, to reclaim the legacy of Chengtang, to conquer the realms of the world, and to compel those heavenly deities to bow their heads and admit their wrongs. At that moment, I shall demand, in front of the populace and the celestial beings, that they acknowledge our king as the most enlightened ruler of all time." The old prime minister's words ignited a fervent passion within every official present, their faces flushed with emotion. Shangrong, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "Who among you will accompany me?" All the officials stepped forward in unison, proclaiming, "We are willing to go." In the Shoshan Palace, Zishou had been attentively observing the movements within the 9 halls. Upon hearing the prime minister's impassioned speech, he was taken aback. A foolish monarch paired with loyal ministers, truly a match for the ages. Now, I can rest easy in my role as a foolish king. Chapter 37, from this day forth, you shall be known as the Leopard Head. Zishou mused that Shangrong was indeed a paragon of loyalty, adeptly adapting to his persona of a foolish king. Such a loyal minister must be preserved. Any misfortune must be avoided. Otherwise, how could he maintain his facade in the future? Shangrong's lifespan had long since expired. Yet he continued to live, ensnared by the threads of karmic tribulations. Should any complications arise with these karmic ties, the outcome could be dire. Zishou summoned the Wudong Holy Mother and directly posed the question, "I have heard that among the various treasures of heaven and earth, only the ginseng fruit and the Ren water peach can extend the life of mortals. Li Shanqing, where might one procure these 2 divine fruits?" The Wudong Holy Mother gently shook her head and replied, "The Rin Water Peach is a gift bestowed by the Tao ancestor to the Jade Emperor, only brought forth during the Peach Festival in the Heavenly Court, and closely guarded at all other times. Acquiring it is no easy feat. The ginseng fruit is even more elusive, cherished by the Grand Master of Earth Immortals, Jin Yuanzi. And the realm of Earth Immortals exists apart from the chaotic expanse of the primordial universe, rendering it nearly impossible to find." Zishou furrowed his brow in disappointment. At that moment, the Wudong Holy Mother surmised that the king's desire to extend life was for the sake of Shangrong. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "If the king seeks to prolong mortal life, aside from the ginseng fruit and the peach, there exists another option, the golden elixir refined by the Supreme Sage." Zishou's lips twitched slightly. If he could acquire the golden elixir crafted by the Supreme Sage, would he still be grappling with this dilemma? The Wudong Holy Mother continued, "Your Majesty, I am acquainted with Xiandu, the direct disciple of the Supreme Sage, who owes me a favor. Perhaps I can leverage this connection to request a golden elixir." Zishou was somewhat taken aback by the Wudong Holy Mother's proactive stance. The karmic ties among celestial beings are typically reserved for matters of life and death, seldom employed lightly. It appears that the Wudong Holy Mother has truly placed all her hopes upon Chaoga. With a casual wave of his hand, he remarked, "I have other arrangements. Let this matter rest for now. As for extending the lifespan of the Prime Minister, there is no immediate urgency. After all, the Prime Minister is currently ensnared in the causal web of the calamity, and there is no need for concern until greater changes manifest in the causality of the divine calamity." He casually shifted the topic, saying, "Li Shanqing, the matter you mentioned to me last time can now be pursued. You shall provide me with the true names of the remaining immortals from the, and I will summon them to Chaoga one by one using the summoning banner." The Holy Mother of No Constraints was elated and promptly replied, "I humbly thank your Majesty." Initially, she had not considered summoning all her remaining peers to Chaoga, but upon witnessing the glimmer of hope from the king, the thought took root in her mind. That day, as the clock struck midnight, Zishou participated in the lottery and received a grade Gui reward. Another day passed, and he received yet another grade Gui reward. Looking at the rewards in his possession, Zishou shook his head, saying, "Prime Minister, hold on a little longer. Perhaps one day I may draw the peach of immortality or the ginseng fruit. Or, I might even acquire the methods for cultivating the alchemical path. That would not be without merit." In the Prime Minister's residence, Shangrong was reviewing memorials late into the night when he suddenly felt a chill wash over him, only to be followed by an inexplicable surge of vitality. The old Prime Minister widened his eyes in astonishment, then burst into joy. "I can read the memorials all night long." The following day, Zishou sensed a disturbance within the summoning banner. He took it out, and immediately, the voice of Shen Gongbao echoed forth, "Your Majesty, I have succeeded." With a thought, Zishou unfurled the summoning banner, invoking Shen Gongbao. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped Zishou as the laws of time and space coalesced into the form of a doorway. From within, Shen Gongbao emerged, somewhat disheveled. In an instant, the doorway shattered, dispersing into an untraceable and incomprehensible ethereal essence. Just before the essence dissipated, Zishou heard a terrifying roar from the other side of the doorway. "Shen Gongbao, your true form shall be torn to shreds." In the Palace of Longevity, Shen Gongbao adjusted his somewhat tattered Taoist robe and reverently presented a book and a chart, saying, "Your Majesty, I am fortunate not to have failed in my duty. I have acquired the He Tu and Luo Shu, which I present to you." Zishou waved his hand, receiving the He Tu and Luo Shu. Upon unfolding it, he beheld countless symbols of the Tao swirling and transforming, at times taking the shape of images and texts, and at other times dissolving into ethereal mists. The moment the He Tu and Luo Shu were in his grasp, Zishou felt a tremor ripple through the fortunes of Chaoga. It was as if a once weightless object had been firmly grounded by a substantial load, becoming solid and steady. He gently lifted the river diagram and the Luo book, stating, "The river diagram and the Luo book, treasures certifying the Tao of the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, are sacred artifacts that govern the fate of humanity. Since time immemorial, they have rightfully belonged to our kind, and today they finally return to their rightful owner." Sheng Wangbao blinked, finding merit in the king's words. Zishou chuckled softly and said, "Sheng Wangbao, you have performed admirably. Henceforth, I appoint you as my esteemed minister of the Great Shang, a position of great honor, to serve in the court." The title of esteemed minister is akin to the official titles of later dynasties, overseeing counsel and response. In more common parlance, it equates to that of a legal advisor or a cunning strategist. Zishou believed that as a foolish ruler, it was essential to have an advisor like Sheng Wangbao, one whose cunning was as fluid as water. He cast a glance at Shen Gongbao, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your original name is no longer suitable. I bestow upon you a new one. Henceforth, you shall be known as Leopard Head." Shen Gongbao replied, "My name contains leopard, yet it bears no true relation to the creature itself." However, he found himself at a loss for alternatives. Bowing respectfully, he said, "I, Leopard Head, humbly thank your Majesty for your grace." He performed a deep bow, and his visage transformed accordingly. In just a short while, he He assumed the appearance of a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard. Meanwhile, in the North Sea Demon Palace, the fury of the demon master Kunpeng manifested as the frigid ice of the North Sea, completely encasing the entire palace in frost. How dare Shen Gongbao steal his treasured river map and Luo book? Due to the calamity of the Fengshen, he could not carry the river map and Luo book casually. For the safety of this invaluable treasure, he had laid down layers of restrictions within the North Sea Demon Palace to ensure absolute security. However, despite his meticulous precautions, he was unable to guard against treachery from within. The river map and Luo book were the very foundation of his existence, the sole hope for his future enlightenment. Should he lose the river map and Luo book, not only would his path to enlightenment be thwarted, but the remnants of the ancient demon court would inevitably come to hunt him down. In a state of urgency and fury, Kunpeng stepped forward and transformed into a colossal fish, bursting forth from the sea. In the next moment, he leaped from the ocean, becoming a giant rock with wings spanning 3,000 miles, his gaze icy as it swept across the heavens and the earth. With a blazing fury, he declared, Shen Gongbao, emerge at once. How dare you steal what belongs to me? No matter where you hide, I shall ensure your soul is scorched and your spirit extinguished. The celestial beings were left bewildered. What was happening? Why was this first traitor of the primordial chaos in such a rage? Shen Gongbao, the disciple of the Chan teaching? Hadn't he been sealed within the North Sea's eye? How could he still pilfer Kunpeng's possessions? The North Sea Demon Palace was also situated in the North Sea. This situation was indeed intriguing. No one was a fool. Shen Gongbao's actions during the calamity of the Fengshen were rife with inconsistencies. If he had truly been sealed within the sea's eye, that would have been one thing. But after supposedly being sealed, to still infiltrate the North Sea Demon Palace and provoke Kunpeng's ire revealed a deeper plot. Chapter 38. The era of the 3 pure ones has passed. Kunpeng's divine sense swept across the heavens and the earth, yet he could not detect the slightest trace of Shen Gongbao. Not only did he fail to find Shen Gongbao, but he could not even locate the river map and Luo book. His heart gradually grew cold as a thought began to surface in his mind. Shang Wangbao was merely a being of the human celestial realm. No matter what methods he employed to conceal himself, he could never hide the river diagram and Luo book. The true essence had refined the river diagram and Luo book for countless years. In this primordial world, apart from the saints, no one could obscure the connection between the true essence and the river diagram and Luo book. Even when Fushi borrowed the river diagram and Luo book in the past, the true essence was always able to sense everything regarding them clearly. Thus, the answer lay before him. The Kunpeng, filled with rage, lifted his head and gazed towards the direction of the Jade Void Palace, gritting his teeth and murmuring, Yuan Shi Tianzun, do you wish to sever my path? High above in the heavens, the colossal Kunpeng suddenly flapped its wings, creating a thunderous roar across 30,000 miles, soaring upward beyond the realms. Saint of the Jade Purity. Kunpeng presents itself. He disregarded the protective array of the Jade Pure Heaven and charged directly into it. The celestial beings of the myriad realms were taken aback. What could have been stolen from Kunpeng that emboldened him to confront the Chan cult? A confrontation? Did he truly have the audacity? It seemed merely a fade. The protective array before the Jade Pure Heaven had never been activated. After all, who would dare assault a sage's sanctum? However, today was an exception. Yet, even if it were a mere pretense, it still infringed upon the dignity of the sage. Kunpeng was destined for misfortune this time. The celestial beings widened their eyes in excitement as they gazed towards the Jade Pure Heaven, particularly those of the demon lineage. Kunpeng was the greatest traitor of their kind, and his predicament would undoubtedly elicit cheers from the demon race. In the Supreme Purity Heaven, the Lady Nuwa spoke with keen interest. What could provoke Kunpeng to act so recklessly? Has he lost the river map and the Luo book? Initially, she merely spoke in jest. Yet as the words escaped her lips, inspiration struck her. Her brows furrowed slightly as she began to calculate, and moments later, astonishment graced her visage. The causality of the river map and the Luo book had vanished? Could it be that Yuan Shi indeed had a hand in this through Shen Gongbao? The corners of Nuwa's mouth twitched as she murmured, I was merely jesting, but Yuan Shi, do you truly dare to act? In the Purple Cloud's palace, the Tongdian saint, after a moment of contemplation, found amusement in the unfolding events. He chuckled and said, Shen Gongbao has stolen the river diagram and Luo book from Kunpeng? How intriguing. The causal relationships of the river diagram and Luo book are beyond even the original entity's ability to deduce. Only a sage could intervene to conceal such matters. Yuan Shi, are you so eager to proceed to the next step even before you have taken down Chaoga? The Tongdian saint glanced at the remarkably auspicious Chaoga, then turned his gaze to the jade clear heaven, his expression taking on a contemplative air as he remarked, what a marvelously unpredictable destiny. As the Fengshen calamity approached its conclusion, it became all the more fascinating. In the Western Paradise, the Saint of Purity had just bid farewell to the lantern-lighting Taoist and Guangqingzi. At that moment, upon witnessing Kunpeng rushing towards the jade clear heaven, he was momentarily taken aback. He pondered for a while, and a shadow of gloom emerged on his originally sallow face. He cast a glance at the guiding sage and spoke in a low voice, Senior brother, it is unwise for Yuan Shi to act in such a manner. Collaborating with him may lead to our own detriment. The calamity of the Fengshen has yet to conclude, to suddenly strike against Kunping. For the sages, Kunping is but a fleeting annoyance, not a true threat. However, the Hichu and Luoshu bear the merits of both the demon and human races, entangling them in profound causality. Yuanchu's decision to engage with Kunping at this juncture is indeed most imprudent. For countless millennia, he has coveted the river diagram and the Luo book, initially planning to take action after the divine tribulation. However, he did not anticipate that the primordial heavenly venerable would act before him. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not pose a problem. It would merely be a contest for treasures, each relying on their own abilities. Yet, at this critical juncture, it has indeed become an unnecessary complication. Nevertheless, the Saint of Guidance merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Junior brother, this matter is greatly beneficial for our Western faction. The primordial has made a move against Kunping, which means the demonic master is destined to be associated with us. As for the river diagram and the Luo book, do you truly believe that the primordial can wield such treasures? Should he dare to present them, Nuwa will undoubtedly come knocking. Does he genuinely think that the three pure ones remain as they were before consuming the holy elixir of demise?" The shadow of doubt on the face of the Saint of Purity lifted entirely, and with hands clasped together, he replied, "Elder brother's words are indeed profound." He gazed towards the jade purity heaven and murmured, "Fellow Taoist Yuanshi, are you still unaware? The era of the three pure ones has long since passed." In an instant, the Kunping arrived before the Qilin cliff, transforming into a Taoist clad in a high crown, his countenance somber. He stepped into the grand hall of the Jade Void Palace and spoke coldly, "Saint of Jade Purity, might I inquire how I have offended Kunping? To warrant such a decree from the Saint, targeting me so directly? I naturally would not dare to offend the Saint's majesty. Yet if the Saint has imposed punishment upon me, I would seek clarity on the matter." His remarks, seemingly respectful, were laced with sarcasm at every turn. At this moment, Ran Dengdao Run and Guang Chengzi had just returned to the Yusu Palace, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the menacing aura of Kunping approaching. Without a moment to discern the situation, Guang Chengzi shouted, "Kunping, the Yusu Palace is the sacred ground of our revered master. You dare to act so audaciously here? Depart at once." Kunping's brazen intrusion into the protective mountain array was a blatant disregard for the dignity of the Chan teaching. As a foremost disciple of the Chan teaching, he naturally had to step forward. The Kunping is certainly not known for its amiable temperament. During his time listening to teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, he even dared to oppose the Western saints. Over the years, he has covertly allied himself with the Chan teaching, yet in the North Sea of the Dark Abyss, he has established his own lineage, choosing to heed the call of his own will rather than that of others. At this moment, consumed by rage, he would hardly regard Guang Chengzi with any respect. In his eyes, the ancient starlight surged brilliantly, and the shadow of a colossal fish flickered behind him. Boom! Guang Chengzi was propelled thousands of miles away, crashing against the Qilin cliff, spitting blood repeatedly. He is merely at the initial stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, having slain a corpse of a quasi-saint, and has yet to regain his full strength. How could he possibly contend with the Kunping, a being at the pinnacle of Hunyuan, and a mighty quasi-saint of the three corpses? I, a humble Taoist, have come to pay my respects to the Saint of Yuqing. When did it become your place, Guang Chengzi, to speak? If the Saint wishes to issue a decree regarding my disposition, it must be the Saint who speaks. For what are you, Guang Chengzi? The Kunping has always prided himself on being one of the 3,000 worldly guests heard of in the Purple Cloud Palace, a being whose lineage allows him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints. How could he possibly regard Guang Chengzi with any significance? In the past, they coexisted peacefully, and he even afforded Guang Chengzi a modicum of respect. Now, in a tempest of fury, he dares to intrude upon the Jade Void Palace. Why would he concern himself with a mere Guang Chengzi? In his eyes, the fact that he has not outright executed Guang Chengzi is already a concession made in deference to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Kunping bowed once more to the Jade Void Palace and coldly proclaimed, "Holy One of the Jade Purity, Kunping seeks an audience." Deep within the grand hall, Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance darkened to a degree that it seemed capable of dripping with discontent. The events at Chaoga had already stirred considerable dissatisfaction within him. To his astonishment, Sheng Wangbao dared to betray him, absconding with the Hichu and Luoshu. The instant Kunping spoke, he grasped the situation and began to unravel the threads of causation. Yet to this moment, he had deduced nothing. The causal links of Sheng Wangbao had vanished, as had those of the Hichu and Luoshu. Yuanshi Tianzuan's icy gaze swept across the vast expanse of the primordial world, ultimately traversing Shumi Heaven, Taisu Heaven, the Underworld, and even Taijing Heaven. Only a sage could obscure all causation to such an extent that he could not discern it. Which sage was covertly plotting against him? Chapter 39, the task of deceiving the suffering souls is entrusted to you within the Jade Void Palace, after a prolonged silence. A serene voice resonated from the depths of the grand hall, stating, "Kunping, the actions of Sheng Wangbao are unrelated to the Chan teaching. He has already betrayed the Chan." Kunping's expression darkened as he replied, "Then may I inquire, Holy One, where is Sheng Wangbao?" Yuanshi Tianzuan's tone remained indifferent as he responded, "This sovereign shall issue a decree to apprehend this treacherous disciple." Kunping's countenance grew increasingly grim as he suppressed his wrath, inquiring, "And what then of my Hichu and Luoshu?" A hint of dissatisfaction flickered across Yuanshi Tianzuan's visage. He did nothing yet must bear such an unfounded consequence. Moreover, he is a sage. How dare the Kunping question him? He lifted his gaze, a shadow of gloom sweeping through his eyes, as if boundless fury surged within him. Just as this overwhelming wrath was on the verge of manifesting into something tangible, the primordial heavenly sovereign was jolted back to awareness. The sacred death elixir had marred his Tao heart, rendering him increasingly irritable. Deep within, the primordial heavenly sovereign harbored silent resentment. Yet his tone grew a shade more indifferent as he spoke. "Kunping, I shall have Guang Chengzi negotiate this matter with you. For now, the paramount task is to refine the sacred death elixir, ensuring it no longer exerts its influence over my Tao heart." He truly lacked the energy to engage in further conversation with Kunping. In the front hall of the Yushu Palace, a resounding thud echoed. Kunping felt an immense force that propelled him out of the Yushu Palace. The aura of the primordial heavenly master also gradually faded away. Guang Chengzi, with a pallid complexion, spoke, saying, "Kunping, I assure you that I will provide an explanation regarding the matter of Shangguo Beio. In this vast wilderness, there exists but a scant space for him. I will undoubtedly locate him." Kunping, enraged, felt his chest heave violently. Although he contemplated taking action, he remained wary of the might of the saints. He lifted his eyelids and beheld the burning lamp Taoist brandishing the celestial measuring rod, while Guang Chengzi held aloft the heaven-suppressing seal. With a cold snort, he proclaimed, "Very well, I shall await your explanation, Guang Chengzi." After uttering these words, he swept his sleeves and departed. It was not until he returned to the northern underworld's demon palace that his pent-up fury erupted in its entirety. Boom. Half of the demon palace was laid waste by the wrath of Kunping. Seated within the grand hall of the palace, Kunping's aura surged, and countless ancient stars flickered and shimmered around him. He gritted his teeth and said, "How could Shen Gongbao dare to betray you? With the restrictions imposed by the primordial supreme? Do you truly believe that I am so easily deceived? Perhaps Shen Gongbao has already been dealt with by you? Let Guang Chengzi provide me with an explanation. Does he even have the right to do so?" The fury of Kunping is barely contained, and the murderous intent in his eyes seems almost tangible. The matter of my loss of the river diagram and the Luo book cannot be hidden for much longer. Indeed, Guang Chengzi may even take the initiative to divulge it, seeking to resolve the ties between me and the river diagram and the Luo book. Eliminating me would be the swiftest solution. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long while. He possesses a vengeful disposition. In the past, the esteemed ancestor Hongyan deprived him of the opportunity to attain sanctity, and burdened by immense karmic retribution, he took decisive action to slay ancestor Hongyan. All the celestial beings across the heavens are aware of his betrayal of Emperor Jun, yet none shall ever uncover the truth. His betrayal stemmed from prior knowledge that Emperor Jun intended to sacrifice all the minions of the demon court, invoking the self-detonation of the celestial bodies to obliterate the witch clan. He stole the river diagram and the Luo book, merely acting preemptively. After a long while, the Kunping opened his eyes, a resolute determination gleaming within. He spoke coldly, saying, "If this grudge remains unavenged, how can I attain clarity of heart?" He rose tall and made his way westward. Shortly thereafter, he arrived before Mount Sumeru and spoke. Kunping requests an audience with the Western sage. Upon the summit of Sumeru, the Western blissful world lay unveiled. There stood a Vajra Bodhi tree, its grandeur overshadowing the heavens, adorned with countless exquisite jewels, amidst an endless veil of mist. Within the boundless radiance of the Western realms, the sage of proficiency held a marvelous tree of 7 treasures, his sunken visage illuminated by a benevolent smile, saying, "Dear Kunping, please come in." Meanwhile, in Chaoga, Neza returned with an air of spirited confidence. He bowed deeply before the prince, prostrating himself thrice, and proclaimed, "I humbly express my profound gratitude to your majesty for the grace bestowed upon me, allowing me the honor to avenge my mother with my own hands." He understood that had it not been for the king's benevolence, it would have been impossible for him to leave Chaoga for several days in pursuit of vengeance. Now, having finally avenged himself by slaying Li Jing, he felt a sense of retribution fulfilled. For Neza, if it were merely a personal vendetta between him and Li Jing, his heart would harbor hatred, yet it would not compel him to obliterate his foe. However, Li Jing's negligence, allowing his mother to be slain by a concubine in the pursuit of immortality, was something he could never tolerate. The amalgamation of new grievances and old resentments fueled his resolve to eliminate Li Jing, a determination that had remained unwavering despite the shifts in status. Yet, during his time with the Chan sect, he had found no opportunity for retribution. It was only now that he had finally avenged his deep-seated grudge. Zisho, with a serene smile, graciously bestowed upon Neza the golden Linglong pagoda, declaring, "This treasure is now yours." Receiving the pagoda, Neza felt a surge of emotion. This tower was the very artifact that could restrain him. The king's gift signified profound trust. Once more, Neza bowed in gratitude, making a silent vow to swiftly summon his second brother to Chaoga and reclaim the kingdom for the king. 2 days later, Fangbai returned to Chaoga with over 10,000 apprehensive citizens from Minchi County. In the 9 hall, Zishou observed the slowly entering populace with a calm demeanor. Shangrong, standing nearby, remarked, "Your Majesty, the people of Mianxi, having been incited by the Western Qi rebels for over 2 years, can no longer discern the truth. In my humble opinion, they should be isolated in a designated area of Chaoga, where we can enlighten them daily until they recognize the reality of Chaoga, before integrating them into the city." Zishou, however, dismissively waved his hand, stating, "I am but a foolish monarch. Why should I explain myself to these sinners? Convey my decree. The people of Mianxi shall be separated by household and directly settled throughout Chaoga. As for their labor, I have already determined that. The Mianxi folk will be tasked with farming, reclaiming wasteland, and restoring the city. The predicament of Chaoga has been resolved, and there is a pressing need for manpower to cultivate the surrounding lands. The original citizens of Chaoga will transition to workshops, and the strong among them will be enlisted in the military." He is acutely aware of how his reputation stands beyond the borders of Chaoga. Whispers of treacherous ministers slain, of loyalty betrayed, and of gruesome acts against the innocent abound. Thus, for the common folk outside Chaoga, no explanation would suffice. First, they must be engaged in labor. As long as they have tasks to occupy their minds, they will not indulge in idle thoughts. Subsequently, they shall be allowed to see with their own eyes and hear with their own ears, and naturally, they will discern the truth. As for the original inhabitants of Chaoga, years of exposure have led them to embrace the concepts of industry and commerce. Fortuitously, he has struck a jackpot, acquiring numerous blueprints for manufacturing, iron, ore, and other resources. These items are ample to sustain the operation of a large workshop. Allowing the original citizens of Chaoga to work in the workshop is a commendable choice. Zishou glanced at Shingongbao and remarked coolly, "Leopard head, the task of deceiving the sinners falls upon you. Should any perish from hunger, illness, or unrest, or should any languish in apathy, refuse to comply, or spread rumors, I shall hold you accountable." Shingongbao, who could sway even celestial beings, surely could manage a mere assemblage of common folk. Shangrong interjected, "My lord, did you not just mention the art of deception? He has spent the longest time with the king and naturally understands the peculiar expressions of the sovereign. O king, as a ruler, how can you overlook this? You are a tyrant, but that is of no consequence now." Shingongbao, however, held no objections. This was his forte. Nevertheless, he performed a respectful bow and declared, "I accept the decree." Chapter 40. Such shamelessness, Guangqingzi was utterly astounded. In the city of Chaoga, the anxious citizens of Mianxi gazed upon a figure clad in a crimson official robe, who approached them. "I am the esteemed Guanglu Dafu, personally appointed by the king, referred to as Lord Bao." Shingongbao deliberately elongated his tone, casting a sweeping glance over the citizens of Mianxi. "Follow me." He spoke as he turned and led the way. The people of Mianxi glanced at the soldiers from Chaoga on either side. Each soldier was clad in chainmail and wielded a long spear of azure steel. Too intimidated to act rashly, they could only obediently follow. They followed Shingongbao through the winding streets, traversing half the city. Within the bustling metropolis of Chaoga, prosperity flourished, harmony reigned, and every household radiated joy. Elderly men and women sat at their doorsteps basking in the sun, while children, under the guidance of officials, eagerly learned to read and write, shaking their heads and nodding in understanding. Young men and women alike took pride in enlisting in the military, honing their martial skills and strengthening their bodies. Others hurried to the workshops, their faces alight with smiles and vibrant joy. The citizens of Mianxi exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. Was this truly Chaoga? The city rumored to be a place where the populace endured dire hardships, living in constant fear of being slain by a tyrannical ruler, akin to livestock? Even the tales of Shiqi, as recounted by Duke Zhou's righteous army, paled in comparison. Shingongbao deliberately guided everyone through half the city before finally turning towards the eastern part. He gazed upon the assembly and spoke with a composed demeanor. "Now, I hereby declare the disposition of your fates as offenders. As transgressors, you shall be allocated to households and dispersed throughout the eastern district of the city as transgressors. You must toil to atone for your grievous offenses." He grandly proclaimed over 100 various regulations, each commencing with the phrase "you" as guilty subjects, and concluding with "you must atone for your treasonous sins." At first, the citizens of Mianxi were filled with dread and trepidation. However, as they continued to listen, their confusion deepened. Did I hear correctly? Are we to be allocated houses? Are we to venture beyond the city to cultivate the land, yet provided with 3 meals a day? The righteous army of Duke Zhou offered us but 2 meals, and they even provide meat? This cannot be true. For the army of Duke Zhou did not grant us meat either. In winter and summer, we shall receive blankets and clothing, and if we fall ill, there will be healers to tend to us. Our children may even learn to read and write, becoming respectable individuals. Have they misheard? Or has that high official erred? The people of Mianxi, astonished, listened in disbelief as the king articulated their fate. In the Yushu Palace, a corpulent Western Taoist approached the Qilin Cliff. He bowed respectfully to the lantern-bearing Taoist and Guangqingzi, with a charming smile, and said, "I am Mithreya, here on the behest of the sage, to visit Yushu. It is a pleasure to meet both of you, fellow Taoists." Guangqingzi regarded Mithreya with caution. This unfamiliar Western Taoist was, astonishingly, a pinnacle existence of the 3 corpses. Prior to this, all actions from the Western teachings had been executed either by the two saints directly or by mere celestial disciples of the Western sect. He was taken aback to find an unknown pinnacle adept arriving now. If it were those previously enlightened by the saints to the west, Guangqingzi might have accepted it. But instead, it was an unfamiliar pinnacle figure. A profound shock welled up within Guangqingzi. How deeply the West concealed its abilities. The lantern-bearing Taoist returned the bow and calmly stated, "Since Taoist Mithriya has come in accordance with the sage's mandate, you must possess a strategy to confront King Zhou." Mithriya maintained his smile and replied, "To deal with King Zhou, one must act during the calamity of the epoch. Otherwise, it will merely propagate the consequences of the calamity, ultimately benefiting that foolish monarch." He pointed towards Mount Qi and said, "The solution to this matter lies within the investiture of the gods." Guangqingzi furrowed his brow and replied, "Taoist Mithriya, are you suggesting we release the true spirits listed on the investiture? Unless we bestow the title of divinity in advance, those true spirits will possess no power. The investiture is the transformation of a heavenly scripture. Once a true name is inscribed, the true spirit is sealed as a deity, and its cycle of reincarnation is governed by the investiture. After being conferred as a deity, not only can one instantly regain their original strength, but should they fall, they may also be resurrected from the investiture. Of course, from then on, they will be subject to its control." Guangqingzi spoke with gravity. "Taoist Mithriya, bestowing divinity in advance would only invite immeasurable karmic repercussions, burdens no one can bear, not even the West. How many celestial beings have the Western sages guided to the West? If the karmic consequences of the investiture go awry, the West will not escape unscathed." Mithriya smiled calmly and said, "Taoist Guangqingzi, you misunderstand my intention. I do not advocate for premature investiture, but rather for harnessing the powers of those whose true names are inscribed on the list. Our Western sages have established 800 auxiliary paths and created 3,000 wondrous methods. Among them is one known as Divine Strike." He then proceeded to elucidate the method of Divine Strike. Guangqingzi. He grasped the essence from the very beginning. Realizing that the so-called myriad divine methods of the West were merely a rebranding of the incense-based divine path established by Emperor Fuxi. In his time, Emperor Fuxi was unparalleled in wisdom, having pioneered the methods of fortune cultivation and the incense divine path to safeguard humanity. The methods of fortune cultivation, undoubtedly formidable, instilled a profound sense of dread and enmity among the celestial beings, attesting to their extraordinary nature. The incense divine path, on the other hand, was straightforward. By offering incense to the deities, mortals could receive divine strength to withstand calamities. Together, these two paths fortified the protection of the realms. However, following the reign of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the lineage of fortune cultivation was severed, leaving humanity devoid of its intrinsic foundation, leading the incense divine path to devolve into a one-sided system of demands from the deities. Guangqingzi could hardly fathom that the West would audaciously appropriate the incense divine path, merely rebranding it as their own novel method. Despite his disdain for humanity and deep-seated hatred for King Zhou, he was nonetheless taken aback by the West's shamelessness. In contrast, Mithriya remained unfazed, confidently remarking to his companions, "As long as we utilize the divine methods, the matters in Chaoga will be resolved effortlessly. Of course, employing these divine methods would deplete the fortune of the Western Zhou. However, given the current unity of the realm, such minor consumption was inconsequential." Guangqingzi acknowledged, "Though the West is shameless, they have indeed devised a viable strategy. The teachings are presently constrained, lacking capable individuals. After all, who could have anticipated unforeseen events during the final battle of the Fengshen calamity?" He then inquired of Randing, "What do you think, Master?" Having long conspired with the West, Randing nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe this course of action is feasible. As the sage is currently in seclusion, we must not disturb him, and delaying matters in Chaoga may yield unforeseen changes. In light of this, it would be prudent to give it a try." After a moment's hesitation, Guangqingzi ultimately acquiesced, saying, "Very well, let us proceed as Mithriya suggests. We shall immediately set forth to Qishan to summon the Fengshen list." Mithriya joined his hands in a gesture of confidence and smiled. "Excellent." Thus, the 3 immortals departed from the Su Palace, heading towards Qishan. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor felt an unsettling agitation. Sensing that something ominous was on the horizon, he abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the vast expanse of heaven and earth, yet discovered nothing. Only an increasingly intense sense of unease within his heart. With the grand celestial array of the Zhou dynasty manifesting once more, how could there be anything amiss? Could it be that the investiture of the gods would encounter complications? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 41. The Bloodied Heavenly Emperor Mount Qi. The Investiture Platform. Upon the arrival of the 3 immortals, Bo Jian and the 5 divine beings hastily knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the 3 immortals. May we inquire the purpose of your visit?" Although Bo Jian did not recognize Mithriya, he discerned the esteemed status of the individual. Given his company of Randing and Guangqingzi, and dared not display any semblance of disrespect, Guangqingzi replied nonchalantly, I have come to retrieve the investiture of the gods. There is no need for you to inquire further. Simply continue your guardianship of the investiture platform. Bo Jian, merely a solitary wraith of the platform, and the 5 divine beings, mere rustic deities, dared not question Guangqingzi any further. They quickly stepped aside. Guangqingzi held the jade bell of Yusu, unbinding the restrictions of the Fengshen platform and retrieving the Fengshen list, saying, "Let us proceed to Lingtong Pass." To the west of Mianqi, at Lingtong Pass, Yang Jian spent several days finally gathering the scattered remnants of the defeated army from the West Qi, then took a stand at Lingtong Pass. At this moment, Zhang Zia also received news and hurried from West Qi. Upon seeing the fewer than 30,000 battered soldiers at Lingtong Pass, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Yang Jian, standing nearby, remarked, "Out of the 100,000 troops, only over 7,000 fell in the Zhou Tian star formation. The remainder, half of them, fled in panic. It took me 5 days to regroup the survivors. Currently, there are 26,800 men at Lingtong Pass, with provisions lasting less than 3 days. I implore you, Master Uncle, to decide our course of action." Jiang Zia, feeling a surge of anger and blood, blurted out, "Yang Jian, why did you not stop Li Jing?" It was evident that merely surrounding Chaoga would have sufficed. Once he re-established connections with the feudal lords, success would have been assured. Instead, you opted for a plague strategy, which led us into the snares of Chaoga, ultimately resulting in the loss of Mianqi. With Mianqi lost, Mengjin is surely at risk. After that, surrounding Chaoga would become impossible. More importantly, this defeat has utterly shattered our morale. Yang Jian replied in a calm tone, "Master Uncle Jiang, how could I have stopped Li Jing? Should I have executed him on the spot? I had already reported this matter to Yusu Palace, yet received no response. What more could I have done?" He was momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Where is Li Jing now?" Yang Jian maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "After the defeat at Mianqi, I heard that Neza returned to Qin'ang Pass for a brief visit. He knelt by his mother's grave for an entire day and night before departing. The chaos of the time allowed him to come and go without any divine beings intervening." He did not respond directly to Jiang Zia, yet the answer was already quite evident. Li Jing's ashes were likely scattered by Neza. At this moment, Jiang Zia not only felt a darkness enveloping him, but also found his face shrouded in gloom. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke, "It is difficult to defy fate. Even in the face of obstacles, one shall ultimately return to the rightful path. This momentary setback is merely a test from destiny. Yang Jian, you must immediately journey to the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and the 8 wildernesses, to summon the various scattered immortals and deities to the Lintong Pass. Before my arrival, I have already issued a decree for the lords from all corners to convene once more, while also mobilizing provisions from across the realm in preparation for renewed conflict." Yang Jian furrowed his brow. Even disregarding the earlier conflicts, it has been 5 years since Master Zhang's appointment of generals at the Golden Terrace. 5 years of warfare, during which the lords have repeatedly extracted grain from the populace. One can only wonder how many times this has occurred. Now, once again, they are to gather supplies. And the common folk may find themselves with naught left to spare. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the land could very well be plunged into famine. Nonetheless, he understood that voicing these concerns would yield no affirmative response. Thus, he redirected the conversation, "Master Jiang, let us convene the scattered immortals and the lords of the realm anew. If we are unable to contend with the Lady of Li Mountain, we shall not seize Chaoga. Instead, our allies may fall into the hands of King Zhou, who would subdue them with his arcane methods, thereby increasing the number of deities in Chaoga. Until we devise a strategy against the Lady of Li Mountain, I believe it prudent to remain dormant, yet vigilant." Jiang Zia too was troubled by this matter. Yet the reassembly of the Grand Army was an unavoidable necessity. He vanquished Ji Chong and enabled the young Ji to ascend as the ruler of the Zhou, employing the strategy of mourning troops to rejuvenate the fortunes of the Western Zhou. This necessitated the gathering of a formidable army, under the pretense of vengeance, to besiege Chaoga. Delaying further would only scatter the auspices of Shiqi. Yet, Yang Jian remarked that he must also ponder the situation. In the midst of his hesitation, a voice suddenly arose, proclaiming, "That Lady of Mount Li, I possess a method to contend with her." As the words were spoken, Guang Qingzi and the 3 immortals had already descended from the clouds. Jiang Zia and Yang Jian immediately paid their respects. Holding aloft the list of deities, Guang Qingzi stated, "The Western Mithriya Taoist has profound methods from the West that may lend us assistance." Thereupon, he elucidated the technique of divine combat. The peculiar expression that had graced his face now mirrored that of Jiang Zia and Yang Jian. Truly, it was the height of shamelessness from the West. What had been pilfered was swiftly claimed as their own. However, like Guang Qingzi, they could only harbor such thoughts. Yang Jian discreetly cast a glance at the Mithriya Taoist and, clasping his fists towards Guang Qingzi, remarked, "Master Guang Qingzi, though the disciples of the have faltered in the calamity, they remain part of our 3 teachings. To send them against the Lady of Mount Li seems rather inappropriate. While causality cannot conclusively prove that the Lady of Mount Li is indeed the Wudong Holy Mother, anyone with sense knows the truth." Guang Qingzi glared discontentedly at Yang Jian. retorting, "Such narrow-mindedness is akin to a woman's compassion. The calamity of causality affects all beings and is pivotal to the stability of destiny. King Zhou's ambition to defy fate drags the entire realm into suffering. To conquer Chaoga and restore the rightful order of causality is of utmost importance. Otherwise, do you comprehend how many Taoist friends would suffer from this expanding causality?" Yang Jian wished to articulate further, yet before he could speak, the Mithriya Taoist interjected with a genial tone, "There is no need for concern, dear Yang Jian. Our Western divine combat techniques harbor deeper mysteries. We merely borrow the power of those whose names are inscribed on the list, rather than their true selves. You need not worry in the least." With that, he took the list of deities from Guang Qingzi, summoned 2 human generals, and began to cast spells. In an instant, the sound of divine music resounded, as boundless light from the west enveloped the scene, accompanied by the fragrance of sandalwood. "Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Wen Zhong, heed my command, arise." From the list of deities surged forth 2 beams of white light, enveloping the 2 oblivious human generals. The next moment, all traces of their causal essence vanished, while 2 other essences re-emerged from the primordial chaos, namely the elder sister of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Grand Tutor of the Yin and Shangth. Wen Zhong. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Mithriya had not mentioned the use of living beings as offerings. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor's countenance suddenly shifted. He was taken aback to discover that a portion of the heavenly court's fortunes had been severed, as the deification process remained incomplete. All fluctuations in the heavenly court's fortunes were borne by him, the celestial sovereign. The severed fortune struck him like a blade, as though he too had been dealt a grievous wound. He raised his head in astonishment and exclaimed, Who is scheming against me?" He promptly summoned the Haotian mirror to investigate the cosmic causality in the transformations across the 3 realms. Ultimately, he beheld the Golden Spirit Mother and Wen Zhong, who had appeared at the Lintong Pass. The Jade Emperor of Haotian pondered, how is this possible? Both the Golden Spirit Mother and Wen Zhong have already been inscribed on the divine list, and the canonization has yet to conclude. How have they returned? Chapter 42. Allow me to unravel this mystery. The Jade Emperor of Haotian activated the Haotian mirror, discerning the underlying truths, and swiftly grasped the unfolding events. Instantly, his countenance darkened with fury. Was this divine punishment? It was evidently a manifestation of the incense and divine path. Usurping the fortune of my celestial court and undermining its very foundation. How abominable. He suddenly rose, brandishing the Haotian sword, his eyes ablaze with fury. Beside him, the silent Queen Mother of the Yaoqi grasped his hand firmly, saying, Your Majesty, the ongoing Fengshen catastrophe inflicts the gravest losses upon the heavenly court. At this juncture, exchanging a portion of the heavenly court's fortune to expedite the conclusion of this calamity would yield more benefits than drawbacks for us. Pausing momentarily, she continued with a measured tone, Do not forget, until the Fengshen concludes, neither of us can step beyond the confines of the heavenly court. In an instant, the imposing aura of the Jade Emperor of Haotian diminished. The Fengshen calamity presented an opportunity for the heavenly court, yet prior to its resolution, it remained a time of vulnerability, when he, as the celestial emperor, felt most insignificant. He initially seized the opportunity to seek a mandate from the grand ancestor of the Tao, wagering with the heavens for a divine title. Marking the commencement of this momentous calamity, it was, in essence, a gamble. Should he emerge victorious, he would ascend as the true sovereign of the 3 realms. Conversely, defeat would render him a mere jest in the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos. Now, with only the final step remaining, what other choice does he have but to continue this perilous wager? To sever ties with the Chan sect? Would he then forsake all that he had previously sacrificed and all that lay ahead upon winning? The Jade Emperor of the vast heaven retrieved the heavenly sword, his countenance dark as he settled into silence. He even wagered his daughter, unable to bear the loss he could only endure. At Lintong Pass, the Mithriya held the list of deities with a charming smile, yet the radiance of the western light in his eyes concealed all his thoughts. The true names within the list of deities had yet to be officially enshrined. To harness their power required a sacrifice. Merely the destiny of the Western show and the offerings of humanity were insufficient. The fortune of the heavenly court was also necessary. The schemes of the sages are not so simplistic. Once the divine arts are invoked, regardless of how much power from the true names is utilized to conquer Chaoga, the ultimate beneficiary will undoubtedly be the West. Guang Qingzi gazed upon the resurrected Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Wen Zhong, feeling a twinge of astonishment within. He realized that he had underestimated the Western divine method of resurrection. The reborn twin immortals before him bore the entirety of the karmic ties of the Golden Spirit Mother and Wen Zhong. This implied that not only did they possess the power of their original forms, but they also retained the memories and personalities of their counterparts. However, simultaneously, these twin immortals, resurrected through the divine method, were entirely under the control of the investiture of the gods. In simpler terms, the Western divine method had, in a different manner, led to the early enshrinement of the Golden Spirit Mother and Wen Zhong. The Mithriya smiled faintly and said, As long as they have not perished, both of you will persist. Even if they do not believe in their demise, I can invoke the divine method once more to summon them. Guang Qingzi and Ran Ding exchanged glances, acknowledging that although the cost of the divine method was substantial, it was precisely suitable for the current situation. Guang Qingzi then turned to Jiang Zia and instructed, Jiang Shang, summon the lords and various celestial beings to gather at Lintong Pass. We shall attack Chaoga again in a month. Jiang Zia bowed and replied, I shall obey the command. He retrieved a grain-filled measure from his bosom and presented it to Yang Jian, saying, Yang Jian, you shall oversee the provisions. This grain measure, a treasured artifact of the Celestial Master, possesses the capability to hold boundless sustenance. Over the years, the Allied forces have relied upon this to ensure their logistical support. It is merely necessary to dispatch celestial beings to the realms below to procure grain from the various feudal states and then return it to the forefront of the army. There are no losses along the way, and one need not fear ambushes from Chaogu, thus securing every advantage. Yang Jian accepted the grain measure in silence and departed to fulfill his duty. But what more could he possibly say? In this place, his status is the lowest. Even if he opposes the divine punishment, what difference does it make? Meanwhile, in Chaoga, Zi Shou commenced his 80-day attendance as the hour of Zi passed. Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in. The reward for attendance is the Eye of Destiny. The Eye of Destiny, a grade 5 reward, a celestial-level divine ability. Bound to one's fate, capable of perceiving all causal relationships pertaining to one's destiny. Hint 1. The Eye of Destiny can perceive the triad of causality, past, present, and future. Perceiving present causality consumes mana, while perceiving past and future causality consumes both mana and national fortune. Hint 2. The time required to perceive past and future causality is related to one's cultivation level. For a human immortal, it is 1 day. For an earth immortal, 10 days. For a heavenly immortal, 100 days. For a golden immortal, 1,000 days, and so forth. Hint 3. The longer the causality one seeks to perceive, the greater the consumption of national fortune. Hence, caution is advised. Zi Shou pondered upon the Eye of Destiny and immediately grasped the remarkable utility of this divine ability. This ability is akin to an upgraded version of the clairvoyant eye and the keen ear, further enhanced with the effects of time and space. Zi Shou felt a profound satisfaction with the reward he had drawn. He activated the divine Eye of Destiny and gazed towards the direction of Lintong Pass, preparing to discern the current causal relationships. Let me see what transpires, he said. Then, he observed within the confines of Lintong Pass the conversation between the lamp-burning Taoist, Guang Qingzi, and a portly Taoist. By their side stood the impassive Jinling Holy Mother and Wen Zhong. Zi Shou pondered, having only encountered the Jinling Holy Mother once. He might have mistaken her identity, however, there was no chance of misidentifying the esteemed Wen Taisher. After a moment of contemplation, he finally comprehended the unfolding scenario. At that instant, a wave of weakness washed over him. Zi Shou recognized this as the depletion of his spiritual energy and promptly ceased his mystical incantation. In the next moment, a tenfold restoration of his power revitalized him. After a brief pause, Zi Shou reopened his eyes, expressing astonishment as he remarked, So the portly Taoist is indeed Mithraea from the west. Their deities have recklessly altered the divine lineage of the Fushi heavenly sovereign. In his previous life on Earth, there existed a divine method of combat, rumored to have originated from the White Lotus sect, which venerates Mithraea. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, In 1 month, the rebel forces will regroup and commence their assault on Mianqi. Before that, I can still engage in 30 more encounters. As for the divine combat, I'm curious to see how long the fortunes of Shichi can endure if I were to fully defend against it. However, mere defense is not in my nature. Once again, he invoked the divine gaze of destiny and swiftly located Yang Jian. The second son of the Yang family was currently in a somber mood as he collected grain from the vassals of West Qi. Zi Shou offered a faint smile and remarked, as the ancient saying goes, there is no greater achievement than rescuing the sovereign, and no more effective strategy than severing supplies. I have become a tyrant. If I do not cut off their provisions, how can I maintain my reputation? Call forth Neza and Wei Hu, hasten to my presence. Moments later, Neza and Wei Hu arrived at the Palace of Longevity, and upon lifting their gazes, they were taken aback. There stood Lei Jinzi, Jinjia, and Mujia, all fully armed. Neza and Wei Hu exchanged glances, instantly realizing they had urgent business at hand. Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, My lord, whom shall we slay? Zi Shou replied with a calm smile, We shall rob Yang Jian. Neza and Wei Hu were left in stunned silence. How did their lord know that Yang Jian was currently overseeing the grain collection, and how could he ascertain Yang Jian's route at any given moment? The situation was perilous. During this period of calamity, the celestial mechanisms were muddled. Even the most powerful of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals could not predict with such precision. The two gazed at their lord with admiration and newfound respect. Truly, the majesty of their sovereign was unparalleled. Chapter 43. The Sovereign declares. This is called robbing the rich to aid the poor in the city of West Qi. Yang Jian first journeyed to the northern, eastern, and southern realms to collect grain from the various lords. Ultimately, he arrived at West Qi for his final collection. He understood that in recent years, the people of the Western Zhou had contributed the most grain, resulting in significant depletion among the populace. Thus, he prioritized gathering as much grain as possible from other lords before arriving in West Qi, hoping to mitigate the burden on its citizens. Once the grain was sufficiently amassed, He promptly made his way to the Lingtong Pass. He could not prevent the war, thus he could only hasten its conclusion, so that the common people might endure less suffering. Yang Jian ascended in a golden light, traversing Mount Qi and the Yinshan Range, making his way towards the Sishiguan Pass. The 5 passes, Lintong Pass, Tong Pass, Chuanyin Pass, Jiepai Pass, and Sishiguan, established by the Shang dynasty to guard against the threat from the West Qi, had all fallen under the control of the West Qi. Once he reached Sishiguan, safety would be assured. However, just as he crossed the Yinshan Mountains, a sudden burst of firelight surged forth. In an instant, crimson silk enveloped the skies for miles. The universe was circumscribed, striking at the very essence of existence. The flames coiled like a serpent, summoning the formidable 6-ding divine fire, while the dual swords of Yin and Yang turned the world upside down. Neza, with his wind and fire wheels, manifested a terrifying form of 3 heads and 8 arms, launching lethal strikes without hesitation. Yang Jian, being at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm and having cultivated the protective arts of the Chan sect along with the profound 8-9 mystical skills, was most unfazed by ambushes. He calmly summoned his divine powers, impervious to blades and flames alike. In his hand, a trident knife gleamed as he struck towards Neza. Simultaneously, a shadow surged beneath his feet, swiftly transforming into the visage of the celestial hound. The hound rolled upon the ground, its form expanding with the gust of wind. And in the blink of an eye, it grew as massive as a white elephant, roaring fiercely as it lunged toward Neza. Boom. The hound's formidable bite was thwarted by a magical staff meant to subdue demons. Yang Jian's expression turned grave as he declared, "Brother Wei, I knew you would be here." With a resounding shout, he declared, "My 2 junior brothers, we serve our respective masters, and thus we must meet only in life or death." He wielded a tri-pronged double-edged blade in one hand to parry Neza's fiery spear, while in the other, he summoned the 5-ding mountain-cleaving axe, forcefully cleaving through Wei Hu. Engaging both Neza and Wei Hu single-handedly, he surprisingly gained the upper hand. Neza, brandishing his numerous treasures, fought with fervor, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. I have long wished for a duel with you, but the opportunity never arose. Now, we can finally engage in a thrilling battle." Meanwhile, Wei Hu sighed from the sidelines, remarking, "The 8-9 mysteries are truly extraordinary. My demon-subduing pestle, even ordinary golden immortals dare not confront directly, yet you handle it with but one hand." Yang Jian, battling the 2 generals alone, found himself momentarily gaining the advantage as the celestial hound occasionally lunged for surprise attacks. However, his countenance grew increasingly grim as he pondered. King Zhou would not send merely the 2 of you. He questioned, "Where are Lei Jinzi, Jin Jia, and Mu Jia?" His true concern does not lie with those individuals. With his capabilities, he is confident that even if they all joined forces, he could still carve a path to victory. What he truly feared was the arrival of the unworthy saint. In that case, he would have no hope of escape. Neza chuckled and said, "Second brother, there is no need for concern. Elderly Shan will not intervene. The king has declared that this matter is for us younger generations to handle." As he spoke, he suddenly summoned a sacred treasure to strike. The treasure resembled a bolt, and as soon as it was unleashed, it erupted with a tremendous explosion. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the void fractured, with the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water surging into the world, transforming into a tempest that ravaged in all directions. At the very last moment, Yang Jian managed to evade the explosion of the sacred treasure. Although he escaped without sustaining severe injuries, his spirit was nonetheless shaken. Neza raised his hand and summoned several more sacred treasures, saying, "Second brother, how many more explosions do you believe you can withstand?" Yang Jian's expression darkened. But before he could respond, an unsettling sensation surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the water-splitting sword at his waist, transforming it into a tumultuous wave that slashed towards his side. This water-splitting sword, a treasure wielded by the Emperor Yu during his endeavors to control the floods, was immensely powerful due to the merits acquired from his water management. As the blade was raised, the surging waves followed suit. However, despite the ferocity of this strike, it met with nothing. Amidst the tumultuous waters, Mu Xiao brandished a hooked sword in one hand while cradling a water-stabilizing pearl in the other. Neza shook his head and remarked, "Second brother, we are well aware of the treasures you possess. If we dared to confront you, we would surely come prepared." Yang Jian let out a bitter smile and replied, "I never anticipated that one day I would face you in a life-and-death struggle. However, if you intend to take me back to Chaoga, you can only carry away my lifeless body. My younger sister remains within the sect. I cannot allow her to fall into the hands of King Zhou. Should she suffer the same fate as Neza and the others, the consequences could range from punishment to being sent to the battlefield by the sect. He would rather perish than allow this matter to transpire." Neza smiled with amusement and said, "If I take you away now, wouldn't that endanger the 3rd sister? Rest assured, second brother, once I rescue the 3rd sister, you shall naturally bow before the king." As he extended his hand, a precious artifact unexpectedly materialized within his grasp. This treasure resembled a vessel used for holding grains. Yang Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively checked his waist, only to realize that his own grain vessel had indeed vanished. Neza let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "Within the treasures of the Cloud Dweller, there are indeed hidden artifacts. How fortuitous this is. Brother Yang, until we meet again. With that, his words lingered in the air. As he grasped the Ming Tianling, he swiftly turned and departed. The ever-prepared Wei Hu and Mu Jia instantly vanished in a flash of golden light. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. It was only at this moment that Yang Jian comprehended that he had fallen into a trap from the very beginning. He had been wary of the absent Lei Jinzi and Jin Jia, yet he never anticipated that the one who would strike first would be the seemingly crazed Neza. Neza's initial target was the granary of Xingliang. Did King Zhou intend to sever the supply lines of the allied forces? But how could he have known when the grain was collected and that he would pass through this very place? Though the fortunes of Chaoga were flourishing, they only enveloped Chaoga and Yanqi. Beyond the reach of Chaoga's fortune lay the domain shrouded by the national fortunes of the Western Zhou. Even the divine presence of the Wudong Holy Mother could not foresee his actions. Yang Jian's face darkened as he fell into silence for a moment before he sighed and made his way to the Linong Pass. In the dead of night, within a household of the Western Zhou, a child wailed from hunger, curled in his mother's embrace, both shedding tears together. The rough-skinned head of the family frowned deeply. As the mother wiped her tears, she lamented, "I told you not to offer all our grain, but you wouldn't listen. Our little one is only 3. How can he endure such hunger? If he suffers any lasting harm, it will fall upon you, the Niu family." The man, agitated, growled, "Crying does no good. The immortal lord demands grain. Can I refuse?" The woman cried even harder, saying, "The immortal lord promised to help us overthrow the tyrant. After so many years of fighting, the tyrant still remains, and we are on the brink of starvation. Just yesterday, the second son of the Ma family perished from hunger." Enraged, the man raised his hand to strike, declaring, "Silence. If anyone hears you, our entire family will not survive until dawn." Yet, his hand fell short of striking his wife and child, landing heavily upon his own cheek instead. What could he do? The Western Duke insisted to heed the immortal's words, and he complied. The Duke said that to topple the tyrant, they must offer grain, and he complied. After the Duke's death, the newly appointed King Wu proclaimed that the tyrant had caused the Duke's demise, demanding vengeance and further grain offerings, and still, he complied. Now, with only 3 days' worth of food left at home, his wife and child were on the verge of starving. At that moment, a sack of grain was suddenly tossed through the window, landing heavily and spilling millet across the floor. The family stood in stunned silence. The man, flustered, asked, "Who is it?" Outside, Neza lowered his voice and calmly replied, "The king has decreed grain for the people." Inside, silence reigned. Moments later, Neza overheard the man, his voice low yet filled with excitement, say, "Xiao Xuan, there is food to eat." Under the cloak of night, Neza went from house to house delivering grain. His eyes alight with joy as he proclaimed, "The king says this is robbing the rich to aid the poor. I absolutely relish it." By dawn, Neza and his companions had returned some of the looted grain to the households of the Western Zhou citizens. The remaining portion, gathered from the nobility and other feudal lords, need not be returned. Neza gazed at the granary he held, grinning as he mused, "Those nobles lack for nothing. The subjects of the various lords are temporarily well supplied. The ones truly in need are the people of the Western Zhou, and they have all received their share now." What a brilliant move by the king. It not only preserves the lives of the citizens but also dampens the morale of the rebels. Wei Hu nodded in agreement. What he admires most about the king is precisely this, ruthless towards foes, yet compassionate towards the people. As a sovereign, upon realizing that his subjects had been deceived by deities and rebelled, he did not vent his anger on them. Instead, he employed clever stratagems to gradually transform his subjects. He turned back to glance at the city of Shiqi. The palace was ablaze with light, and the harmonious sounds of drums and zither filled the air. Outside the palace, the homes of the common folk were devoid of smoke, indicating a lack of cooking. He shook his head and remarked, "Is the king a tyrant? And what are you? Mere mud? I await the moment when the king, renowned as the most infamous tyrant of all time, commands you all to kneel." At Lingtong Pass, Jiang Ziya's countenance darkened to the point where one could almost wring water from it after hearing Yang Jian's report, yet he uttered not a word. The true authority now lay with the 3 immortals of Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi, too, was greatly displeased with Yang Jian's mismanagement of the grain supplies. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Not to mention that his master had instructed him regarding Yang Jian's entanglement in the impending calamity. He could not act arbitrarily. As for the current predicament, any individual tasked with the collection of grain would likely encounter the same unfortunate outcome. He gazed at the lamplighting Taoist and inquired, "Master, how could King Zhou discern the timing and route of Yang Jian's grain collection? The calamity has yet to conclude, and the heavenly secrets are muddled. Even you and I cannot deduce the specifics of Yang Jian's path, let alone the fate of Chaoga, which is obstructed north of the turbid river." The lamplighting Taoist replied calmly, "Guangchengzi, have you forgotten the grand celestial star formation?" Guangchengzi was taken aback. Could it be that the Saint of Nuwa had intervened once more? Had the Saint of Nuwa directly descended upon Chaoga? At this moment, the smiling countenance of the Methreya Taoist bore traces of somberness as he spoke. "I align with the perspective of my friend, the lamplighting Taoist. Thus, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, the greater the Saint's intervention in the calamity, the more detrimental it shall be for us. The mandate of heaven cannot be defied, yet if the Saint forcefully intervenes, it would spell disaster for all beings in the cosmos." He shook his head sorrowfully, exclaiming, "The world is filled with suffering, We, as practitioners of the Tao, ought to acquiesce to the will of heaven and strive to restore order to the chaos of the universe. Guangqingzi nodded in agreement and replied, Yang Jian, take note of this matter for now. Once the major affairs are settled, you may return to your master to accept your punishment. For the present, you must gather provisions once more. An army cannot function without sustenance. Yang Jian, taken aback, abruptly lifted his gaze and said, Master Guangqingzi, the citizens of Shiqi City have not had provisions for 3 days. If I go to collect more grain, what will become of these people? Shall we allow them to starve? Guangqingzi regarded Yang Jian with an icy demeanor and stated, the rise of Shou and the fall of Shang is the decree of heaven. Those who stand in opposition to this fate deserve to perish. The gathering of forces to overthrow Shang is for the peace of the realm. We cannot afford to be without provisions. Yang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Guangqingzi. He has always been aware that the Chan sect supports the Western Qi in its struggle against the Shang dynasty, devoid of any association with justice. And even less so with the concept of destiny. Destiny is merely a facade for the edicts of the Jade Void. However, the will of the sage is something he cannot obstruct. Thus, he dedicates himself wholeheartedly to aiding the Western Qi, solely to expedite the conclusion of the war. Yet, he never anticipated that the Chan sect would hold human life in such contempt. He opened his mouth and spoke with great difficulty, Master Uncle. That is over 100,000 subjects of the Western Zhou. I am afraid I cannot comply. A fleeting glimmer of anger flashed in Guangqingzi's eyes as he flicked his whisk, transforming it into 3,000 dragon whiskers that ensnared Yang Jian. It is King Zhou who has deprived those of Shiqi of their provisions. Had it not been for King Zhou's reckless ambition to defy fate, would there have been this conflict? If King Zhou had not dispatched Neza to seize the grain in your possession, would there have been another requisition? Every event has its cause and effect, and in this instance, the responsibility lies with King Zhou. With a wave of his hand, he cast Yang Jian out of the grand tent, stating calmly, your transgression shall be addressed by Brother Yuding. After subduing Yang Jian, he cast a casual glance at Jiang Zia and said, Junior Brother Jiang, send someone anew to collect the grain. Currently, we lack sufficient storage for the rice, making it inconvenient to gather supplies. Let us procure the grain from the nearest city of Shiqi, allowing the mortals to handle the collection. Jiang Zia respectfully bowed and replied, I shall obey your command. In Chaoga, at the Shoshin Palace, Zishou summoned the Wudong Saint Mother. The serene Taoist inquired, Li Shanqing, should you engage in a contest with the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, who would emerge victorious? Wudong Saint Mother responded, Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Why would I confront Sister Jinling? Moreover, she has already departed to the Fengshen Bang. She trailed off mid-sentence. Her keen intellect recognizing that the king's words were not without purpose, leading her to anticipate the outcome. Zishou nodded slightly and said, just as you surmised, the Chan sect has allied with the Western teaching, employing a technique known as the divine exorcism to summon the true spirits from the Fengshen Bang in advance. He immediately spoke of the divine technique. The unfettered Holy Mother was taken aback and filled with rage. Naturally, her anger stemmed from the humiliation imposed by the Chan sect and the Western teachings following the demise of her fellow disciples. What astonished her was how the king possessed such profound knowledge, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. After a moment's silence, the unfettered Holy Mother suppressed her tumultuous emotions and slowly responded, My king, if the divine technique can completely restore everything about Sister Jinling, including all her spiritual treasures now in their possession, then I am no match for her. Sister Jinling's strength is on par with that of our senior brother, the precious treasure, making her the foremost among our sect. Zishou was not surprised by this. The Jinling Holy Mother had once subdued Sihong, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra in the 10,000 Immortals array, had it not been for that shameless old thief, the Lantern Master, who ambushed her with the sea-calming pearl. She could have obliterated Sihong and the others outright. It is worth noting that at that time, Sihong and the others had already subdued the Jin Guang Immortal, Lingyou Immortal, and Xiuxiu Immortal as their mounts. Thus, the Jinling Holy Mother was, in truth, battling 6 opponents simultaneously. Even so, she was ultimately affected by the Chan sect's use of the Extermination Sword, which broke the 10,000 Immortals array and caused her to suffer backlash and injury. Given such formidable prowess displayed by the senior sister of the Chan sect, Zishou never believed the unfettered Holy Mother could surpass her. It seemed that only he could take matters into his own hands. The unfettered Holy Mother exclaimed, What do you mean, my king? As a subject, I ought not to doubt you. However, given your bearing of the fortunes of Chaogu, should any misfortune befall you. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, My king, I can risk everything for a single strike to severely wound Sister Jinling, and from there, we can devise another plan. I implore you not to give up. Zishou replied, I appreciate your concern, my dear minister. Yet, I have stated that I will act personally, and I shall do so. This mere imitation of the Jinling Holy Mother can be extinguished with ease. Chapter 45. A single slap for a millennium of national fortune, is it priceless? The unfettered Holy Mother stared in astonishment at the king, ultimately bowing her head and declaring, I shall obey your command. With that, she performed a bow and withdrew. As Zishou observed the retreating figure of the unfettered Holy Mother, he murmured, No wonder the Sage of Heaven allowed the unfettered Holy Mother to leave the 10,000 immortals array in the end. She is the most obedient among his many disciples. The turtle spirit Holy Mother had a fiery temper, and when Guangxingzi visited the Biao Palace thrice, she struck him 3 times. The Jinling Holy Mother was too fiercely courageous and not one to yield easily. As for Taoist Duobao, he was full of schemes, akin to a flower-strewn heart. Only the unfettered Holy Mother remained, obedient, sensible, and though she held her own thoughts, she prioritized commands above all else. Yet, when it was time to act, she was willing to risk her life. Thus, she was the most compliant among the 8 disciples. Zishou rose and proceeded to the rear hall of the Shouxian Palace. There, he found the 3 demons gathered around the Qian Kuan cauldron, fervently refining it. Their daily task was to engage in this endeavor. Unless called upon by him to maintain their personas, they would remain there, tirelessly refining. Upon seeing Zishou's arrival, the 9-tailed fox hurriedly bowed respectfully, stating, "My king, the He Tu and Luo Shu have been refined for 400 years." As she spoke, a glimmer of luck flowed through her eyes. Zishou nodded, his thoughts stirring as he sensed the situation within the Qian Kuan cauldron. The cauldron could erase the original owner's mark from treasures and restore them to their original forms. Thus, after acquiring the He Tu and Luo Shu, Zishou placed them into the Qian Kuan cauldron for refinement. However, as the He Tu and Luo Shu were supreme innate spiritual treasures that embodied both demonic and human virtues and had been refined by the Kuanping for countless millennia, erasing their mark required a staggering 800 years of flourishing fortune. Zishou could only proceed with the refinement gradually, day by day. Each noon, he would invest at least a year's worth of flourishing fortune, utilizing a 100-fold return to sustain the fortunes of Chao Guo. The amount of fortune he invested daily depended on how much he received back the previous day. Now, he had finally refined 400 years of fortune. Satisfied, Zishou nodded and said, "Very well, continue." The 9-tailed fox obediently nodded. Ever since witnessing the Qian Kuan cauldron, she had firmly believed that the goddess Nuwa fully supported the king, and she dared not entertain any other thoughts, dedicating herself entirely to assisting him. After refining the Qian Kuan cauldron, she was astonished to discover that the refinement process yielded better results than her own cultivation. Over the past month, as the Qian Kuan cauldron had refined 400 years of flourishing fortune, she and her 2 sisters had effectively cultivated for 800 years, resulting in a significant boost in their realms. Now, she had achieved the heavenly immortal realm, while her 2 sisters had reached the earth immortal realm. To this day, the 9-tailed fox remained unaware of how the king had amassed such an abundance of fortune. Moreover, despite hundreds of years of fortune being poured into the Qian Kuan cauldron, the fortunes of Chao Guo showed no signs of decline. She dared not inquire but was thoroughly captivated by the king's methods and felt immense gratitude for his generosity. She understood that the king could have summoned Lei Zhenzi and the others for the refinement, as they had become mere pawns devoid of self. Their refinement would have been swifter. Yet, the king still afforded them the opportunity to cultivate. This was truly a blessing from the king, even without the goddess's decree. She would wholeheartedly support him. As noon passed, Zishou calculated the time and murmured, "Today marks the 90th day. System, grant me some rewards." The rebel forces would arrive in 20 days. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Check-in reward, Sage's Enlightenment Pearl. Sage's Enlightenment Pearl, grade 5 reward. An innate treasure inherited from a certain world, possessing the ability to harness the strength of a sage. Hint 1. Each time you borrow the strength of a sage, you can unleash a full-force strike and comprehend the great path of the sage. Hint 2. Each time you borrow the strength of a sage, it requires the expenditure of 1,000 years of flourishing national fortune. Hint 3. National fortune can be stored in the Enlightenment Pearl in advance. In Zishou's hand, a dazzling pearl, the size of a thumb, materialized. Within the pearl, the essence of the Tao transformed into swirling mists. As Zishou held the Enlightenment Pearl, he felt an inexplicable connection to 7 powerful divine thoughts intertwined with the pearl. He immediately recognized that these were the 7 saints of the primordial era, the 3 pure ones, the Western 2 saints, Nuwa and Fengshen. He held up the Enlightenment Pearl and murmured, "The Enlightenment Pearl can be used directly for the first time. After that, it will require the expenditure of national fortune." Truly, this is a mere palm strike for a millennium of national fortune. How precious could it be? Of course, it is not expensive. This is the palm strike of a sage. Indeed, national fortune encompasses everything. No wonder sages and celestial beings harbor such disdain for the fortunes of the mortal realm. If humanity had discovered sooner that the fortunes of the world could be utilized in this manner, the celestial beings would have long been vanquished. With a flicker of thought, he drew the Enlightenment Pearl into his primordial spirit. At present, he stood at the pinnacle of the human immortal realm, poised to soon transcend into the earth immortal realm. His primordial spirit was stable, allowing him to, like the immortals, gather various spiritual treasures within it. Elevating the nation's fortune was of utmost importance, however. He could not shatter the fade of the tyrant king. A scheme was required. In the city of Shiqi, a rugged man clutched his son tightly. His wife lay on the muddy ground, her eyes wide open, breathing shallowly, with life ebbing away. A soldier clad in the armor of the Shiqi army lashed out at the man with a whip, furiously berating him. It is your honor to offer grain. The divine lords are aiding our Zhou kingdom in vanquishing the Shang. What glory this brings! How dare you commoners hoard grain and refuse to surrender it? You must be spies of that tyrant king. Though the man was battered and bruised, he clung to his son, shielding him from harm. Tortured by the sight of his deceased wife, he pleaded, "My lord, this is our last morsel of food. We have already given all we had." That final sack of millet was a gift from a mysterious benefactor. He discreetly inquired among the other neighbors, discovering that the mysterious benefactor had bestowed provisions upon all. They collectively resolved that this meager life-saving grain must not be surrendered, lest they all perish from hunger. Yet, the grain requisition soldiers returned, nearly dismantling his home. Ultimately unearthing a bag of glutinous rice from a hidden crevice beneath the bed. The mother of Zhuang desperately wished to safeguard the last of their provisions, for it represented the sustenance of Zhuang Er's life. In a tragic turn of events, she was gravely wounded by the requisition soldiers, her vitality waning before their eyes. Enough, do not waste any more time on these peasants. The cold, unfeeling voice of the requisition captain resonated. The prime minister has decreed that all grain must be collected within 10 days to be delivered to the Sisui Pass, or face military retribution. The grain collecting party departed, leaving behind a scene of devastation and countless grief-stricken citizens. In the dead of night, a man cradled his terrified son, watching helplessly as his wife drew her last breath. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. "Hide the grain well, consume it sparingly. Apply half of the medicine to your wife's wound, and take the other half with water." The man blinked in astonishment as 2 bags, one large and one small, were tossed through the window. The larger bag contained millet, and the smaller one emanated the fragrance of medicine. With newfound resolve, the man rose and whispered, "Who are you? Are you the kind-hearted individuals who delivered grain before?" The familiar voice responded, "The king has decreed to grant provisions to his people. The king has decreed to provide medicine to his people." The man clutched the grain and medicine tightly, asking again, "Who is the king?" The voice replied, "The king is the king of humanity, your king. He truly cares for you and your kin. And he shall lead all to resist the celestial beings." The man's eyes widened in realization. Chapter 46, How to Defeat the Golden Immortal on a Steed. Inside the room, he comprehended the identity of the king. It was King Zhou. For decades, Shibuya had preached that King Zhou disrespected the celestial beings, disregarded the heavenly mandate, and ruled with tyranny. In Shichi, everyone knew who the king was that opposed the celestial beings. At that moment, countless thoughts surged within his mind, as if they were about to explode. The wise Shibuya had only led them into deeper suffering. The illustrious king who had allowed others to seize their last grain. The lofty celestial beings had nearly brought about their ruin. And yet, the king he opposed sent provisions and medicine to him. What had he truly been rebelling against all these years? Gripping the grain and medicine tightly, he felt an urge to cast them away, but gazing at his wife, who clung to her final breath, and his stunned son, he found himself unable to do so. Ultimately, he could only bow silently towards the window. Then, he opened the pouch containing the medicine. Outside, Neza looked at Wei Hu and said, "This is the last household. The others have already received their grain and medicine." He gazed at the grain-collecting convoy in the distance, its flames casting a crimson glow across the horizon, and gritted his teeth, saying, "The teaching faction has completely abandoned its facade. They once pretended to be wise, but now they reveal their fangs without hesitation." Wei Hu replied coolly, "In the past, the king did not resist, allowing them to act with impunity. Now that the king has begun to fight back, their ferocity is laid bare." Neza, with his straightforward nature, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you also believe the king should not resist?" Wei Hu lifted the demon-subduing staff in his hand and inquired, "What do you think?" Neza scoffed, "We can make a few more attempts, but soon they will realize that we are covertly assisting these subjects, and at that point, our presence may no longer be possible." Wei Hu sighed and remarked, "The king has stated that any resistance will be accompanied by sacrifice. He is prepared for the cost. And so are we." He paused for a moment, gesturing towards the homes of the countless citizens of Shichi. They too were affected. The king had once proclaimed that in the eyes of the celestial beings, humanity, whether in rebellion or submission, was nothing more than livestock, subject to slaughter at will. Thus, in this war, none were innocent, and none were uninvolved. Neza gazed at Wei Hu with admiration, exclaiming, "The king divulged so much to you? I was completely unaware." Wei Hu rolled his eyes and replied, "The king spoke before all of us. You were asleep." Neza responded in surprise, "What?" As 10 days passed, the day of mobilization approached, leaving only 3 days remaining. At Lintong Pass, Jiangxia meticulously arranged the incense offerings and set up the primordial 8 trigrams, preparing for divination. However, as the turtle shells were cast, an unexpected cacophony of cracking echoed as all 8 turtle shell coins shattered into halves. Jiangxia gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the broken oracle coins. After a lengthy silence, he lamented, "Could it be that my previous disregard for the oracle's guidance led to this misfortune? My master had cautioned me when bestowing this primordial 8 trigrams oracle, emphasizing that it derived from the 60 turtle shells of the Fuxi Emperor. The 8 oracle coins can decipher all matters of the mortal realm. Yet should I fail to heed their counsel, they would lose their efficacy. Last time, I divined a defeat, but I did not believe it. I charged towards Chaoga and returned in utter defeat. Yet now, regretting will yield no remedy. Jiangxia carefully gathered the shattered oracle coins, gritting his teeth, declaring, "This time, I shall not falter. I possess the formidable power of the Golden Spirit Mother, surpassing the Wudong Saintess, along with the strategic genius of Wen Zhong, who knows the Chaoga army like the back of his hand. My senior brother, Guang Qingzi, has even prepared contingencies, with the support of Master Randang. Senior brother Guang Qingzi, and the amiable Taoist Methria, among a multitude of primordial golden immortals, who could rival us if the saints refrain from intervening. The Tao ancestor has already decreed that no saint shall meddle in mortal affairs. Without the saints, how could my forces possibly be defeated?" Jiangxia encouraged himself with a nod, affirming, "I shall not lose." 3 days later, Jiangxia ascended the platform once more to rally the troops, assembling the million-strong coalition as they marched northward. This time, he vowed to breach Chaoga and eliminate the tyrant. Holding the god-subduing whip, Jiangxia proclaimed his oath loudly. The million-strong coalition rallied their spirits once more, roaring with fervor. The army advanced resolutely towards the northwest, soon reaching Mianqi County. At this moment, the primordial diagram of the unified Qi enveloped the entire county. The Wudong Saintess sat imperiously atop the city walls of Mianqi County. Below the ramparts, 3,650 soldiers from Chaoga stood silently, fully armed. Upon witnessing this scene, Guang Qingzi smirked with satisfaction, remarking, "I had foreseen that King Zhou would send the Wudong here. Does he believe that by holding Mianqi, he can safeguard Chaoga?" He addressed the figure cloaked in shadows behind him. "Friend, it is time for you to take action." They circled around the city of Mianqi, heading toward Chaoga. "The moment we breach Mianqi County and the atmosphere of Chaoga is thrown into disarray, you must unleash your full power, even if it means self-detonation. You must utterly annihilate Chaoga City." The mysterious figure in the shadows nodded and turned away. On the walls of Mianqi, the unfettered saintess spotted the enigmatic figure instantly. Yet she remained unmoved. Prior to their departure, the king had instructed her to focus solely on one task, to devote all her strength to safeguarding Mianqi County, without concerning herself with anything else, for the king would handle it. She was unaware of how the king would proceed, but as a loyal subject, she placed her unconditional trust in him. She withdrew her gaze from the mysterious figure and directed her divine consciousness toward the rebel faction, focusing on the celestial maiden draped in golden radiance, the Golden Spirit Saintess. As she observed her expressionless senior sister, a moment of distraction washed over her, so strikingly similar. In the next instant, an unnameable fury surged within her heart, her beautiful eyes glinting with malice. The more alike they appeared, the more detestable it became. Channeling her divine consciousness, she commanded the divine blade to manifest above her head, and without hesitation, she aimed it at the Golden Spirit Saintess. With an eruption of celestial light in her eyes, the Golden Spirit Saintess rose upon her cloud, her expression unyielding, as she summoned the four symbols pagoda above her head and wielded the dragon tiger Jade Rui to block the divine blade of the unfettered Saintess. From the four symbols pagoda, the elemental forces of heaven and earth emerged, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, surrounding her and forming an impenetrable shield, rendering her impervious to the relentless assaults of the divine blade. In the hands of the Golden Spirit Saintess, the dragon tiger Jade Rui emitted the roars of dragons and tigers. As one dragon and one tiger surged forth, conjuring a tempest and darkening the skies, crashing toward the unfettered Saintess with overwhelming might. Guang Qingzi remarked with a hint of indifference, "The unfettered Saintess is no match for the Golden Spirit Saintess. Even with the primordial unity diagram, she cannot withstand for long." He cast his gaze upon the radiant lamp Taoist and implored, "I beseech you, Master, to take action and eliminate the unfathomable Holy Mother, thereby extinguishing the delusions of the radiant lamp Taoist nodded and summoned the pearl of stabilizing the sea, directing it towards the unfathomable Holy Mother. Guang Qingzi then turned to Jiangxia and stated, "When the city falls, let Wen Zhong lead the entire army into a fierce onslaught upon the demise of the unfathomable Holy Mother. The surrounding spiritual energy will surely fall into chaos. Even with the great array of celestial stars in Chaoga, it shall be rendered ineffective. The great array of celestial stars requires the guidance of stellar radiance. However, before the celestial light descends, the disrupted spiritual energy can be employed to breach the formation." Guang Qingzi scoffed, asserting, "Ultimately, they lack control over the celestial stars. The great array of celestial stars devised by King Zhou possesses inherent flaws. This time, Chaoga shall inevitably fall, and King Zhou shall meet his demise." Chapter 47. The Saint of the Slays, the Immortal of the Mianqi County. The unfathomable Holy Mother defended against the Golden Spirit Holy Mother on her left and the Radiant Lamp Taoist on her right. As one of the four inner disciples of, she was intimately familiar with Zhao Gongming's pearl of stabilizing the sea and knew well how to guard against it. Prior to her departure, the king had also cautioned her to remain vigilant against the ambushes of the Radiant Lamp Taoist and Guang Qingzi. She utilized the primordial chaos diagram to deflect the surprise attack of the pearl of stabilizing the sea and glared furiously at the Radiant Lamp Taoist, exclaiming, "Shameless wretch. As a mixed Yuan golden immortal and the vice leader of a sect, do you resort only to ambushes?" The Radiant Lamp Taoist, calm and composed, held the pearl of stabilizing the sea above his head, lightly tapping with his right hand, summoning a jade-like measuring rod, the Qianquan measuring stick. This was the foremost postnatal treasure of merit in the wilderness, imbued with the power to measure heaven and earth, containing the essence of spatial principles. Untouched by the karma of slaying. As the radiant lamp Taoist brandished the measuring stick, he spoke with a serene demeanor, "My friend, you may withstand for a moment. But how long can you endure? Ultimately, you shall face defeat, fighting for a foolish monarch. What futility is this?" He raised the celestial measuring ruler and struck down. "Fellow cultivator, this is destiny." The ruler descended, unleashing a radiant beam of white light that transformed vast distances into mere inches. The spatial compression circumvented the defenses of the primal chaos diagram, targeting the unfettered Holy Mother directly. Simultaneously, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother summoned the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui, unleashing her full power to seal off all escape routes for the unfettered Holy Mother. Mianqi County seemed to have plunged into another dimension. In an instant, heaven and earth were displaced, the universe turned upside down, and the sun, moon, and stars vanished completely. Beneath the city walls, the Fangbai brothers led over 3,000 soldiers of Chaoga, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld this scene. Fangbai gritted his teeth, propping himself up with his spear, standing tall, and shouted, "Do not fear. The king has assured us that everything is arranged. Fellow warriors, do not bow before deities." The 3,000 soldiers felt as if an immense weight pressed upon them, the oppressive force causing their bodies to tremble. Yet, like their commander Fangbai, they steadied themselves with their azure steel spears, keeping their backs straight and their heads held high. The celestial beings looked upon this scene with cold mockery. This time, the calamity was finally reaching its conclusion. If humanity refused to kneel, then death awaited them. Before the million rebels, Guangqingzi let out a chilling laugh, saying, "Unfettered. You had already escaped the array of 100 immortals and should have concealed yourself within the cosmos. To return to this calamity, you are destined to meet your end here." Meanwhile, in Chaoga, Zishou stood atop the highest tower of the Shoshin Palace, gazing in the direction of Mianqi. With the divine vision granted by the mandate of heaven, he could clearly perceive everything unfolding in Mianqi County. Witnessing the unfettered Holy Mother in peril, he recognized that the moment had finally arrived. With a fleeting thought, he summoned the Sage's Enlightenment Pearl. In the next moment, once again, he sensed the presence of 7 saintly auras, and without hesitation, he chose the one that resonated most closely with that of Guangqingzi. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan. With the power of the leader of the Chan sect, he severed the immortals of the Chan sect, eagerly anticipating what would transpire next. In an instant, an immense force surged forth from the saint's Enlightenment Pearl. His perception was magnified countless times, allowing everything in Mianqi County to be captured in exquisite detail before his eyes. His gaze fell upon the burning lamp Taoist and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, then he extended his hand and gently gestured. With his finger as a quill, he pointed at the realm and the state. He inscribed upon the burning lamp Taoist and lifted his finger at the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. With a single strike of the sage, he transcended time and causality. The moment the child received the pointed guidance, it seemed as though the temporal river of Mianqi County ceased its flow. Everything, both tangible and intangible, living and inanimate, divine and mundane, fell into a state of suspension. Then, in a moment that defies grasp and description, a bolt of lightning, shattering the void of heaven and earth, appeared abruptly above the burning lamp Taoist's head. This lightning harbored boundless jade-clear principles, embodying the jade-clear divine thunder, the specialty of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Beneath the brilliance of the lightning, all living beings faced annihilation. The cosmic measuring ruler wielded by the burning lamp Taoist and the pearl of stabilizing the sea atop his head instantly plummeted. He raised his head in terror. His eyes filled solely with astonishment, and exclaimed, "A sage? Why?" He certainly received no response, only the chilling intent to kill and the cataclysmic divine thunder of pure clarity. The essence of the burning lamp Taoist trembled incessantly, and under the overwhelming pressure of the sacred might, his Tao heart was on the verge of shattering. He cried out in terror, then, with a thump to his chest, expelled a mouthful of essence blood, forcefully conjuring the celestial measuring ruler once more, drawing a span of 100,000 miles in a mere instant. In the next moment, the thunderbolt descended, sweeping across the side of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Boom! The terrifying rumble of thunder left the celestial beings in a state of stunned silence, as all of creation fell mute. Amidst the thunderclaps, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother found no refuge nor escape, and was instantly reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, within the blinding light of the thunder, a severed arm was hurled high into the air, adorned with 24 gleaming pearls. A chilling scream echoed across the heavens and the earth. "Holy One! What wrong has my disciple committed?" Following this, a cataclysmic roar erupted throughout the cosmos. The dispersing lightning, like countless serpents of thunder, ravaged the land before Mianqi County, plowing through the earth repeatedly. When the lightning finally subsided and the world regained a semblance of calm, the celestial beings gazed in trepidation towards Mianqi County. There, they beheld only the unfettered Holy Mother, lost in thought while clutching the severed arm, with the burning lamp Taoist and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother nowhere to be found. What had transpired? Had a sage of the Chan sect slain another sage of the same sect? What transgression had the burning lamp Taoist committed to provoke the primordial saint to take such direct action? Before the city, the unfettered Holy Mother pondered, is this what the king meant by personally intervening to resolve all matters? Yet that strike was undoubtedly the jade pure divine thunder of the primordial saint. Had the king summoned the primordial lord to aid in defending the city? The mere thought of such a possibility left the unfettered Holy Mother feeling absurdly unsettled. Just moments ago, had she not heard the king's voice at the last moment, reminding her to secure the sea-settling pearl, she might have truly believed that the primordial lord had acted in person. She cast a disdainful glance at the severed arm in her grasp, discarding it with a slice of a blade, carefully stowing away the sea-settling pearl. Raising her head once more, she regarded the panicked rebel forces, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Across from her, it seemed the hearts of the traitors were indeed shattering. Among the rebel ranks, Mithraea Daoist stood aghast. Guangqingzi stared in disbelief, and Jiangxia wore an expression of sheer horror. The remaining scattered celestial beings were pale as death, teetering on the brink of collapse. Mithraea Daoist's once jovial visage was now devoid of mirth. His eyes widened in fear as he turned to Guangqingzi, asking, "Friend, what has transpired? Why has the primordial saint intervened, and why did he slay the golden spirit Holy Mother and the burning lamp Daoist?" Guangqingzi remained silent. How could he possibly know? It is certainly not the doing of our master. The Tao ancestor has already decreed that the powers of the saints must no longer intervene in the mortal realm. How could our master possibly take action? Even less so against Master Randing. With a grim expression, Daoist Mithraea inquired, who else among the Chan sect could wield the jade pure divine thunder to strike down the golden spirit Holy Mother and severely injure Daoist Randing? Guangqingzi remained silent. He found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed the presence of his master through the divine thunder of jade purity. But how could this be possible? Chapter 48, The Celestial Sage. I respect you as a man. In Minchi County, the divine thunder of jade purity struck down the golden spirit Saint Mother and severely wounded the lamplighting Daoist. In that singular moment, the realms of heaven and earth, the 4 seas and 8 desolations were plunged into an eerie silence. Even the saints could not remain composed. Lady Nuwa, in the Nuwa Palace, widened her eyes in disbelief. The Lady of Equanimity, seated upon the throne of the underworld, wore a perplexed expression. In the west, in the Shumi heaven, the Sage of Enlightenment nearly leapt from his seat, his sallow face clouded with gloom. Even as a sage, he found himself somewhat unhinged at this moment. What madness has the primordial one succumbed to? The Sage of Enlightenment emanated a resplendent golden light, calculating the causal relations of heaven and earth with a flick of his fingers. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head and spoke darkly. "Brother, it appears the primordial one has become aware of my previous actions. He is using the lamplighting Daoist as a warning." At this moment, the Sage of Guidance also opened his eyes, a shadow of gloom passing through them, and said, "My calculations yield the same conclusion. All traces of causality have been obscured, leaving no clues behind. Yet, to brazenly wield the divine thunder of jade purity is to make one's stance clear. This is a favored tactic of the primordial one." The Sage of Enlightenment's expression darkened as he remarked, "I have already established a connection with several fellow Daoists. If we cease our actions now, the losses to the west would be too great." After a moment's contemplation, the Sage of Guidance replied with a faint smile, "Brother, do not concern yourself. This matter, far from being detrimental to our fortunes in the west, is in fact greatly advantageous." The Sage of Enlightenment was momentarily taken aback, but then came to a realization, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "What you say is indeed true. The Tao ancestor has decreed that no saint's power shall enter the mortal realm. The primordial one openly defies this decree. I am eager to see how the Tao ancestor will respond." Primordial one, it seems you have ultimately allowed the saintly destruction pill to cloud your Tao heart, leading you to such irrational actions. In the Palace of Purple Clouds, the celestial sage stared in astonishment at Minchi County, momentarily unable to react. He had just contemplated various possibilities, even considering the peril of incurring the wrath of the Tao ancestor and the risk of the saintly pill's eruption, all in a desperate bid to rescue the primordial Holy Mother. Upon witnessing the appearance of the golden spirit Holy Mother, he immediately grasped the unfolding situation. Yet, no matter how furious he felt, he could not prevent the teachings from proceeding in such a manner. The only solution he could conceive was to rescue the last of the 8 disciples. However, before he could take action, the primordial one acted first. The celestial sage of heaven gazed at the lingering resonance of the jade clarity down Minchi County, and after a lengthy pause, he turned his attention towards the direction of jade clarity heaven. After a thorough contemplation, the celestial sage finally uttered a phrase he had heard among mortals, "Primordial one, I respect you as a man. However, have you considered how you will cope with the Tao ancestor's retribution?" As his voice faded, from the depths of the purple sky palace surged a force that was cold and indifferent, devoid of sorrow or joy, yet possessing an unparalleled majesty. The countless heaven sage's expression shifted slightly, and he exclaimed, "Has the heavenly Tao intervened?" Since the Tao ancestors returned to the purple sky palace, no trace of his presence had been felt. Was it now the heavenly Tao acting on his behalf? The Tao ancestor Hongjun, the will of the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao itself were intertwined yet distinct. Among them, the heavenly Tao is the most stringent, for it embodies the essence of pure law and absolute order. The heavenly Tao is merciless, adhering strictly to its regulations. The countless heaven sage had anticipated that it would be the Tao ancestor who would act, only to be taken aback by the direct intervention of the heavenly Tao. He gazed towards the Jade Void Palace, murmuring, "Yuan Shi, what schemes are you concocting this time?" In the Jade Void Palace, the revered Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He waved his hand to disperse the surrounding restrictions, eager to uncover the truth. However, just as he lifted the barriers, he beheld an incomprehensible force descending upon Yujing Mountain. A force so formidable that even the sages would bow before it. Countless celestial runes manifested before the primordial heavenly sovereign, heralding impending punishment. The primordial heavenly sovereign was taken aback. Had he, a mere mortal, defied the will of the Tao ancestor and intervened in the affairs of the human realm? Had he struck down the divine mother of golden spirit and severely wounded the lantern-lighting Taoist? He thought, what has transpired? Having just emerged from a prolonged seclusion, he was utterly unaware of any transgressions. He was eager to obliterate Chaoga and swiftly bring an end to the calamity. How could he possibly have acted against the lantern-lighting Taoist? Yet, the Tao of Heaven offers no explanations. The force that manifested in the mortal realm was the Yujing Divine Thunder, exacting vengeance for the slaying of the divine mother of golden spirit and the injury of the lantern-lighting Taoist, all of which fell upon the primordial sovereign. The Tao of Heaven merely executed its decree. A cold, detached, and indifferent silver eye appeared abruptly in the skies above Yujing. Within that silver eye, the essence of the Tao transformed into divine retribution. Countless celestial runes flew forth from the eye, morphing into innumerable chains that sealed the entire Yujing realm. A chilling voice echoed across the heavens and the earth. The Yujing has defied the will of the Tao ancestor, contravening the Tao of Heaven. It shall be sealed within Yujing until the world undergoes another great upheaval, at which point the seal may be lifted. As the voice faded, tranquility returned to the cosmos. Yet a palpable sense of dread pervaded the air, silencing even the sages. Before the palace of the celestial void, the primordial heavenly sovereign gazed at the unfeeling eye of the Tao of Heaven, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. "I have done nothing," he exclaimed in despair. In response to his anguished protests, the eye of the Tao remained silent, observing the entirety of Yujing and sealing all within. From that moment forth, communication between Yujing and the outside world ceased entirely. Thoughts, causalities, and laws, all were bound in silence. Across the vast expanse of the heavens and the earth, the celestial beings stood in stunned silence. Everything unfolded too swiftly. They had yet to recover from the shock of the primordial divine thunder striking the lantern-lighting Taoist when the Tao of Heaven's punishment rendered them mute once more. To be sealed until the next cosmic upheaval? Was that not tantamount to being sealed until the next calamity? The celestial beings exchanged glances, then returned to their abodes in silence, daunted by the eerie absurdity of the situation. They required solitude to reflect. In Chaoga City, within the Longevity Palace, Zisho murmured with an odd expression, "Heh, the Chan sect has wielded the mandate of heaven against me for 30 years. Now it is their turn to taste its flavor." According to the original fate, after the sealing of the gods, a wave of traitors from the Chan sect would flee to the west. This development is but a natural progression. He has undergone countless trials of destiny and has long realized that fate is intertwined with human will. A few individuals are destined to betray the teachings and journey westward, whether to attain Buddhahood or to reincarnate and achieve the Bodhisattva's fruit. Now, the final obstacles preventing these few from heading west have vanished. Zisho chuckled softly and remarked, "When the primordial heavenly venerable finally emerges from the jade-clear heaven and discovers that all his efforts during the entire divine calamity have ultimately benefited the West, will he not be infuriated?" After envisioning some splendid futures, Zisho collected his thoughts and calmly stated, "Feng Bai, attack." In an era of prosperous national fortune, his voice could instantly reach the ears of any subject or general. Before Mianchi County, Feng Bai's eyes sparkled brightly as he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, follow me to slay the enemy. Form up." The soldiers of Chaoga, witnessing the rebel forces being vanquished once more, erupted in excited cheers. Under the celestial alignment, they slaughtered both immortals and gods. 3,650 soldiers of Chaoga arranged the grand formation of the celestial stars, charging fiercely towards the million-strong army. Chapter 49. Can anyone other than the king achieve this? As the 3,650 soldiers approached with murderous intent, the million-strong allied forces, momentarily paralyzed with fear, finally snapped back to reality. The same scenario as before at the gates of Chaoga unfolded once again, but this time, the first to flee was not a mortal, but an immortal. These scattered immortals and chi practitioners, initially disinterested in intervening in the calamity, had already lost their will to fight after the catastrophic defeat at Chaoga. They had felt compelled to battle under the edict from Yuxiu, believing themselves invincible with 4 Hunyuan golden immortals on their side. However, they were met with a strike from a sage. If it were another sage, it might have been bearable, but the one who acted was the primordial heavenly venerable. Run. The Chan teachings are turning against themselves. Why should we get involved? With the primordial sage sealed by the heavenly Tao, why should they adhere to the edict from Yuxiu? Let us go, let us go. We need not endure the Chan teachings and dignities any longer. In an instant, chaos erupted within the million-strong allied forces. Countless immortals scattered in all directions. Some summoned their escape light, vanishing miles away in an instant. Others rode the clouds, disappearing into the skies above. Some transformed into their true forms, stirring up fierce gales. The most malevolent among them even took to consuming fellow humans as they fled. At this juncture, the million-strong allied forces were thrown into utter disarray. Not only could Jiangxia and Wen Zhong not maintain order, but even Guangqingzi and Methreya found themselves at a loss. Methreya struck Guangqingzi's dazed crown with a palm and shouted, "Friend Guangqingzi, awaken swiftly. The most crucial task now is to retreat and safeguard the divine list. As long as we preserve the fortunes of the Western Zhou, there remains hope. Other matters can be addressed once we regroup." Finally, Guangqingzi emerged from the overwhelming shock of his master's sealing by the heavenly venerable. He folded the list of deities and seized Jiangxia, vanishing in a flash of golden light. Methreya followed closely behind. As for the million-strong coalition and the various lords of the realm, they could only seek their own fortunes in the chaos. The once orderly million-strong army was now a complete shambles. When Fang Bai led over 3,000 soldiers from Chaoga to the front lines, he looked at the fleeing rebels, having lost all interest in pursuing them. Fang, known for his straightforward nature, pointed at the rebels and exclaimed, "Elder brother, why do we not strike them down? These treacherous usurpers deserve no mercy." Fang Bai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "The king has stated that the true rebels are the lords of the realm. They are but the pawns of the celestial beings, while the common folk have merely been deceived. If we were to confront them directly, we would spare no mercy, but now that they are in disarray, there is no need for further action." Lu Renjie nodded in agreement, stating, "General Fang speaks wisely. The king has instructed us to discern our enemies and not to be swayed by anger. In my opinion, we should take advantage of this moment and march towards Lintong Pass. The rebels are already in disarray, and the celestial beings are occupied with their own concerns. If we continue our advance, it is likely that the rebels will neglect their defenses. Should we capture the Western 5 passes, we would reclaim a third of the royal territory." The assembled generals unanimously praised this brilliant strategy. Fang Bai immediately saluted the mother of Wudong in the sky, declaring, "Lord of Lishan, we shall press on to attack the Western 5 passes. Chaoga is entrusted to your care." With that, he raised his spear and shouted, "Brave warriors, let us fight valiantly. We shall not return until we have conquered Zishui." The soldiers' morale soared as they echoed, "We shall not return until we have conquered Zishui." The 3,000 soldiers sprang into action. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the clouds and joined the ranks. These were Lai Zinzi, Jinjia, and Muza. The mother of Wudong, witnessing this, understood that the king had made prior arrangements and thus returned to Mianqi. The king had decreed that she must guard Mianqi. She summoned her divine consciousness and gazed towards Chaoga, quickly spotting the mysterious figure from before. The mysterious person had initially intended to strike while Mianqi was breached and Chaoga was in turmoil, but now, the rebels faced a disastrous defeat. It seemed the mysterious figure had received news, for he no longer hesitated and turned towards Lintong Pass. The mother of Wudong cast a penetrating glance at the mysterious figure. Although he had remained concealed in the shadows, she recognized him. It was Zhao Gongming. The mother of Wudong murmured, "Dear fellow disciples, please be patient. The king will surely rescue you all. He can even borrow the powers of the primordial saint. In this vast and chaotic world, who else but the king can accomplish such feats?" At Linong Pass, Yang Jian silently observed Guangqingzi and his party as they returned in haste. He had previously been bound by Guangqingzi and did not accompany the army into battle. However, with the recent commotion from the Battle of Mianqi County, which even startled the heavenly Dao, how could he remain oblivious? At this moment, upon witnessing Guangqingzi and his companions return, he noted the conspicuous absence of the vast majority of the million-strong army. He sighed and murmured, "It is finished. This war shall persist for another decade without resolution." Beside him, the howling celestial dog, perplexed, inquired, "Master, with the primordial sage sealed away, how can this conflict continue?" Yang Jian shook his head and replied, "Do not forget that war is not an end in itself, but rather a means to an inevitable catastrophe. The sealing of the sage does not herald the conclusion of this calamity. If we consider that previously, only the city of Chaoga remained to the reign of King Tang, and within it were only mournful soldiers, then now, the disciples of the Chan school are equally filled with sorrow. They shall truly commence to exert every possible effort." After a moment of hesitation, as if having made a significant decision, he said, "Shao Tian, please convey a message for me." The celestial dog, understanding his intent, replied, "Master, please proceed." Yang Jian calmly stated, "Inform Neza that my younger sister is suppressed beneath Mount Hua." Once the celestial dog departed, Yang Jian strode purposefully towards the command post at Lintong Pass. "Respected Master Guangqingzi," he began, "the morale among the troops has entirely dissipated. In my humble opinion, we must withdraw from the Western 5 passes and return to defend the city of Westqi." Guangqingzi turned to Yang Jian and exclaimed, "Foolishness. Are you suggesting we abandon the Western 5 passes? Do you comprehend the time it would take to reclaim them?" Yang Jian replied with serenity, "I have observed the events at Mianqi. Regardless of the mortal circumstances, let us speak of the immortals. Who among us can stand against Zhao Gu? Master, even if you still possess Zhao Gongming, once Zhao Gu arrives with overwhelming force, it would be futile to resist. We must retreat to Westqi, stabilize the fortunes of the Western Zhou, and only then consider other strategies. To cling to the Western 5 passes in our current state would only invite Zhao Gu to obliterate the Western Zhou's destiny. Do not forget, Master, That our voluntary relinquishment of the Western Five Passes bears minimal impact on the fortunes of the Western Show, whereas allowing Chaogu to breach them would have catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Jiang Zia finally regained his composure and, with great difficulty, spoke. Brother Guang Qingzi, I concur with Yang Jian's words. We must retreat. The Maitreya Taoist also nodded in agreement, saying, Friend Guang Qingzi, I too believe that retreating is the wisest course of action. At this juncture, Guang Qingzi's mind was in disarray. Why would the master aid Chaogu? Why would the master harm Master Randing? With the master sealed in the Jade Pure Heaven under confinement, what future awaited the Chan school? Countless thoughts thundered in his mind, leaving him unable to think rationally. After much deliberation, he sighed heavily and said, Maitreya, I ask that you temporarily oversee the situation. I must summon all our disciples to deliberate on this matter. With that, he took to the skies. Half an hour later, Yang Jian and his companions consolidated the remaining military strength at the Western Five Passes and retreated to West Qi. As Yang Jian glanced back at the Sui Shui Pass upon his departure, he silently vowed, King Shang, I entrust the people of the Western Five Passes to you. Should you truly enable them to thrive, I shall come to pay my respects. Chapter 50. Yuan Shi, you have utterly failed as a sage. Wen Fang Bai, leading over 3,000 soldiers from Chaogu, arrived at Lingtong Pass. Only the trembling citizens remained within its walls. These individuals were predominantly the elderly, weak, women, and children. Even if they wished to flee, escape was impossible, and they had no place to go. They could only wait anxiously within the city. This time, Fang Bai, having learned from the previous experience in Minchi County, was well prepared. He immediately commanded, bring the people forward at once. Soon, a contingent of reserve troops, not part of the main force, arrived at Lingtong Pass, escorting hundreds of citizens. These individuals were the same ones from Minchi County and held a special identity. They were originally citizens of the Western Five Passes. They had been transported to Minchi while carrying supplies for the army. Fear not, my fellow citizens, for I have returned. The king is the true benevolent ruler. Those immortals are all worthless, and that so-called wise lord of the Western Zhou cares not for our lives. Did they take you with them when they departed? Only the king genuinely cares for us. A tyrant? Ha! The king has declared that he shall mock those immortals in the name of a tyrant. What does it matter if they label him a tyrant? He will still bring them down. Fang Bai observed as more and more citizens of Lingtong Pass, calmed by the reassurances of their own people, gradually regained their composure. He nodded with satisfaction, remarking, Indeed, the king is capable of anything. The methods he has bestowed upon me are truly effective. He instructed the reserve troops to remain behind to maintain order, and then, leading his men, proceeded towards the next stronghold. In the following 3 days, the soldiers of Chaoga advanced as if traversing uninhabited lands, swiftly reclaiming the Western Five Passes. By the time Fang Bai stood before the general's residence at the Fengshen Pass, the Western Five Passes had already returned to the control of Chaoga. The king had commanded that at the stroke of midnight, once the hour had passed, the royal banner was to be raised atop the general's residence. Fang Bai ordered the entire army to rest while remaining vigilant against any potential counterattacks from the rebels. Fang Xiong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Elder brother, why does the king insist that we must wait until just past midnight to raise the royal banner? Fang Bai shot him a glare and replied, as a loyal subject, it is not our place to question the king's wishes. We shall simply obey. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, Zisho once again invoked the divine vision of destiny. Gazing upon the vast heavens and the earth, he initially possessed no specific ambitions. He merely glanced about casually. After all, it was unreasonable to expect that each time he employed the heavenly fate divine eye, he would fortuitously witness something of great significance. The true might of the heavenly fate divine eye lay in its capacity to observe the past and the future, yet such endeavors demanded an exorbitant expenditure of fortune, a resource Zisho was reluctant to squander. However, to Zisho's astonishment, when he cast his gaze towards the Peach Source Cave of the Nine Immortals Mountain, he beheld the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, along with the Southern Polar Immortal. Inside the Peach Source Cave, the gathering of immortals exchanged glances. And for a moment, silence enveloped them, with none daring to speak. In their secluded abodes, they had been nursing their wounds in solitude, only to find themselves suddenly homeless. The master was sealed away, along with the entire realm of Yuqing, marking an immense blow to the Chan sect that profoundly unsettled the resolve of the celestial beings. Should this matter remain unresolved, they would perish before the master could return. After a prolonged silence, Guang Qingzi finally spoke, inquiring if any of his fellow disciples had a viable strategy. Sihong Daoist, with a flicker of brilliance in his eyes yet maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, responded, Brother, in my humble opinion, we must seize the opportunity. Guang Qingzi asked, What do you mean, Brother Sihong? Sihong Daoist replied calmly, Though you have acquired the divine methods of the Western deities, the power drawn from the divine list is ultimately limited. I suggest we seek further assistance from the West to decisively conclude this tribulation. Guang Qingzi furrowed his brow and remarked, Our sect has already incurred a debt to the West. If we borrow more power, how shall we repay this debt in the future? Sihong Daoist shook his head, stating, Brother, regardless of who inflicted grave harm upon the Radiant Lamp teacher, that individual possesses the ability to strike again and has cast unfounded accusations upon our master. If no sage aids us, how shall we conquer Chaoga? With our master in distress, Taiji remains inert, and the upper purity is confined within the purple cloud palace. Nuwa and Fengshen are certainly not inclined to assist us. Who else can we rely on? Upon hearing this, the countenance of the assembled celestial beings shifted in unison. Ultimately, they were confronted with a stark reality. Should another sage from the Chaoga faction intervene, who among them would stand in defense? Thus, their options were severely limited. After a protracted silence, Guangqingzi nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will venture to the west." However, Sihong Daoist shook his head once more, asserting, "The matters of the Western Zhou require your leadership, brother. While we must draw strength from the West, we cannot allow them to dictate our actions, as this would be detrimental to our sect. Only with the combined efforts of you, brother Chijingzi, and brother Yuding can we keep Methraya at bay. I shall accompany brothers Wenshu and Puxian to the west." Guangqingzi, trusting in his words, nodded. "Then the matter of the west is entrusted to you." With that, he rose and summoned Chijingzi and Yuding Shinren, setting forth toward Shichi City. Meanwhile, Sihong Daoist, along with Wenshu and Puxian, ascended in golden light toward the west. En route, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan suddenly inquired, "Brother Sihong, what is your intention?" Sihong Daoist maintained his usual composure, replying, "Brothers, do not forget that the three of us hail from the west." Both Wenshu and Puxian displayed expressions of astonishment. The three of them were originally beings from the Western realms, who, after Nuwa mended the heavens, received enlightenment from their master and became disciples of the Chan teaching. Thus, they shared a profound bond and were the only immortals among the Chan disciples to grasp the path of the Dharmakaya. The compassionate navigator raised his gaze toward the direction of the Western blissful world, stating softly, "All is dictated by heavenly fate. The karmic debts we owe to our master have been repaid amidst the 9-bin Yellow River Formation and the 10,000 Immortals Formation. And now it is time to settle our karmic ties with the West." The venerable Manjushri cast a deep glance at the compassionate navigator, and after a long pause, he inquired, "The Western sage has already sought you out, has he not?" The compassionate navigator smiled faintly and replied, "He has also sought you." At this moment, the true man of universal virtue finally spoke, asking, "What then shall we do? The Chan teaching is now devoid of a sage, and the calamity cannot be concluded. The karmic repercussions of the Fengshen calamity will soon bear down upon us. Who shall stand against it then? Guangqingzi, as the eldest disciple wielding the golden bell. Is that even feasible? If that is the case, why not adhere to the heavenly mandate and journey westward?" The compassionate navigator produced a golden Bodhi leaf and remarked calmly, "My dear junior brothers, soon we shall enter the cycle of reincarnation." Manjushri and universal virtue were momentarily taken aback, but then they understood, each producing a golden Bodhi leaf in unison, affirming, "What you say is indeed true, brother." In the next moment, the three immortals stowed away their golden Bodhi leaves and soared toward the western blissful world. He blinked, retracting the heavenly eye of destiny, his lips curling in a faint grimace as he murmured, "I feel as though I've glimpsed an overwhelming amount of information. TSK, TSK, the tree has yet to fall. Yet the monkeys scatter. Yuanshi, this tree of yours remains standing, and yet your followers begin to disperse. Yuanshi Tianzuan, your role as a sage is a dismal failure." Chapter 51. Losing all face in the city of Shichi, Jiangxia and his companions returned clandestinely, convening to deliberate on their next course of action. Jiangxia spoke gravely, "The news of our defeat cannot be concealed. However, it is imperative that the citizens of the Zhou state do not harbor any discontent. My esteemed colleagues, do you possess any viable solutions? Defeat is not to be feared. If wielded wisely, even a sorrowful army can conquer the world. Yet, the hearts of the people must remain united. Should dissent arise, the fate of the nation shall crumble. In the past, the hearts of the people of Shichi were intertwined, their resolve unyielding. Even when besieged by the armies of Chaoga, the nation's fortune remained steadfast. Thus, Jiangxia is untroubled by the prospect of defeat being revealed. His only concern lies in the potential for discord within the city." However, as soon as he spoke, no one responded. Methraya remained silent, and Yang Jian kept his head bowed in contemplation. The remaining few scattered immortals exchanged glances, perplexed. Jiangxia sighed inwardly. He understood that Methraya chose to remain silent deliberately, while Yang Jian harbored resentment. The remaining few scattered immortals were likely already contemplating their escape. Master Yuan Shi Tianzun was sealed by the heavenly Tao, disrupting the hearts of the immortals and causing them to lose their composure. The unity of the hearts was shattered. After a moment of silence, Jiangxia spoke, "I have an idea that I wish for you all to consider." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a servant rushed in, terrified, exclaiming, "Prime Minister. The king has coughed up blood and fallen unconscious, utterly unresponsive." Jiangxia's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet and hurried to the royal chamber of King Wu. Upon his arrival, he beheld the 10-year-old GFA, whose complexion was ashen, breath faint, and on the verge of death. Jiangxia was alarmed and exclaimed, "This is dire. It concerns the fate of the nation." Almost simultaneously, an astonishing sound erupted, shocking even Methraya. Crack, like the shattering of golden mountains and the collapse of jade pillars. A resounding noise marked the horrifying collapse of the fortunes of the Western Zhou. Mithra summoned his divine consciousness, gazing down from the heavens towards Shichi. There, he discerned a vague sight. The fortunes of Western Zhou resembled a mountain that had partially collapsed, erupting with formless smoke and mist. The entire realm's vitality diminished in an instant. From his divine perspective, he could see the fortunes of Western Zhou. From the royal city of Shichi to the farthest west, declining steeply, vitality drastically reduced. Even Mithra's countenance turned grim at this revelation. The fortunes of the mortal realm were seldom visible to the celestial beings. Only when there were significant changes could the gods perceive them clearly. At this moment, the transformation of the Western Zhou's fate unfolded starkly before him, rendering it impossible for him to maintain a smile. A grave crisis had arisen. Meanwhile, within the city of Shichi, news of yet another devastating defeat of the allied forces reached the populace. No one knew who had initially spread the news. But by the time everyone processed the information, the entire city was already aware. Instantly, anxiety gripped the nobles and commoners alike in Shichi. Aren't the celestial beings aiding us? Was it not said that the Western Zhou's campaign against the Shang was destined for success? How could such a fate be met with consecutive defeats? I heard that even the mightiest of celestial beings have perished, 2 of them. We lost at Chaoga, lost at Mianqi. And now even the Western 5 passes have fallen. Soon, we may lose Shichi itself, after which there will be no more to lose. We should be pragmatic and abandon notions of destiny. We simply cannot prevail. Why must we venture forth against the Shang when we are well off in Shichi? The result of sending 1,000,000 troops to suffer 2 disastrous defeats is beyond explanation. We have lost all face. Rumors spread like wildfire. The hearts of the people wavered. The fortunes of Western Zhou crumbled. When Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, and Yu Dingjinren arrived in Shichi, they were met with this alarming scene. The 3 immortals were left utterly speechless. They were aware that the devastating defeat at the front lines would adversely affect the fortunes of the Western Zhou. Yet the direct and severe consequences were beyond their wildest imaginations. Qi Jingzi, with a face ashen with fury, surveyed the chaos within the city and exclaimed with contempt. A group of ungrateful wretches daring to harbor treachery. Such an offense deserves a fate worse than death. He raised the yin-yang mirror. Casting a malevolent gaze upon the city of Shichi, Guangqingzi's expression darkened as he raised his hand to restrain Qi Jingzi, saying, "Junior brother Qi, endure for a moment to maintain tranquility. I have my own methods." Thereupon, the 3 immortals descended from the clouds and entered the royal palace of Shichi. Upon encountering the portly Mithra, Guangqingzi's opening words startled all the immortals. "Mithra, what if the Chan school were to entrust the management of Shichi to the west? After the tribulation, let Shichi city serve as the foundation, with all that lies westward belonging to the Western teachings." This proclamation not only astonished Qi Jingzi and Master Yuding, but even Mithra was taken aback. Mithra clasped his hands together and inquired, "Would you dare to swear an oath by the heavenly way?" Without hesitation, Guangqingzi swore an oath on the spot, reiterating his conditions. A smile once again graced Mithra's face as he replied, "In the West, we possess profound methods to enlighten the hearts of beings. Leave everything to me." With that, he stepped into the air, radiating a divine light. All forms are but illusions. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, bubbles, shadows, and fleeting as dew or lightning. Thus, one should perceive them as such. All beings in the world suffer. Yet only the West can liberate the hearts of beings. As Mithra spoke, a cascade of floral rain surrounded him, and a white lotus slowly blossomed from his being. With his hands joined in reverence and a perpetual smile gracing his lips, he moved with grace, guiding the people of Shichi towards enlightenment. The hearts of the populace, previously in turmoil, found solace once more. The wavering fortunes of the Western Zhou dynasty began to glimmer with a subtle golden light. In the city of Shichi, the citizens knelt before the Mithra, offering fervent bows and shedding tears of repentance for their transgressions. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, resorted to self-harm, appearing almost deranged. Yet, a segment of the impoverished populace in the eastern part of the city gazed upon this scene with astonishment and fear, remaining utterly unaffected. These individuals had previously encountered the miraculous elixirs bestowed by Neza during the forced grain requisitions for various reasons. In a humble dwelling, a man tightly secured his son on his back and, observing his anxious wife, declared, "Let us go to Sisui Pass to pledge our allegiance to the king." Although his wife was fearful, she silently nodded. Within the royal palace of Western Qi, Shaoji's hurried breaths gradually steadied. His injuries were merely a consequence of enduring the backlash from the collapse of the national fortune. Now that the national fortune has been restored, he naturally recovers as well. Guangqingzi turned to the assembly of immortals, his voice cold as he declared, "I have made up my mind, regardless of the cost. I shall put an end to the calamity of the divine sealing. Afterward, I shall request our master to emerge from seclusion and once again preside over the grand scheme." Having concluded his statement, he inquired, "Who is in favor? Who is against?" Qi Jingzi and Yu Dingjinren exchanged glances, while Yang Jian and Jiang Zia stood in stunned silence. Yet, in the end, no one voiced opposition. If the national fortune of the Western Zhou were to completely collapse, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be the Chan sect, which lacked a sage to oversee it. Should that occur, the Chan sect would face utter ruin, a fate even more tragic than that of the. However, if the calamity of the divine sealing could be successfully concluded, there would still be hope. In unison, the immortals proclaimed, "We shall heed the decree of our senior brother." Only Yang Jian sighed inwardly, realizing that the Chan sect, as he had initially surmised, was about to resort to desperate measures. Chapter 52. Restoring the greatness of the Chan sect. The turmoil surrounding the fate of the city of Shiqi once again stabilized. Guangqingzi retained Jiangxia and Yang Jian to manage affairs in the mortal realm, while he, along with Qi Jingzi and Yu Dingzhenren, established prohibitions throughout the city and sat in meditation. It was only at this moment that Qi Jingzi spoke up, asking, "Senior brother, what are your plans? If Shiqi is entirely surrendered to the West, then even if the calamity concludes, half of the mortal realm will fall into their hands. How can we allow the affairs of the eastern continent to be interfered with by the West?" Guangqingzi gazed at Qi Jingzi and Yu Dingzhenren, speaking in a solemn tone. "Do you both believe that the strike of the Jade Clear Divine Thunder in Yinshi County was truly orchestrated by our master?" Qi Jingzi shook his head decisively, asserting, "Absolutely not." Guangqingzi nodded, continuing, "If it was not our master, it must have been another sage attempting to frame him. The Grand Master and our master, working together to promote the heavenly mandate, would never act in such a manner. Even if the Uncle Tongtian harbors grievances, he cannot act within the confines of the Zhixiao Palace. The Saint Nuwa may have intentions to intervene, but as a saint of merit, any action she takes would be imbued with the aura of virtue. The Saint of Equanimity is similarly bound, carrying the weight of the 6 paths of reincarnation and being the sole earthly saint. Her essence cannot be concealed. My 2 junior brothers. Who else could achieve such a feat?" The expressions of Qi Jingzi and Yu Dingzhenren darkened as they simultaneously turned their gaze towards the west. Guangqingzi nodded, saying, "The West has established 800 peripheral sects and 3,000 marvelous methods, yet we possess no knowledge of their true strength. Setting aside other matters, have either of you heard of the Mithriya Taoist?" Qi Jingzi and Yu Dingzhenren understood Guangqingzi's implication. Only a sage could ensnare another sage, and among all sages, only those of the West remained shrouded in mystery. Qi Jingzi furrowed his brow and asked, "If that is the case, senior brother, will you still entrust Shiqi to the West?" Guangqingzi replied nonchalantly, "By entrusting it to the West, they will inevitably become embroiled in the calamity. When the time comes to seize Chaoga, it will be the West that finds itself in a state of urgency, not us." Qi Jingzi and Yu Dingzhenren suddenly grasped the brilliance of his strategy, exclaiming in unison, "Senior brother, your plan is ingenious. Since we cannot prevent the West's interference, it would be wiser to offer Shiqi to them. In doing so, we not only resolve our past debts with the West, but also draw them into the fray." Guangqingzi looked at his 2 junior brothers and said, "Our master has been wronged, and we, the Chan sect, are at our most vulnerable. As disciples, we must endure humiliation and bear the weight of all consequences in anticipation of our master's return. A moment of patience now shall pave the way for our future, allowing the Chan sect to regain its former greatness." Qi Jingzi and Yu Dingzhenren nodded solemnly, their gazes resolute as they proclaimed, "Let us restore the greatness of the Chan sect." At the stroke of midnight, as the hour of Z passed, within the Shoshin Palace, Zisho gazed towards the direction of the western 5 passes. Almost at the moment his gaze fell upon it, the fortune of Chaoga trembled violently. The events that had transpired during the reclamation of Yinshi County unfolded once more. The fortune of Chaoga severely diminished, consuming over half. Subsequently, the returning fortune once again elevated Chaoga's fortunes. Yet this time, it returned merely double. Thus, after compensating for the depletion, the fortune returned only granted Chaoga a 50% increase in overall fortune. This was the first time he encountered a situation where the return was merely double. Previously, various returns had always been at least triple. He had initially believed that this time he could at least reap a 10-fold return, allowing him to commence the replenishment of the Saint's Enlightenment Pearl. Alas, it was merely a stroke of misfortune. An overall enhancement of 50% in luck is by no means insignificant. He resolved to clock in immediately to prove his fortune. With merely a clock in for a lottery, everything would surely improve. Congratulations to the host for a successful clock in, earning a gu reward, 5,000 plow oxen. The host may redeem the reward at any time, but only possesses a single opportunity for redemption. Zisho pondered. It was simply a matter of bad luck today. Tomorrow would surely bring better tidings. The following day, congratulations to the host for a successful clock in, earning a gu reward, 5,000 draft horses. The host may redeem the reward at any time, but only possesses a single opportunity for redemption. Zisho reflected. Perhaps it was merely a streak of unfortunate luck recently. After this period, all would revert to fortune. In the morning, Zisho summoned Shang Rong to the Shoshin Palace. Under the astonished gaze of the old chancellor, he instructed Zhu Shang to lead men to drive out the 5,000 plow oxen and 5,000 draft horses. In order to maintain the faade of a foolish monarch, Zisho offered no explanations, simply stating, "Old chancellor, it falls to you." The old chancellor, jolted into realization, gazed at the robust and healthy herd of livestock before him, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty is truly the most illustrious fool in history. On behalf of the citizens of the Western Five Passes, I express our deepest gratitude for your grace." It turned out that he had been troubled by the affairs of the Western Five Passes in recent days. The newly reclaimed Western Five Passes lacked sufficient manpower and resources for reconstruction. Nearly 80,000 citizens had been rendered destitute by the marauding rebels, struggling for sustenance. With the introduction of rice, the city of Chaoga could sustain the populace of the Western Five Passes with its own resources. However, failing to provide employment for the citizens could lead to a rise of idleness. Now, with the sudden provision of 1,000 livestock by the king, this issue was perfectly resolved. Where manpower was lacking, livestock could compensate. Indeed, the king was both sagacious and foolish. Meanwhile, at the Sui Shui Pass, Lu Renjia, tasked with overseeing the stronghold, stood upon the city wall, observing thousands of ragged citizens trudging from the direction of the West Qi. As they drew near, a man bearing a child called out loudly, "General atop the city, we are originally from West Qi. Unable to survive there, and having received the king's grace, we have come seeking refuge. We implore you to open the gates and allow us entry." The man's face bore a mixture of hope and anxiety. He fled with his wife and children seeking refuge, but unexpectedly encountered thousands of fellow townsmen upon exiting the city. Thus, they journeyed together in search of safety. Fortunately, all attention in Shichi City was diverted towards post-war affairs, leaving no time for pursuit, which allowed them to make their way unscathed. However, would the king truly offer them shelter? Did he genuinely care for these exiles, as the enigmatic figure had claimed? Lu Renjia, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, coldly surveyed the multitude of displaced Shichi citizens below the city walls and spoke. "Have you ever received the king's grace? What kindness did you receive? Pray, elaborate." A man responded. "In his efforts to procure military provisions, the Zhou Lord confiscated all the surplus grain from our homes. As we neared starvation, a mysterious benefactor provided us with food, claiming it was a gift from the king. And later, when my wife was grievously injured by Zhou soldiers, it was again this enigmatic benefactor who supplied us with provisions and medicine, which ultimately saved her life." Upon hearing such particulars, Lu Renjia discerned that these were undoubtedly the individuals mentioned by General Neza. He promptly commanded, "Open the city gates and welcome them." Turning to Lei Peng beside him, he instructed, "Keep a vigilant watch over these refugees. Should they prove to be genuine, follow the Chancellor's orders meticulously. Ensure their proper resettlement without oppression, allowing them to quickly reintegrate into the kingdom. But if they are spies, show no mercy." Lei Peng nodded in agreement, selecting 2 trusted subordinates before descending from the city. Below the city gates, the man watched as the gates swung open, releasing a deep sigh of relief. He turned to his fellow countrymen and proclaimed, "Villagers, the king has welcomed us into the city. We have a path to survival." Chapter 53, Western Triumph. 7 days later. In Shichi City, Yang Jian gazed upon the city, now fully restored to its former glory, yet his expression bore a heavy burden of concern. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zia and remarked softly, "Master Jiang, the chaos within the city has finally subsided. Yet, everywhere one looks, there are incense towers. And all pay homage to the West. The citizens of Zhou no longer lament their hardships, nor do they fret over their lack of clothing and food. And they are no longer gripped by the fear of repeated military defeats. Is this truly the outcome of over a decade of warfare? Have we transformed people into thoughtless, emotionless servants? Is this the world post-deification? Is this the future he believed he could carve out for humanity through his struggles?" Jiang Zia silently observed the scene unfolding in the city. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, "Yang Jian, 7 days prior, you deliberately allowed those thousands of wayward citizens from Shichi to escape to the Sisui Pass. Do not forget, you are a disciple of the Chan school, and that will forever remain your identity. Therefore, you must comprehend that all of this is ordained by the will of heaven. Do you wish to defy this divine mandate?" Yang Jian lowered his gaze and replied, "I am grateful for your teachings. I shall seek out my master to accept my punishment." He turned away. If this is indeed the destiny spoken of by his master, if this represents the future he fought for on behalf of humanity, then he shall be forever branded as a traitor to his kind. His parents would never forgive him, and his younger sister would harbor hatred for him throughout her life. On that day, Yang Jian was stripped of all his powers and imprisoned back in the Golden Cloud Cave of Yuling Mountain, enduring the torturous punishment of ice blades piercing his body until he repented. Meanwhile, Z received a notification about a lottery draw and, after half a month, finally obtained a reward that was not of the lowest tier. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Check-in reward, the array-breaking celestial gong. The array-breaking gong, a tier gong reward, capable of dismantling any formation, restriction, or seal under the heavens, free from any karmic repercussions upon its destruction. Note 1. It can only be used once. Note 2. A powerful incantation must be shouted during usage. The king has sent me to patrol the mountains. Z. He twitched at the corners of his mouth, gazing at the sudden appearance of a gong before him, while recalling the incantation mentioned by the system moments ago. This unexpectedly conjured some rather unpleasant images in his mind. For instance, singing a mountain song while striking the gong, only to be blindsided by a monkey with a grotesque visage. A shiver ran down his spine, and he resolved firmly he would never use this thing himself, even if it cost him his life. At the Three Mountains Pass, Yishun had taken control after breaking through. Now, the armies of the southern lords were encamped here. The 200 lords of the south, after years of warfare, had dwindled to a mere handful of the most powerful. These lords had absorbed the territories of the fallen southern lords, rendering them quite formidable. Undoubtedly, the mightiest among them was Yishun's southern wing state. Following another defeat in the battle near Mianxi County, Yishun retreated to the Three Mountains Pass. At this juncture, he summoned all the southern lords and proclaimed, "Esteemed lords, I have received news. The Western Qi has encountered some setbacks, but has since stabilized, still under the protection of numerous celestial beings. The Eastern Lu, now bereft of Jiang Wenhuan, has descended into chaos, with various lords warring amongst themselves, each eager to usurp Eastern Lu. As for the northern Chong region, it is simply too distant for us to receive any intelligence." One of the southern lords interjected, "What of Chaoga, my lord?" Yishun's expression darkened as he replied, "King Zhou has reoccupied the 5 western passes. Now, the 5 western passes, along with Mianxi and Mengjin, have fallen back into King Zhou's hands, reclaiming nearly 30% of what was once the domain of King Tang." The lord's expressions shifted, and a murmur of discussion arose. Finally, the same lord who inquired about Chaoga spoke again. "What does my lord imply?" After a feigned moment of contemplation, Yishun replied, "In the mortal realm, ultimately, it is the celestial beings who hold sway. As mere mortals, without the protection of these celestial beings, what can we achieve? King Zhou, too, has received the favor of the celestial beings, which enabled his turnaround. Therefore, I have resolved to heed the celestial beings. However, Zhang Zia has proven utterly inept, and the celestial beings behind him are no match for those supporting King Zhou. In years past, I befriended a transcendent sage from the West, revered as the medicine master Liuli, who is extraordinarily powerful. I have decided to pay homage to the West. What do you all think?" The lords echoed in unison. "We stand with you, my lord." Yishun nodded in satisfaction, clapping his hands as he declared, "Since you all agree, let us prepare to welcome the arrival of the medicine master Liuli." The lords felt a jolt of surprise in their hearts. Indeed, their lord had already made preparations. What had seemed like a discussion was, in truth, a notification. Had they dared to utter a single word of dissent, they would have met their demise by now. Yet, the words of Lord Nanbo ring true. Mortals indeed require the protection of celestial beings. Since the deities aligned with Jiang Zia proved to be ineffectual, they might as well seek a more formidable divine presence. After all, worshipping a deity is a common practice. What harm could there be in venerating a more powerful one? As the myriad thoughts swirled within the minds of the lords, a sudden resonance of celestial chants filled the air. In the next moment, the Three-Mountain Pass was enveloped in a radiant glow of crystalline light. The assembly, taken aback, craned their necks to the heavens, where the clouds roiled magnificently. A colossal, multicolored lotus flower descended gracefully from the sky, each petal shimmering with a glass-like luster. The melodious incantations of Western Sanskrit echoed, accompanied by the sight of ethereal dancers. As petals rained down like a gentle shower, amidst the celestial illumination, a revitalizing fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. A figure seated upon the resplendent lotus, with a visage as gentle as jade, descended slowly from the ninth heaven. He adorned his head with an exquisite crown, encrusted with countless Western treasures that emanated a soft, glassy radiance. In his hand, he held a crystal-clear, immortal herb, from which wafted a fragrant aroma of medicinal essence. The moment the lords of the southern realms beheld the apothecary Liuli, their previously cautious gazes transformed into fervent admiration. They prostrated themselves upon the ground, fervently bowing as if pounding garlic, weeping and laughing as they proclaimed, "We humbly welcome the medicine master of Lapis Lazuli." The lords knelt in reverence. Following them were the mighty forces of the southern realm, and then all the common folk of the south. The medicine master of Lapis Lazuli smiled gently and spoke, "I, a humble monk, descend to the mortal realm by the decree of the Western sage, wishing to alleviate the sufferings of all beings, enabling them to attain their innate faculties and pursue liberation." The crowd bowed low, their faces alight with joy, and raised their voices in exaltation. "We wish to follow the medicine master of Lapis Lazuli, embracing the profound teachings of the Western Mahayana." The medicine master raised his gaze towards Chaoga, contemplating inwardly. King Zhou desires to defy the heavens and alter his fate. Yet he remains oblivious to the immutable will of heaven. His every struggle merely serves to facilitate the flourishing of my Western domain. Presently, my brother Methria occupies the Western Zhou, while I hold sway over the Southern Yu. In the eastern land of Lu, brother Poposhi stands, and in the northern land of Chong, brother Pishafu. The realms of the 9 provinces of the mortal world and the 4 corners are all ensnared within my western grasp. What can Xiaoge accomplish? It is not but a speck, and all struggle is in vain. Guang Chengzi believes that by entrusting Shiqi to me, he can draw my Western teachings into the cosmic calamity and prolong the heavenly mandate for the teaching. He is already ensnared within the calamity, unaware, and does not comprehend the heavenly decree. He fails to recognize that my Western teachings are destined to spread to the Eastern lands, igniting a grand revival. The endeavors of Guang Chengzi are but a fruitless endeavor. This time, it is my West that emerges victorious. Chapter 54. It is you who have led the Western teachings here. Time passes swiftly. Since the grand entrance of the West into the 9 provinces of the mortal realm, over a month has elapsed. On Jiuxin Mountain, within the Peach Blossom Cave, the 12 golden immortals of the teaching once again convened. Tai Yizhenren, unable to contain his impatience, cast a gloomy glance at Guang Chengzi and remarked, "Brother, the 9 provinces of the mortal world and the 4 corners have all been entirely seized by the West. The scattered immortals, energy cultivators, and rustic deities have all submitted to the West." Yuding Zhenren also spoke solemnly. The path of salvation promulgated by the West far exceeds our expectations. In an exceedingly brief span, they have completely dominated the southern lords, leaving no scattered immortals or deities unaccounted for. Guang Chengzi's countenance darkened profoundly. This time, he had completely miscalculated. He initially intended to use Shiqi as bait to draw the West into calamity, but to his astonishment, the West seized this opportunity to completely annex the 4 realms. Even more unexpected was the fact that the Westerners dispatched to the 4 realms were all Hunyuan golden immortals, Methria, the medicine master Liuli, Hiposha, and Pishafu. These 4 Hunyuan golden immortals had been concealed by the West, unbeknownst to Guang Chengzi. Furthermore, if one were to consider the several individuals previously enlightened by the Western sages during earlier conflicts, Kong Xian, Huiyan Xian, and Pilu Xian, this amounted to a total of 7 Hunyuan golden immortals for the West. Such formidable strength is beyond the capacity of the current Chan sect to contend with. Guang Chengzi was compelled to acknowledge that the sealing of his master by the heavenly path ultimately undermined his resolve, leading him to make exceedingly erroneous judgments. He turned to the compassionate wayfarer and inquired, "Compassionate brother, what is your perspective on this matter?" The compassionate wayfarer opened his eyes and replied calmly, "Esteemed brothers, at this juncture, we must first acknowledge our defeat before we can deliberate further. Regarding the West's encroachment upon the mortal realm, in my humble opinion, Brother Guang Chengzi's actions are not at fault. Given the current state of our sect, we are inherently incapable of resisting the Western teachings. It may be more prudent to graciously yield." He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of immortals, and spoke slowly, "Esteemed brothers, while open attacks are easily thwarted, covert schemes are far more insidious. The West has gained an advantage this time precisely because they operate in the shadows, while we stand in the light. Now that they have emerged into the open, it is time for us to retreat into the darkness." The assembled immortals exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. The compassionate navigator, being the wisest among the 12 golden immortals, undoubtedly provided sound analysis. Guang Chengzi spoke solemnly, "If that is the case, let us proceed as per the words of compassionate navigator. In the Western realms, within the Shumi heaven and the land of ultimate bliss." The saint of purity turned to the saint of guidance and inquired, "Brother, what is the true identity of the compassionate navigator? How could he harbor such deep-seated enmity towards the primordial lord? Moreover, I can discern that he bears karmic ties from a previous life. Yet I am utterly unable to discern their nature." It was one thing for him to bring along the 2 sages, Samantabhadra and Manjushri, seeking refuge. It is another for him to propose a brilliant strategy that could utterly dismantle the fortunes of the Chan teachings. This has taken even me by surprise. What could the primordial lord have done to evoke such hatred from his own disciple? The saint of guidance smiled gently and replied, "The compassionate navigator is the reincarnation of the 1,000-faced Linglong." A look of astonishment crossed the face of the saint of purity as he exclaimed, "The most unique bloodline of the Qilin clan? It is said that when the first Qilin was born, influenced by the primordial powers of the chaotic deity Linglong, it split part of its essence and gave rise to a sister, known as 1,000-faced Linglong due to her myriad visages. Who would have thought that the compassionate navigator is indeed the reincarnation of 1,000-faced Linglong? No wonder I could not perceive the karmic threads of his past. The Linglong path is renowned for its mastery of disguise." The saint of guidance continued, "By a twist of fate, I witnessed the reincarnation of 1,000-faced Linglong with mine own eyes, which is how I have a connection with compassionate navigator. Now, dear brother, you understand why compassionate navigator harbors such deep-seated animosity towards the primordial lord and has chosen to assist us, do you not?" The saint of purity joined his palms in reverence, a faint smile gracing his waxen visage as he reflected, "The primordial lord deceived the first Qilin into the luminous cliff, siphoning the last remnants of fortune from the Qilin clan, only to break his promise and allow their decline. In the vastness of the primordial realms, apart from the 4 unlikenesses, there are no pure-blooded Qilins left. All those claiming to be Qilin in this world are of mixed blood. In those ancient times, the three tribes of heaven and earth devised their own means of survival. The ancestral dragon quelled the seas with his dragon soul, and his corporeal form entered the dragon lock well to secure a thread of hope for the dragon lineage. The primordial phoenix entrusted all pure-blooded offspring to Nuwa. Only the first Qilin placed its trust in the primordial lord, and now, among the three tribes, it is only the Qilin clan that has become entirely devoid of pure blood. He gazed upon the sealed jade pure heaven and remarked softly, "Saints remain untouched by causality. However, the consequences incurred by saints ultimately befall the grand teachings of the saints. Yuan Shi, your arrogance will inevitably exact a toll." At the same time, in the mortal realm, at the west peak of Mount Hua, Neza wore a grim expression as he cast his gaze towards the distant peak, his brow furrowed in concern. He turned to his companion, Wei Hu, and said, "Second brother mentioned that third sister is suppressed beneath Mount Hua. Yet, despite searching for 3 days, we have been unable to enter the mountain. The king granted us permission to act discreetly. I had hoped that amidst the chaos within the Chan sect, we could rescue third sister first and then save second brother. At that point, with sufficient forces at our disposal in Chaoga, we could launch a comprehensive counteroffensive, reclaiming the royal territory before addressing the lords. To my dismay, we cannot even access Mount Hua." Wei Hu, however, remained unconvinced and replied, "There must be some restriction in place, perhaps set by the Jade Dingzhenren himself. We are certainly unable to decipher it. Let us return to Chaoga and report this matter to the king." In Chaoga, Zisho retracted the divine eye of destiny. He discovered that this extraordinary ability was even more powerful and effective than he had imagined. He has now developed the habit of using it once every day to observe what remarkable feats the celestial beings perform. At this moment, he raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Yesterday, the Holy Mother of No Boundaries informed me that a significant aura of the Western teachings has emerged across the 4 regions. So it was you, Guangchengzi, who lured the Western cult here." The following day, in the 9-interval hall, Zisho addressed the civil and military officials present, stating, "The teaching of the manifest has been in decline due to the sealing of the primordial celestial venerable and can no longer control the rebels. However, these individuals have invited wolves into their midst, attracting the more avaricious Western cult into the 9 provinces. Now, the 4 regions are awash with their presence." The officials sat in stunned silence, and murmurs of discussion filled the air. The Holy Mother of No Boundaries looked at the king in astonishment. Just the day before, she had reported to him the overwhelming aura of Western immortals in the 4 regions. Yet, constrained by the interference of the fortune in those lands, she could not discern the full extent of the situation. She had intended to suggest to the king the dispatch of fellow disciples to investigate, only to find he was already aware of the matter. Could it be that the king possessed a treasure akin to the celestial mirror of the heavenly court, capable of perceiving all beneath the heavens? At this moment, Shang Rong stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, the deities of the West are not to be trifled with. Their invasion of the 9 provinces will not be conducted with humanity. In my humble opinion, we should promptly begin reclaiming the lost territories of Chengtang. First, we must recover the royal domain, and then confront the unyielding lords across the realm." The officials, having been briefed by the Holy Mother of No Boundaries and Neza on the affairs of the celestial beings, had already gained a clear understanding of the situation. They recognized the Western cult as a group even more vicious and inhumane than the teaching of the manifest. The Chancellor spoke, and the officials echoed, "What the Chancellor says is indeed true. We cannot allow our people to suffer under the oppression of the West." Chapter 55. The king summons me to patrol the mountains in the 9-interval hall. The civil officials petitioned, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take up arms, oversee supplies, and manage the laborers. Should the troops be insufficient, I can also wield a blade." The military officials retorted, "What is this from you, Lord Zhou? Our martial forces have not yet been extinguished. It is not your place to take the battlefield. The citizens of Chaoga take pride in joining the military, and with a mere command from the king, the soldiers are ready to march forth. With the king's bestowed techniques and formations, the reclamation of the royal domain is but a matter of time." A confident air permeated the 9-interval hall. Only the Holy Mother of No Boundaries furrowed her brow and finally spoke, "Your Majesty, if you wish to recover the lost territories, it is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to win back the hearts of the people." Previously, the teaching of the manifest believed that those misled by them, unaware of the truth, would become a poison to the fortune of Chaoga, which is why they left behind the inhabitants of Mianxi and the Western 5 passes. However, they must now be aware that once the people learn the truth, it will only elevate the fortune of Chaoga. Therefore, they would never leave behind the lost inhabitants again. Moreover, the Western cult's method of enlightenment can transform souls and spirits, and those who undergo this transformation become fervently devoted before awakening to their reality. From my understanding of the Western cult, if they were to lose control of a territory, they would certainly command all the inhabitants of that territory to end their own lives, turning it into a desolate wasteland to poison the fortune of Chaoga. As these words were uttered, the civil and military officials gasped in shock. Shang Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, his long beard quivering as he exclaimed, "Is this true? Lord Lishan?" This time, it was not the Holy Mother of No Boundaries who responded, but Zishou. Zishou, possessing a deeper understanding of the Western cults and scrupulousness than the Holy Mother, replied coolly, "Old Chancellor, there is no need to doubt what Lady Lishan has said. She has merely presented the most palatable truths for your understanding. Were she to reveal all, you might find yourselves unable to eat for days." The officials exclaimed in astonishment. Zishou waved his hand and continued, "What Lady Lishan has stated, I have already resolved. The Western Enlightenment is indeed troublesome, yet their strength lies in this very process. And their weakness is also therein. They can compel the transformed inhabitants to end their lives, but as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, they will refrain from doing so, for it would also strike a blow to their own fortune. Their greed will render them foolish. As long as they believe they can maintain control, they will not resort to such drastic measures." The Holy Mother of No Boundaries' eyes brightened. The king possesses such profound insight into the Western cult. Her own understanding of the cult had been gleaned from fragments shared by her master. Could it be that the king too had received knowledge from some sage regarding the West? Zishou, dismissing the current topic, stated, "Lady Lishan, I require your fellow disciples to undertake a task. They are to enter the 4 regions, clandestinely develop disciples, and connect with the local populace. I have prepared a manual detailing the specific methods." The palace official Zhu Sheng promptly presented a tome to the Holy Mother of No Boundaries. With a sweep of her divine sense, she comprehended its contents, realizing the king's intentions for establishing a base behind enemy lines. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, the king is remarkable. He has discovered a method for her fellow disciples to exert their influence. Among the remaining disciples of the teaching of the manifest, apart from her, all others have attained the human immortal realm. During the battle in the myriad immortals array, all the sages focused on those disciples who were human immortal and above. Those above the human immortal realm, save for her who escaped under her master's protection, had no chance of survival. Thus, while her fellow disciples have integrated into Chaoga, they cannot contribute significantly on the front lines. However, establishing a base behind enemy lines would be different. First, her disciples were summoned to Chaoga by the summoning banner, which obscured their original fates. As long as they do not reveal their identities, there is no need to fear being discovered by the Western cult. Second, while their strength in the human immortal realm may appear weak, it is perfectly suited for masquerading as minor deities, evading excessive attention from the Western cult. The Holy Mother of No Boundaries excitedly bowed and said, "I accept your command." Her fellow disciples had long been despondent over their inability to exert their strength and avenge their sect. Now, everyone had a task to undertake. That afternoon, in the Shoshin Palace, Neza and Wei Hu returned. Upon hearing Neza's report, Zishou's expression turned nuanced. Yang Jian's sister, Yang Chan, is suppressed beneath Mount Hua? What fateful event transcends time itself? Are the causes from the era of the Lotus Lantern being drawn into the investiture of the gods? However, upon further reflection, a thought occurred to him. Could it be that Yang Jian chose to seal Yang Chan beneath Mount Hua because she was familiar with the area? What kind of familiarity is this? Nevertheless, this was not his primary concern. The key was to rescue Yang Chan, for she is a talented individual. Zishou entrusted the recently acquired break array celestial gong to Neza, explaining its usage, and declared, "I give you 3 days to rescue Yang Chan. After that, I have another royal decree." Neza accepted the break array celestial gong with both hands, affirming, "I accept the command." That very day, Neza and Wei Hu returned to the majestic Mount Hua. Neza took out the break array celestial gong, preparing to strike it. Beside him, Wei Hu inquired with a peculiar expression, "Are you truly going to recite that incantation?" Neza wore a puzzled expression and inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" "I find this spell utterly fascinating," Wei Hu replied. He suddenly recalled a remark made by the king earlier. The personalities of the king and Neza were perfectly in sync, as if struck by divine thunder. Consequently, he gestured for an invitation. Neza forcefully struck the array's celestial gong, then unleashed a wail from his throat, which was no better than a broken gong. "The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains." Wei Hu silently took a few steps back. However, just as he awkwardly prepared to make a discreet exit, he was astonished to witness the majestic Mount Hua before him tremble violently, as waves rippled across his vision. Amidst the undulating waves resembling water, he beheld a completely transformed visage of Mount Hua. He and Neza initially stood at the mountain path of Mount Huashan, yet at this moment, they were astounded to discover that they were actually before a precipice. Neza, equally taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it possible that this entire Mount Huashan conceals another realm? This cannot possibly be a restriction set by the Jade Dingzhenren." Wei Hu nodded in agreement, stating, "The restriction on Mount Huashan must be a manifestation of some primordial grand formation. It is merely that the Chan sect has uncovered this primordial array. The Jade Dingzhenren has only imposed a restriction at the location of the array's activation." He gently patted Neza on the shoulder and said, "Let us proceed swiftly to seek out our companion Yang Chan. Do not forget the king's words. The celestial gong for shattering the formation may only be utilized once, and it lasts but a single hour. Without hesitation, Neza stowed away the celestial gong and, alongside Wei Hu, plunged into the primordial great array. Half an hour later, they led a woman, bursting forth from Mount Hua, transforming into 3 streaks of flowing light, heading towards Chaoga. Meanwhile, the innate formation atop Mount Hua, after half an hour, silently reverted to its original state, as if it had never been activated. Chapter 56. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. At the moment when Neza and Wei Hu rescued Yang Chan in the Shoshin Palace of Chaoga during the evening hours, Zisho suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and gazed towards the direction of Mount Hua. The array-breaking celestial gong had ceased to function, indicating that Neza and his companions had successfully extricated Yang Chan. Indeed, after nightfall, 3 streaks of light descended before the Shoshin Palace. Neza clasped his fists in salute and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I have rescued the 3 Yang Chan from Mount Hua." At that moment, Zisho had just maintained his faade of a debauched monarch before the 3 demons, attended by beautiful maidens. He changed into his regular attire and approached the Shoshin Palace, where he beheld the legendary San Shengmu, Yang Chan. At this time, Yang Chan appeared as a youthful maiden in her prime, akin to a newly bloomed lotus, exuding vitality and spirit. Her visage was as smooth as mutton-fat jade, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush, her brows arched like crescent moons, and her dark, luminous eyes sparkled with curiosity and liveliness. Clad in a pink lotus-colored celestial gown adorned with delicate bells at the hem, the gentle sound they produced with her movements resembled the soft murmur of a mountain spring. Zisho instantly comprehended that although Yang Chan had been sealed at Mount Hua, she had undoubtedly not suffered. It seemed that the Jade Dingjunren would not allow Yang Jian to truly impose hardships upon her for better control. As Zisho appraised Yang Chan, she too scrutinized him. On the journey to Chaoga, she had already heard from Neza and Wei Hu about the circumstances surrounding her rescue. The significant changes in the divine calamity at the last moment had already left her astonished, and the fact that Neza had rescued her at the behest of her second brother, in exchange for treasures bestowed by the Shan King, further bewildered her. When she learned of the primordial Saint's imprisonment by the Celestial Master and the inability of the Chan sect to continue advancing the calamity, resulting in the unwelcome arrival of the Western sect to the human realm, she was rendered utterly speechless. How could it be that after spending less than 20 years in Mount Hua, the entire world had transformed upon her emergence? At that moment, she curiously examined the imposing figure of the Shan King before her. His eyes sparkled like stars, his brows sharp as swords, his countenance noble as jade, and his stature tall and upright, exuding an extraordinary aura. He bore no resemblance to the rumored foolishness or cruelty, although upon his arrival, some sounds emanating from deep within the palace suggested a hint of lechery. His gaze upon her was as clear as a spring, embodying the scrutiny of a ruler devoid of any lascivious intent, entirely different from the tales she had heard. Yang Chan gracefully curtsied to Zisho, saying, "Yang Chan expresses her gratitude to the Shan King for rescuing me from my confinement." Zisho withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and replied calmly, "Yang Chan, I name you my subject. What position do you intend to hold in the court?" Yang Chan boldly met Zisho's gaze and responded, "Your Majesty, how can you guarantee that you can defy fate? The divine calamity is ordained by heaven. What use is your struggle now?" Zisho, unfazed by Yang Chan's words, replied with composure, "I need not provide guarantees. For at the dawn of this world, a truth transcending the great Tao was born alongside it. Where there is oppression, there is resistance." Upon this declaration, the atmosphere of Chaoga trembled significantly. Subsequently, in locations such as Minchi, Mengjin, and the Western Five Passes, the fortunes began to rise. The elevation of fortune was silent and subtle, eluding even the notice of celestial beings. However, under the protection of this fortune, the weary populace, having toiled throughout the day, found their exhaustion dissipating in deep slumber, healing all hidden injuries and fatigue in their dreams. The soldiers standing guard through the night felt a surge of vitality, as the world around them appeared to brighten ever so slightly. Beyond the borders of Chaoga, a group of grass-headed deities, already converted by the West, watched intently everything enveloped within the aura of Chaoga's fortune. They adhered to the Western doctrine, meticulously observing every subtle change within Chaoga. At that moment, amidst the scrutiny of the myriad grass deities, Chaoga suddenly erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. The radiance was unyielding and imbued with a profound sense of righteousness. A commanding voice reverberated through the primordial spirits of all the grass deities. "Where there is oppression, there shall be resistance." This phrase struck like a blade, cleaving through the Western enlightened aura that enveloped the primordial spirits of the grass deities. In that instant, all the grass deities awakened from their Western-induced stupor. They gazed up in bewilderment, momentarily forgetting everything. Who am I? What am I doing here? What do I wish to achieve? In the next instant, the power of the Western enlightenment erupted within their primordial spirits, igniting like a fierce flame that scorched their very essence. Countless grass-headed deities fell, barely able to utter a cry before their bodies were engulfed in a blazing, sacred light. For those beings enlightened by the West, failing to entirely break free from the radiant influence would soon result in a backlash from the purifying light. The consequences ranged from damage to their primordial spirits to complete annihilation into ashes. Flee! A grass-headed deity shouted. Amidst the chaos, some deities rushed away from Chaoga, while others, disoriented, inadvertently plunged into its fate. As the turmoil unfolded along the borders of Chaoga's fortune, within the Shoshin Palace, Zishou's words continued to resonate. In a state of confusion, the elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire transformed into 4 catastrophic symbols, erasing the potential for life. Thus emerged the mighty Pangu, who created the heavens and the earth, delivering the first strike against resistance. With ferocious beasts rampaging and myriad races suffering, the 3 clans of creation united to combat the monstrous threats and restore balance to the primordial chaos. Following this, calamities befell the dragon and phoenix. The order of Tao and demon was established, teachings were imparted from the purple cloud, and the conflict between shaman and lich ensued. Was it not always thus? His words resonated with a profound authority, echoing with a clarity that pierced through the air. Yangchan widened her eyes in astonishment. Neza, with a heart full of reverence, bowed his head in submission. Behind the palace, the 3 demons prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts stirred by a tumultuous wave of emotions. The once aimless path of their Taoist hearts had finally discovered its direction. With a decisive gesture, Zishou proclaimed, I disdain to engage in disputes with celestial beings and great sages regarding the fate ordained by heaven. Destiny is immutable. As the sovereign of humanity, it is my duty to guide our people towards a life of happiness and to lead them in their resistance against oppression. He gazed at Yangchan and inquired, Yangchan, I come to ask you, as one who bears the bloodline of both humanity and immortality, do you believe that there exists oppression in this primordial world? Do the celestial beings impose any oppression upon the human race? I ask you again, do you wish to resist? Yangchan gently bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before responding. My lord, may I pose another question? If one day, under your leadership, the human race surpasses the gods and ascends above the immortals, will the human race then oppress the celestial beings? Zishou chuckled heartily and said, a splendid question indeed. You may etch my answer into your heart forever. As long as I exist, such oppression shall not occur. Yangchan bowed deeply to Zishou, saying, I, Yangchan, pay my respects to you, my lord. I wish to serve as a minister and alleviate your burdens. Zishou smiled with satisfaction and inquired, Yangchan, what position do you desire? Without hesitation, Yangchan raised her head and declared, the Grand General. Zishou found the idea of the 3 holy mothers favoring martial prowess rather than mere beauty quite agreeable. He spoke with a calm demeanor, Yangchan, I hereby appoint you as the Grand General of Yunhua, protector of the people, to lead my elite forces alongside the formidable Grand General Neza. He commanded them, stabilize the chaos across the 9 provinces, protect the nation, and assist the needy to safeguard the lives of the common folk. Yunhua was the title of Yangchan's mother, the fairy Yaoji. Yangchan trembled, feeling the oppressive atmosphere around her transform into one of protection. The cloud of uncertainty that had shrouded her heart since the onset of the divine calamity dissipated at that moment. She understood the significance of the title bestowed upon her in honor of her mother and gratefully bowed her head, clasped her hands, and said, I accept the decree. Chapter 57. Strength through adversity in the deep of night. Zishou reveled in the company of the 3 while contemplating his next course of action. With Yangchan now rescued, the urgency to save Yang Jian grew. Otherwise, once the news of Yangchan's rescue spread, Yuding Zhenren would surely take further action. Previously, the Celestial Hound had relayed that Yang Jian was imprisoned in the Golden Cloud Cave of Pinkwan Mountain, the sacred ground of Yuding Zhenren. A plan was needed to extricate the illustrious Erlang Shin swiftly. Rescuing him was not the issue, as the Wudong Holy Mother could easily intervene. However, speed was of the essence. Should the Holy Mother become entangled, the Western Church would undoubtedly launch an immediate assault on Chaoga. Lying in the embrace of the 9-tailed fox, Zishou lightly tapped his knee, pondering, I must attain even greater power. I have just elevated my realm to the earth immortal level. The 9 styles of the heavenly spear can only be cultivated to the standard of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and even then, it lacks comprehensiveness. The path of chaotic incense can ensure that I fear no adversary below the saint level within the realm of fortune, yet it is not without its limitations. I require a more profound technique. He spoke softly, inquiring, Daji, has the hour of Z passed? The 9-tailed fox understood that ever since the king had regained his vigor, he placed great importance on the hour of Z. Thus, she had been quietly monitoring the time. Your Majesty, the hour of Z has just passed. Zishou nodded, dismissing the distractions in his mind, and thought, system, clock in. Today marks my 120th day of clocking in, the 4th month. You must grant me a grade A, no? A grade B technique. One that allows me to attain sainthood in a single day, to dominate the celestial path in 2 days, and in 3 days surpass even Pangu. I am not greedy at all. Congratulations, host, for successful clocking in. Clock in reward, a dream of yellow millet. A dream of yellow millet, a grade of level reward. A mysterious technique from a certain realm, which enhances strength merely through the continuous experience of pleasant dreams. Note, only pleasant dreams are effective. Not dreaming or experiencing nightmares will weaken one's power. Zisho. System, this is not right. I was merely joking. Must you be so antagonistic towards me? As a foolish monarch, how can I fulfill my role without some outrageous demands? Moreover, my request is clearly not excessive. Please change it immediately. Ding. Detected host's extreme, shameless demands. Highly foolish monarch. Reward upgraded by 2 levels. Ding. Detected host altering Yang Chan's predetermined fate. Reward upgraded by 1 level. Monthly full attendance clock-in reward automatically upgraded by 1 level. Clock-in reward upgraded to Exine level. Special foolish monarch certification reward. Automatically upgraded by 2 levels. Clock-in reward upgraded to G level. Achievement for altering heavenly fate reward. Automatically upgraded by 1 level. Clock-in reward upgraded to Wu level. Zishoa? Is that really possible? If so, I'll make outrageous demands every day from now on. Detected host's final clock-in reward is Wu level. The true scripture of slanderous words. The true scripture of slanderous words. A celestial level technique. Whenever any being in the world harshly berates the host as a foolish monarch, the host will derive strength from it. The harsher the insult, the faster the enhancement. Counteracting slander technique. In battle, convert all insults from enemies into accumulated strength for rebound. The harsher the insults, the greater the accumulated power, and the more ferocious the rebound. Note, activation incantation is rebound. Rumor resilience technique. Transform slanderous rumors against oneself into a protective shield. The wider the rumors and the deeper the slander, the stronger the shield. Note, this shield can be strengthened at any place blessed with fortune. Seeing the king remain silent for a long while, the nine-tailed fox cautiously asked, "Your Majesty?" Only then did Zisho lift his head, wave his hand, and say, "I am feeling somewhat complex at the moment and need some quiet time. Also, do not ask me who quiet is." The nine-tailed fox. The next day, in the 9 halls, the palace official looked at the officials in the hall, casting a troubled glance at the royal edict in his hand, his lips twitching involuntarily. After much hesitation, he unfolded the edict and proclaimed, "By royal decree, from today onwards, all civil and military officials, as well as the common people, shall no longer refer to me as your Majesty. From this day forth, all must address me as foolish monarch. Anyone who errs shall be punished. By royal decree, from today onwards, every 30 days, all officials must participate in a competition to compose insults against the foolish monarch. Those who write well shall be promoted, while those who do poorly shall be punished. By royal decree, from today onwards, all subjects of Chengtang must spread rumors about me, the more malicious the better. Failure to do so shall result in punishment." Upon finishing the royal edict, Zhu Sheng felt tears welling up. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Forcing me to insult you is akin to inviting my own demise. The officials? What is the king plotting now?" Yang Chan, who had just joined. Confronting the atmosphere of the foolish monarch for the first time, Yang Chan's face turned pale with fear. She turned to Wei Hu, her bright eyes filled with trepidation. Wei Hu sighed and communicated through thought, "You will get used to it. The king may have been wronged for decades, thus exhibiting some rebelliousness now. Having lived for thousands of years, Yang Chan had never witnessed such rebellion before. She blinked and asked telepathically, "Wei Hu, what should I do?" Wei Hu grinned, revealing pearly white teeth, and said, "First, just smile. Next, follow the old prime minister's lead." Yang Chan looked towards the head of the officials, Shang Rong. The old prime minister appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of disturbance, as he stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "I accept the decree." With that, he bowed again and declared, "Your Majesty is indeed the most foolish monarch in history." In the 9 halls, the officials echoed in unison, praising loudly, "Your Majesty is indeed the most foolish monarch in history." Yang Chan. She did not comprehend the situation but was profoundly shocked. On the golden throne, the system notifications echoed continuously in Zisho's mind. Shang Rong insults you as a foolish monarch, Realm 1. Yang Chan insults you as a foolish monarch, Realm 1. Neza insults you as a foolish monarch, Realm 1. Congratulations, host, for collecting 600 insults, Realm 200. When the realm reaches 100,000, you can ascend to the celestial immortal realm. Zisho glared at the officials, saying, "Haven't you eaten? Insult louder, be more creative. Is insulting not within your capabilities?" Thus, in the 9 halls, crude words flowed freely. Meanwhile, 2 towering figures appeared outside the auspices of Chaoga. One listened intently, absorbing every sound from the 9 halls, while the other gazed through the distance, perceiving all within. These 2 were the brothers, the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear, resurrected by divine methods. With the prosperous aura of Chaoga shielding it, ordinary means could not unveil the happenings within. The deities previously monitoring Chaoga had mysteriously suffered backlash from the fortune, sustaining heavy casualties. In desperation, Zhang Zia resurrected the two brothers to investigate near Chaoga. Their divine abilities bore no offensive nature, allowing them to withstand the backlash for a short time. However, after eavesdropping for a while under the overwhelming fortune of Chaoga, they could no longer endure and retracted their powers, returning to Shiqi City, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Reporting in the Nine Halls. Shang Rong and the officials are vehemently berating King Zhou. Shiqi City. Chapter 58. The truth is singular in the Shiqi Palace. Methria, Guangqingzi, Qi Jingzi, and Yu Dingjinren sat in the upper seats. Xiao Ji occupied the throne, while Zhang Zia and several Western Taoists sat below. Further down were the civil and military officials of Shiqi. All deities and mortals gazed in astonishment at the unfolding illusion before them. The thousand-mile eye and the wind-listening ear could recreate the scenes they observed in a spectral display. At that moment, in a magnificent hall, over 100 officials led by Shang Rong were vociferously cursing. The insults were increasingly harsh, each more vulgar than the last. The figure seated on the golden throne was discernibly King Zhou, though his features remained obscured. In truth, only half of the officials present could see a vague outline of his visage. The rest could not discern anything. The clearest visage was that of Shang Rong. The thousand-mile eye, Gao Ming, spoke solemnly. The fortune of Chaoga is too potent. The subjects can only glimpse these fragments. The attentive Gao Ju also spoke, stating, the sounds I have heard are similarly indistinct, yet I can discern the majority of the content. The assembled immortals exchanged puzzled glances, while the mortals stood in stunned silence. It was common knowledge that Shang Rong was a staunch loyalist of King Zhou. How could he possibly speak ill of him? In the waning days of Cheng Tang's fortune, when a million-strong coalition army besieged the city, the aged Shang Rong, nearly a century old and frail, nonetheless took up arms on the city walls. Such a person could hardly be expected to disparage King Zhou. Just then, the ever-smiling Methria Daoist interjected, this matter is not difficult to comprehend. King Zhou is well aware of the esteemed Gao Ming and Gao Ju, thus he has staged this performance. The assembly responded with bewilderment. Methria Daoist, brimming with confidence, continued. Having encountered the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Wen Zhong, King Zhou undoubtedly understands that other comrades on the investiture of the gods can also be resurrected. Therefore, he must harbor some caution towards our esteemed Gao Ming and Gao Ju. Everything within this Nine Halls palace is merely a charade. Zhang Zia furrowed his brow and clasped his hands in inquiry. Methria, might I ask what King Zhou aims to achieve with such actions? Methria Daoist replied with certainty. There is but one truth. He seeks to prevent the people from denouncing him any further. Regardless of the means at his disposal to swiftly elevate the luck of the besieged lands, the animosity of the human race towards him will inevitably bind him. He remains unfazed by Zishou's previous successes in rapidly uplifting the fortunes of locations such as Mianxi and the Western Five Passes. The Western teachings possess similar capabilities. Within the domains enveloped by the enlightenment of Brahman light, all beings shall convert. Any fluctuations in fortune can be swiftly quelled. However, the path of enlightenment demands considerable resources, and the greater the resistance of the beings, the higher the cost incurred. Thus, if beings have already accepted the Western doctrines prior to enlightenment, their devotion post-enlightenment will result in lesser consumption of resources. Methria Daoist, drawing from his own experience, surmised that Zishou's intentions were akin to this. The path of enlightenment is a gift from the two saints of the West, derived from their comprehension of the heavenly principles at the moment of their sanctification. These are the methods of saints, which come with myriad limitations. Even with the support of other saints, Zishou cannot escape these constraints. Confidently elucidating all these points, Methria Daoist concluded, King Zhou's scheme is merely to deceive us, leading us to believe that the scorn of the human race is inconsequential to him, thereby dissuading us from revealing his numerous transgressions to the world. Thus, the course of action is quite straightforward. We must inform the world, alert all of humanity, deities, and immortals. The current stalemate in the great calamity and the delayed rebirth of heaven and earth are all due to King Zhou's defiance of the natural order. Within the royal palace, both deities and mortals found Methria Daoist's assertions to hold merit. This was the sole explanation. Zhang Zia remained pensive. He was, of course, aware of the implications behind the words of Methria, to intensify the efforts of spreading rumors about the tyrannical deeds of King Zhou. This had, after all, been the persistent endeavor of the Western Zhou for many years, and indeed, a cause he had fervently advocated. Yet this time, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his mind. As he gazed upon the unfolding scenes within the illusion, he pondered deeply, unable to conjure any explanation beyond that provided by Methria. Surely, it could not be said that King Zhou relished the scorn of his ministers. Moreover, would he not grow stronger the more he was reviled? A peculiar notion that being insulted could bestow strength? How utterly absurd. In Chaoga, within the Shoshin Palace, Zishou was suddenly inundated with a barrage of system notifications. GFA berates you as a tyrant, Realm 1. San Yisheng berates you as a tyrant, Realm 1. Nangongshi berates you as a tyrant, Realm 1. Guangqingzi berates you as a tyrant, Realm 10. Methria berates you as a tyrant, Realm 10. In the blink of an eye, thousands of notifications flooded the screen, nearly causing Zhou to stumble. Zhou? Those individuals from the Western Zhou had scorned him for so many years that he had grown accustomed to it, and they too seemed to have grown weary of their insults. Why, then, had their vitriol suddenly resurfaced, and so intensely, as if a comprehensive campaign had been launched anew? Silently, he sensed the rapidly ascending realm within him. Then, at a certain moment, he felt the very fabric of reality shift. Having experienced a few ascensions before, Zhou immediately recognized that he had transitioned from the Earth Immortal stage to the Celestial Immortal stage. He was taken aback for a moment, then joy filled his heart. The people of Shiqi are indeed good-hearted individuals. He was still pondering how to incite those weary West Qi individuals who had exhausted themselves with their criticisms to continue their vitriol. To his surprise, they eagerly resumed, and with remarkable fervor and intensity, within a short span of time, he was elevated to the realm of the Celestial Immortals. He ascended to the Celestial Immortal realm in less than 10 days. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he achieved the status of a sage. Just as Zhou believed he could advance to the Great Luo in a month and attain sagehood within a year, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations to the host for transforming slander into a genuine scripture through criticism, having cultivated to the Celestial Immortal realm. Notification: the cultivation value required to ascend from the Celestial Immortal realm to the Golden Immortal realm is 10 million. Furthermore, each subsequent advancement will necessitate a cultivation value that is 100 times greater than the previous one. The host is encouraged to continue striving diligently. He silently calculated that in order to ascend to the status of a sage, he would need to amass a total of approximately 1,011 billion in realm values. This task would surely elicit scorn from the people of the Western Zhou. To the point of dehydration, Zhou let out a long sigh and remarked, "Indeed, the path of a tyrant is laden with burdens and stretches far ahead." It seemed imperative for him to hasten his pace and engage in actions that would provoke the celestial beings more swiftly. Thus, it was time to commence today's attendance. Today marked a fortuitous occasion for my elevation to the celestial realm, and I was certain that splendid rewards awaited me. System, check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Check-in reward, grade GUE. The following day. System, check-in. Surely today will yield results. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Check-in reward, grade GUE. On the third day. System, check-in. I anticipate favorable outcomes today. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Check-in reward, grade GUE. On the fourth day. System, check-in. I beseech you, grant me a single reward. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Check-in reward, grade GUE. On the fifth day. System, once I finish this check-in, I shall maintain my persona. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Check-in reward, Chaos Pearl Qiankuan. Chapter 59. You are seeking your own demise. Zhou paused momentarily, finally grasping the situation. A reward had been granted. System, you are quite mischievous. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Check-in reward, Chaos Pearl Qiankuan. Chaos Pearl, fragment grade ding reward. The Chaos Pearl, a treasure of primordial chaos, was originally paired with the heavenly opening divine axe. However, it shattered due to the burdens of creation, resulting in 7 remaining fragments: heaven and earth, time and space. Qiankuan, yin and yang, xian huang, life and death, and heavenly mechanism. Chaos Pearl Qiankuan. Within the Qiankuan Pearl, the Qiankuan rotates, and as it rotates, heaven and earth shift. It can activate the great transformation of Qiankuan, allowing for the designated realm to be relocated or exchanged. Note: collecting all 7 fragments can restore the Chaos Pearl to a grade B reward, a treasure of primordial chaos. As Zhou gazed at the Chaos Pearl Qiankuan in his hand, a smile graced his lips. He had devised a plan to rescue Yang Jian. He left behind the bewildered trio and strode out of the palace. Xuanli Mountain Qing, Neza, and Yang Chan came to pay their respects. Moments later, the 3 immortals arrived at the Palace of Longevity. Zhou spoke directly. I wish for the 3 of you to bring Yang Jian to see me. A day later, in a certain place within the realms of heaven and earth, amidst a swirling mist on a high mountain, surrounded by towering peaks and bizarre rock formations. The forest was lush and verdant, evergreen throughout the seasons, ancient trees reaching for the sky, their branches and leaves intertwining to form a natural canopy. Streams flowed gently down the mountain, with crystal-clear waters winding through the rocks, ultimately converging into a jade-green celestial spring known as the Jade Spring. This was the sacred ground of Yuding Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. At this moment, 3 streaks of light descended upon Jade Spring Mountain, transforming into 2 figures, one male and one female, along with a mysterious figure completely shrouded in a cloak. They were Neza and Yang Chan, accompanied by an androgynous silhouette. Yang Chan turned to Neza and the mysterious figure, saying, Beneath the golden Xie cave lies a cold cave. My elder brother must be imprisoned there. Allow me to lead the way. Neza and the mysterious figure nodded, following Yang Chan toward the cold cave. Having lived on Jade Spring Mountain for a millennium, Yang Chan was well acquainted with every detail of the place. She guided Neza and the mysterious figure, skillfully circumventing numerous barriers. Successfully approaching the entrance of the cold cave, the cave's mouth was sealed by a massive block of ice. Through the transparent ice, one could clearly see Yang Jian locked inside, pierced by 9 ice blades, his entire body encased in frost. Upon witnessing her elder brother's suffering, Yang Chan's tears fell, and she instinctively stepped forward. However, as she took her first step, a commanding voice resonated. You, the wayward disciple, have indeed escaped from Mount Hua. And you conspire with King Zhou. I should have never saved you siblings in the first place. Yu Ding Jinren emerged from the cave, his gaze radiating golden light. His voice as cold as frost. The sight of Yu Ding Jinren elicited no surprise from the trio. Yang Chan pursed her lips and replied, Master Yu Ding, I have received your care for a millennium and should not stand against you. Yet, as a member of humanity, how can I stand idly by while you transform all of humanity into mere servants? How many lives were lost in the fall of the Zhou dynasty? How many innocent people perished under the pretext of fulfilling the heavenly mandate? Yu Ding Jinren regarded Yang Chan with indifference, stating coolly, despite your lengthy speech, you remain merely a traitor. Yang Chan's expression shifted slightly. Her resolve to join the Chao Gu was unwavering. But she could not forget the kindness shown to her and her brother when they were pursued by heavenly soldiers. Yu Ding Jinren had saved them, taking her brother as a personal disciple and her as a registered student. This gratitude weighed heavily on her heart. At this moment, Yu Ding Jinren's mention of the past deflated her spirit. The mysterious figure in the cloak slightly lifted their head, seemingly conveying something telepathically to Neza. Neza's face suddenly reflected astonishment, which quickly morphed into fury as he spat towards Yu Ding Jinren, exclaiming, Old thief Yu Ding, do not think that your guise as the benefactor of my elder brother and sister can obscure your previous misdeeds. He grasped Yang Chan's hand and said, Third sister, do not be deceived by this old rogue. Consider carefully, with the heavenly emperor's prideful nature, how could the matter of Princess Yunhua have ever become known throughout the realms? Even if the heavenly emperor truly harbored deep animosity towards your family, how could he possibly send a horde of utterly inconsequential soldiers to confront you? Those celestial troops, having slain your father and brother, why would they spare you too? And it was precisely when they brought you back to the heavenly court that this old rogue, Yu Ding, fortuitously intervened to save you. Upon hearing these words, Yang Chan's expression changed dramatically. Even within the cold cave, Yang Jian abruptly opened his eyes, clearly able to hear everything outside. Yu Ding's countenance shifted slightly as he remarked, Ling Zhuzi, is it of any use for you to spout such nonsense here? Neza chuckled heartily and said, Old rogue Yu Ding, I have always considered you a fool. You call me Ling Zhuzi, yet you forget where I resided in my past life. I am the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi, who was honored in the palace of Jade Void. Old rogue Yu Ding, I overheard everything during your conspiratorial discussions back in the day. For years, I have been restrained by the teachings of the Chan sect, which is why I have remained silent. After liberating myself from your control, I refrained from mentioning the sorrowful matters concerning eldest brother and third sister. Do you truly believe I know nothing? Old rogue Yu Ding, you claim I speak without basis? Dare you swear an oath to the heavenly way? Yu Ding's face changed dramatically. He recalled the days of yore when he and his esteemed senior, Guang Qingzi, devised their strategy, and indeed, Ling Zhuzi was present at that time. Could it be that Ling Zhuzi truly remembers those events? How could that even be possible? Yang Chan trembled all over, gazing at the Jade Ding Zhenran, and asked, Master Jade Ding, can you swear by the heavenly Tao that what Neza has uttered is mere falsehood? Naturally, the Jade Ding Zhenran could not swear an oath. Although the details presented by Neza were inaccurate, the essence of the matter remained true. At present, all the celestial beings believe that the heavenly emperor Haoyan sought the Tao ancestors' command to compel the disciples of the three teachings to submit to the heavenly court, which is purported to be the catalyst for the calamity of the canonization. Yet, all of this was merely orchestrated by the master. From the union of Princess Yunhua, Yao Ji, an immortal began a series of events that were meticulously planned. All of this was designed to eliminate the left and right arms of the heavenly emperor, instigating a sense of crisis within him, and subsequently provoking conflict among the disciples of the three teachings. Thus, the heavenly emperor Haoyan, as predicted by the master, sought the Tao ancestors' command and initiated the calamity of canonization. The Jade Ding Zhenran had calculated to no end, yet he never anticipated that Neza, who had once been merely Ling Zhuzi in a past life, would indeed recall this matter. Where does he dare to swear? Yang Chan's delicate face flushed crimson with anger, her jade-like visage radiating fury as she declared, Yu Ding, today our bond is irrevocably severed. In the cold cavern, Yang Jian's eyes also glimmered with intense murderous intent. The siblings had long believed their greatest foe to be the Jade Emperor, but they had not anticipated that their true enemy had been by their side all along. For millennia, they had mistakenly acknowledged a thief as their father. Seeing the complete rupture of their relationship, Yuding Jinren let out a cold snort and stated, "Very well. Since you have arrived today, you shall all remain here." He then motioned to his disciples, "Brothers, you may proceed." As his words fell, 4 great Luo golden immortals, Tai Jinren, Huanglong Jinren, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Daojinjuan, materialized beside Yuding Jinren. Tai Jinren fixed his gaze on Neza, saying, "Rebellious disciple, today I shall not let you go unpunished." Unfazed, Neza smiled defiantly and retorted, "Is it merely you lot that I should fear?" Tai Jinren gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You are merely courting death." Chapter 60. How to Rule as a Foolish Monarch. Yuding Jinren raised a hand, urging Tai Jinren to remain calm. He cast a cold glance at the mysterious figure behind Neza and Yang Chan, saying, "Wudong, do you now lack the courage to reveal your true identity? A being of such immense power, yet you hide in the shadows, unafraid of the ridicule from the celestial brethren?" The mysterious figure lifted their head, their face shrouded in chaos, emanating a voice that was utterly indiscernible. "You 5 dare to obstruct me? Where are Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi? Do you not fear annihilation here?" Upon seeing the mysterious figure still concealing their identity, Yuding Jinren furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "Wudong, I comprehend your intent to hide your identity. It merely serves to sow seeds of doubt within me. King Zhou previously exploited the power of the saints to entrap the saints of my sect. Regardless of how he achieved it, he cannot replicate the feat. The heavenly Tao still watches over the mortal realm. No saint would dare intervene again. Without the saints, the sole ally that can aid King Zhou in defending his city is you. Your presence here means that Chaoga is forsaken. Hence, your concealment aims solely to keep us guessing." At this juncture, Yuding Jinren scoffed, "Wudong, King Zhou is ignorant, and you are equally so." In his eyes, the mortal realm is the entirety of the world. However, it is merely a corner of the primordial chaos. The methods of our sect are not so easily thwarted by your and King Zhou's laughable schemes. Allow me to be candid. I have long since established 9 layers of restrictions upon Yaoquan Mountain. Even you would be ensnared for a day and a night. Meanwhile, my senior brother Guang Qingzi and the others have already set their sights on Chaoga. Without you, obliterating Chaoga would take but a moment. If the celestial beings were to strike at a realm blessed with prosperous fortune, even from millions of miles away, they would still suffer a backlash from that fortune. Thus, ordinary celestial beings would not dare act. Yet, emboldened by the Western teaching's divine methods, our sect has become unfettered. They previously devised a plan to have the divine being Zhao Gongming collide with Chaoga's fortune, resulting in self-destruction, but were deterred by the sudden appearance of the saint's power. Now, they have revived that old scheme. As long as Wudong's Saint Mother is absent from Chaoga, the city is destined for annihilation. The mysterious figure chuckled. "Who says I am the Wudong Saint Mother?" Yuding Jinren roared with laughter. "Does your identity truly matter? King Zhou's folly today lies in summoning you all here. Either Chaoga shall be destroyed, or the rebellious disciples Neza and Yang Chan shall surrender unconditionally. There is no third path. Why should I concern myself with who you are?" This, indeed, was his source of confidence. He was fully aware that King Zhou would undoubtedly seek out Yang Jian, hence he had long since made the necessary preparations. The only unforeseen circumstance was the unexpected rescue of Yang Chan. The Jade Cauldron Master gazed coldly at the mysterious figure and proclaimed, "A being that conceals itself, yet reveals its tail, unveil your true form. Today, I shall witness what kind of ways you can stir before the decree of destiny." As his words fell, the 9-fold barriers of Yuqin Mountain had been completely dismantled. In an instant, Yuqin Mountain was entirely sealed off. Even a formidable being at the pinnacle of Hunyuan would find it impossible to breach this confinement in a short span of time. Simultaneously, as the 9-fold barriers of Yuqin Mountain closed, several powerful auras transformed into beams of light and arrived beyond the auspices of Chaoga. Guang Qingzi gazed intently at Chaoga City. 1,000 miles away, his expression darkening as he remarked, "The fortunes of Chaoga have been inexplicably rising. Despite my numerous calculations, I can only conclude that the human populace of Chaoga has not increased. The swiftest method to elevate the fortunes of mortals is through population growth. However, the meteoric rise of Chaoga's fortunes over the past few months raises the question, how could the population of Chaoga experience such a dramatic surge?" Beside him, Methreya, Chijingzi, and Shinda Zhao Gongming also fixed their eyes upon Chaoga City. Methreya smiled confidently and said, "Why should you concern yourself, my friend? After today, Chaoga shall cease to exist." With that, he concluded. He bowed respectfully to Zhao Gongming and said, "Daoist Zhao, I appreciate your efforts." Zhao Gongming nodded in acknowledgement and was about to charge towards the city of Chaoga. However, the moment he moved, a brilliant display of multicolored light erupted, enveloping thousands of miles and descending upon the assembly of immortals. In an instant, the primordial spirits of the immortals were shrouded in this dazzling radiance, rendering them both deaf and blind. Guan Qingzi was suddenly alarmed and exclaimed, "This is dire. It is the sea-stabilizing pearl of Master Randing. We must prepare ourselves. Each sea-stabilizing pearl possesses the power of the 4 seas, and once activated, its multicolored light can obscure the primordial spirit. Even a Hunyuan golden immortal would be unable to see or hear while ensconced within its embrace. The primordial spirits of the assembled immortals trembled in terror. Should a Hunyuan golden immortal be completely enveloped, they would be rendered deaf and blind, unable to utilize their divine senses. In the past, the golden spirit Holy Mother had perished under the stealthy attack of the sea-stabilizing pearl. The immortals dared not be careless and shouted in unison, immediately summoning various treasures to defend against the ambush. The Mithriad Taoist, with hands clasped in prayer, radiated a brilliant western light, manifesting a golden body that stood 16 yojanas tall, protecting himself entirely. Yet, the sea-stabilizing pearl merely encapsulated the immortals without launching an actual assault. After a brief moment, the light dissipated. The Wudong Holy Mother ascended into the sky, standing at the boundary of Chaoga's aura, gazing disdainfully at the assembly of immortals. She lightly cradled the sea-stabilizing pearl in her hands. The pearl had not yet been fully refined. Had Randing been present, the Wudong Holy Mother would have had cause for concern regarding the possibility of it being seized. However, Randing was likely still in the Yuanjue cave, bleeding profusely. Upon seeing the Wudong Holy Mother, Guan Chengzi's expression changed dramatically as he inquired, "You truly remain in Chaoga? Then who is at Yuling Mountain?" Meanwhile, on Yuling Mountain, the mysterious figure lifted the cloak that had shrouded them, revealing a hint of the chaotic veil that even celestial beings could not penetrate, which slightly dissipated. He finally revealed his true form. The Jade Dingjunren and the other immortals gazed in astonishment at the towering figure before them. They contemplated various possibilities, yet never imagined they would encounter King Zhou. Zishou revealed his true form, relishing the astonished expressions of the assembled deities. He remarked, "Seeing that your Chan sect remains so shameless, I am now at ease." At this moment, Yang Chan could no longer contain herself and inquired, "My lord, were the words spoken by Neza just now genuine or false?" What Neza had just uttered was indeed a transmission from the king. Zishou replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it is false. Neza possesses memories from his past life, yet those recollections pertain to the affairs of heaven and earth. How could he possibly retain such specific details?" Yang Chan, "You Dingjinren. Were all of Neza's statements mere fabrications?" Zishou, with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking, responded, "Yang Chan, did you observe the expression on Yu Dingjinren's face just now? What do you think the truth of those past events might be?" Yang Chan, still reeling from the shock of the previous revelation, paused momentarily before grasping the implication. The king had declared Neza's words to be false, yet the truth from those times could not be far from it. Otherwise, Yu Dingjinren would never have displayed such exasperation. It was evident that he was infuriated after being struck at the heart of the matter. Yu Dingjinren glared at Zishou with gritted teeth, utterly astonished that Zishou had managed to deceive him so effortlessly, and he had fallen for the ruse. His face contorted slightly as he said, "Do you dare to deceive me, Taoist?" Zishou replied with unwavering confidence, "I am but a foolish monarch, a tyrant, one who defies heaven. If I do not deceive you, how can I maintain the guise of a foolish ruler?" Yang Chan felt that regardless of whether Yu Dingjinren believed this explanation, she herself was convinced. Chapter 61. How can one grow strong without being scorned? On the summit of Yuling Mountain, Yu Dingjinren snorted coldly, saying, "Zishou, I did not expect that I have underestimated your foolishness and arrogance. You dare to leave the auspicious grounds of Chaoga? This is truly a path to self-destruction." Zishou raised his hand, pointing at Tai Yizhanrun, and remarked, "In your quest to transcend tribulations, you transform Neza into a humanoid weapon, burdening him with 1,700 calamities. Alas, in the end, your efforts were in vain. Now, all those calamities have returned to you. How does it feel?" Tai Yizhanrun, who had been suppressing his rage, erupted with fury, shouting, "Zhou Wang, do you think I am unaware that all of this is your doing?" Zishou nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "Indeed, it is my doing. What can you do? After all, it is not me who now bears the weight of 1,700 calamities. By the way, if I were to perish now, and Neza were to take his own life as well, the heavenly tribulations would cease immediately. What would become of your 1,700 calamities then?" Tai Yizhanren was truly at his wit's end, unleashing a torrent of coarse invectives. Yu Dingjinren placed a hand on Tai Yizhanren, coldly stating, "Tai Yi, do not take it to heart. Let him today speak with the eloquence of a lotus. Can he truly escape unscathed?" Zishou raised an eyebrow, pointing at Yu Dingjinren, saying, "You have long pretended to be an enlightened immortal, yet in truth, you are petty and secretly disparage the son of the Jade Emperor. Moreover, I have heard that you clandestinely penned a tome called the Yu Dingjing, aspiring to emulate the supreme sage, to publish and leave a legacy among mortals, even giving yourself a title of UZ. Yet your wretched book has languished among humanity for a millennium, receiving no attention whatsoever. Yang Jian's father even condemned it, stating it is nonsensical and utterly worthless, thus leading to his demise." Yu Dingjinren's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his anger palpable as he shouted, "Absurd. Zishou shrugged his shoulders and inquired. Then why not swear to the heavens that you have neither authored the Yu Ding Jing nor claimed the title of Yuzi? Yu Ding Zhenrun remained silent. How did he swear? This matter, even among his peers, remains unknown. How could King Zhou possibly be aware of it? Upon witnessing the reaction of the Jade Ding Zhenrun, Zishou chuckled softly and remarked, "So you truly have authored the Jade Ding Classic and dare to call yourself Yuzi?" He was taken aback. It seems that the tales from his past life might not merely be fanciful narratives. To his surprise, the once formidable figure of Master Yuding, with his thick brows and large eyes, turned out to be such a celestial being. "Master Yuding? Are you deceiving me again?" Zishou chuckled lightly and replied, "What if I am?" This time, it was Master Yuding who faltered. Crude words echoed once more within the confines of Yuling Mountain. Neza and Yangchan exclaimed, "The king is truly remarkable. With just a few words, he can unsettle even the enlightened immortals." Zishou raised his hand, pointing towards Master Huanglong. In this instance, not only did Master Huanglong take a step back, but also Daoxing Tianzuan and Qingshu Daoxing Jinjuan simultaneously retreated. Before Zishou could utter a word, Master Huanglong proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, do not be fooled. The king merely seeks to incite our anger to buy time until Wudong arrives to rescue him. Since Wudong is not here, it means he is stalling for time while holding back Master Guanqing and his companions. According to our plan, Master Guanqing and his group will immediately retreat, allowing Wudong to rush here without delay, so we must act at once." Everyone knew that his words were a fabrication. The moment Wudong dared to leave Chaoga, Master Guanqing and his party would promptly obliterate the city. Yet, at this moment, no one dared to challenge Master Huanglong. Master Yuding gritted his teeth and declared, "King Zhou, your verbal prowess is futile. Since you have willingly walked to your demise at Yuling Mountain, you shall perish here. Without the fortune of Chaoga, you are but an insignificant insect." With a casual gesture, a sword imbued with a fierce aura of death soared forth from his brow. This ethereal blade emanated a chilling luminescence, and merely summoning it forth left deep scars in the void, a testament to its piercing energy. It was none other than the sword of immortal slaying. "My fellow disciples, guard the surrounding restraints, and witness as I, today, vanquish the tyrant King Zhou." With a resounding shout, he summoned his divine consciousness, causing the sword of celestial slaughter to emit a brilliant chime. In an instant, the sword transformed into a radiant beam of light, tearing through the void with an overwhelming force, aimed directly at Zishou. He was acutely aware of the formidable defenses offered by Neza's Nine-Dragon Fire Shield and Yangchan's Wushan Goddess Incantation. Thus, from the outset, his sword strike was not aimed at Zishou, but rather intended to incapacitate both Neza and Yangchan. Once they were subdued, Zishou would merely be an insignificant insect easily manipulated. The Tai Jinren and the four immortals stood firm at the four corners, ensuring that, regardless of the events that transpired, Zishou and his companions could not possibly escape. With a cold scoff, Yu Ding Jinren declared, "I am fully prepared for any eventuality." The sword's radiant glow swept across the landscape, altering the very colors of mountains and rivers, dimming the stars above. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, both Neza and Yangchan displayed no intention of defense. Instead, they simultaneously lunged towards the cold cave. Zishou, confronted directly by Yu Ding Jinren's sword, merely waved his hand nonchalantly and uttered, "Rebound." The reverse ear slashing immortal technique. In battle, it transforms all insults from the enemy into a reservoir of power to be rebounded. The more vehement the insults, the greater the accumulated strength, resulting in a more ferocious counterattack. The incantation to activate this technique is simply, "Rebound." Zishou had earlier allowed Yu Ding and Tai Zhenren to penetrate his defenses, not merely for the sake of his persona. If he did not allow them to breach his defenses, how could they insult him? Without being insulted, how could he grow stronger? In the next moment, a ripple suddenly appeared before Zishou. The slashing immortal sword plunged into that ripple, only to emerge once more. This time, however, its blade was directed straight at Yu Ding Jinren, as if the very fabric of time and space had reversed before Zishou. Yet, until the moment the slashing immortal sword reached him, Yu Ding Jinren perceived no sign of temporal anomalies. The assembly of immortals could only stare in bewilderment. Yu Ding Jinren beheld a shard of light tearing through the void, advancing ominously towards him. At the last possible instant, he summoned a defensive spiritual treasure to shield himself. The slashing immortal sword cleaved through that protective artifact, and the diminished force of its blade struck Yu Ding Jinren with great impact. Boom! The protective celestial energy surrounding Yu Ding Jinren was instantly shattered. He was sent hurtling backward, a burst of blood erupting from his chest, until he collided with the entrance of the Golden Cloud Cave, where he finally came to a halt. He stared wide-eyed in shock, his gaze brimming with disbelief. He was unexpectedly severely injured by his own sword. Had he not held back and exerted only a fraction of his full strength earlier, the extent of his injuries would have been far greater. "What have you done?" He gazed in astonishment at Zishou. Not only was he taken aback, but the four immortals of Tai were equally stunned. Even Neza and Yangchan, who had rushed into the cold cave, were astonished. The king had previously informed them that there was a method to deal with Yuding Jinren, but they could never have anticipated that the king would employ such a strategy. What had just transpired? How could the king possibly counter Yuding Jinren's sword strike? Chapter 62. Nuwa. Monarch, have you once again compelled me to bear your burdens? Zishou's unexpected rebound of Yuding Jinren's strike rendered the four immortals of Tai hesitant to act recklessly. What if he could rebound again? Indeed, not only were the myriad immortals of Yaoquan Mountain taken aback, but even the celestial saints revealed expressions of surprise. In the fleeting moment when Zishou unleashed the chaotic pearl, obscuring part of the heavenly mechanism, the celestial saints immediately realized he had departed from Chaoga. This revelation alone was enough to astonish them. However, no one could have foreseen that Zishou would rebound Yuding Jinren's sword. The great Luo golden immortals were oblivious, yet the saints distinctly sensed, in that brief moment, that a completely unfamiliar essence of the Tao shielded Zishou. It was evident that some saint had covertly aided the king and successfully ensnared Yuan Shi. At that instant, the saints collectively entertained the same thought. Only a saint could shield a mortal with the essence of the Tao. Surely, it could not be that Zishou was protecting himself? That was inconceivable. Zishou observed the wide-eyed immortals and raised a resplendent pearl, stating calmly, "This pearl is known as the Monarch Pearl, a sacred treasure of humanity, revered alongside the Kongtong Seal and Xianyuan Sword. With this pearl, I can withstand all attacks directed at me. As long as there remains a single soul who trusts me, I shall not be harmed by any immortal or deity. Whoever dares to harm me shall suffer the consequences." The immortals gasped in disbelief. Humanity possessed such a treasure? Why had they never known before? Who had concealed it so deeply? The saints were equally perplexed. When did humanity acquire such a treasure? The two great treasures of humanity, the Kongtong Seal and the Xianyuan Sword. The Kongtong Seal was born of the essence of humanity and guided into existence by the heavenly Tao, now residing in the 8th Scenery Palace. The Xianyuan Sword, originally named the Slaughter Witch Sword, was forged by the demon emperor Dijuan using the blood and resentful souls of countless innate humans. Eventually, all the resentment within the sword submitted to the emperor of humanity, transforming the resentment into blessings, and the Slaughter Witch Sword into the sacred sword of humanity. When had the Monarch Pearl emerged? In the west, in Shumi heaven, Saint Juding furrowed her brow and remarked, "The Monarch Pearl, I have never heard of such a treasure. Yet upon observing it, it indeed contains profound Tao mysteries. Could this treasure be genuine?" Saint Jane shook his head and replied, "I too have not heard of this treasure. But spiritual treasures cannot be counterfeit. That pearl is undoubtedly extraordinary. As a saint, even if one is entirely unaware of a certain spiritual treasure, discerning its authenticity is as easy as pie. The Tao essence within the pearl in Zishou's hand cannot be false." Saint Juding cast a covetous glance at the Monarch Pearl. The West is barren, and spiritual treasures are scarce. If one could acquire this treasure, it would facilitate the suppression of humanity, thus allowing for complete control over the mortal realm. In the Zixiao Palace, Saint Tongtian wore a strange expression and murmured, "The Monarch Pearl? My elder brother has never mentioned it before. For this treasure to fall into the hands of the monarch, it must not belong to Yuan Shi. Could it be Nuwa? Dear Nuwa, you have concealed this treasure quite well." In the underworld, Lady Pingxin sat upon the throne of Huangquan, gently tapping the armrest and mused, "The Monarch Pearl, if it truly exists, can only belong to Nuwa. Could it be that Nuwa is the one secretly aiding the monarch? Was she also the one who played tricks on Yuan Shi?" She cast a faint glance towards the direction of Tai Su and said, "Nuwa, if it is indeed you who acted against Yuan Shi, I shall undoubtedly lend my assistance thereafter." The witch clan's final rebellion against the mandate of heaven sought to exchange a glimmer of hope for peaceful coexistence with humanity, merely desiring to preserve their bloodline. In the end, it was shattered by the decree of the supreme venerable Yuan Shi. The last bloodline of the witch clan in the mortal realm was annihilated. If I were to choose an enemy among the celestial saints, I would unhesitatingly select the supreme venerable Yuan Shi. In Tai Su heaven, Lady Nuwa silently regarded Zishou. After a long moment, she murmured, "Monarch, have you once again compelled me to bear your burdens?" She understood that regardless of whether the Monarch Pearl was genuine or not, the other saints would undoubtedly believe that it was bestowed upon the monarch by her. The treasures of humanity seldom surface. When they do, they are invariably in the hands of two saints, the mother of humanity, Nuwa, and the patriarch of humanity, Taishang. Taishang had just assisted Yuan Shi in advancing the decree of heaven. No matter his intentions, he would not suddenly reverse his stance. Thus, who might have granted Zishou the treasure of humanity? Upon hearing Zishou's words, Lady Nuwa comprehended instantly. Zishou was attempting to drag her into the fray. Yet, she could not possibly explain herself. As a saint, she must preserve her dignity. How could she offer an explanation? Lady Nuwa cast a deep gaze at Zishou. Then a slight smile graced her lips as she said, "If you can truly stir up chaos and disrupt this predetermined fate, what would it matter if I were to bear your burdens?" On Yaoquan Mountain, Neza and Yang Chan rushed into the cold cave, rescuing Yang Jian. Neza supported the weakened Yang Jian and returned to Zishou's side, stating, "My king, second brother's powers have been restrained, and I am unable to break the seal. We must return. Only upon returning can the primordial mother Wudong, that transcendent being, unravel the restraints of the great Luo golden immortal." Zisho glanced at the pale-faced Yang Jian and replied, "Very well, let us return." At this moment, Yuding Jinren finally regained his composure. After consuming a golden elixir to heal his injuries, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Leave? King Zhou, do you believe you can simply depart? Regardless of what you hold, even if it can rebound, what of it? Yaoquan Mountain has already been ensnared by my 9-layered seals, with myself and my 4 companions present. Even a pinnacle transcendent being could not breach the seals within a day and night. The item in your possession can only protect you. It will not prevent me from striking you down. I shall see how you intend to leave." As these words fell, the 4 immortals of Tai suddenly realized, yes. No matter how formidable the Monarch Pearl may be, it can only shield King Zhou from attacks. Could they not simply confine him within Yaoquan Mountain until he starves? Zisho chuckled lightly and said, "And if I manage to leave, what then? Would you dare to call me your son?" Yuding Jinren. He glared fiercely at Zisho and declared, "If you can depart, I shall remove my own head." Zisho nodded and replied, "Very well. Li Shanqing, remember to sever his head." As the words left his lips, the heavens and the earth shifted, and the cosmos turned upside down. In his grasp, the chaos pearl containing the essence of the human king, known as the Qian Kuan, suddenly radiated boundless brilliance. Where the light traversed, the realms of Yuchuan Mountain and a certain location outside of Chaoga instantaneously exchanged places. The 4 immortals, Guang Chengzi and his companions, who were on high alert against the Immaculate Mother, found themselves bewildered within the 9-fold restrictions of Yuchuan Mountain. Meanwhile, Zisho and his entourage, along with the 4 immortals of the Jade Cauldron, were seamlessly transported outside of Chaoga. As his words fell, the voice of the unfettered Holy Mother resonated simultaneously, proclaiming, "I accept the decree." In the next instant, the divine pearl of stabilizing the sea enveloped 3,000 miles in radiant light, descending upon the Jade Dingjinren. The celestial beings gasped in shock, while the myriad saints were left bewildered. What had transpired? This time, not only did the celestial beings fail to discern anything, but even the vigilant saints were utterly confounded. For just before the activation of the Qinquan Pearl, Zisho had utilized the heavenly mechanism pearl to shroud all causal energies entirely. Even in the eyes of the saints, there was merely a fleeting flash of white light. Then, everything transformed. Chapter 63. For the sake of centuries of Taoist practice, what price will you pay? At the boundary of the fortune of Chaoga, 3,000 miles of luminous brilliance enveloped the heavens and the earth. The 5 celestial roots of the Jade Dingjinren could not react in time, as a tremendous force swept them into the fortune of Chaoga. When the radiance of the divine pearl of stabilizing the sea receded, the 5 celestial beings found themselves confronted by an expanse of crimson light and an overwhelming weight of pressure bearing down from all directions. Should they dare to wield even a modicum of their magical power, they would be immediately engulfed by worldly calamities, falling into irretrievable despair. The celestial beings, who had been anticipating a confrontation between the unfettered Holy Mother and the 4 primordial beings, now stood in stunned silence. What had occurred? Could it be the celestial measuring rod of the burning lamp? After all, the burning lamp was also a disciple of the Chan sect. Why would he act against the Jade Dingjinren and his companions? Who was it that severed an arm from the burning lamp? Had so little time passed that they had forgotten? The heavenly beings exchanged glances, pondering. One of them remarked, "This friend speaks with some wisdom. May I ask where you have cultivated?" "I am none other than King Zhou," came the reply. "How is it that after decades of scorn, you cannot recognize me?" In an instant, the divine consciousness above the 9 heavens of Chaoga dissipated. At the boundary of the fortune of Chaoga, the faces of the 5 celestial beings paled dramatically as they hastily clustered together, warily gazing ahead. There stood the unfettered Holy Mother, one hand cradling the divine pearl of stabilizing the sea and the other wielding the commanding blade, her eyes filled with a chilling malice. Flanking her were Neza and Wei Hu, standing resolutely to her left and right. Neza bore a mocking expression, while Wei Hu maintained an expression of stoic bewilderment. The 5 celestial beings remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. The 9-fold prohibitions on Yuling Mountain, even in the presence of Master Randall, who personally invoked the celestial measuring ruler, allowed them a moment to react. However, everything that transpired moments ago left them utterly unprepared. Simultaneously, within the 9-fold prohibitions of Yuling Mountain, Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Methria, and Zhao Gongming found themselves gazing around in bewilderment. They remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. It was Guang Qingzi who first reacted, summoning his primordial spirit to direct his divine consciousness towards the direction of Chao Gu, his countenance shifting drastically. "This is dire. Junior brother Yu Ding and the others have fallen into the trap set by King Zhou. We must hasten to their aid at once." The 4 Hunyuan Jingxian exchanged glances, a hint of bitterness evident upon their faces. "How can we possibly rush there? The 9-layered prohibitions of Yaoquan Mountain were meticulously woven by our combined efforts. We are all too aware of their efficacy. These 9 layers are inherently designed for internal containment, siphoning the powers of the celestial beings within to sustain themselves. The more one strives to break free from within, the more arduous the task becomes. Thus, for us, a single Hunyuan ensnared within the 9 layers equates to 4 Hunyuan trapped therein. The outcome remains unchanged. We shall require several hours at the very least to breach the barriers. These measures were originally intended to counter the Saintess of Wudong, yet they had unexpectedly ensnared themselves in the end. The 4 Hunyuan exchanged perplexed glances. What on earth has transpired? In Xiaogu, Master Yuding felt a shiver run down his spine as he beheld the 3 celestial beings of the Saintess of Wudong before him. What have you done? He inquired. Moments ago, he had sensed no trace of Dao rhythm or magical power. How could this be? Even a saint should manifest some Dao rhythm and magical force. The Saintess of Wudong remained indifferent, offering no response. In truth, she too was unaware of how the king had achieved this. She had merely acted upon his instructions, placing a mark upon their beings while the sea-stabilizing pearl concealed the consciousness of Guang Qingzi and the other 3 Hunyuan during their earlier engagement. Thereafter, she was ignorant of what transpired. When she witnessed the disappearance of the 4 Hunyuan and the king returning with everyone, she was taken aback. Such details were certainly not to be divulged to Master Yuding. Her gaze swept over the 4 celestial beings of Tai Yi, declaring, by the king's decree, surrender the head of Yuding. If you wish to avoid death, do not make a move. Tai Yi, filled with fury, retorted, Wudong, do you believe I would fall for your scheme? The Saintess of Wudong said nothing, instead invoking the sea-stabilizing pearl to strike. Her command knife slicing through the air with a myriad of blade lights. Tai Yi instinctively prepared to retaliate, yet as soon as he summoned his magical force, a deluge of calamity descended upon him. Before the Saintess's assault could reach him, he was already spewing forth blood. The clash of blades echoed, and as the celestial being's primordial spirits resonated, a horrific spray of blood erupted, followed by the retreat of the 5-colored radiance. The headless corpse of Tai Yi plummeted from thousands of feet above, crashing into a pulp. The Saintess of Wudong, holding Tai Yi's severed head, coolly stated, General Neza, display this head upon the gates of Xiaogu, as a warning to the heavens. Neza seized the lifeless head of Tai Yi, laughing heartily. I knew this old scoundrel would find a way to revive, but I shall keep this head for now, to present it to him upon his return. With that, he somersaulted, using his fiery spear to impale Tai Yi's head upon the gates of Xiaogu. Wei Hu observed with an expression devoid of emotion as Dao Xing Tian Zun's countenance darkened. He remarked coolly, you see, speaking recklessly can lead to death. Master, I still advise you to seal your lips. Perhaps the king is in a good mood today and may spare your life, at least for the moment. I am aware that you can be revived, but each revival incurs significant loss of your Dao achievements. Why endure such suffering? Dao Xing Tian Zun's chest heaved with rage, exclaiming, wretched disciple, do you still recognize me as your master? Wei Hu replied impassively, of course, I remember, which is precisely why I must kill you. I shall do so as your disciple. Do you think I have truly forgotten the affair of the ephemeral flower fairy? My fellow disciples, Han Du Long and Xue Yihu, perished in the 10 absolute formation merely for speaking a word in my defense. I have not forgotten. Dao Xing Tian Zun's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered. How could you possibly remember such things? Wei Hu, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, perhaps this is merely destiny. In the Shouxian Palace, Zishou, in his previous life, he had heard that Wei Hu had a certain connection with a night-blooming Sirius fairy. Previously, he had intentionally gifted Wei Hu a packet of night-blooming Sirius seeds, which he had won in a lottery. He had always believed that it was merely a legend. Little did he expect that the legend was indeed true. In midair, Wei Hucking raised the demon-slaying rod, addressing the celestial beings. If you wish to perish, you are welcome to join in. Otherwise, it would be wise not to make any sudden movements. The king has not issued an order, and Neza and I have no immediate desire to slay you. Today, we seek only the head of the Jade Ding Zhenren. The magical staff in his hand pivoted slightly, pointing towards the real person of Jade Ding, and declared, to disrespect the king and utter such arrogance is a crime deserving of execution. If you willingly present your head, I may intercede on your behalf with the king, sparing your head from being displayed at the city gate and preventing your resurrection from being marred by the gift of your own severed head. Master Jade Ding, have you considered this well? You still have the chance to be reborn. What folly is it to gamble with your life for a few centuries of cultivation? Zishou remarked. This Wei Hu is indeed a remarkable talent. Usually silent, yet his prowess in psychological warfare far surpasses that of the tempestuous Neza, reaching across the vast expanse of the 9 heavens. No wonder, despite his dismal performance in actual combat as dictated by the fate of the investiture of the gods, his standing within the Western Qi army has remained high. Indeed, Wei Hu's words not only rendered the 3 celestial beings of the Tao hesitant, but even caused the sword of immortal slaying in the hands of the real person of Jade Ding to lower slightly. In that fleeting moment, The Holy Mother of No Direction acted swiftly. The full might of a pinnacle Hunyuan expert was not something even a great Luo golden immortal, who dared not casually wield their powers, could withstand. The blade flashed, and the real person of Jade Ding's primordial spirit shattered, his head soaring into the air. Chapter 64. Reciting the verses of the human race's forebears was enough to intimidate Yang Jian. It was inevitable that the real person of Jade Ding would fall when Zishou was brought to Chaoga. As the head of the real person was sent flying, Zishou's voice resounded. Finish them off as well. The three celestial beings of Dao. King Zhou, you are being capricious. You promised only to slay the real person of Jade Ding. Zishou reclined languidly in the embrace of the nine-tailed fox and replied nonchalantly, I am a tyrant. If I were to adhere to my word, how could I ever excel as a tyrant? Have you not heard? Those who do not share the same path do not conspire together. What I pursue is the way of the tyrant, which stands in stark contrast to your righteous path. I do not slay you, for this is a testament to my path. The three ministers, who had offended my Chaoga, were met with the united voices of the Holy Mother of No Direction, Neza, and Wei Hu. Kill, without mercy. Every word spoken by the king resonated deeply within their hearts. Those who do not share the same path do not conspire together. Marvelous. The brilliance of the 3,000 miles of the sea-calming pearl once again enveloped the heavens and the earth. In the palace of the purple clouds, the saint of heavenly connection remarked calmly, Indeed, you have finally learned the art of ruthlessness. I only understood this principle too late. What an apt expression of the idea that those who do not share the same path do not conspire together. In this regard, you, King of Humanity, see more clearly than I. In the heavens of Tai Su, the mother Nuwa bore a somewhat peculiar expression and stated, The way of the tyrant? King Yinshou, you truly consider tyranny to be a great path? I must observe closely how you intend to tread this path. Do not forget, you just declared that those who do not share the same path do not conspire together. If your way of tyranny diverges from mine. The corners of Mother Nuwa's mouth slightly curled upwards as she whispered, This calamity has only just begun to grow interesting. In the west, in the realm of Shumi, the expression of the saint of purity darkened as he said, Brother, that king of humanity pearl is likely not so simple. It possesses powers beyond mere protection. Although he could not discern how Zishou managed to bring the Jade Dingzhenren to Chaoga, his sage-like experience allowed him to infer certain truths. The saint of guidance nodded and remarked, It appears that the fortunes of Chaoga are consolidating. The sudden liberation of King Zhou from the enchantment of the nine-tailed fox must be attributed to the Ren Wangzhu. It is certain that King Zhou will not divulge all the secrets of the Ren Wangzhu. The saint of purity spoke solemnly, Brother, in my humble opinion, attempting to seize Chaoga through ordinary means would only lead to our downfall. The enemy is concealed, while we in the west stand in the light. After a moment of contemplation, the saint of guidance replied, What you say is indeed true. At present, our western faction controls 90% of the 9 provinces. Even if we engage Chaoga in a war of attrition, we can still prevail. Whether it be the Chan teaching or Chaoga, they will undoubtedly believe that we in the West are eager to conclude the investiture of the gods. Little do they realize that for us, only through this calamity can the West flourish anew. The Western continent was devastated by the self-detonation of the demon ancestor. For countless eons, it has remained barren and fragmented, with its inhabitants in distress and the celestial beings in misery. He and his junior disciple achieved sanctification in the Western continent. At the moment of their enlightenment, they glimpsed a fragment of the heavenly principle and discerned the fate of the Western continent. They thrived amidst the calamity of quantification. It is precisely for this reason that they chose to actively intervene in this divine sealing calamity, and the outcome unfolded as foretold by destiny. This time, the Western Church reaped immense benefits. Presently, while it appears that the divine sealing calamity has reached a stalemate, the West has nonetheless seized control over 9/10 of the mortal realm. All of this undeniably affirms the will of heaven. The two sages exchanged a knowing glance, clasped their hands together, and intoned in unison. The mandate of heaven is inscrutable and cannot be defied. Our West shall flourish amidst the calamity of quantification. The primordial world shall ultimately witness the West rise and the East fall. When Guangchengzi and the 4 primordial beings finally dismantled the 9-fold restrictions on Mount Yuling and returned to Chaoga, they beheld the heads of the Jade Dingzhenren and Tai Zhenren hanging at the city gate. One bore a face twisted in agony, while the other lay with eyes wide open in death. Guangchengzi's countenance turned a shade of iron, yet he found himself powerless. With the absence of a sage to support the Chan sect and the sudden demise of 5 great Luo, coupled with the previous loss of Yanchangzi, the Chan sect was left bereft of celestial beings. Although the fallen disciples could indeed be resurrected, their rebirth was confined to beneath the Qingtian Qilin cliff. At present, the Qingtian realm remains sealed. With the death of the Jade Dingzhenren, it was tantamount to being sealed within the Qingtian. Thus, despite Guangchengzi's seething rage, he could only vent his anger momentarily. He could only grit his teeth and declare, Zhou Wang, I, the humble Taoist, shall one day make you understand the price of defying the heavenly mandate. At that moment, in the Hall of Longevity. The restraints upon Yang Jian had already been lifted by the Holy Mother of Wudong. She returned the Pearl of the Sea to the king and then took her leave, aware that the king still had some matters to discuss with the siblings, Yang Jian and Yang Chan. However, Neza, ever the meddler, chose not to depart. He detained Wei Hu, standing aside with a look of curiosity. Yang Jian took a deep breath, rose, and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for your majesty's life-saving grace." Zishou replied, "Yang Jian, you have always been a loyal disciple of the Chan sect. You have slain countless generals of my Chun Tang and numerous celestial beings of the, yet I have not executed you. Can you fathom the reason behind my mercy?" At these words, Yang Chan was taken aback, anxiously glancing at Zishou, fearing that the king's next utterance might condemn her brother to death. Yang Jian shook his head, replying, "I can conceive of 100 reasons why your majesty has spared me, yet which one reflects your true thoughts remains beyond my comprehension." Zishou gazed intently at Yang Jian and pronounced each word deliberately, "Because I wish for you to witness firsthand how utterly laughable and foolish your previous choices were. I have heard from Yang Chan that you believe humanity bears the sin of possessing treasures, incapable of safeguarding the earthly fortunes. Thus humanity should submit before the celestial beings. You think that only by kneeling before the divine can humanity survive in this primordial chaos. I shall demonstrate to you just how absurd this notion truly is." He paused for a moment, casually grasping the brush and ink, inscribing the character for man and tossing it to Yang Jian. "Today, I shall teach you the essence of this character. The character ring consists of a single stroke and a dot, standing tall and unwavering. How could it kneel before the immortals? A true human embodies the heart of heaven and earth, the quintessence of the 5 elements, and one who is born through the interplay of taste, sound, and color. The heart of heaven and earth is cauldron, for it aligns with the virtues of the cosmos. Thus, humanity is the most precious of all creation." With each word spoken, Yang Jian felt the cold sweat accumulate upon his brow. By the time the lesson concluded, he was drenched in perspiration. The teacher waved his hand and said, "You may leave now. When you truly comprehend this character, I shall bestow upon you the title of Erling Shun, the divine minister of the Shang dynasty, to fight for humanity and atone for your transgressions." At that moment, the last vestige of Yang Jian's pride dissipated entirely. He had just a few questions he wished to pose to the king, inquiring how the king could believe that defying destiny was the righteous path. Yet, the king seemed to have seen through his thoughts long before, and with just a few succinct words, left him utterly ashamed and speechless. He silently bowed deeply and withdrew. It was only after Yang Jian had departed that Neza could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "My lord, your discourse on the principles of humanity was truly remarkable. However, I find myself still perplexed. I humbly beseech you to enlighten me." He vaguely sensed that it was a profound truth, an essence of humanity. If he could fully comprehend it, he could take another step forward on the path of greatness. Wei Hu and Yang Chan simultaneously widened their eyes, gazing at Zishou with eager curiosity, waiting to absorb the teachings of the sovereign. Zishou rolled his eyes and remarked, "How would I know what it means? I merely recited a few phrases from the ancient sages of humanity to frighten him." Neza and the others. Chapter 65. You say no, yet I insist. That night, during the hour of Z, just before Zishou could clock in, the system's prompt sounded first. It detected that the host had altered Yang Jian's fate, allowing an upgrade in the clock-in rewards. Zishou remained unfazed. Based on his experience, this was precisely the moment when clocking in would yield no benefits. He would most likely draw a level G reward, and even if he were to elevate a level, it would merely be to level F. It was, after all, of little significance. He has already become a seasoned tyrant. How could he be stirred by a mere trifling reward? Such a meager incentive is unlikely to alter his mood in any significant way. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully clocking in. Your reward for this achievement is a grade C, which has been automatically upgraded to grade B. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully clocking in. Your reward is the Pangu Opening Heaven Technique. The Pangu Opening Heaven Technique, classified as a grade B reward, is a profound method created by Pangu after contemplating the Chaos Azure Lotus and the Creation Jade Disc within the void. Note, the Pangu Opening Heaven Technique embodies the essence of creation. One must advance fearlessly while practicing this technique, harboring the spirit of the universe and the thoughts of all beings, thereby gaining the ability to create and transform. Special note, should the host find this reward unsatisfactory, it may be declined, and for the next 100,000 years, no similar reward shall be offered. The child reflects, as one treads the path of the tyrant. A long journey of exploration still lies ahead. Although this technique may not be classified as grade A, I shall accept it nonetheless. For progress must be made step by step. 7 days later, Yang Jian once again visits the Longevity Palace for an audience. He approached Zishou and knelt before him, proclaiming, "I, your humble servant, pay my respects to the great king and express my gratitude for guiding me out of my confusion." At that moment, all the uncertainties that had plagued his heart vanished. The inner turmoil he had endured due to his decision to partake in the divine calamity had ceased to torment him. He finally discovered the answers his mother had implored him to seek before her untimely demise. What constitutes humanity? What defines divinity? Does he aspire to be a mere mortal or a celestial being? At present, he has found his answer. He is Yang Jian, the progeny of both man and celestial being. At this moment, his aspirations have become strikingly clear. I shall follow the sovereign. Witnessing the day when oppression ceases to exist in this realm, and observing the harmony between the heavens and the earth, where immortals and mortals no longer stand in opposition. Wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. Thus, I shall accompany the sovereign in the struggle against all forms of tyranny. It is only when that day arrives that the sins of my past may be atoned. Yang Jian kneels before Zisho, awaiting judgment. Zisho offers a faint smile and gestures lightly. Before him materializes a seal of authority and a tome. He pointed at the two objects and said, I shall present you with a choice. Should you select the official seal, I shall bestow upon you the title of the Divine Lord of Yin and Shang, the Minister of Justice, tasked with addressing all injustices in the realm, combating all treacherous foes until your last breath. Conversely, if you choose this method of cultivation, I grant you the most formidable technique in existence, an elevated form of the 8-9 mysterious arts you currently practice, directly inherited from the divine powers of the great Pangu. After mastering the Pangu opening heaven technique, he immediately comprehended the protective divine powers of the Chanjiao and the essence of the 8-9 mysterious arts. In truth, both the 8-9 mysterious arts and the body refinement techniques of the Witch Clan are merely incomplete fragments of the Pangu opening heaven technique. This highlights the formidable nature of the Pangu opening heaven technique. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the slender tome. Were these words spoken by anyone else, even a Hunyuan powerhouse, he would have remained skeptical. However, these words emanated from the king. An instinct deep within him whispered that every word uttered by the king was utterly genuine. In that fleeting moment, to claim he was not moved would be a falsehood. Yet, after a brief hesitation, Yang Jian calmly declared, I shall select the official seal. Zisho raised an eyebrow and remarked, Do you doubt my words? Believing this technique to be a fabrication? Yang Jian shook his head and replied, It is precisely because I trust in the king's words that I feel unworthy of this technique at present. Once I have atoned for my sins, and on a day when the king deems I have achieved some merit, I humbly request the bestowal of this technique. He holds one particular sentiment towards the king in the highest regard. He is guilty and must atone for his sins. With a chuckle, Zisho casually waved his hand and tossed the official seal to Yang Jian, proclaiming, By my decree, I appoint Yang Jian as the divine lord of the Yinshang era, the Minister of Justice. In 7 days, he shall lead the army to march forth and assault the spirit-wandering pass. As Yang Jian received the official seal and was about to express his gratitude for the decree, he suddenly felt a technique of power flowing into his mind from the seal. It was but a fleeting moment. He was utterly engulfed by the vast array of techniques. After an indeterminate span of time, Yang Jian abruptly regained his senses. The Pangu opening heaven technique. What an imposing method, compared to the 8 or 9 profound arts. It is akin to the flickering light of a firefly vainly contesting the brilliance of the blazing sun. Yang Jian stared in astonishment at the king and said, My lord, I am undeserving of such grace. Zisho lifted his foot and kicked Yang Jian out of the Longevity Palace, declaring, I am but a foolish monarch, capricious in nature. How could it be that whatever you desire, I would unconditionally bestow upon you? It is precisely because you do not want it that I will insist on granting it to you. Focus on your cultivation diligently, and in 7 days, return to me the wandering souls you are to reclaim. Moreover, what use is atonement? If a sin can be absolved, then it is not truly a sin. What you propose is merely a means of exchanging merit for transgression. Yang Jian scrambled to his feet, momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, he finally grasped the profound implications of the king's words. Sin is an irredeemable past. The only course available to him is to achieve merit, to counterbalance his misdeeds with accomplishments. He must not dwell on the past with regret. Instead, he should gaze forward. Otherwise, he is unworthy to keep pace with the king. Yang Jian bowed to the king and then turned to depart. 7 days later, Yang Jian led 3,000 soldiers, accompanied by Yang Chan, towards the Ghost Soul Pass. For the current Chaoga, 3,000 soldiers represented a full-scale assault. Such a significant movement inevitably drew the attention of the Western sect. The Ghost Soul Pass was promptly put on high alert. The Taoist Pai Pashur, overseeing matters in Donglu for the Western sect, immediately dispatched several Western Taoists to the Ghost Soul Pass. Simultaneously, Methreya resurrected the Divine Fighter Do Rome and the Divine Fighter Lady Che, intending to send them to the Ghost Soul Pass. At that moment, Methreya instructed, You too, as the generals of the Ghost Soul Pass, are intimately familiar with everything within. With your vigilance and the support of our Western sect disciples, the Ghost Soul Pass shall be impregnable. Remember, you are to defend, not counterattack. Let Yang Jian assault as he wishes. The divine fighter Do Rong and the divine fighter Lady Che acknowledged the command in unison and departed. Mithria Daoist chuckled coldly. Gazing towards Chaoga, he remarked, King Zhou is indeed acting as the sage predicted, initiating a counteroffensive. This is fortuitous. His Zhou Tian star array is difficult to counter with ordinary methods, but if we lay down defensive formations and various restrictions in advance, we need not fear. As long as each pass holds firm and thoroughly confines King Zhou within, he shall be powerless. The entire realm belongs to our western domain. What can he wield against us? Chapter 66. The king's ingenious plan, the Ghost Soul Pass, the most crucial stronghold between the royal territory and Donglu. Upon the walls of the pass, Daoist Pai Pa Shi gazed coolly below. There stood Yang Jian and his sister, leading 365 soldiers from Chaoga. Seemingly like a solitary cloud stationed 100 miles away. The camp was rudimentary, and the soldiers appeared indifferent to the siege, preoccupied with cooking, as wisps of smoke rose, transforming the battlefield into a pastoral scene. Divine fighter Do Rong stood atop the city walls, deeply furrowed in concern, speaking, Esteemed Daoist, Chaoga has dispatched over 3,000 troops. Yet only these 365 remain. In my humble opinion, this is Yang Jian's strategy of dispersing his strength and concealing his true power. The real threat does not lie with the visible Yang Jian, but rather with those Chaoga individuals who have hidden their tracks. With King Zhou possessing the power of the Zhou Tian star array, merely 365 men could form the array, moving swiftly and with great agility. They might even bypass the Ghost Soul Pass and directly infiltrate the heart of Donglu. We must remain vigilant. Daoist Pai Pa Shi replied calmly, his eyes shimmering with a celestial light, exuding an air of control. Your concerns are noted, General, but I have foreseen this. I have already established our western formations. All the vassal states near the royal territory are interconnected. No matter from where the Chaoga forces strike, they shall find no refuge from my watchful eyes. The sage's mandate teaches us to use stillness to counter movement and to wear down Chaoga's fortune. While the Zhou Tian star array is advantageous for offense, the array's wielder is but a mortal flesh. Prolonged combat is not feasible. Thus, we shall set up defensive formations at the key passes, allowing their momentum to wane, and the Chaoga forces will inevitably falter. Divine fighter Do Rong shook his head at these words, asserting, surely King Zhou is not unaware of this principle? He is well versed in military strategy. Previously, he had no opportunity to apply it, but now he is regrouping, and his actions must hold purpose. In my view, it would be prudent to take the initiative, probing Yang Jian's group to discern their true capabilities and observe their reactions before making further decisions. However, Daoist Pai Pa Shi dismissed this notion, stating, General, your only duty is to guard the Ghost Soul Pass. I will make the arrangements for everything else. Divine fighter Do Rong fell silent. Everything about him is under the control of the Western divine methods, even if there are differing opinions. Once the Taoist of the PPSH denies them, he finds himself powerless. He descended from the city wall with a sullen expression and addressed Lady Shinda. Madam, the Vipasya monk, much like the majority of the Western disciples, is proficient in the exquisite doctrines of the West and practices without hindrance. However, he remains utterly oblivious to worldly matters. If this continues, he may fall into a trap. As a practitioner of the divine art of resurrection, Shinda Do Rong not only retains all his memories and abilities from his former life, but was also imbued with a portion of the knowledge from the Western teachings during his revival. He is acutely aware of the nature of his superior and has gained some understanding of the Western continent. In the present day, the Western continent is home to the Western human race, yet their development has been exceedingly sluggish. To this day, they remain in a primitive state, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, lacking even a coherent system of written language for transmission. The Western Church's governance over the Western human race is essentially laissez-faire, akin to the management of grazing lambs. Consequently, in the eyes of these Western practitioners, humanity is merely a pawn to be manipulated at will, a flock whose lives and deaths they can dictate. Lady Shinda glanced at Shinda Do Rong and remarked, we need only fulfill the tasks assigned to us. Beyond that, what concern is it of ours? A flicker of struggle appeared in Shinda Do Rong's eyes. Those resurrected by Shinda Miao Fa, whether humans or deities, still possess their original will, albeit thoroughly suppressed. They are incapable of any betrayal against the teachings of the West. Yet, the West itself is muddled, and they cannot be persuaded. Why bother exerting effort? The struggle in Do Rong's eyes dissipated as he exhaled deeply and remarked, what you say, madam, is indeed true. I must change my indecisive nature. In his lifetime, he was plagued by indecision and wavering, which led to his deception by Jin Jia and Mu Jia, ultimately resulting in his last day at the Yuan Pass. Now, he has resolved to amend his wrongdoings. Before the Yuan Pass, Yang Jian gazed at the silent city ahead and spoke softly. The king has spoken correctly. The Western sect intends to employ a strategy of attrition, hoping to deplete the fortune of Chaoga through successive sieges. Although the reason remains unclear, it seems the Western sect is quite eager to allow the calamity to persist. He spoke as he retrieved 3 silken pouches from his bosom. Among the 3, one had already been opened, while the remaining 2 remained sealed. Yang Chan, standing nearby, conveyed through her thoughts, before our departure, the king bestowed upon us 3 pouches, each containing a strategy. The first pouch is to be opened once we have crossed the turbid river. Thus, you, my elder brother, shall allocate 90% of our 3,000 troops to Neza, retaining only 10% for the arrangement of the celestial star formation. The second pouch, as instructed by the king, is to be opened only when we take the initiative at the soul-drifting pass. Concerned about the resurrected deities, Shun de Gao Ming and Shun de Gao Ju, the siblings communicated their crucial matters telepathically. The other soldiers refrained from mentioning any battle strategies, instead engaging in casual conversations about everyday life. Yang Jian retracted the pouches and remarked, "The world speaks of Chengtang's empire, with literature attributed to Wen Zhong and martial prowess to Huang Feihu. Yet, the king's talents have been overlooked. My sister, what we observed in Chaoga should be clear to you. Innovations in papermaking, printing, cement, various agricultural tools, and the method of hemp weaving, along with new grain varieties, are all the king's accomplishments. The West Chi's attempts to learn from these were merely the rudimentary, most simplistic aspects, utterly incapable of benefiting the populace. Having spent several days in Chaoga, I am increasingly convinced that my choice this time is indeed correct." Yang Chan smiled softly and said, "With the king's ingenious pouches, this time, the splendid scene our parents once yearned to witness in the mortal realm shall surely come to fruition. Elder brother, I will accompany you to achieve merit, compensating for past mistakes. When our merits and demerits balance, we shall together behold the new world." Yang Jian nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well." Then, the siblings simultaneously gazed towards the north, a shared thought emerging in their minds. What is happening with Neza? In the north? Deep in the night at the northern Chong Pass, this location lies within the territory of King Chengtang, serving as one of the northern strongholds. The northern region is unique among the 4 corners, possessing an extensive boundary with the royal territory. Consequently, 3 passes separate the northern region from the royal domain. From west to east, they are Jizhou City, Northern Chong Pass, and Chintang Pass. These 3 passes form a line that delineates the boundary between the northern realm and the royal territory. At this moment, within Northern Chong Pass, a highly elite army of 10,000 was stationed, and the current northern marquis, the son of Chong Heihu, Chong Yingwan, was also present. In the command center of Northern Chong Pass, Chong Yingwan awoke once more from a nightmare. Ever since the 2 defeats in Chaoga, he had been waking from such nightmares daily. Today, in his dream, he beheld Neza, standing upon the wind and fire wheels, brandishing the severed head of Jiang Wenhui, advancing menacingly towards him. Behind him, his uncle Chong Hohu and his entire family, disheveled and ghostly, cast eerie glances in his direction. Startled, Chong Yingwan let out a piercing scream, awakening to the realization that it was merely a nightmare, and he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a frightful dream. Now, he must seek out the immortal Pisha and request a talisman for peace. No sooner had his voice faded than a tremendous sound erupted. His door was instantaneously shattered by a burst of flame. Neza, riding on his wind and fire wheel, brandished his fiery spear and stormed in. Chong Yingwan. Chapter 67. This is no ordinary rebellion. A heavy blow is imminent. In that moment, Chong Yingwan could no longer distinguish between reality and the realm of dreams. He gazed at Neza in astonishment, murmuring, "Has my nightmare truly become this tangible? It seems my prayers to the immortal Vishnu have yet to suffice." Just then, Neza charged forward, seizing him with a firm grip and coldly stating, "By the order of the great king, I am to take you back to Chao Gu for trial." Upon finishing his words, he lifted Chong Yingwan with one hand and swiftly delivered a slap to the opponent's face with the other, sneering, "Are you seeking prayers from the west? Do you even know how to write the word death?" The stinging pain on his face finally roused Chong Yingwan from her stupor. It was no dream. He gazed at Neza in terror, exclaiming, "You, how could you be here? I command an army of 10,000 and have the protection of the celestial beings from the west. You have already stripped me of all courage with your 2 devastating defeats before Chaoga." The sight of Neza, a fierce and formidable warrior, serving under King Zhou, only intensified his fear. Now, held in Neza's grasp, he found himself utterly bereft of composure. Neza dismissed Chong Yingwan with disdain. While Chong Heihu still bore some semblance of a fierce hero, Chong Yingwan, a man who targeted the weak and innocent, was beneath his notice. Previously, Chong Hohu's lawful wife, Lady Li, and their daughter had been released by Jiang Zia, but out of fear that the former retainers of Beichong would support the 2 women, Chong Yingwan clandestinely poisoned them. Such a malicious individual was not worthy of Neza's words. After casually rendering Chong Yingwan unconscious, he turned and departed. As he burst forth from the general's residence, he beheld the inferno within Beichong Pass. Over 3,000 soldiers were arrayed in 9 celestial formations, fiercely clashing throughout the city. The entire Beichong Pass was thrown into chaos. Of course, the army was forbidden from harming any civilians. Their sole objective was to disperse the rebel troops of Beichong and set the surroundings ablaze. Meanwhile, the civilians were herded together and driven outside the city. Beyond the city, a towering figure stood amidst the increasingly gathered populace. Neza, riding on his wind and fire wheels, swiftly arrived at the side of this imposing figure and announced, Chongyingluan has been captured, and 60% of the citizens within Beichong Pass have congregated here. The grand figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the king. Yet he was not the king himself. This was an avatar conjured by the king through the method of transforming matter into soldiers. In the hands of this avatar rested the Chaos Pearl, the universe itself. In Chaoga City, within the Shoshin Palace, Zisho had just completed his daily attendance and drawn the coveted Gui-level reward. With an expressionless demeanor, he gazed northward. Beside him, the three demons attended dutifully, while the venerable Prime Minister Shang Rong and the immortal Mother Wudong listened attentively. Noticing the king's grave expression as he looked toward the north, Shang Rong inquired, "Is the king troubled by matters in the north? In my humble opinion, your strategies are unparalleled across the realm, effortlessly manipulating those treacherous ministers and the celestial beings of the west. This grand endeavor is destined for success." He explains that his pallor is due to 14 consecutive days of participating in a lottery, all yielding results of the lowest grade. As for military strategy, he possesses a modicum of knowledge, albeit limited. He has expended an entire year's worth of flourishing fortune, perceiving the intricate causality of the forthcoming 10 days through the divine insight of destiny. He is aware that the current focus of the Western sect lies in the realm of wandering souls. As long as the Northern forces act swiftly, the Western sect will be unable to respond in time. Of course, two critical factors are paramount. First, he possesses the Chaos Pearl of Qinkuan, which grants him the freedom to advance or retreat at will. Second, from the very beginning, he never contemplated the immediate conquest of cities or the reclamation of lost territories, for such ambitions are unrealistic. The people of Chaoga are far too few, and coupled with the inhabitants of the 5 western passes, they are insufficient in number. After years of warfare, the royal territories have long been rendered desolate, with 9 out of 10 homes abandoned. He possesses ample territory to accommodate the populace, yet he finds himself devoid of the very people he seeks to govern. He is currently in dire need of personnel, indeed in an acute shortage. Thus, from the very outset, he did not contemplate an immediate reclamation of lost territories. Rather, his intention was to gather people. As the population increases, so too will the fortunes that accompany it. Simultaneously, this strategy serves to address the crisis previously alluded to by the unyielding saint. The Western Church possesses no moral boundaries. Upon realizing the inability to maintain control over a particular area, it will undoubtedly resort to the path of salvation, compelling the local populace to take their own lives. Consequently, Zisho resolved to directly recruit individuals. He turned his gaze towards the Wudong Holy Mother and said, "Li Shanqing, you may proceed to delay." The Wudong Holy Mother nodded in agreement. At Beichong Pass, Neza and Wei Hu, accompanied by the warriors of Chaoga, had already made several incursions within the city, driving a multitude of the pass's inhabitants to flee outside its walls. They even spared no mercy for those soldiers who, in their fright, had surrendered. The king had instructed that the more people, the better. In that moment, the Western Church finally reacted. A figure, radiating a resplendent golden light of purple hue, descended from the heavens. It was none other than the Pishafa Taoist, the enforcer of the Western Church in the Northern Territories. The Taoist's eyes glimmered with a cold, celestial light, akin to purple flames, directed towards the warriors of Chaoga. I, embodying the compassion of the West, do not wish to see the people of Chaoga suffer in anguish. Thus, I have maintained a defensive posture, hoping that King Zhou would abandon his course. Yet, I never anticipated that he would act with such defiance, choosing instead to engage in slaughter and pillage at Beichong Pass. This transgression surpasses mere rebellion. It necessitates a formidable response. In the West, he diligently practiced the method of annihilation. Once he struck, his ferocity was unparalleled. As these words were spoken, a fist enveloped in violet light descended from the heavens, carrying the force to obliterate the world, aimed at Neza and his companions. The citizens of Beichong Pass, who stood alongside Neza, were rendered pale with terror. Countless individuals fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Immortal, we are coerced. We are innocent. Please spare us." Yet, the only response was a more blinding violet light and an even more merciless voice. "Those who oppose shall be punished." Neza and Wei Hu exchanged cold smiles as they regarded the Taoist Pai Shifu, simultaneously extending their middle fingers, a gesture learned from their king. In the next moment, the Chaos Pearl, Qiankuan, erupted once more, unleashing an intangible power. The Qiankuan path swept across hundreds of miles, enveloping thousands of citizens. With a resounding clash, like the collision of gold and iron, it erupted before Beichong Pass. The immense shockwave instantly devastated half of Beichong Pass. Standing atop golden clouds, Pai Shifu, with a towering golden body of Western Buddhist law behind him, gazed coldly and declared, "Wudong, I knew you would come." The one capable of withstanding a blow from a primordial golden immortal was not Neza and his companions, but the Holy Mother Wudong. In that final moment, Zisho utilized the great transfer of Qiankuan to swap the positions of thousands of citizens with the Holy Mother Wudong. The essence of the great transfer lies in exchange, necessitating the existence of similar entities on both sides. The Holy Mother Wudong was the price for exchanging the thousands of citizens. Naturally, she, who preferred silence, uttered no words at this moment. She quietly summoned the primordial Qi diagram to shield herself. Subsequently, she invoked the sea-calming pearl and the commanding blade. Appearing as though she had been prepared for this moment long ago, Pai Shifu sneered and remarked, "Wudong, do you think I was unaware of your arrival? You are the only primordial golden immortal that the tyrant Zhou can utilize. Regardless of his schemes, he requires you to execute them. Thus, if I capture you, the tyrant will lose his last pillar of support. Today, you shall perish here." As his words fell, several beams of retreating light descended. From within this luminescence emerged 6 figures of the mixed origin: Methria, the medicine master Liuli, the Peepa Sure Taoist, Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, and the divine striker Zhao Gongming, surrounding the mother of no constraints in a tight circle. In chapter 68, one ponders the relation of the great Tao of heaven and earth to the great Tao of time and space. Before the northern Chong Pass, the 7 powerful beings of mixed origin encircled the mother of no constraints. Methria wore a broad smile, yet his eyes glinted with coldness as he spoke. No constraints. The sage has deduced that the king of Zhou's Pearl of Kings indeed possesses the ability to breach the boundaries of heaven and earth. However, the Tao of heaven and earth differs from the Tao of time and space. It necessitates an exchange of realms to come to fruition. When the realms are inverted, there must exist entities on both sides that are capable of this exchange. Hence, you have been transported here. Today, as you have arrived, this humble Taoist shall sever one arm of King Zhou. Beside him, Guang Qingzi gritted his teeth and declared, "No constraints, your demise is assured today." He raised his brow slightly, and unexpectedly, a jade ruler measuring a foot long was summoned. It was none other than the ruler of heaven's measurement. I, a humble Taoist, summoned this celestial instrument from Master Randang. Even if King Zhou could manipulate the cosmos, he would be unable to rescue you. The eyes of Guang Qingzi were filled with disdain. The current plight of the Chan sect was the doing of King Zhou and the mother of No Wei. Now, the Chan sect had become a laughingstock among the celestial beings. How could the prideful Guang Qingzi accept such humiliation? Today, he vowed to eliminate the mother of No Wei. Guang Qingzi expelled a mouthful of essence blood onto the ruler of heaven's measurement. Instantly, the ruler expanded to a colossal size, delineating a realm of immeasurable distance within a 1,000-mile radius. The avenues of time and space intertwined with the avenues of creation and destruction. And under the dominion of the ruler's temporal pathway, no other force could prevail. Today, with my essence blood as an offering to the ruler, this realm of immeasurable distance can only be breached by a sage. Unless King Zhou can summon a sage today, the mother of No Wei is bound for certain doom. He exerted every ounce of his strength for this assassination. By sacrificing his essence to summon the celestial measuring scale, he was prepared to forfeit a millennium of his cultivation. If it were not for his overwhelming hatred, he would never have taken such drastic measures. In the Shoshin Palace, Zisho raised an eyebrow, remarking, "The Western two saints are not foolish. They can discern the cost of my use of the great shift of heaven and earth." Not far away, the recently exchanged Neza twitched at the corner of his mouth. In this primordial realm, the only one daring enough to declare the sages foolish was the great king himself. The old chancellor, possessing limited knowledge of celestial matters, grew concerned upon hearing Wei who speak of the situation at Beichong Pass. "Your Majesty, is it still possible for the human King Pearl to rescue the Lord of Lishan?" Zisho shook his head and replied, "It cannot be done. Even without the celestial measuring scale, it remains impossible. With my current cultivation, the great shift of heaven and earth can only be employed once every 15 days. Otherwise, do you think I would have waited so long before dispatching troops to Beichong Pass? It has only just been 15 days since the last use of the great shift." Shang Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. He longed to inquire, how did the Lord of Lishan return? Yet, upon a moment's reflection, he suddenly realized. The king must have made arrangements. He is oblivious to the matters of the celestial beings. How could he possibly comprehend the king's arrangements? Zisho cast a glance at the northern Chong Pass and silently produced the summoning banner. You suppress the Tao of heaven and earth. What relevance does that hold for my Tao of time and space? In the Zixiao Palace, the Tongtian saint raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This King Zhou exhibits quite a variety of tactics. He has indeed grasped the essence of the situation. What Chao Gu presently lacks is not land, but people. Without individuals, even if he manages to defend Chao Gu for a millennium or 10,000 years, it would hold no significance whatsoever. However, his ability to harness the power of the Tao of heaven and earth is rather astonishing. Is this truly the power of the human King Pearl?" He cast a glance at the unfettered Holy Mother, a smile lingering on his lips as he remarked, "My dear disciple is remarkably composed. seemingly dismissing the schemes of Guang Qingzi and the others entirely. Those unfamiliar with the unfettered Holy Mother might assume her demeanor to be one of serene detachment, unfazed by any circumstance. However, the celestial sage understood that this seemingly tranquil disciple was, in fact, quite expressive in nature, though she appeared unperturbed. It was merely a lack of skill in conveying emotions. While other celestial beings might overlook the subtle shifts in the unfettered Holy Mother's expression, the celestial sage could discern the underlying hints with ease. At that moment, the unfettered Holy Mother was not only untroubled but bore a hint of mockery. In the northern Chongwan, the unfettered Holy Mother perceived the surrounding world completely isolated by the power of the celestial measuring ruler. She turned her gaze toward Guang Qingzi and finally spoke, her tone languid. Guang Qingzi, perhaps we could engage in a wager. Like the Jade Cauldron true man. You may bet against me to see if I can escape. Should I depart unscathed, you shall be obliged to sever your own head and present it to the king. If that poses a difficulty for you, I can assist by taking your foolish head myself. The celestial sage pondered. What has my dear disciple learned while in the presence of the monarch? Clearly, even someone of the unfettered Holy Mother's temperament must acquire certain lessons after spending an extended period near a tyrant. Guang Qingzi's countenance twisted into a semblance of ferocity. Yet he suppressed his fury, sneering coldly, unfettered. Do not presume that such clumsy tactics will provoke me. He was aware that once he succumbed to anger and took action, the celestial measuring rod could indeed reveal vulnerabilities. After all, the celestial measuring rod was not his divine treasure. He had to exert all his strength to suppress the surrounding cosmic principles. At that moment, Mithria also spoke, saying, Wudong, my friend, cast aside all distractions and accompany me to the west, where you may repent before the sage and find a path of redemption. You have been cultivating the Tao of primordial unity for countless years. In the past, during the great assembly of the 10,000 immortals, you received the Edict of the Upper Clear to leave a legacy for your rebellion alongside King Zhou has already defied the Edict of the Upper Clear. There is still a chance for salvation, my friend. I implore you not to mislead yourself. Wudong Saintess lowered her head, contemplating earnestly before she stowed away all her divine treasures. Mithria was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of joy gracing his countenance. If she were to join the West, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. However, Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi exchanged glances filled with murderous intent. Wudong must not be allowed to enter the West, otherwise, it would expand beyond manageable proportions. Yet, just as the 7 primordial unity beings believed the Wudong Saintess was genuinely surrendering, she lifted her right hand and raised her slender middle finger. A furious expletive erupted from her lips, resonating through the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, she vanished from the encirclement. Before the Palace of Longevity, the Wudong Saintess emerged from the summoning banner, bowing to Zishou. I pay my respects, my lord. I have returned. Zishou regarded her with a perplexed expression and inquired, who instructed you to make that gesture? And those coarse words, who taught you them? Undoubtedly, the Wudong Saintess was the most obedient disciple in the eyes of the celestial sage. Without hesitation, she pointed at Neza, declaring, Neza taught me. Neza promptly turned and fled. Zishou's lips twitched as he murmured, if the celestial sage were to know that I have turned his most obedient disciple into one who raises her middle finger and curses. He dared not contemplate further. Yet, it mattered little, for the scapegoat Neza had already been identified. When the time came, the Tongtian Saint could hold Neza accountable. Within the Zhixiao Palace, the Tongtian Saint stood in a daze, gazing at the Beichong Pass. The actions of the Wudong Holy Mother had been overwhelmingly shocking, leaving even him, a saint, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he suddenly erupted into laughter, a booming sound that resonated through the vast expanse of the universe as he defiantly raised his middle finger towards the heavens. In an instant, the Purple Cloud Palace was filled with a cacophony of coarse expletives from Chaoga. Chapter 69, 3 Ingenious Strategies, with 4 in total, is a tradition before the North Chong Pass. The 7 primordial beings stared in astonishment at the empty encirclement, the crude remarks from the Holy Mother still echoing in their ears. At this moment, the celestial beings from all realms began to murmur with agitation. For the second time, the Chan sect and the Western sect had attempted to encircle their foe, only to be mocked by King Zhou in the end. What manner of treasure is the human King Pearl, capable of fluctuating between the principles of the cosmos and the fabric of time? When did King Zhou ever declare that the human King Pearl was linked to the cosmic principles? That was merely the self-delusion of the Western sect and the Chan sect. At this juncture, from the direction of Chaoga, the voice of Zishou resonated calmly. Guang Qingzi, when will you send your head to Chaoga? The Chan sect has little left. If you continue to be untrustworthy, it will be utterly ruined. The celestial beings murmured, to slay the immortal and pierce the heart. King Zhou is ruthless indeed. Guang Qingzi's complexion shifted rapidly from blue to purple, and he ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Qi Jingzi swiftly caught Guang Qingzi, gritting his teeth as he shot a glare at Chaoga, then addressed the Mithria. My friend, I must take my senior brother back to recuperate. Just as he turned to leave, the Mithraea blocked his path, retaining his smile, though his eyes bore an icy malevolence. I kindly request that you leave behind the divine list. To employ the divine methods, the divine list is essential. Qi Jingxi's expression soured. What do you mean, friend? If the divine list is surrendered, the Chan sect will have no chance of revival during this calamity. The Mithraea replied indifferently. To resolve the situation in Chaoga and expedite the conclusion of this calamity, the Western sect requires the power of the divine list. If you are unwilling to relinquish it, then please cooperate with us. This was the agreement established by your friend Guang Qingzi before the throne of our Western sage. Do you truly wish to contravene that? Qi Jingxi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, knowing full well the divine list could not be entrusted to the Western sect. After a moment's hesitation, he said, I shall take my senior brother back to heal. How about this? I will have my disciple Zihong bring the divine list over. The Mithraea's smile deepened. Excellent. Meanwhile, as the Mithraea led the 7 primordial beings to encircle the Holy Mother at the Yuhan Pass, Yang Jian and Yang Chan withdrew their gazes from the North Chong Pass and spoke in unison, the king's ingenious strategy. Yang Jian nodded. The king's third strategy must be activated from Nez's side. He spoke, pulling out a third pouch from his bosom and opening it to reveal an inscribed phrase. What are you dawdling for? Attack. Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with understanding. He immediately grasped the king's intent. The situation at Beichong Pass had captured the full attention of the Western sect. If they did not act now, when would they? He sheathed the talisman and brandished the trident-bladed knife, declaring, all commanders, heed my orders, assault the city. The soldiers, who had long been restless, instantly regained their vigor. In the blink of an eye, 365 warriors had arranged themselves in a celestial formation, surging forth towards the ghostly Soul Pass under the leadership of Yang Jian and Yang Chan. The guards of the ghostly Soul Pass were utterly unprepared for Yang Jian's sudden assault, unable to react in time. With a single blow, Yang Jian shattered the city gate of the ghostly Soul Pass, and over 300 soldiers surged inside. In an instant, chaos erupted within the pass. Inside the city, the divine duo of Do Rong and Che Di were stationed atop the battlements. However, when Yang Jian charged forth, they found themselves powerless to impede his advance. Yang Jian entrusted his troops to Yang Chan and confronted the divine couple alone. With a swift arc of his trident-bladed knife, the howling celestial dog leapt forth from the weapon, driving away all bystanders in the vicinity. Yang Jian calmly stated, Esteemed generals, today I, Yang Jian, offer you tranquility. Do Rong ground his teeth in fury, exclaiming, You dare to launch a surprise attack. Yang Jian shook his head and replied, The Western teachings have resurrected you via the divine list, yet they have overlooked a most crucial detail. You are but mortals in the realm of immortals. Your ability to hold the ghostly Soul Pass for many years stemmed from the fortune of the Shang dynasty entrusted to you. However, now that the Western Zhou has not yet supplanted the Shang, the fortunes of the world are thoroughly dispersed. The luck of the ghostly Soul Pass belongs solely to the pass itself. A city's fortune cannot suffice to halt me, Yang. He spoke with great composure, yet his hands moved without pause. In an instant, he wielded the trident-edged dagger, unleashing a flurry of 100 shimmering strikes. He is in the realm of the golden immortal, while Shun de Do Rong and Shun de Che Di Run are merely in the realm of the human immortal. The fortuitous blessing of the city of Yuhan Pass could elevate them to the level of earth immortals at most. With such a vast disparity, how could Shun de Do Rong and Shun de Che Di Run possibly withstand a full-force strike from Yang Jian? As Yang Jian's words echoed in the air, Shun de Do Rong and Shun de Che Di Run had already been shattered, collapsing from the disruption of their meridians. Yang Jian gazed calmly at the two, stating softly, You two generals may rest peacefully. I, Yang, shall devote my life to assisting the king in reclaiming the mortal realm and restoring our human kingdom. Both Shun de Do Rong and Shun de Che Di Ren displayed a contented smile before they perished. With their demise, the divine spell of Shun De was rendered ineffective, revealing the lifeless bodies of two humans unknown to Yang Jian. This was the sacrificial offering required by the Western divine arts. At that moment, Yang Chan had already led over 300 soldiers to breach Yuhan Pass, igniting flames within the city, much like Nez's forces. Unlike Beichong Pass, Yuhan Pass housed no ordinary citizens. After Jiang Wenhuan was captured, all the feudal lords of Donglu vied for control over the eastern territories, resulting in mutual attacks. Yuhan Pass had been abandoned, and its populace had long since fled or perished. It was only when the Western sect suppressed Donglu that Yuhan Pass was fortified once more. Yet it remained devoid of inhabitants. Thus, when Yang Chan and her soldiers engaged, they faced no qualms. As the grand celestial array launched its full assault, its might was formidable. No matter how numerous the human army, they could not withstand it. In a matter of moments, the defending forces at Yuhan Pass were completely routed. However, at that instant, Yang Jian suddenly cast his gaze toward the direction of Beichong Pass. At that time, Qi Jingxi and Guang Qingzi had just departed, and the 4 primordial beings of the Mithraea Taoist sect had shifted their focus. Without hesitation, Yang Jian produced the second pouch. The king had instructed that this pouch should be opened under two circumstances, either when Yuhan Pass took the initiative to attack or when the primordial powers of the Western sect were set in motion. Now, the latter circumstance had arisen. Upon opening it, Yang Jian found a succinct message within. What are you dawdling for? Run. Yang Jian had grown somewhat numb to the king's foresight, which was almost prophetic. The strategies contained in the pouch were straightforward, yet their effectiveness relied heavily on timing. How could the king grasp the essence of timing so exquisitely? Yang Jian immediately bellowed, retreat. The soldiers of Chaoga obeyed without hesitation, turning to flee regardless of their previous actions. Yang Chan invoked the Witch Mountain Goddess incantation bestowed by her mother to hasten the soldiers. The Witch Mountain Goddess incantation, a companion treasure of Yao Ji, lacked offensive power but excelled in defense and various supportive enhancements. At this moment, as the incantation was recited, the soldiers of Chaoga moved with the swiftness of light, swiftly returning to the realm of Chaoga's fortuitous aura. By the time the Methria Taoists returned to Yuhan Pass, all they beheld was a desolate city engulfed in flames. In the distance, within the aura of Chaoga, Yang Chan, in the presence of Yang Jian, unveiled the fourth pouch from her bosom, declaring, the king instructed that if the first 3 pouches have been utilized and we reach a place of safety, this fourth pouch should be produced. The king also mentioned that there are 4 strategies among the 3 pouches. This is tradition. Yang Jian responded with bewilderment. What kind of tradition is this? In the 70th chapter, to grow large and strong, and create splendor anew, Yang Jian and his sister opened the 4th pouch, revealing 2 passages. Recapture Yuan Pass in 2 hours. Yang Chan heads to Meng Jin. The siblings exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening in surprise. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, at the Shoustian Palace, Zishou calmly regarded Shang Rong, stating, Old Chancellor, it is time for you to showcase your talents. At that moment, Shang Rong's white hair seemed to radiate light as he straightened his posture, proclaiming, I accept the decree. The mother of no danger stepped forward, using her magical power to carry Shang Rong toward the direction of Mengjin. Mengjin, a half-ruined city, had not yet fully reconstructed. Months prior, all the refugees within had migrated, dispersing across Chaoga and other regions. Yet, on this night, over 3,000 citizens gathered amidst the desolation of Mengjin. They assembled with horses, tools, carts, and more, whispering in the darkness. Brother Zhou, you've come too? Didn't you say you didn't want to? Who said I didn't want to? As soon as I heard it was the king's command, I came. Zhuan'er's father, you just settled in Chaoga. Why do you want to come? The king said once you go, you want to return for a while. It's not the king. My entire family has perished. With the king's decree, I must come. Zhuan'er's mother has recovered and will come in a few days. Look, the old chancellor has arrived. A hush fell over the crowd. At this moment, the mother of no danger brought the old chancellor to the desolate city of Mengjin. Shang Rong gazed at the over 3,000 citizens before him. Some hailed from Chaoga, while others were either original refugees of Mengjin, residents of Mianqi County, or inhabitants from the western 5 passes. There were even dozens from Shiqi City. The king's decree this time was, as always, capricious, providing no explanation, merely requesting 3,000 people, and their purpose remained unclear. Yet, within a day, the 3,000 had gathered. A fiery determination burned in Shang Rong's eyes. Though the common folk had been deceived by the immortals and the traitors of the Western show, they could discern who truly cared for them. Once they recognized the truth, they naturally knew whom to support. The old chancellor addressed the throng of citizens today. I shall join you in reclaiming Yuhan Pass and restoring the old territories of Chengtang. The citizens, unaware of their mission, were undeterred. The king had commanded, and the old chancellor would accompany them. What more needed to be said? The 3,000 citizens beat their chests in unison, chanting, recapture Yuan Pass and restore the old territories of Chengtang. Just then, Yang Chan returned to Mengjin and, upon seeing Shang Rong and the 3,000 citizens, understood the king's intentions. She immediately invoked the Witch Mountain Goddess incantation to bestow the citizens with enhanced speed, propelling them toward Yuan Pass. At Yuan Pass, Methria Taoist surveyed the blazing inferno with a grim expression. With a casual wave of his hand, he extinguished the raging flames within the Yuan Pass before speaking. We have fallen victim to the stratagem of King Zhou, who strikes from the east while attacking the west. The expression on the face of the Paposhi Taoist was particularly grim. Although the Beichong Pass had also succumbed, it at least afforded them a deeper understanding of the human king's pearl currently in King Zhou's possession. However, the fact that Yuan Pass was breached by Yang Jian and over 300 mortals left him utterly humiliated. After a moment of contemplation, the Methria Taoist regained his composure and said calmly, Brothers, there is no need for concern. This is merely a temporary setback. Although King Zhou has gained the upper hand once more, this also reveals his vulnerabilities. Although he is the youngest among the 4 Western primordials, his status within the sect is not insignificant, and he possesses remarkable wit. Whenever he speaks, the 3 senior brothers attentively listen. The Methria Taoist remarked, this time, King Zhou has abducted a substantial number of humanity at the North Chong Pass. This indicates that, regardless of the secret behind the resurgence of Chaoga's fortune, King Zhou's forces are sorely lacking in manpower. As long as we safeguard the human populace across various regions, King Zhou will find it impossible to sustain his endeavors. The three primordials, the medicine master and Yuli, exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. The Paposhi Daoist then inquired, in your opinion, should we abandon the soul-wandering pass? Mithraea Daoist, with a confident smile, replied, this city has already been largely reduced to ashes. In such a ruined state, mortals cannot survive. And thus King Zhou will naturally refrain from seizing it. We shall set this pass aside for now, and once the situation at the rear is stabilized, we can consider sending the human populace to rebuild it. Without inhabitants, even if King Zhou were to occupy this city, the fortune of Chaga would not extend to this place. Paposhi Daoist found Mithraea's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement, very well. Consequently, the several primordial powers returned to their respective domains to avoid further ambushes by King Zhou. Paposhi Daoist made his way back to the 9 cities of Donglu. The 9 cities is the royal city of the fiefdom of the Dongguo Marquis, known as the 9 Marquis due to the title of its lord, Jiang Hengqiu. Currently, with Jiang Wenhuan captured and his fate unknown, Paposhi Daoist chose one of Jiang Wenhuan's sons to assume the title of the new Dongguo Marquis. At this moment, upon returning to the 9 cities, Paposhi Daoist summoned the newly appointed Dongguo Marquis, Jiang Jingzhao, and said, the loss of the soul-wandering pass is but a temporary setback. King Zhou cannot possibly reclaim it. 10 days hence, the Dongguo forces will reorganize, leading laborers to the soul-wandering pass to commence its reconstruction. A span of 10 days is ample time to further reinforce all defensive formations across the Donglu territory and to relocate all humans residing near the royal domain to more distant areas. In this manner, even if King Zhou desires to replicate the abduction of the populace at North Chong Pass, it will no longer be feasible. Could Jiang Jingzhao dare to utter a word of dissent in the presence of Paposhi Daoist? He promptly rallied the manpower, prepared to set forth without delay 10 days hence. He is acutely aware that his ascension to the position of Dongguo Marquis hinges entirely on the protection of the celestial elder, should he incur the elder's displeasure. A mere word from them could result in the appointment of another in his stead. He has finally ascended to this position. How could he possibly wish to be ousted? After respectfully sending off the immortal Vipas, Jiang Jingzhao immediately summoned his subordinates, instructing, quickly mobilize the troops, conscripting 1 laborer from every 3 households. We must not delay the immortal's decree. Jiang Jingzhao gazed towards the direction of Chaoga, murmuring, Father, I shall undoubtedly prove that I am the one most deserving of inheriting your throne. I will restore the Eastern Lu, penetrate Chaoga, and rescue you. At that time, you will witness the resurgence and strength of the Jiang clan, as we create glory anew. At the ghostly Soul Pass, the 3,000 commoners experienced the formidable might of the immortal's magic for the first time. Astonishingly, they arrived at the ghostly Soul Pass in merely 2 hours. And despite the considerable distance traveled, they felt no fatigue. The magic of the immortals is indeed wondrous. Shang Rong looked at the excited crowd and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence. Within a day, we shall reconstruct the ghostly Soul Pass and re-establish the royal banner at the general's office, restoring the pass under the great King's dominion. The commoners responded in unison, reclaim the ghostly Soul Pass, return our ancient lands of Chengtang. Chapter 71, Apologies. The great king truly wields unrestrained power. A day later, in the dead of night at the ghostly Soul Pass, Shang Rong gazed with gleaming eyes at the rapidly restored pass, his face beaming with joy. A gentle breeze tousled his flowing white hair, and he laughed heartily. Appearing decades younger, Yang Jian and his sister stood in awe, scarcely believing their eyes. Without employing any immortal arts, the task was accomplished solely through mortal strength. In just over a day and night, the 3,000 commoners had rebuilt the damaged gates and walls of the ghostly Soul Pass, clearing away the collapsed and burned houses. Yang Jian whispered, This is the power of humanity. Shang Rong gently stroked his white beard and replied, Indeed, this is all the strength of mankind. Were it not for the interference of celestial beings, the great king could use this power to enrich the lives of all people. Look. That substance which solidifies swiftly is called cement, used to repair homes, erect walls, and pave roads with great convenience. And see that apparatus, known as a crane, which employs the pulley system created by the great king, allowing mere mortals like myself to lift immense stones. While the great king possesses celestial abilities beyond my comprehension, he is the sovereign of all humanity. Whether through the creations of mortals or the powers of immortals, everything is solely for the benefit of the common people. Thus, the populace steadfastly supports the great king. Even those newly aligned with his rule can discern truth from falsehood, good from evil. He gestured towards the scene before him. 3,000 citizens, brandishing torches, stood resolutely in front of the general's residence, their spirits soaring, each face aglow with vitality, intently gazing at Shang Rong. As Yang Jian observed this spectacle, he gained a profound understanding of how gravely mistaken his initial choice had been. He clasped his fists in salute to Shang Rong and said, Yang Jian is grateful for your guidance. The old prime minister smiled faintly and personally retrieved the royal flag from his bosom, saying, General Yang, lend me your strength. Today, I shall personally restore the royal flag at the ghostly Soul Pass. Yang Jian stood upright with a sharp salute and replied, "This humble general accepts the command." He extended his hands, steadying himself as he stepped onto the recently reconstructed general's mansion. The old prime minister unfurled the royal banner and personally planted it upon the edifice. Casting his gaze upon the gathered citizens, he proclaimed, "Today, esteemed friends, we stand united with this old man, for our sovereign, for the enduring realm of Changtang, and for our lineage as we reclaim the soul-drifting pass. This day shall not mark an end, but rather a new beginning, under the reign of our sovereign. We shall undoubtedly restore the ancient landscapes of the 9 provinces." The 3,000 citizens raised their right hands, loudly exclaiming, "The sovereign is truly the most illustrious of all foolish monarchs." Although the edict initially mandated that they refer to him solely as the foolish monarch, the populace soon adapted to this designation. Moreover, the old prime minister wisely remarked that it was essential to employ the title of the foolish monarch to vanquish all traitors and deities, thus providing a sense of vindication. In that moment, the cries of foolish monarch reverberated through the soul-drifting pass, soaring into the heavens. He still has not acclimated to the unique customs of Chaoga. Just then, suddenly, a stirring sensation welled up within him, prompting him to lift his gaze towards the direction of Chaoga. As the judicial minister appointed by the sovereign, he could now perceive certain fluctuations in the nation's fortune. At this moment, he distinctly sensed that a wave was surging towards the Yuhan Pass. He extended his hand to support Shang Rong, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Ah, old prime minister, you have arrived." Shang Rong, of course, could also sense the fluctuations of the nation's fortunes. He could only perceive a tempest sweeping in from the direction of Chaoga, instantly dispersing all the filth and impurities within the ghostly soul pass. Upon touching the subjects of the Yin and Shang, this fierce wind transformed into a fragrant breeze that caressed their faces. As the aroma brushed against their cheeks, the throngs of commoners felt their exhaustion evaporate. Truly, the king was the most foolish sovereign in history. Cheers erupted once more, resonating like thunder. Suddenly, a deep hum reverberated through the realms, akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds or the roar of thunder. A brilliantly radiant pillar of fortune illuminated the heavens and the earth, as if heralding some grand proclamation, uplifting the very fabric of the cosmos and stirring the winds and clouds across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The brilliance flickered briefly yet etched itself into the primordial spirits of countless celestial beings, leaving them astounded as they gazed down upon the mortal realm. What was happening? How had King Zhou reclaimed the ghostly soul pass? It had barely been 2 days. How was this possible? The ghostly soul pass was unlike the previous Mianchi County and the western 5 passes. It lacked a population and had been half destroyed. Even with the royal banner planted, the fortune of Chaoga could not extend to this place. The essence of mortal fortune lies in humanity. The more prosperous the human race, the stronger the fortune of the realm. To expand into new territories, not only a ceremonial declaration is required, but also a substantial population to sustain it. This population cannot simply be gathered and shoved into the area. It necessitates the existence of fundamental conditions for the survival of humanity. The ghostly soul pass had just been breached. What conditions could possibly exist? The Taoist Paboshi, astonished, widened his eyes and stepped forth from the 9 kingdoms, arriving before the ghostly soul pass. However, upon reaching a distance of 50 miles from the pass, he found himself compelled to halt. At that moment, the ghostly soul pass had already intertwined with the fortune of Chaoga, extending its influence 50 miles eastward into the land of Lu. To a mixed Yuan golden immortal, a mere 50 miles is almost negligible. Yet, even with this proximity, the Taoist Paboshi dared not advance another step. He could not perceive the grandeur of the flourishing era. Yet an inner voice ominously warned him, advance further, and perish. The silent saintess appeared before the soul-wandering pass, regarding the corpse Taoist with an indifferent gaze, and simply uttered, "Depart." Beside the silent saintess, the ever-enthusiastic Neza, who had inexplicably joined her, clapped his hands in lamentation and remarked, "Dear friend from Lishan, you have emerged too soon. You ought to have allowed me to take the lead. I would undoubtedly provoke this Western Taoist into a furious charge. At that moment, you could strike and vanquish him. But now that you have revealed yourself, he shall surely refrain from advancing." The silent saintess pondered seriously for a moment before turning her gaze towards the corpse Taoist, inquiring, "Do you presume that this humble practitioner has never graced your presence?" The corpse Taoist remained silent. He had never endured such humiliation. As anger surged within him, the radiant aura surrounding him trembled violently. He glared fiercely at the unfathomable mother and Neza, declaring, "You dare to be so audacious. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity? The will of destiny is not to be defied." Before he could finish his harsh words, Neza abruptly interrupted, saying, "Apologies, but with the great king, one can truly act with impunity. What can you do?" Chaoga Zishou. He began to doubt whether he had imparted too much of the inappropriate knowledge to Neza. However, considering that he was merely critiquing the Western teachings and the Chan sect, it seemed he had not erred after all. He closed his eyes, savoring the return of the nation's fortune. This time, it had multiplied 30-fold, equivalent to an instantaneous infusion of 16 centuries of prosperous national fortune. However, this wealth was promptly utilized within the Qinkuan Ding. At that moment, the jubilant voice of the nine-tailed fox resonated. Your Majesty, the Hichu and Luoshu have been successfully refined. In the Shoshian Palace, the nine-tailed fox held the Hichu and Luoshu in both hands, her face alight with excitement as she presented this precious artifact before the king. Zisho casually grasped the Hichu and Luoshu, infusing his consciousness into it. In that instant, the sense of unfamiliarity and delay he had previously experienced while holding the Hichu and Luoshu vanished entirely, replaced by a profound sense of familiarity that surged within him. His consciousness turned towards the river map and Luo book, and he beheld a grand formation surging into his mind, accompanied by countless Tao rhythms flowing within. Whispering softly as if narrating something profound to his primordial spirit, the formation resembled the depths of the ocean, yet also the vastness of the starry sky. Within this formation, a colossal fish swam gracefully, transforming into a giant kuan as it fell into the sea, and becoming a magnificent ping as it soared among the stars. Zisho immediately recognized this as the primordial Hanyuan River Luo formation, renowned as the foremost defensive array among the 12 great formations of the primordial era. However, just as Zisho prepared to delve deeper into the comprehension of the Hanyuan River map formation, the grand array vanished before his eyes. In the next instant, Zisho's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld a colossal palace amidst an expanse of fiery clouds, as if engulfed in blazing crimson. The palace was ensnared by countless chains, transforming it into an immense prison. Deep within this confinement, 3 towering figures adorned in the essence of earthly fortune and radiant merit simultaneously directed their gaze towards him. He discerned the 3 silhouettes. One, majestic yet humble, possessed a gaze that concealed the brilliance of celestial stars. Another, tall and robust, bore twin horns and exuded a vibrant aura of vitality. The last, gallant and upright, donned a crown with an ever-shifting aura of martial prowess. As his eyes met those of the 3 figures, in the next instant, all illusions dissipated. In an unknown realm, within the Hall of Fiery Clouds, the 3 sovereigns, imprisoned in the hall, concurrently lifted their heads. They gazed towards the realm of mortals, although their sight was shrouded in obscurity. Unable to pierce even the threshold of the Fire Cloud Palace, they remained fixated on that direction for an extended period. After a considerable interval, the crowned Xianyuan Emperor broke the silence, his voice resonating with the sharpness of clashing weapons, exclaiming, "My esteemed brothers, do you not sense it? Just now." It appeared to be the refined and dignified Fushi Heavenly Emperor. With a flicker of excitement in his eyes, he nodded slightly and continued. "The seals I once inscribed within the river diagram and Luo book have been lifted. This signifies that a sovereign has acquired the river diagram and Luo book, successfully establishing dominion over them. At last, my legacy has been transmitted." The Xianyuan Emperor, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Previously, we sensed that the fortune of the mortal realm was on the brink of complete decline, and the legacy of the sovereign was about to be severed. How could it be that the sovereign has suddenly obtained the river diagram and Luo book? Has Kuenping lost his sanity? Or has the mother goddess Inwa finally subdued him?" The Fushi Heavenly Emperor closed his eyes in deep contemplation for a long while, before calmly responding, "I too am unaware." The Xianyuan Emperor twitched at the corners of his mouth, saying, "Eldest brother, must you speak with such gravity when you are uncertain?" He turned to the silent Shinong Earth Sovereign and inquired, "Brother, what is your perspective?" The Shinong Earth Sovereign, clad in the most unadorned attire, resembled a seasoned farmer who had toiled in the fields for years. He rubbed his hands together and remarked, "In the Fire Cloud Palace, all causal connections are severed. The fact that we can perceive even the slightest shift in the aura is already a considerable achievement." The Xianyuan human sovereign regarded him and asked, "And what does that imply?" The Shinong Earth Sovereign shrugged and replied, "Thus, we should refrain from baseless conjecture." The Xianyuan human sovereign remained silent. Meanwhile, in the Shoshian Palace, Zisho blinked, observing that he maintained the posture of just having received the river diagram and Luo book. The prized treasures in his hands feeling as light as a feather, yet as weighty as the very foundations of the world. With each breath he took, the subtle luminescence on the river diagram and Luo book ebbed and flowed in tandem. He understood that from this moment onward, the river diagram and the Luo book belonged solely to him. He lifted his head and gazed at a certain spot, softly remarking, "So, it is you 3 who are there. No wonder it is said that even the sages are unaware of your precise whereabouts." At that very moment, he glimpsed the location of the Fire Cloud Palace through the interplay of the river diagram and the Luo writing, intertwined with the causality of the heavenly sovereign Fushi. He even gleaned certain secrets pertaining to the Fire Cloud Palace. This ethereal palace does not reside in any fixed location. Rather, it traverses the realms beyond the 33 heavens. Thus, even the sages are incapable of locating the Fire Cloud Palace. The heavenly sovereign Fushi, well-versed in the primordial 8 trigrams, had foreseen this secret and inscribed it within the river diagram and Luo writing. Alongside this, he bequeathed his profound insights into the river diagram and Luo writing, the methodologies of cultivating destiny, and the sacred rites of incense offerings. It can be said that Fushi entrusted all his legacies to the river diagram and Luo writing. To prevent this secret from being discovered by the Kuenping or other sages, Fushi established special prohibitions. As long as the fortune of humanity persists, only the human sovereign, upon obtaining the river diagram and Luo writing, can unravel this prohibition. Should the fortune of humanity cease to exist, The secrets left by Fuxi within the river diagram and Luo writing would vanish in an instant. Now, all these legacies have been entrusted to his successor. He casually absorbed the river diagram and Luo book into his primordial spirit. However, he was unexpectedly rewarded. At the very moment he integrated the river diagram and Luo book into his being, a beam of light abruptly fell from it, transforming into a colossal yet ethereal giant fish. This fish was so immense that it filled the entirety of Chaoga City. Yet, it was exceedingly insubstantial, seemingly devoid of any physical form, as it did not touch anything tangible. Zisho's gaze sharpened. He summoned his divine consciousness and scrutinized it closely, only to discover that this was not a complete giant fish, but rather half of one, specifically, a giant fish without a tail. The creature struggled momentarily on the ground before rapidly diminishing in size to that of the Shoshin Palace. Subsequently, it rolled over and metamorphosed into a one-winged giant rock, once again occupying the entire Shoshin Palace. After a brief struggle, the rock finally lifted its head, gazing at Zisho with terror, and emitted a hollow, horrified cry. You are capable of refining my true essence. At that moment, Zisho comprehended the nature of this giant fish. It was a fragment of the primordial spirit left by the Kunping within the river diagram and Luo book. Some celestial beings infuse a fragment of their primordial spirit into their innate spiritual treasures to maintain absolute control over them. When Kunping lent the river diagram and Luo book to Emperor Fuxi, he likely feared that Nuwa might not return it, thus embedding a fragment of his own primordial spirit within as a safeguard. Years have passed, and upon reclaiming the river diagram and Luo book, Kunping did not retrieve this fragment but instead further refined it into a being akin to a spiritual treasure as spirit. He was previously entirely unaware of this matter. If he had employed conventional methods for refinement, it would have been impossible to transform the river map and Luo book. However, he utilized the Qian Kuan Ding, which possesses the remarkable ability to refine everything back to its primordial state. Consequently, the fragment of the Kunping's primordial spirit, which had already evolved into a spirit tool, was reverted to its original form. The primordial state of the spirit fragment signifies vulnerability. Thus, when he refined the river map and Luo book, he inadvertently refined this spirit fragment as well. He smiled, observing the bewildered Kunping's primordial spirit, and said, Kunping, have you ever heard the saying among mortals? The great Kun cannot be stewed in a single pot. I offer you a choice, one pot of original flavor and another pot with a hint of spiciness. He waved his hand, summoning the Qian Kuan Ding. Apologies, I sent the wrong manuscript, revealing too much. Everyone may revisit the first 3 chapters. I am adding an extra chapter as an expression of my regret. Chapter 73. Zisho. Could he be an innate eunuch with a sacred body? In the West. In the realm of Shumi. Ever since he secretly worshipped in the West, the demon master Kunping, who had been in seclusion, suddenly trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A completely severed causality erupted from his primordial spirit, akin to an arrow shot from the void, piercing through his essence. With a cry of agony, Kunping fell to the ground, blood spurting forth, his aura plummeting drastically. He raised his head in astonishment and fury, exclaiming, how could my primordial spirit within the Book of Luo Tualuo be refined as well? This is inconceivable. That fragment of my primordial spirit has already been transformed into a spirit tool. Even if the Book of Luo Tualuo were to be refined, that fragment should remain intact. How many years has he possessed the river diagram and the Luo book? He is incessantly refining the river diagram and Luo book, enhancing the imprint, even going so far as to leave a fragment of his primordial spirit's mark upon them, transforming it into a spiritual tool. All of this is undertaken in pursuit of fully refining the river diagram and Luo book, thereby completely seizing the causal connection between Emperor Jun and these ancient texts. Only then can he unravel the greatest enigma contained within the river diagram and Luo book, the secrets of the primordial starry skies. While the river diagram and Luo book superficially record the mysteries of the celestial bodies, Kunping is acutely aware that they hold the key to unlocking the entirety of the primordial cosmos. Yet, this secret now seems utterly unattainable to him. For countless millennia, he has devoted himself to ritualistic cultivation, only to become naught but a fleeting illusion. Even a fragment of his primordial spirit has been irrevocably lost. In this instance, he has sacrificed millions of years of progress on his path. The Kunping, filled with profound sorrow and fury, spat forth another mouthful of blood. It must be a sage. Only a sage possesses the ability to refine a fragment of my primordial spirit from the vessel's essence, and thereby deliver such a devastating blow to my true self. To seize the river diagram and the Luo book is one thing, but to wield such ruthless force is utterly intolerable. Yuan Shi, our paths shall never converge. In the mortal realm, within the longevity immortal palace, Z, having summoned the Qian Kuan cauldron, gazed at the shattered fragments of Kunpeng's primordial spirit and remarked with indifference, during your initial refinement, the protection of the river diagram and Luo book allowed you to retain some semblance of consciousness. Yet, I am curious. If I place you once more into the Qian Kuan cauldron, simmering gently, what remains of you now? The Kunping's primordial spirit was left utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that he would witness the legendary Qian Kuan Ding in the mortal realm. This was a precious treasure bestowed by the Tao ancestor upon the goddess Nuwa to mend the heavens with stone. How could it possibly exist among mortals? The primordial spirit of the Kunping struggled to shift its form, transforming into a limbless figure, and with a sigh, it remarked, "If I were to be refined once more, I would be left with nothing. I have already been transformed into a servant by the great king. There is no need for intimidation, for I shall disclose everything." He is quite straightforward, for he had previously undergone the refining process under the protection of the river diagram and the Luo book, resulting in the loss of half his form, which explains his current appearance. While refining the river diagram and the Luo book, Zizi inadvertently refined him as well. He is now akin to a servant of Zisho, resembling a puppet crafted from the mystical arts of the celestial realm, much like the yellow turban warriors. The sole distinction lies in his possession of independent intellect. In truth, what dignity does he still possess? Ultimately, he was originally a fragment of the primordial spirit of Kunping, refined into a spirit of a vessel, thus becoming the servant of Kunping himself. Now, he merely serves a different master. Regardless, serving as a subordinate remains unchanged. Does it matter who the master is? The primordial spirit of Kunping perceives this with clarity. With a gesture, Zisho stowed away the Qian Kuanding, stating, "The demon master Kunping must have had his reasons for transforming a fragment of his primordial spirit into the spirit of the He-Tu and Luo Shu. What could his intentions be? What secrets does the He-Tu and Luo Shu conceal from the outside world?" The primordial spirit of Kunping nodded, explaining, "The He-Tu and Luo Shu are the keys to uncovering the mysteries of the ancient starry skies. It is said that when the great Pangu perished after creating the heavens, his entire body transformed into the ancient stars. Yet, has the king ever pondered the origins of the ancient starry skies themselves? They do not reside within the realm of the 9 heavens. Nor do they belong to any of the 33 celestial heavens. They exist independently yet harmoniously within the primordial world. Why is this so? As per Kunping's knowledge, the ancient starry skies were formed from the remains of a powerful deity among the 3,000 chaotic beings that besieged the great Pangu, possessing immense Tao power. The He-Tu and Luo Shu are the keys to uncovering all these secrets. However, the He-Tu and Luo Shu originally belonged to Emperor Jun, intertwined with the fate of the demon emperor, preventing Kunping from extracting those secrets. Thus, he split a portion of his primordial spirit, refining it into the He-Tu and Luo Shu, transforming it into me, seeking to completely refine the demon emperor's fate. Little did he anticipate that after Fushi's reincarnation as the human emperor, when Enwa sought the He-Tu and Luo Shu, Fushi would indeed derive the innate 8 trigrams from it, thereby adding human virtues to the He-Tu and Luo Shu. It is precisely these human virtues that have hindered Kunping from fully refining the demon emperor's fate over the years. Upon realizing this, he cast a complex gaze upon Zisho, remarking, "I never expected the king to possess the Qian Kuanding, and to have refined all the causal threads within the He-Tu and Luo Shu in such a brief time. Now, the greatest secret of the He-Tu and Luo Shu belongs to the king. However, the king's current realm is insufficient. One must at least attain the Tao of Hanyuan to glimpse that ultimate secret." Zisho was completely taken aback. He had not anticipated such a revelation following his refinement of the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Meanwhile, the 9-tailed fox stood in utter astonishment. Zisho, gazing at the half-formed primordial spirit of Kunping, stated, "Excellent, I am quite satisfied with your response. There is no need for a slow and gradual demise. I shall grant you a swift end." With that, he extended his hand, prepared to obliterate the primordial spirit of Kunping. Kunping as primordial spirit? He almost exclaimed, great king, I am your servant." Z looked coldly at the primordial spirit of Kunping and replied, "The river diagram and the Luo book do not require a spiritual vessel. I have no need for the servitude of a solitary soul or a wild ghost. Do you think I am unaware that it was you, Kunping, who, during the ancient times as a master of the demon clan, maliciously slandered us to Emperor Jun, leading to the massacre of our human race for the purpose of forging the slaughtering witch sword?" The primordial spirit of Kunping stared in shock, his eyes wide open. He had never anticipated that the ancient secret would be known to the great king. However, upon reflection, he soon realized the truth. The sage Enwa had bestowed the Qian Kuan cauldron upon the king. Thus, any ancient secret could be readily divulged upon inquiry. As he witnessed the king preparing to take action, a wave of terror engulfed him, prompting an urgent cry, "Great king, your servant is of use. Your servant is of use. Great king, I possess the ability to summon the Kunping and retrieve all memories from before my division. I am aware of the whereabouts of the distant demon leaders who fled after the War of the Witch and Demon. Furthermore, I know that several great witches from the witch clan escaped to the primordial starry skies. Having served as the vessel spirit of the river diagram and the Luo book for many years, I have gleaned a modicum of secrets regarding the primordial cosmos, enabling me to deduce the locations of those great witches. Additionally, I am knowledgeable about the sites of descent following the shattering of the ancient demon clan after the War of the Witch and Demon." The king collected the essence and, with a flick of his hand, molded a figure from the soil, allowing the Kunping's primordial spirit to inhabit the clay figure. He then utilized the art of transformation to shape the clay into the likeness of a palace maid. This maid appeared pale, with hair of ash and white, adorned with a delicate crown and holding a feathered whisk. The Kunping spirit blinked, sensing an unusual quality in this form, yet promptly bowed to the king and expressed, Your servant humbly thanks the great king for the gift of rebirth. His voice was sharp and high-pitched. Zisho, with a mischievous expression, declared, from this moment forth, I shall bestow upon you the title of the first eunuch of the great Shang. I grant you a new name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Little Kunzi. He deliberately pinched a little less while molding the clay figurine. The essence of Kunping, the Little Kunzi, promptly bowed and said, Little Kunzi expresses gratitude to the great king for the bestowed name. The voice was sharp and delicate, accompanied by a peculiar rising intonation. Zisho couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How could this creature so swiftly embody its role? Could it possibly be a congenital eunuch with a sacred physique? Chapter 74. How can the affairs of scholars be called theft? Zisho instructed Little Kun to withdraw, then turned to the utterly astonished nine-tailed fox beside him and said, Daji, before the hour of the sun tomorrow, please assist me in contacting Lady Nuwa. Inform her that I wish to lend her a helping hand. The nine-tailed fox, just recovering from the shock of the great king subduing the essence of Kunping, widened her eyes in astonishment once more. What did the great king just say? Did he intend to lend a hand to the goddess Nuwa? Is that not a reversal of roles? Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, she bowed her head deeply and replied, This humble servant acknowledges the decree. The following day, as the hour of the rat approached, the three of Xianyuan united in prayer, offering their supplications to the goddess Nuwa. Just when they believed it would take considerable time for Nuwa to respond, astonishingly, her reply arrived instantaneously as they finished their prayers. A flicker of doubt crossed the mind of the nine-tailed fox. Could it be that the goddess was also awaiting a summons from the king? However, before she could fully comprehend this thought, consciousness slipped away completely. Beside her, Zisho observed that the moment the nine-tailed fox knelt, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A gentle yet formidable energy surged forth from her, creating fissures in the surrounding void. The nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit lay prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear. This aura was all too familiar to them. The goddess Nuwa. The goddess Nuwa had actually descended through her sister. Zisho watched as the nine-tailed fox turned to face him, her gaze calm yet imbued with a sense of scrutiny from the depths of her eyes. He raised an eyebrow and said, Lady Nuwa? The nine-tailed fox slowly began to speak, her voice transforming into a tone that was gentle, noble, and imbued with authority. Human king, you summoned the three demons because you have pilfered the river map and Luo book from Kunping? Zisho waved his hand dismissively, asserting with righteous conviction. The river map and Luo book have been sacred treasures of our human race since ancient times. Emperor Fuxi studied the river map and Luo book to comprehend the innate 8 trigrams. I, too, have read the river map and Luo book to grasp the teachings of Emperor Fuxi. This signifies that I am a scholar in the same lineage as Emperor Fuxi. How can such scholarly pursuits be deemed theft? Lady Nuwa observed him quietly, intrigued by this eloquent human king. It was her first encounter with a human who displayed no signs of nervousness or restraint in her presence. She remained silent, watching Zisho intently, curious to see if this audacious human king would exhibit even a hint of awkwardness or tension. How could Zisho possibly feel awkward? He has not squandered his decades as a tyrant in vain. He naturally continued, saying, Goddess Nuwa, I have summoned you this time to propose a transaction. Goddess Nuwa replied indifferently, You wish to bargain with me? I am a sage. What do you possess that I require? Zisho's expression grew serious as he stated, the location of the Fire Cloud Palace, the whereabouts of the ancient demon clan, and the great revival of the human race. Goddess Nuwa's countenance slightly shifted. Zisho, not yet finished, added slowly, I can offer one more thing, to aid you in your revenge, to illuminate your heart and clear your thoughts, ultimately leading you to the path of enlightenment. What say you? Goddess Nuwa's demeanor turned solemn as she spoke, Wong of humanity. It is no small feat for you to reunite the fortunes of the Shang dynasty, yet to successfully defy the heavens and alter fate. You stand at less than half of your potential. You cannot even ensure your own safety, and yet you dare to make such a promise to me? Do you truly think I would place my trust in you? Zisho, unfazed, smiled and replied, Goddess Nuwa, when your palace collapsed on earth, did you believe I could restore the fortunes of the Yin and Shang? When you dispatched 3 demons to seduce me, did you think I could defy the heavens and stave off the final battle of the Fengshen calamity for months? With an air of nonchalance, Zisho seated himself comfortably, gazing fearlessly at the goddess who had descended upon the nine-tailed fox, and said, Goddess, I will not hold you accountable for abandoning humanity. After all, you are also the leader of the demon sect, bearing the fate of the demon race, which prevents you from devoting your full strength to protect humanity. Moreover, you have concluded that humanity cannot safeguard its fortunes on earth, and to continue opposing the celestial beings would only lead to annihilation, leaving your entire race in ruins. Submitting before the celestial beings may allow for the continuation of your bloodline, but I shall not acquiesce. I will resist until my last drop of blood is spilled. And I am confident that the one who bleeds out will not be of my kind. So, at that moment, which side will you stand upon, goddess? He is compelling Nuwa to choose a side. If the current time is prior to the onset of the divine calamity, even before Wen Zhong's demise and Huang Feihu's betrayal, he would always employ a gentler approach to win over Nuwa. However, the circumstances have changed. The calamity of the conferred gods has reached its current state. The Western Church may endure countless failures, and the sages can extend the calamity for centuries. Yet for him and humanity, a single failure would lead to irredeemable ruin. For him and the human race, every battle is a decisive one. Therefore, he can only resort to such means to ascertain the sage's stance. He does not necessarily need to seek the aid of Nuwa, but he must first determine whether she will take action against the human race again. At this moment, Nuwa's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Hushime and Wang Guiran were nearly fainting from fear. The king was actually threatening the goddess. Would she, in a fit of rage, obliterate the entire mortal realm? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Nuwa did not exhibit any signs of anger. She gazed silently at Zisho for a long while before finally speaking. Are you not afraid that I might annihilate the human world due to your insolence? Zisho chuckled heartily and replied, Your Majesty, when you sent the 3 demons to Chaoga under the pretense of the collapse of your palace, you had already once laid waste to the human realm. When the 5 saints clashed within the bounds of the great formation of Wuxian, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, all the saints also contributed to the destruction of the human world. What I have to fear? The human race has long since lost everything, but before my fall, I shall ensure they remain standing. Nuwa's gaze sharpened. She recalled that many years ago, her elder brother Fushi had spoken similar words. Little sister, though the human race may lose everything, I will ensure they remain standing until my demise. After a long, contemplative look at Zisho, she finally asked, What do you wish to trade with me? Zisho understood that Nuwa had made her choice. He replied calmly, The map of mountains and rivers. With this divine treasure, he could freely relocate a large population without being threatened by the doctrines of the Western Church. He had numerous methods to break the Western Church's restrictions, but each could potentially result in significant population loss. Although the Chaos Pearl could achieve similar feats, its 15-day interval was too lengthy and susceptible to being countered by the Western Church. Thus, he contemplated the map of mountains and rivers, the post-heaven human seed bag, and the sleeve of universe. The post-heaven human seed bag was the innate treasure of Methreya, and acquiring it without slaying him would be impossible. The sleeve of universe was the divine ability of Hongyi Wanzi, and it was unlikely that Jinyuan Daxian would impart it to him. Thus, he could only focus on the map of mountains and rivers. Chapter 75. No one escapes the law of true fragrance. Nuwa regarded Zisho with intrigue and inquired, Do you wish to borrow the map of mountains and rivers from me? Zisho waved his hand dismissively, saying, To borrow it would be too sentimental. Your Majesty, please give the map of mountains and rivers to me. Nuwa was taken aback. Facing her astonishment, Zisho continued with unwavering confidence, Your Majesty, if you merely lend me the map of mountains and rivers, then regardless of what I do with it, all consequences will fall upon you. Saints do not entangle themselves in causality, but your followers do not share that privilege. Whether they are demons or phoenixes, they may not withstand the weight of karmic retribution. My greatest virtue is my compassion. I cannot bear to see others suffer because of me, so let me bear this karma alone. The only solution is for you to directly gift the map of mountains and rivers to me, allowing me to fully refine it, thus ensuring all consequences revert to me. Nuwa was rendered speechless. After countless eons of sanctity and witnessing innumerable beings, she had never encountered someone so audacious before a saint. Amused, she said, In show. You truly are. Before she could finish, Zisho interrupted, I am indeed the most foolish monarch in history, am I not? Certified by the celestial saints, proclaimed by the myriad deities, and believed by the masses. I have committed heinous acts, executing scholars and threatening generals, subjecting the populace to unspeakable horrors. What have I not done, and where am I now? He gazed at the goddess Nuwa with a semblance of a smile. Which of these accusations was not a fabrication by the celestial beings, and which sage was unaware of their falsity? Yet, had any sage ever deigned to offer him an explanation? Given this, he resolved to regard this foolish monarch as his unwavering belief. Moreover, he had discovered that ever since the system had compelled him to assume the role of a slothful monarch, the world felt considerably more expansive. Nuwa fell into silence. After a brief moment, she gently gestured, and a 1-foot scroll materialized in her hands. Nuwa directly erased all markings from the map of mountains and rivers, then tossed it to Zisho, stating calmly, On the day of your demise, I shall reclaim everything. Zisho received the map of mountains and rivers, brimming with confidence, and replied, Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not meet such an end. Nuwa uttered not a word and turned away. The nine-tailed fox's entire aura shifted, causing her to faint on the spot. To endure the descent of a sage, a brief moment of unconsciousness was already an act of grace from Nuwa. The nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade lute spirit hastily caught the nine-tailed fox, apologizing before retreating. They needed to return and calm their tumultuous emotions. The recent events had been exceedingly exhilarating. The king had threatened Nuwa and succeeded. Such an occurrence was beyond their wildest imaginations, even in the throes of their most fervent days. Zisho carelessly tossed the map of mountains and rivers into the Qinkuan cauldron, with all markings erased by Nuwa. Refining it using the cauldron would only consume a year of prosperous national fortune. Just past the hour of the rat, the map was completely refined. Zisho, having successfully integrated the long-coveted treasure, finally held it in his possession. In the realm of Taizu, Nuwa's expression subtly shifted as she gazed upon the mortal realm, murmuring, Indeed, the markings I left in the map of mountains and rivers have vanished. She had eliminated all previous markings but had added a new one. This mark posed no threat or surveillance over Zisho, it was merely a symbol. Its disappearance signified that Zisho had not placed his trust in her and had With utmost caution, refined the map. Indeed, he displayed sufficient prudence and skill. The corners of Nuwa's lips curled upward slightly as she murmured, "Now I truly begin to believe that you possess the capability to achieve what you claim." In the Shoshin Palace, Zishou calculated the time and initiated his daily check-in. Congratulations. Host, check-in successful. Check-in reward, The Chronicles of Primordial Chaos. The Chronicles of Primordial Chaos, a record of all secrets unknown since the inception of the universe. Tip 1. Daily updates. Tip 2. Please do not rush the updates. Zishou? What sort of reward is this? A record of all unknown secrets? Is it some gossip magazine? Moreover, it bears no rank. This was the first time he had drawn a reward devoid of any level. Could it be that this gossip magazine was so trivial that it failed to attain any rank? He spread his hands, and instantly a hefty tome materialized within them. The pages shimmered with iridescence, constantly morphing with enigmatic symbols. Zishou opened the Chronicles of the Primordial. The first page revealed nothing. The second page, nothing again. On the third page, it was noted that Fushi was a well-known brotherly devotee among the saints, yet only Huda was aware that Nuwa was, in fact, a deeply concealed sisterly admirer. Zishou? He longs to grasp a pencil in his hand and forcefully strike it upon the ancient tome, thereby articulating his stance. He had initially believed that the Chronicles of the Primordial Era contained the secrets of ancient clans, the mysteries of the Tao, and various matters of great significance to heaven and earth. However, the reality was that this tome resembled a trivial gossip magazine. In the palace of Nuwa, the goddess Nuwa suddenly felt a stirring in her heart, as if some secret was being observed. Yet, after prolonged contemplation, she gleaned no insights. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, she murmured, "Could it be that my communications with Yin have been discovered by other saints?" In the palace of fire clouds, Emperor Fushi experienced an unexpected shiver. The Emperor Xianyuan looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "Elder brother, what is the matter?" Fushi himself was equally perplexed, shaking his head and replying, "I do not know. I merely felt a sudden tremor." In the Palace of Longevity, Zishou cast a disdainful glance at the Chronicles of the Primordial Era but ultimately chose not to discard it. He rapped upon the book's cover, murmuring, "One must look beyond appearances to discern the essence. If the sage Enwa were indeed infatuated with her brother, she would undoubtedly yearn to rescue Emperor Fushi from the Fire Cloud Palace. This implies that her earlier demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the news from the Fire Cloud Palace, was merely fade. In truth, what truly resonated with her was the location of the Fire Cloud Palace. Furthermore, her lack of anger at my threat stemmed from the fact that I had inherited the legacy left by Emperor Fushi within the river diagram and Luo book. In a certain sense, I am indeed a legitimate successor of Emperor Fushi." He gazed at the tome of primordial records in his hands, pursing his lips as he murmured, "Well, this item holds some merit." The following day, new content was updated in the primordial records. It detailed how the ancestral dragon had attempted to spy on the bathing of the phoenix, only to be pursued for 1,000 years. On the third day, after the union of Emperor Jun and Shi He, he sought to match his brother Tai Yi with his sister-in-law Chang Shi, only to be met with Tai Yi's refusal, citing that women would hinder his ability to strike the bell swiftly. On the fourth day, after ascending to the celestial emperor, the Jade Emperor became overly arrogant and sought to forcibly wed his master sister, the Queen Mother of the West, only to be thwarted by her and the Queen Mother of Yaoqi, leaving him with a broken head, the remnants of which now lie concealed. These primordial records are rather intriguing, the protagonist thought. In chapter 76, he pondered how to navigate the tribulations while entangled with these Western teachings. For a time thereafter, he became engrossed in the primordial records. He thus became aware of an immense volume of information, albeit exceedingly subtle in nature. Zishou felt that if he were to divulge all this intelligence, it might provoke the celestial saints and myriad divine beings to converge upon Chaoga in a frenzy. Soon, the year 35 of Emperor Xian arrived, marking the onset of early winter. Standing atop the lofty tower of Shoshin Palace, Zishou gazed upon the entirety of Chaoga City. As the early winter of October descended, it had been 6 months since Jiang Zia led 1,000,000 rebel troops to besiege Chaoga. As the clock struck the second hour of the night, it precisely marked 180 days. He gently tapped the railing atop the towering structure. Years ago, the nine-tailed fox had seduced him into constructing the Lutai. And with a grand flourish, he transformed it into the majestic Shoshin Palace, a tower soaring 500 meters high. At that time, Master Wen had yet to meet his demise. He had instructed Wen Zhong to summon a few familiar immortals to utilize their celestial arts in the construction, incurring minimal expenses. Naively, he believed that this endeavor would delay the so-called heavenly mandate. However, it was precisely due to the erection of this tower that Baigon used the severe drought in Chaoga that year as an excuse, claiming that the lack of rain was a consequence of his actions, thereby forcing him to abdicate. Subsequently, Huang Feihu suppressed the turmoil, yet during this tumultuous period, Jia Shi, who had been intentionally sent to the palace to be with Huang Fei, met an inexplicable demise alongside her. Huang Feihu, under the misconception that he was responsible, in a fit of rage, revolted against Chaoga. To this day, Zishou remains unaware of the true perpetrator. After acquiring the system, he had inquired with the 3 demons, who, trembling with fear, swore by the name of the goddess Nuwa that they were not involved. Thus, even now, Zishou is left in the dark regarding the truth. with his current strength. The heavenly mandates divine I can only perceive the causal connections of the preceding and following 10 days. This secret will take him a considerable time to unravel. The nostalgia in Zishou's gaze, at that moment, transformed into unwavering determination. He vowed to shatter the destiny imposed upon him by the myriad saints and celestial beings. No. He aims to completely overturn this primordial realm. After successfully capturing the Ghost Soul Pass, the eastern region of Wangji has already been reclaimed. And with the recovery of the western 5 passes, the west has also been regained. As for the northern part of Wangji, it will only be deemed fully recovered after the reclamation of Jizhou, Qilong Pass, Beichong Pass, and Cheng'an Pass. For now, this can be set aside. He turned his gaze towards the south and remarked softly, "Thus, our next destination shall be the Three Mountains Pass." At that moment, the voice of the old chancellor, Shang Rong, resonated from below the tower, saying, "Your Majesty, you have not attended court for 10 days. Please proceed to the 9-chamber hall." Zishou felt that a 10-day absence from court was already consistent with his persona, and thus he leaped directly from the high tower. Boom. He directly crushed a ground of blue bricks, laughing heartily as he enveloped the startled old chancellor and made his way to the 9 hall. "Your Majesty, please put down the old minister. I can walk on my own," the chancellor explained. "Your Majesty, I feel unwell." Amidst the chancellor's cries, the sovereign and his minister arrived at the 9 hall. Young Kuan, with an impassive expression, lifted his eyelids and gestured to the attendants, saying, "Level the ground. Replace it with the red bricks obtained by His Majesty recently." "Are the red bricks unsightly?" "Fear not. In a few days, His Majesty will trample all the blue bricks. And then it will look splendid with red bricks. This matter has already been discussed with Chief Steward Zhu Xing. You shall proceed accordingly." With that, he waved his whisk and entered the 9 hall. Currently, there are 2 chief stewards beside the sovereign. One is Zhu Sheng, the indisputable chief steward, responsible for external affairs and overseeing the audience of ministers, while the other is Young Kuan, who holds a subordinate position to Zhu Sheng, primarily assisting in managing palace matters. Upon Young Kuan's arrival at the 9 hall, he overheard Yang Jian's voice. "Your Majesty, I have 6 sworn brothers who, after my return to the royal fold, expressed their desire to join the kingdom. I can assure you with my life that these 6 brothers are trustworthy." Young Kuan silently entered the 9 hall and heard the sovereign respond without hesitation. "If they are recommended by you, Yang Jian, then it is surely acceptable. Let them come." Just as it happens, with the reconstruction of the Yuhan Pass and the recapture of the western 5 passes, we are in need of 6 generals to oversee these passes. Meanwhile, in the West Qi, Mithriya Daoist sat across from Jiang Zia, a seemingly amiable smile upon his face as he spoke. "Minister Jiang, ever since the defeat at Yuhan Pass, King Zhou has not made any new moves for over a month. Now that the encirclement from the 4 cardinal directions is complete, what do you believe King Zhou will do?" Jiang Zia replied with a blank expression. "I too am at a loss regarding this matter. I had already warned about Yuhan Pass long ago. It was not only me. Before the incident, Shen had also repeatedly cautioned about Dourong. Did the Western sect heed the warnings? Now that Yuhan Pass has been lost, the eastern part of the royal territory has been reclaimed by King Zhou. This area is the most fertile for cultivation within the royal domain, with tens of thousands of humanity scattered across it. With these people and arable land, I can foresee that the fortunes of the Shang dynasty will surge once again. However, what use is it to dwell on such thoughts now? Those from the Western sect are all masters of philosophical debate and cunning tactics. Each time, he finds himself rendered speechless by his opponent's arguments. However, beyond this, these Western teachings exhibit a profound ignorance regarding the intricacies of livelihood, military strategy, troop movements, combat, and defense. Not only are they utterly uninformed, but they also feign an understanding of matters they do not grasp. Jiang Zia is acutely aware that the Mithriya has covertly probed the court of Chaoga several times, seeking to ascertain the intentions of King Zhou, yet all attempts have ended in failure. It is only now, having exhausted all options, that they remember him. He feared that should he utter even a few words, any merits would elude him while any faults would rest solely upon his shoulders. Thus, he could only feign ignorance. The Mithriya smiled gently and said, "Jiang, you are too modest. With the profound strategies you harbor within, how could you be unaware?" The compassionate navigator, now leading Guangqingzi and Qijingzi, maintaining the Fengshen Bang while engaging with the Western teachings, opened his eyes and spoke calmly. "Brother Jiang, you may speak freely. Any merit shall rightfully belong to you, and any mistake shall be borne collectively by us all." He was acutely aware of Jiang Zia's concerns. Were it not for the profound enmity he harbored against the Chan sect, he would have preferred not to collaborate with the Western sect. His choice of the Western sect was not born from desire, but rather from a lack of alternatives. Given the opportunity, he would swiftly make a different choice. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Zia finally spoke. "In my humble opinion, King Zhou will soon target the Three Mountain Pass. His foremost priority is to reclaim the entire royal territory. For it is only by doing so that he can stabilize the fortunes of the Shang dynasty and restore the population. The eastern and western regions have already been reclaimed, but the northern border is too extensive to conquer in a single battle, leaving the Three Mountain Pass as the only viable option for King Zhou. Once he regains control over the Three Mountain Pass, he can expel all the lords from the southern territories. The south is characterized by mountains and miasma, with pestilential waters and barren fields. It has consistently been the most impoverished region among the four. If the southern lords are ousted from the Three-Mountain Pass, losing access to the prosperous southern territories of the royal land, they are bound to face difficulties. Mithraea smiled faintly and remarked, "Excellent. Indeed, Jiang Xiang shares my thoughts. I have long perceived that King Zhou intends to assault the Three-Mountain Pass. Now, with your confirmation, it becomes evident that my assumptions were correct, making the forthcoming matters far more manageable." Jiang Zia replied, "You knew this beforehand? Huh. Are you certain?" Beside them, Sihong Daoist also subtly shifted. "How can we navigate the calamity alongside these Western sects?" Chapter 77. Am I to be bald, and you show me this? This time, Jiang Zia could no longer contain himself and spoke. "Mithraea, in my view, the battle at the Three-Mountain Pass is of utmost importance. Preparations must be extensive, and strategies for a rapid counterattack should be devised in the event of a breach. Past experiences have taught me that one should never place faith in infallible schemes. The more strategies one possesses, the better. To this day, even the sages have failed to comprehend the true nature of the resurgence of fortune in Chaoga. Who was the sage that severely wounded Master Ran Ding? And what was the significance of the Wang Zhu that nearly vanquished Yuding Jinren and his party at Beichong Pass? With so many unresolved mysteries, the current situation is one where King Zhou operates in the shadows while they remain in the light. In military strategy, the enemy operating in darkness while one is in the light is a dire predicament. Yet, Mithraea Daoist now exuded confidence, declaring, "Jiang Xiang need not worry. I have made comprehensive arrangements. This time, if King Zhou does not assault the Three-Mountain Pass, it would be one thing, but should he choose to attack, he is destined for defeat. I have mobilized all my forces to defend the Three-Mountain Pass. I refuse to believe King Zhou can breach it. Can he possibly summon a sage to intervene once more? The Eye of Heaven still watches over humankind. Which sage would dare to act? As long as we ascertain where King Zhou aims to strike, the Western sect will be free from failure." Jiang Zia fell silent. Sihong Daoist observed everything quietly, saying nothing. On that very day, at the hour of the rat, Zishou roused himself and declared, "System, today marks the 110th anniversary. Grant me a splendid reward. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a check-in reward. Nothing at all." "What do you mean, nothing?" "Grade W reward. This treasure is a one-time spiritual artifact." Hint 1. Nothing at all. Hint 2. Do not be foolish enough to open it. Hint 3. Do not open it. Hint 4. Do not be foolish. Zishou gazed at the spiritual artifact that had appeared in his hand. It was a rather ornate square box, measuring a palm's length, 3 fingers wide, and 3 fingers thick, with a vermilion lacquer base, upon which countless profound and esoteric Taoist runes flickered incessantly. From these shimmering runes, Zishou deciphered a line of text: "Do not be foolish." Zishou? Why are the rewards drawn by the check-in system so abstract recently? He examined the square box in his hands from every angle for quite some time, yet ultimately refrained from opening it. Often, heeding advice is a virtue. He casually stowed away the square box and continued his reign as a foolish monarch. The following day, he summoned Yang Jian and said, "Yang Jian, I need you to make a trip to the Three-Mountain Pass and deliver my declaration of war to them. Inform them that I shall soon be launching an assault on the Three-Mountain Pass, and they must prepare accordingly." Yang Jian responded with confusion. Must we inform the enemy before we mobilize our troops? However, he thought to himself, since the king has chosen this course of action, he must have his own considerations. He received the imperial edict and, armed with the challenge of war, set forth towards the south. When he was still 1,000 miles from the Three-Mountain Pass, he drew his bow to the full moon and, utilizing golden arrows and silver shafts, shot the decree through the air. Moments later, the challenge arrived before the Mithraea Daoist and the medicine master Liuli. The missive was adorned with thousands of words, eloquently penned without a single vulgar expression. Yet it was rich in reasoning and literary finesse. Nevertheless, to the Mithraea Daoist, it was nothing more than absurdity. He let out a cold sneer and remarked, "Does King Zhou believe that such tactics can provoke me, the humble Daoist? Humph. I have long been prepared at the Three-Mountain Pass. How could I possibly fear him?" The medicine master Liuli beside him interjected, "King Zhou's issuance of this proclamation merely seeks to cloak his actions in righteousness, attempting to persuade the human realm that he still possesses the moral high ground." The Mithraea Daoist retorted icily, "Righteousness? Heaven's mandate is true righteousness. He defies the celestial decree, acts against the heavens, and yet dares to proclaim righteousness." He continued, "Brother, this time we shall ensure that King Zhou harbors resentment towards the Three-Mountain Pass." The medicine master Liuli nodded in agreement. "I have already consulted our master. Soon he shall dispatch Kong Xian to us. Now, as the king of the Western Peacock Daming, Kong Xian's power is unparalleled. With him at the forefront and us supporting from behind, even if King Zhou possesses myriad abilities, he shall not breach the Three-Mountain Pass." The Mithraea Daoist clasped his hands together and said, "Your plan is indeed commendable, brother. Kong Xian is renowned as the foremost among the sages, second only to the saints. Had it not been for the saints' direct intervention, Kong Xian could have vanquished the entirety of the Chan school at Jinjiling." He continued, "Now, with Kong Xian having become the king of the Western Peacock Daming, this unparalleled power beneath the saints belongs to the West." The two Western Taoists exchanged confident smiles. Just then, more disciples arrived with news. Report, yet another war edict has been delivered. Maitreya accepted the missive and observed that it bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, though the language was more forthright. He let out a hum and was about to speak when another disciple rushed in with news. Report, the third war edict has arrived. Report, the fourth war edict has come. Reports indicate that countless war edicts have appeared throughout the city. 1,000 miles away at the Three Mountain Pass, Yongjian, bearing a bag filled with tens of thousands of war edicts, shot arrow after arrow towards the Three Mountain Pass. After the old chancellor composed the war edict, craftsmen immediately used a printing press to produce tens of thousands of copies. Yongjian was confident that he could distribute these tens of thousands of edicts to every corner of the Three Mountain Pass, ensuring that the entire region would swiftly learn of the king's military campaign. He cast a glance at the multitude of battle proclamations, exclaiming with a sense of awe that the printing press, a testament to the might of humanity, could produce such a vast number of war declarations in a remarkably short span of time. The king's words rang true. The human race possessed the strength to rival and transform the very fabric of this world. Within the confines of the Three Mountain Pass, under the relentless assault of Yongjian's unwavering determination, the news of King Zhou's impending attack soon reached the ears of every inhabitant of the Three Mountain Pass. Instantly, a wave of anxiety swept through the entire city. The coalition had faced two crushing defeats at Chaoga and the fall of Mianxi County, along with the Western Five Passes and the ghostly Soul Pass, had left the lords of the southern territories in a state of trepidation. As the news spread, the common folk of the south turned pale at the mention of King Zhou's name. 3 days later, another battle proclamation arrived, containing but a single phrase, in 10 days. The Maitreya Taoist deduced that this indicated King Zhou would commence his campaign in 10 days' time, thus ordering the city to be on high alert. 3 days thereafter, a new battle proclamation indicated that only 7 days remained. The Maitreya Taoist felt his judgment had proven correct and resolved that the city should enter its final phase of preparedness. He intends for all within the Three Mountain Pass to witness the downfall of King Zhou. Subsequently, each day thousands of challenge letters arrive at the pass, heightening the atmosphere of tension. Everyone is counting the days, the hours, anticipating the moment when King Zhou's grand army will descend upon the Three Mountain Pass. At this juncture, the Maitreya Taoist, the medicine master glazed Buddha, Kongxian, the compassionate navigation Taoist, the deity Zhao Gongming, and Jiangxia are all gathered at the pass, awaiting the imminent climactic battle. On the final day, a new challenge letter arrives. With a flick of his hand, the Maitreya Taoist opens the letter to reveal a single sentence. Today is the first day of winter. Almost simultaneously, thousands of challenge letters are unfurled, and everyone reads the identical message. The entire city of the Three Mountain Pass collectively exclaims, "Are you jesting? We are on the brink of anxiety. And this is what you present to us?" Chapter 78. The villager opens the door, bringing warmth. Jiangxia furrows his brow as he examines the challenge letter. After a moment of contemplation, he realizes, King Zhou's strategy is to sow discord among our ranks, aiming to throw us into disarray. Presently, the morale of the army and populace has been shaken, diminishing their spirit. The Maitreya Taoist snorts derisively, stating, were King Zhou to employ a different tactic, I might regard him with some respect. However, if this is his sole stratagem, then he has exhausted his options. The Western teachings focus on cultivating harmony and have little to fear regarding public sentiment. Once the Brahmin light is embraced, all will transform into devout followers, rendering any morale issues moot. Although some among humanity are unique and require continual nurturing for lasting effect, during wartime, the Western teachings have never been troubled by morale concerns. The medicine master glazed Buddha replied calmly, this matter is already within my arrangements. As his voice faded, a melodious chant resonated from the direction of the Sand Mountain Pass general's residence. Hundreds of disciples from the west gathered before the general's abode, reciting scriptures in serene harmony, their voices echoing like a new sun rising upon the earth, filling the Sand Mountain Pass with a divine brilliance. The once restless soldiers and civilians of Sand Mountain Pass swiftly fell into a tranquil silence, only to be swept away by a fervent zeal. Countless individuals knelt facing the west, weeping and laughing as they bowed their heads, fervently chanting the sacred text of the west. The Maitreya Taoist cast a calm glance toward the direction of Chaoga, remarking, I am curious to see what further stratagems King Zhou possesses. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at Sand Mountain Pass, Yongjian, Neza, and Weihu, after delivering a new batch of battle proclamations, chose not to depart. They were aware that new challenges would soon be dispatched. Neza, somewhat perplexed, inquired, does the king intend to sway the morale of the troops at the Three Mountain Pass with this method? However, the Western teachings possess a transformative quality, rendering them unafraid of such tactics. Weihu shrugged and remarked, did you not notice that the paper used for these challenge letters is all different? The king stated that these were previously discarded and unfinished products from earlier attempts at making paper, which took up space. It would be more beneficial to send them to the Three Mountain Pass, allowing the opposition to witness what true printing technology entails. Neza responded with confusion, are you serious? Brother Wei? Weihu, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, the king is quite serious. Yang Jian, standing nearby, shook his head and said, the king does not aim to unsettle the morale of the human troops at the Three Mountain Pass. He has known from the outset that the West's teachings are resilient against such fluctuations in spirit. The true objective of the king is to disrupt the hearts of the Western practitioners. He gazed towards the direction of the three-mountain pass. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, when those Western practitioners begin to waver, the morale of the troops at the three-mountain pass will inevitably falter. Neza and Wei, whose eyes sparkled with understanding, they grasped the profound meaning behind their lord's words. Yang Jian casually presented the map of mountains and rivers, stating, "When I first acquired this treasure, my sole intention was to subdue Yuan Hong. Never did I contemplate its other extraordinary uses. However, after hearing your insightful words, my ignorance of its true potential has become painfully apparent. My dear junior brothers, lean closer and heed my instructions." In Chaoga, within the 9-story hall, Zishou allowed the young Kunzi to push a cart of items into the grand hall. He expressed his impatience, saying, "Old Chancellor, I entrust these items to you. Dispose of them swiftly, their mere presence irks me." Shangrong gazed in astonishment at the pristine, flower-like, feather-light objects piled high on the cart, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, what are these?" Zishou replied, "These are cotton. They can be spun into cotton thread, woven into fabric for clothing, and serve as stuffing for warmth." He spoke, instructing Xiaokuan to present several thick tomes to Shangrong, saying, "These are the instructions for the processing, weaving, and cultivation of cotton. Take them away swiftly. I have no desire to behold such things any longer. This cart merely contains samples. There remains 1,000,000 pounds behind. Xiaokuan, escort the Chancellor to retrieve them." Shangrong, after perusing the explanation provided by the king, he finally comprehended the significance of cotton. As the Chancellor, he instantly grasped the immense utility of this substance. Initially intending to offer a customary compliment to the king, he ultimately chose to remain silent upon observing the monarch's impatient demeanor. This silence persisted until he exited the 9-chambers hall. He inquired of the nearby Xiaokuan, who was responsible for fetching cotton, saying, "Chief Kuan, what is the matter concerning the king?" Xiaokuan, not daring to assume an air of superiority in front of the old prime minister, respectfully bowed and whispered, "As for the king's affairs, our household is also unaware, and we do not dare to inquire. However, the king mentioned the other day that his recent pallor might be related to some misfortune." Shangrong expressed his perplexity. "Pallor? The king's complexion is robust. How can one speak of pallor? Misfortune? What does that entail?" In the Shoshin Palace, Zishou gazed upon the finally vacated side hall, curling his lips in disdain. For the past 10 days, he had been submerged in cotton, and his daily lottery draws had all yielded cotton as well. He was undoubtedly aware of the immense value of cotton, especially with winter approaching, as it would provide the populace with new garments, a prospect he welcomed with enthusiasm. However, for 10 consecutive days, the focus had solely been on cotton and its myriad associated products. Essentially, he had extracted every aspect related to cotton cultivation, harvesting, and spinning. As the sovereign, he expressed his desire to the system, no more cotton-related matters. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. Check-in reward, coke. Coke, a grade reward. 100,000 pounds of coke, suitable for fueling fires." All right. Cotton is no longer coming, and now it's coke, is it?" He retorted. "System. If you possess the capability, then tomorrow, grant me the extraction of heating." The following day, he received the notification, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. Check-in reward, Central Heating Design Blueprint. Central Heating Design Blueprint, a grade reward. Fellow villagers, open the door, warmth is on its way." Upon gazing at the blueprint that materialized before him, along with an ample supply of heating equipment capable of transforming the entire city, he felt fully satisfied. Thus, he summoned all the ministers at once. He suffers from insomnia, and thus cannot allow his ministers to rest peacefully. Otherwise, how could he effectively embody a tyrant? Henceforth, let us commence the renovation of the dwellings throughout the capital of Chaogo. Here are the construction plans. Summon all the citizens of the city to partake in this endeavor. Do remember the slogan for this undertaking. Neighbors, open your doors, warmth is on its way. The officials were left bewildered, pondering who had incited the king's ire. Yet, upon comprehending the construction plans and realizing the king's intentions, a profound admiration surged within them. Akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river, the king, at all times, demonstrates an unwavering concern for the populace. Just days prior, he procured cotton to provide clothing for the people. Now, he is troubled by the prospect of his subjects enduring the winter's chill, and has ingeniously devised such a remarkable solution. With this centralized heating system, no citizen within Chaogu shall perish from the cold during winter. The king's achievements are truly unparalleled throughout the ages. As dawn broke, the officials had already made all necessary preparations. The laborers went from house to house, notifying every citizen of Chaogu. "Neighbors, open your doors, warmth is on its way. You must mobilize all able-bodied men." Yes, just like before. "The king will provide wages and cover meals. What is to be done? Behold this. It is called delivering warmth. Once completed, every household will bask in spring-like comfort. The king has decreed that we shall first serve the people, followed by the residences of the officials, and lastly, the royal palace." By the time the hour of Qin arrived, the entire populace was aware of the unfolding events. All turned towards the royal palace, bowing in reverence, and collectively proclaimed, "Indeed, the king is the most illustrious tyrant of all time." In the streets, an elderly man with white hair raised a pickaxe and declared, fellow villagers. Let us all join in. The king has prioritized us, placing the royal palace last. We must not forget his kindness, nor allow him to feel neglected. Thus, the citizens of the city rallied with fervor, chanting a jubilant refrain. May everyone in the year of the snake find great fortune. May all dreams come true. May misfortunes be cast aside, and may all be auspicious. As the citizens of Chaogu enthusiastically transformed their homes within the confines of the Three Mountains Pass, the relentless exchange of battle proclamations persisted every 3 days. Initially, these communications were indeed war-related, but soon, a peculiar phenomenon emerged, a genre referred to as picture books. These were simple illustrations accompanied by minimal text, narrating stories in an exceedingly basic manner. The Maitreya Taoist observed the latest influx of such materials with indifference, stating, "The tyrant has exhausted his strategies. He now resorts to this method to confound us. He believes he can lull us into complacency, and then sees the opportunity to launch an assault with his cosmic powers? It is utterly laughable. The more he resorts to such tactics, the more he reveals his impotence. We need only to secure our borders. The tyrant will eventually tire." Despite his hesitation, Jiang Zia spoke up. "The content of these materials grows increasingly bizarre. There may be hidden malice within. In my humble opinion, we should eliminate them all." His past experiences indicated that ignorance of the tyrant's intentions necessitated a comprehensive prevention strategy. However, the Maitreya Taoist dismissed his concerns, asserting, "Minister Jiang is overly apprehensive. What harm can these items do, no matter how numerous they may be? With myself and Brother Lili stationed here, and the Peacock King commanding the army, this city is flawless. I shall observe how much longer the tyrant can continue this charade." Jiang Zia fell silent. A whole Western sect, with 2 sages and 7 known primordial golden immortals, was constrained to mere defense by the tyrant, yet they remained quite pleased. All it would take was a simple incantation to incinerate these threats, leaving no trace of danger. Yet, they refrained from taking action and even forbade others from doing so, adopting an attitude of indifference towards the tyrant's maneuvers. Noticing Jiang Zia's furrowed brow, a chill flickered in the Maitreya Taoist heart, though his smile remained undiminished. "Minister Jiang, I have already made arrangements. Chaoga cannot survive this winter. There is no need for us to intervene. By the arrival of spring, Chaoga shall surely fall." Jiang Zia's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you suggesting, dear friend, that you intend to turn Chaoga into a wasteland? The fortunes of the mortal realm cannot defy the laws of nature. The manifestations of rain, snow, wind, and frost are beyond the control of human fate. Years ago, you froze Mount Qi, a masterstroke. This time, I shall encase Chaogu in ice." The realization struck Jiang Zia, and he exclaimed in astonishment. "You intend to render Chaogu a desolate land? While the fortunes of mankind can repel celestial beings and impede their arts, they cannot withstand the immutable laws of nature, nor alter the cycles of the seasons. In the sweltering summer of year, he employed the 5 elements Tao to freeze Mount Qi, annihilating 200,000 elite soldiers of the Lu Xiong. This act was a blatant bullying of Lu Xiong, who had ventured beyond the protective grasp of the royal territory of Chaoga. However, now, amidst the fortunes of Chaoga, employing the same method of freezing Mount Qi to conjure a tempest in summer would be utterly futile. Yet, who decrees that it must be executed in the summer? Each year, Chaoga inevitably welcomes heavy snowfall. When the heavens grow frigid and the earth is encased in ice, a vast expanse of frost blankets the land. At such a moment, if one were to further amplify the blizzard, the natural fortunes would be rendered ineffective." Jiang Zia cast a glance at the Maitreya Taoist, feeling a surge of admiration within, and remarked, "Your plan is indeed exquisite and capable of securing peace for the realm." While he held no equal in cunning, he humbly acknowledged his inferiority and wickedness. He pondered how his friend might alter the climate of Chaoga without inciting the backlash of terrestrial fortunes. The Maitreya Taoist merely smiled in silence, gesturing towards the north. In the northern sea, the Dragon King Ao Shun awaited the arrival of the Pishifu Taoist with trepidation. In this era, where sages are barred from entering the primordial wilderness, the formidable beings capable of traversing it wield unbridled power. Such beings once belonged to the Chan teaching, now fallen into obscurity, replaced by the Western teachings. Yet for the long-diminished Dragon clan, there exists no distinction between the Chan and Western teachings. Little Wang humbly welcomes the venerable Pishifu. "May I inquire what brings you to the northern sea?" Ao Shun cautiously inquired, his demeanor profoundly respectful. There was no room for disrespect. His elder brother, the Dragon King Ao Guang of the Eastern Sea, had clashed with Guang Qingzi over grievances concerning their nephew Ao Jia, resulting in the loss of the latter's life during this calamity. Ao Guang, gravely wounded, had yet to recover. The Dragon clan now boasted but one Tai golden immortal, while the other 3 Dragon Kings were mere golden immortals. The remaining dragon offspring were merely celestial immortals. With such diminished strength, what right had they to act with anything but deference before the celestial beings? Ao Guang, with 9 children, had seen his lineage dwindle to a solitary surviving daughter. He possesses but a single son. Should he be harmed, the lineage of the Northern Sea would face extinction. The Taoist Pai Shifu, with an impassive countenance, spoke in a measured tone. "I have come today to request from the Dragon King a singular item, namely the Northern Sea Frost Dragon Pearl." The expression of Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, shifted dramatically. Ever since the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the ancient dragon transformation pool had shattered, causing the dragon clan to lose its precious means of enhancing their bloodline, leading to a continuous decline. It was not until a certain ancestor, during the calamity of the witch and the demon, comprehended the method of condensing dragon pearls that a glimmer of fortune was restored to the dragon lineage. Otherwise, during the witch and demon calamity, the dragon clan would have faced annihilation. The dragon pearl is forged from the essence of a pure blood true dragon soul, with each of the 4 sea dragon palaces possessing one. It is the ultimate treasure of the 4 sea dragon palaces, the very foundation of their bloodline's continuation. Newborn dragon offspring can only thrive under the nurturing of the dragon pearl. Otherwise, they would merely develop into mindless dragon beasts. Dragon beasts are, in fact, the source of dragon liver served at divine banquets. Ao Shun hesitated before speaking. O immortal, please understand that the dragon pearl is the treasure that safeguards our palace. Any misstep would spell doom for our Northern Sea lineage. The Taoist Pai Shifu replied coolly, Dragon King of the Northern Sea, you must recognize the present situation. King Zhou clings obstinately to his fate, foolishly attempting to defy the heavens. Yet can one truly oppose destiny? The more he struggles, the heavier the calamity he shall ultimately incur. At this moment, my Western teachings act on behalf of the heavens to fulfill the calamity. And we find ourselves in need of the Northern Sea Dragon Pearl. This is a divine decree, should the Dragon King refuse. It would be tantamount to defying the will of heaven. Ao Shun felt a tightening in his chest, a surge of anger rising within him. This Western Taoist, speaking so brazenly, displayed a complete disregard for the Dragon Clan. However, what recourse did he have? Confronted with the transcendent golden immortal, if he withheld it, the individual could simply seize it by force. The Western powers were currently formidable, overshadowing the 3 teachings. The heavenly court could only retreat to the 9 heavens, remaining silent. What significance does the diminutive Dragon King of the North Sea hold? At this moment, the sage of the floating Taoist added, should the Dragon King lend the Dragon Pearl? When the day of deification and the tribulation concludes, a share of merit shall undoubtedly be granted to you. I from the West am also willing to open wide the doors of convenience and accept the Dragon Palace of the North Sea into my realm. Aoshan understood that with the conversation reaching this juncture, should he remain silent, the other party would indeed resort to direct force to seize it. He sighed helplessly and retrieved the Frost Dragon Pearl from the Northern Sea, saying, in that case, I shall lend the Frost Dragon Pearl to the esteemed immortal. The Northern Sea Dragon Clan cultivates the path of frost, and the Northern Sea Dragon Pearl embodies the essence of this frost path. When placed in the Northern Sea, it appears unremarkable. However, once it departs from the Northern Sea, it instantly encases everything in ice for miles around. The immortal Pishifu took the Frost Dragon Pearl and returned to the Northern Chong Pass, where he placed the pearl within its confines. Half a day later, the entire Northern Chong Pass was thoroughly frozen. Subsequently, the snowstorm swept southward towards Chowga. Wherever it passed, both man and beast perished in the wild, and the flora was encased in frost. On the earth, snow and ice became the sole colors. 10 days later, Chowga began an unrelenting snowfall. Another 10 days passed, and the heavy snow nearly submerged the entire city. At this time, it was the 35th year of Emperor Xian, in the month of winter. Chapter 80. The city no longer harbors flaws. In the 9 halls of Chowga City, the solemn holy mother of Wudong reported, My king, I can confirm that the frigid atmosphere emanates from Northern Chong Pass. It is undoubtedly the work of the Western sect. However, I have not detected any celestial powers within this icy aura. It is not a sorcery or divine skill, thus Chowga's fortune cannot resist it. Zishou, unperturbed by this revelation, had already discerned the truth when he noted the unusual weather. It is no surprise. The Western sect has obtained the Frost Dragon Pearl from the Northern Sea Dragon Clan. This icy aura is birthed from the frost essence emitted by the pearl. Moreover, given that it is the season of heavy snow and ice encasement in Chowga, the city's fortune is naturally ineffective. The Holy Mother of Wudong widened her eyes in astonishment. She had exhausted all means of divination, ultimately daring to venture near Northern Chong Pass, thus confirming the source of the problem, but that was all she knew. She had not anticipated that the king was already aware of the entire situation. Did the king truly possess a treasure akin to the Haotian mirror? Furrowing her brow, the Holy Mother mused, I see now. The Western sect aims to utilize the changes of heaven and earth across the 4 seasons to utterly freeze Chowga. The officials finally grasped the situation. The venerable prime minister, infuriated, exclaimed, these Western scoundrels are relentless in their desire to see Chowga perish. Yet after a moment, he laughed heartily, saying, alas, how could they possibly know of the king's schemes? He bowed to the king, holding the ceremonial scepter, and said, Your Majesty, the centralized heating in Chowga City has reached 60% completion. Although the residences of the citizens are not yet fully covered, they are filled with enthusiasm. And by the 12th lunar month, it will undoubtedly be finished. With the centralized heating system in place, alongside the cotton provided by Your Majesty, the nefarious schemes of the Western bandits shall surely fail. The officials nodded in agreement, each brimming with confidence, for they had witnessed the tangible results. The heavy snow had sealed the city, with drifts surpassing the height of the dwellings. Yet, thanks to the king's initiative for heating and the ample supply of warm clothing, not a single citizen of Chowga suffered from the cold. Inside the 9 palaces, even a simple, modest heating arrangement rendered the grand hall as warm as spring. Zishou, seated upon the golden throne, gradually spoke. It is impolite to receive without reciprocating. Yang Jian, the moment has come to act regarding the three mountain pass. At once, Zhu Sheng stepped forward, holding the military talisman and the map of the nation's territories. Yang Jian accepted the talisman and the map, clasping his fist in a respectful gesture, and said, "I shall obey the command." After a prolonged period of preparation, the three mountain pass had completely ceased to respond to the proclamations issued by the king. Now, it was time to take action. Zisho glanced at the map in Yang Jian's hands and advised, "Be careful not to harm the livestock within." Yang Jian involuntarily twitched his lips and replied, "Understood." Initially, he held immense admiration for the king's ability to utilize the map of mountains and rivers to mobilize troops and rescue the people. Now, he realizes that his admiration was premature. The king is capable of using the map to even raise pigs. In order to provide ample meat for the citizens of Chaogu, the king has raised millions of pigs within the confines of this map. This is indeed the map of mountains and rivers. Should a sage ever invoke this treasure, they could confine other sages within it for an extended period. Such a precious artifact is being used by the king for pig farming. Truly, he is a king who can accomplish what even the divine cannot and conceive what sages dare not imagine. Zisho waved his hand and presented a square box to Yang Jian, saying, "You must carry this with you at all times. It must not be stored in your primordial spirit. Regardless of what occurs, you must not open this box. If someone attempts to seize it, you must protect it diligently. Additionally, I have a secret edict for you, so listen carefully." He conveyed a message to Yang Jian through his divine sense. Yang Jian stared in astonishment at the square box in his hand. This box, perfectly cubic and palm-sized, was adorned with a crimson lacquer finish, upon which intricate and esoteric runes of the Tao continuously shifted and transformed. It was indeed a spiritual treasure, exuding an aura of profound depth, clearly not an ordinary artifact. However, recalling the task assigned by the king and the secret edict he had just received, he began to entertain other thoughts. He carefully tucked away the square box and said, "I accept the decree." After the court session, Zisho returned to the Shouxian Palace. Gazing at the swirling snow in Chaoga, murmuring, "My efforts over the past month to collect items have not been in vain. All were related to cold disaster prevention. Could this be a hint from the system? The system has been rather benevolent to me. I shall no longer curse it for the Gue level rewards." That day, at the hour of Z, coarse language echoed once more within the Shouxian Palace. The following day, Yang Jian mustered 20,000 troops and set forth towards the Sand Mountain Pass. After a period of troop expansion, Chaoga now boasted 30,000 soldiers. This time, Yang Jian selected 3,000 seasoned warriors, thoroughly adept in the great array of the heavenly stars. In addition to these troops, he was joined by Yang Chan, Neza, Wei Hu, Lei Zhenzi, Jin Jia, and Mu Jia, with the blessing of Yang Chan, the goddess of Wushan. The army arrived at the outskirts of the Sand Mountain Pass in a single day, suffering almost no attrition, and after waiting a mere half hour, they boldly launched their assault. 18,000 of the most elite warriors formed the great array of the heavenly stars, charging towards the Sand Mountain Pass. This array is renowned as the foremost offensive formation of the primordial era. As the 18,000 soldiers collided with the pass, the earth trembled and the stars seemed to fall from the sky. The massive Sand Mountain Pass appeared as though it might be thrust from the earth itself. In the next moment, boundless golden light surged from within the city, transforming into a resplendent shield that enveloped the entire fortress. Amidst the golden radiance, the medicine master Liuli clasped his hands together, rising upon a cloud. Behind him loomed a colossal golden figure, shielding the Sand Mountain Pass beneath its vast presence. This golden manifestation sported an elevated bun, surrounded by a cosmic halo, emanating a warm yet mysterious glow. In its left hand, it gently cradled a medicinal bowl filled with the essence of life from the west, while its right hand held an extraordinary herb, its leaves swaying as if imbued with the vitality of immortality. Within the Sand Mountain Pass, thousands of disciples from the west sat in a circle, some wielding Western artifacts, others forming seals and chanting scriptures, pooling all their strength into a singular force. At that moment, not a single mortal remained within the pass. All had been relocated to a temporary encampment behind. Meanwhile, a multitude of Western disciples had been discreetly summoned to the city, under the guidance of the medicine master Liuli. The power of the Western disciples was continuously enhanced and directed, transforming into a brilliant shield that repelled the repeated assaults of the great array of the heavenly stars. Upon the city walls, the Mithria Taoist coldly observed the scene outside, then turned to Jiang Zia, saying, "It appears you were mistaken, Jiang Xiang. You previously stated that King Zhou would find a way to endure the winter snows, yet it is evident he will not survive until then. Look." He now approaches to attack the Sand Mountain Pass, a clear sign of his desperation. He knows that if he waits any longer, Chaoga will surely perish, leaving him no choice but to gamble everything. Alas, I had already foreseen this. The mortals within the city have been relocated, and numerous defenses have been established. This city is now devoid of vulnerabilities. Chapter 81. Is the rice of Chaoga more nourishing? Jiang Zia harbored disdain for the Western teachings, often marked by blind arrogance. Yet he must concede that Mithria Taoist preparations were remarkably thorough. With no mortals in the city, there was no fear of King Zhou attempting a repeat of his raid on the northern Chong Pass. Various prohibitions had been set in place, specifically targeting the Tao of heaven and earth, as well as the Tao of time and space. Even should King Zhou's ruler's pearl prove formidable, it would inevitably reveal a flaw. Currently, there were 4 Hunyuan golden immortals in the city. Should the ruler's pearl display even the slightest imperfection, it could be seized. Simultaneously, outside the northern Chong Pass, the Wudong Holy Mother gazed at the distant fortress, now encased in a thick layer of ice, transforming the entire structure into a grand ice sculpture. The Wudong Holy Mother silently observed the northern Chong Pass until the royal edict of the great king resonated within her soul. Take action. Suddenly, her eyes blazed with brilliant light as she stepped forward, extending her hand towards the northern Chong Pass. A grasp from a peak Hunyuan expert could easily uproot the entire fortress from the earth. Regardless of where that frost dragon pearl resided, it would be retrieved. However, at the moment she reached out, a cold voice resounded. Wudong Daoist, I have awaited you for quite some time. Pai Shifu Daoist strode forward, his form radiating a fiery brilliance of Buddhist light. Did you think I was unaware that King Zhou would send you to steal the dragon pearl at this juncture? I have been prepared for this moment. Behind him, a golden figure rose, its eyes wide with fury, and the path to annihilation loomed like an infinite abyss, enveloping the unfettered Holy Mother. The Holy Mother merely cast a calm glance at the Bodhisattva, uttering not a word, as she summoned the blade of command and struck towards the Bodhisattva. At the 3-mountain pass, the Maitreya Bodhisattva's eyes suddenly radiated boundless Brahman light. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, indeed, King Zhou intends to employ his old tricks once more. While dispatching Yang Jian to assault the 3-mountain pass, he also sent the unfettered one to the North Chong Pass, aiming to steal the Frost Dragon Pearl. He cast a glance at Jiang Zia and spoke calmly, regrettably. King Zhou remains oblivious, for I, the humble Taoist, have long since made arrangements. Wudong cannot possibly steal the Frost Dragon Pearl, and Brother Pisha will detain Wudong at the North Chong Pass. Taoist Kongxian, you may now take action. In an instant, the previously silent Peacock King opened his eyes, a myriad of colors flashing from their depths. With a resounding hum, the entire 3-mountain pass trembled, as if the very void had been solidified. The 5-colored divine light surged towards the heavens, painting the sky with a unique brilliance. Below, Yang Jian, witnessing Kongxuan's move, immediately raised his hand and commanded, everyone, enter the formation. Attack. The remaining soldiers, undaunted, joined the formation, expanding the already vast array by another 50%. In that fleeting moment, a magnificent starry sky unfolded before the 3-mountain pass, countless stars shimmering in harmony with the celestial bodies, their energies intertwining and escalating with fervor. Seeing this spectacle, the Maitreya Daoist could not suppress a glimmer of greed in his eyes, murmuring, the celestial star array truly deserves its reputation as the foremost offensive formation of the primordial era. Even a group of mortals can wield such power. Should the West acquire this formation, all beings in the primordial realm would surely turn to the West. Kongxian Daoist. This celestial star array is destined to be ours in the West. Moreover, the West is compassionate and embraces the virtue of nurturing life. Let us not take lives for it. Kongxian nodded, retracting the most lethal white light from his 5-colored divine radiance and replacing it with the yellow light, adept at capturing targets alive. He then stepped forward, descending with determination. Beside him, Jiang Zia's lips twitched. Even at this critical juncture, one still harbored thoughts of advantage. Once they captured Chaoga, would they not have the celestial star array at their disposal? Yet, it was too late for his protest. As Kongxian unleashed the yellow light, it enveloped the entire celestial star array, intent on casting everyone off. Yang Jian's commanding voice rang out as he activated the Panga creation technique with fervor, employing the law of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he transformed, his visage turning fierce with a green face and sharp fangs, his crimson hair flowing, towering as he brandished the trident blade, akin to a divine spear poised to cleave mountains and part seas. Attack. The 30,000 soldiers roared in unison, channeling all the power of the celestial stars into Yang Jian. In that instant, his aura soared, revealing the might of a peak the Luo Golden Immortal, as the trident blade shimmered with starlight, descending upon Kongxian. At this moment, even the observant Sihong Daoist widened his eyes in astonishment. When did Yang Jian ascend to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal? While the 8-9 mysterious arts possess the divine ability of the law of heaven and earth, only upon reaching the Tai Golden Immortal could one wield it. Jiang Zia's expression darkened as well. He recalled that not long ago, Yang Jian was merely a Golden Immortal, and now he had remarkably ascended to the realm of the Supreme Golden Immortal. For an ordinary celestial being, to advance from the Golden Immortal stage to the Supreme Golden Immortal stage within a millennium would signify extraordinary talent and exceptional potential. Yang Jian had only attained the Golden Immortal status in the 5th year of Emperor Xian's reign. Prior to his alignment with Chaoga, there were no indications of any forthcoming advancement. How could he achieve such a rapid ascension shortly after his allegiance to Chaoga? Could it be that the environment of Chaoga nurtures its inhabitants so well? The Maitreya smiled gently and remarked, even so. How could that possibly obstruct the resplendent 5-colored divine light of the Peacock King? Even with the enhancement of the Zhou Tian star formation, Yang Jian would merely reach the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A smile remained fixed upon his face. Yet the glimmer of avarice in his eyes deepened with intensity. Should he succeed in capturing Yang Jian, He would not only acquire the formidable Zhou Tian star array but also gain the exceptionally gifted individual known as Yang Jian. Furthermore, he could potentially extract the teachings of the Chan school's protective divine arts and the profound mysteries of the 8-9 Xian Gong from him. A singular triumph yielding 3 bountiful rewards. He secretly conveyed information to Kong, emphasizing the necessity of capturing Yang Jian alive, indifferent to the fate of others. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resounded, causing the 30,000 troops of Chaoga to bleed from their ears and noses, staggering backward in disarray. Yet, despite the overwhelming force, none perished. This alone attested to the formidable power of the Zhou Tian star formation. They faced none other than Kong Xian, revered as the foremost among the saints. In the midst of the turmoil, Yang Chan's complexion turned ashen, yet she could not afford to calm the tumultuous celestial power within her. She anxiously lifted her gaze towards the sky. Before her eyes, her elder brother's celestial manifestation had shattered, his towering form vanished from sight. In the air above, Yang Jian was sent flying, but fortunately, the howling celestial dog, transformed into the size of a white elephant, arrived just in time to catch him securely. Opposite them, Kong Xian stood unwavering, and in his hand, a square box with a crimson lacquered surface had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Upon catching sight of the box, Yang Jian's expression changed dramatically as he hastily reached for his waist. Indeed, the treasured box bestowed by the king had mysteriously vanished. His expression darkened, and in a state of utmost anxiety, he shouted, "Return my treasure box." As soon as the words left his lips, he gritted his teeth and sprang into action. He grasped a 3-pronged, double-edged blade in one hand, while brandishing the 5-ding mountain-opening divine axe in the other, simultaneously invoking the water-splitting sword at his waist. In an instant, the treasured sword transformed into a towering wave, surging with the force of thunder, sweeping towards Kong Xian. This strike unveiled his true realm, peak of the golden immortal. The Taoist Ci hang atop the city wall was left utterly astounded. It was inconceivable. Yang Jian remained a golden immortal, yet how could he wield such celestial might? Even the typically composed Ci hang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The eyes of the Methreya Taoist shone with a radiant light. This young man, Yang Jian, must surely convert to the West. Chapter 82. Did I not warn you against being reckless? Why did you not heed my words? Receiving the cryptic signal from Methreya Taoist, Kong Xian's murderous intent receded. And with a gentle lift of his hand, another beam of yellow light surged forth. A dull thud echoed at the Sand Mountain Pass. Yang Jian trembled as if struck by lightning, propelled backward once more. This time, both Neza and Wei Hu acted simultaneously, managing to catch Yang Jian. With a collective spurt of blood, the 3 of them exhibited a flicker of bitter astonishment in their eyes. Indeed, the foremost among the saints was a force beyond their reckoning. Kong Xian had shown no intent to kill. With a mere flick, they were all grievously injured. Neza grimaced, muttering, "When I was in the Chan sect, I was struck by Kong Xian. Now that I am here in Chaoga, I am yet again assailed by him." Yang Jian, having regained his breath, turned to Kong Xian and said, "Kong Xian, as a being of the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, known as the foremost among the saints, how dare you seize what is rightfully mine? Do you not feel shame? That treasure was bestowed upon me by the king. Return it swiftly, and I shall engage you in 300 rounds of battle." After his enlightenment, Kong Xian's demeanor had grown increasingly austere. He was adorned in resplendent hues of divine light. Hovering in midair, with a cold smirk, he proclaimed, "Before my esteemed presence, not even a single exchange is warranted for you to claim a battle of 300 rounds. Had it not been for the compassion of the Western sage, a mere flick of my wrist would suffice to reduce you to ashes." He raised the square box in his hand, upon which were inscribed enigmatic and profound runes of the Tao, leaving even him utterly perplexed. However, when he probed with his divine consciousness, he found the interior of the box to be a void, revealing nothing at all. He furrowed his brow and reached out to open the square box. Yang Jian's expression changed dramatically as he urgently exclaimed, "Kong Xian, do not open the box, for it will surely bring calamity." Kong Xian, unfazed, scoffed and replied, "In my eyes, what calamity exists? As of now, the sages cannot enter the primordial chaos. Within this realm, I am an invincible being." With that, he flicked his finger and pried open the box. The moment it was unveiled, Yang Jian warned Neza and Wei Hu to flee. The soldiers of Chaoga, who had just regained their composure, saw Neza and Wei Hu dragging Yang Jian in a frantic dash and immediately turned to run as well. Prior to the battle, the commander had repeatedly instructed that as long as he ran, everyone must flee with utmost speed. Without hesitation, Yang Chan invoked the Wushan goddess chant and led everyone in retreat. In that instant, Kong Xian realized he had been deceived. Without hesitation, he swiftly focused his thoughts, and the 5-colored divine light immediately converged into one, suddenly striking down toward the box. He exuded confidence, believing that regardless of what resided within the square box, he could simply brush it away with the 5-colored divine light. However, as soon as the divine light made contact with the box, an incomprehensibly terrifying force erupted from within, devoid of any tangible presence. The 5-colored divine light of Kong Xian was instantly devoured by this overwhelming power, leaving not a trace behind. Shocked, Kong Xian widened his eyes in realization of the impending danger and turned to flee. Yet, the box had a singular focus on whoever dared to open it. The moment Kong Xian pivoted, the box soared into the air, striking him directly atop his crown. A peculiar, excruciating sound reverberated. One that even the Hunyuan Golden Immortals found unbearable. Within the city of Sand Mountain Pass, all celestial beings, regardless of their rank or allegiance, turned pale, bowing their heads to retch, their magical energy draining uncontrollably. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, a void-like sphere enveloped Fengshen entirely. This sphere, exceeding 100 feet in size, was both resplendent and unfathomably ethereal. The celestial beings gazing upon it felt as though they were peering into an absolute void, fearing that a mere glance could lead to the consumption of their very souls. Mithraea, while retching, exclaimed in horror, "What is that? My magical power is incessantly dissipating." At that moment, the medicine master Liuli could no longer maintain his divine form, collapsing beside Mithraea, his face ashen. "My magical energy has also diminished significantly," he lamented. Shinde Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement, indicating that his own power was similarly affected. The compassionate navigation Taoist cast a glance at Fengshen, who was entirely engulfed by the void-like sphere, and remarked, "Yang Jian and the others have returned." The celestial beings, their faces drained of color, looked towards the city's outskirts. Indeed, they beheld Yang Jian leading the soldiers of Chaoga back into battle, evidently unaffected by the void-like sphere. In a few swift strides, Yang Jian approached the sphere and pressed his hand against its surface, performing an unknown action that caused the sphere to instantly contract, reverting to its original form as a square box. However, Fengshen had already vanished without a trace, leaving only a white object, which Yang Jian retrieved. With a playful toss of the box in his hand, he taunted, "What did I just say? I warned you not to be reckless, not to open the box. Why would you not heed my words?" He gazed upon the celestial beings atop the walls of Sand Mountain Pass, chuckling softly as he proclaimed, "The king has long anticipated that you would relocate all the human citizens within the city. Only then can we truly unleash our prowess. Mithraea, do you truly believe that your trivial tricks escape the king's discernment?" Upon the city walls, Mithraea was on the verge of spitting blood. Yet what recourse did he have at this moment? The combined powers of all the immortals in the city had been devoured by 80%. Should Yang Jian lead the 30,000 soldiers of Chaoga in an assault utilizing the Grand Celestial Array, they would all meet their demise. "Depart," Mithraea commanded, and the immortals, as if granted a reprieve, summoned their escape light and fled. Observing the complete retreat of the Western teachings, Yang Jian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "At last, they have been frightened away." If it were to escalate into a confrontation, victory would not be assured. He glanced at the square box in his hand and exclaimed, "The treasure bestowed by the king is indeed formidable. We have merely been brushed by its residual power and have already lost a significant portion of our strength, rendering us incapable of utilizing the celestial array for the time being. Fortunately, the Western sect remains oblivious to our true capabilities and has been frightened away. Moreover, they were only grazed by the residual force and will soon regain their combat prowess, whereas the Western sect will take much longer to recover." Yang Jian gestured to the soldiers of Chaoga and declared, "Quickly enter the city and seize control of the Three Mountains Pass." Chaoga. Zisho retracted his gaze from the Three Mountains Pass and chuckled softly. "I knew it. The system extracted such an item and provided a closure incantation. It surely must be intended for deception." As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification unexpectedly chimed. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Void Box fragment. Having vanquished Fengshen, and for earning a lottery enhancement, the next draw will be automatically elevated by 1 level. Zisho raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and inquired, "The Void Box? The one used by the primordial heavenly sovereign to transform the immortal by Shao into blood? After the fall of the Void Demon, its companion's spiritual treasure." The Void Box shattered into numerous fragments, each possessing distinct characteristics. Zisho instantly comprehended. Although they were all fragments of the Void Box, each held its own uniqueness. The Void Box wielded by the primordial heavenly sovereign required manual insertion of the target to effectuate the transformation into blood. This Void Box brings misfortune to anyone daring enough to open it, even for someone as formidable as Fengshen. However, it can only be utilized once. He nodded and remarked, "No wonder I couldn't perceive this box when the divine eye of fate was deducing causality earlier. It harbors the essence of the Void's great Tao. Now that the Three Mountain Pass has been reclaimed, only the Frost Dragon Pearl of the Northern Chong Pass remains." He raised his gaze towards the direction of Beichong Pass. "The previous 3 chapters were mistakenly sent. That day, I had prematurely released 10 chapters ahead of schedule. I made some modifications at that time and provided reminders afterward, but some readers may have overlooked them. To compensate for this, I shall present 4 updates today, including 1 chapter that is being reissued. Happy New Year." Chapter 83. This phrase sounds quite familiar. Zisho looked towards the direction of Beichong Pass. Just as his thoughts began to stir, he heard a robust voice resonate. "Wudong, you may continue to attempt. Even if I must support Beichong Pass with one hand, you are no match for me." "Zisho? Why does this formulation sound so familiar?" He gazed intently towards the northern Chongguan, where he beheld the figure of the venerable Petition standing upon a lotus, with a golden body manifesting behind him, exuding an aura of serene yet fierce annihilation. He held a relic in his hand, upon which the luminous light of the Western Dharma shone resplendently. This was indeed another hallmark of the West, apart from the grand path of salvation, the life essence relic. The life essence relic embodies the quintessence of the Western practitioner's great truths, intrinsically linked to life and death, and possesses boundless wondrous applications. One of which is its capacity to substitute for spiritual treasures. After all, the West is meager in resources. Behind the practitioner of the Western path, a golden corporeal form rose 3,000 zhang high, one hand supporting the northern Chongguan while the other executed the fearless Midra, surrounded by radiant light like flames. Serene as an abyss, with boundless Taoist rhythms seemingly swirling within his piercing gaze. Before the practitioner of the Western path, the Holy Mother of Wudong raised her command knife. Each stroke aimed at the primordial spirit, yet continually thwarted by the opposing practitioner's path of extinguishment. It was evident that neither side had exerted their full strength. The practitioner of the Western path was clearly awaiting news from the Three Mountain Pass, while the Holy Mother of Wudong awaited a command from the king. Zhou smiled faintly and said, "The Three Mountain Pass has been secured. We shall eliminate the charlatan posing as a city." The Holy Mother of Wudong, unable to comprehend the term charlatan, had nonetheless waited long for the king's command. With a slight furrow of her brow, she summoned the sea-defending pearl. Instantly, a myriad of colorful lights enveloped the expanse of 1,000 miles. The practitioner of the Western path let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Wudong, do you think this humble monk is unprepared for the sea-defending pearl?" He extolled the sacred scriptures of the West, and in his hand, the relic suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The beams of the Western enlightenment swept across the heavens and the earth, astonishingly transforming light into light, beginning to erode the brilliance of the sea-settling pearl in reverse. The sea-settling pearl is indeed a formidable weapon for ambushes. However, I, the humble Taoist, was well prepared. You shall not succeed. The Holy Mother of No Obstruction, with a stoic expression, summoned the four symbols pagoda and the dragon tiger jade scepter. The Taoist Pai Shifu was taken aback. Previously, Jin Ling had perished before Chao Gu, and her spiritual treasure had gone missing. It turned out that you had stolen it. The Holy Mother, despite not uttering a word, felt a surging anger within her. This was her senior sister's spiritual treasure, taken by the Chan sect, which was subsequently resurrected to confront her. Now, in merely reclaiming her senior sister's treasure, she was accused of theft by these Western intruders. The taciturn Holy Mother, with determination, wielded the spiritual treasure and struck. Boom. The 1,000-mile ice was shattered in an instant. Amidst the roars of dragons and tigers, the dragon tiger jade scepter shattered the void, allowing the forces of earth, wind, water, and fire to surge forth towards Pai Shifu. In the blink of an eye, the golden body of Pai Shifu began to show cracks. Alarmed, Pai Shifu cried out, "Brother Pipo, save me." In that moment, he comprehended a profound truth. He was utterly outmatched. Zhou felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This phrase sounds rather familiar. In Donglu, Pai Pashur was awaiting news from the Sanshan Pass. The reason for their dispersion was to prevent King Zhou from employing a feigned attack strategy. Thus, aside from the safest Shiqi, neither the northern border nor Donglu had sent forces to the Sanshan Pass. However, just moments ago, the entire Sanshan Pass had inexplicably vanished from his perception. The area surrounding Sanshan Pass, stretching 1,000 miles, was enveloped in a shroud of nothingness. This rendered him unable to see the Sanshan Pass or contact Methreya. Nevertheless, reassured by the thorough preparations on Methreya's side, he believed there would be no missteps. Something must have occurred during their confrontations, momentarily casting the Sanshan Pass into obscurity. Yet, before he could receive any news from the Sanshan Pass, he instead received a distress call from his junior brother, Pai Shifu. He stepped forward and arrived at Beichong Pass. There, he beheld the golden form of his master, Pishifu, marred by countless cracks, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. With a thunderous roar, he summoned forth his golden avatar from behind, joining his hands in prayer as he advanced towards the unfettered Holy Mother. Bold transgressor against the heavens, today I shall bring you to justice and present you before the Western sage to atone for your sins. Yet, the unfettered Holy Mother remained unperturbed. Her eyes radiated the brilliance of celestial light, and she simultaneously invoked the commanding blade, the four symbols pagoda, the calming pearl, and the dragon and tiger rui, engaging in a fierce battle against the two Western primordial beings. In an instant, the earth trembled and the heavens quaked, a cataclysmic clash unfolding before them. The celestial beings stood in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief at the spectacle. How could the unfettered Holy Mother possess such formidable power? She had always been the most unassuming among the 8 immortals of the intercepting sect, often dismissed as lacking in strength. Yet here she was, holding her ground against 2 mighty Western primordial entities. Was this truly a sign of weakness? It was merely the invocation of 4 extraordinary spiritual treasures. What was there to be astonished about? Even if you were bestowed with these 4 treasures, you would still falter. Each invocation of a spiritual treasure imposes a burden upon the primordial spirit. Without absolute strength, how could one sustain the conjuration of 4 supreme innate treasures simultaneously? The celestial beings fell silent, their disbelief palpable. The sudden surge of power from the unfettered Holy Mother left the celestial beings in profound shock. Not only were they astonished. Within the purple cloud palace, the Tongdian saint also expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "How has the strength of the unfettered mother escalated so swiftly? This cannot solely be attributed to the fortune of Chaoga. Has she comprehended some profound Tao, or cultivated a new technique?" That aura resembles the 8-9 profound arts of the Chan sect, yet is infinitely more profound. Could it be that the human king imparted something to her? This adds an intriguing twist. In the west, amidst the Sumera heaven, the beings of guidance, Jingjie and Jundi, exchanged glances. Baipash and Bishifu, the earliest disciples to follow them, had been the hidden strength of the west. Even if the unfettered Holy Mother possessed 4 supreme innate treasures, could 2 still not overcome one? Jundi's countenance darkened as he remarked, "This is not right. I observed the unfettered in the 10,000 immortals array. She should not possess such power. How long has it been since that event? Has the unfettered Holy Mother experienced yet another breakthrough?" He gazed towards the direction of Sanshan Pass, only to find it still shrouded in an aura of emptiness, where even the gaze of a sage could perceive nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast a glance at the lotus pond beneath his feet. At that instant, a golden-mustached arowana leaped from the water, transforming into a gaunt figure with muddled eyes, a Taoist known as Wu Yunxian, the foremost of the 7 immortals serving the. "Quickly proceed to Beichong Pass and subdue Wudong," commanded the Saint of Junti, striking the top of Wu Yunxian's head with a bamboo staff of 6 pure segments. In that moment, a profound bewilderment flickered in Wu Yunxian's eyes, which soon turned hollow. He clasped his fist in salute and proclaimed, "I shall heed the decree." With that, he morphed into a streak of dark light and stepped into the mortal realm. The Saint of Junti solemnly remarked, "This golden-mustached arowana has yet to be fully transformed. The 6 pure bamboo must be employed to eradicate its 6 senses before it can act. However, its strength is comparable to that of Jinling, and it should suffice to subdue Wudong." At Beichong Pass, the Holy Mother of Wudong had already thoroughly suppressed the beings of Pai Pashur and Pai Shifu. The celestial light in her eyes surged even more fiercely. The sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed once again as the dragon and tiger Jade Rui transformed into a divine dragon and a white tiger, charging towards Pai Pashur and Pai Shifu. In that moment, the 2 Western primordial beings comprehended an identical truth. They could not prevail. It was an undeniable reality. They gazed upwards in astonishment, turning their eyes towards the west. A dark light approached, drawing near with alarming swiftness. In unison, the 2 celestial beings cried out, "Dark cloud, save us." Zishou chuckled softly, remarking, "That phrase is indeed familiar." With a thunderous crash, the venerable Pai Shifu could no longer protect the northern Chongguan in his grasp. Following a deafening explosion, the entire northern Chongguan shattered into dust. A crystalline dragon pearl, radiating the essence of frosty Dao rhythms, soared into the air. The Holy Mother of No Constraints summoned the 4 symbols tower, enveloping the icy dragon pearl, and turned to depart. By the decree of the great king, seized the icy dragon pearl, disregarding all else. Now that the pearl was in her possession, she felt no attachment and swiftly turned away. Chapter 84. Weary. Let destruction come swiftly. The Holy Mother of No Constraints undoubtedly noticed the dark cloud immortal, but hesitated not for a moment. She understood that only the great king himself could rescue those who had been transformed by the West. Yet, the great king had stated that, at present, only those beneath the golden immortal level could be saved. She had no desire to engage in conflict with her fellow disciples. And as she could not rescue the dark cloud immortal, it was best not to meet at all. She summoned her escape light, retreating with a swiftness that surpassed even that of the dark cloud immortal, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the destiny of Chaoga. Standing at the edge of Chaoga's fate, she cast a lingering glance at the dark cloud immortal. Within the depths of the dark cloud immortal's eyes lay a chaotic void, clearly indicating a lack of clarity and the torment of the primordial spirit. The Holy Mother of No Constraints bit her lip, murmuring softly, "Dark cloud, my brother. Wait a little longer. The great king will surely rescue you all." She averted her gaze, resolutely heading towards Chaoga. Within the palace of purple clouds, the heavenly sage clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, one must learn to decisively sever ties when necessary." Recognizing the futility of saving the dark cloud, she no longer wastes time. However, what exactly did the Holy Mother learn? Previously, when she contended with Jinling, her strength had not yet increased. Yet, in a mere few months, she had experienced such a remarkable elevation. Where had the King of Humanity acquired such power? On Mount Sumeru. The Saint of Enlightenment gazed impassively at the location of the northern Chongguan. There, it had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a vast pit. He was not surprised by the inability to detain the Holy Mother of No Constraints. Previous arrangements of various restrictions, including the use of the celestial measuring ruler, had proven ineffective in keeping her. As long as she was not inclined to engage in battle, detaining her would not be an easy task. What truly concerned the Saint of Enlightenment was the Holy Mother's surge in strength. Brother. The aura emanating from the Holy Mother of No Constraints bears resemblance to the 8-9 mysteries of the Chan sect. It is distinctly different. The Saint of Guidance nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is similar, yet vastly different." Perhaps it was inspired by the 8-9 mysteries, crafted by Tong Tian himself. He paused momentarily and said, "Junior brother, I too have comprehended a similar arcane skill, which I shall call the indestructible Vajra divine technique." At that very moment, the void surrounding the 3 mountains pass began to wane gradually. The 2 sages ceased their conversation and turned their gaze towards the 3 mountains pass. There, they beheld the banner of King Qingtang unfurling atop the pass, signifying that the fate of Chaoga had enveloped the 3 mountains pass. The sage of Kunlun looked towards the sage of Enlightenment and remarked, I never anticipated that King Zhou would divide his forces so effectively, achieving complete success. Which sage, I wonder, is providing support from the shadows? A human monarch could not have suddenly acquired the strength to resist calamity. Only direct backing from a sage could facilitate such a feat. Could it be Nuwa? Perhaps Puxian? Or could it be someone else? He did not express the thoughts that lingered in his heart. Instead, he simply lifted his gaze towards the direction of the purple cloud palace. No one could fathom the true intentions of the Dao ancestor, and thus, the Saint of Purity could not be certain that these events were orchestrated by the Dao ancestor. The Saint of Guidance pondered for a long moment before stating calmly, "This matter is not urgent. No matter how the King of Zhou struggles, he cannot escape his destiny. Let Maitreya and the others retreat to a safe position. The vastness of the 9 provinces is immense. How long would it take for the King of Zhou to conquer them all? The longer the delay, the heavier the calamity of the Great Tribulation will become. In due time, even the saints behind him will be powerless to withstand it. How could he possibly endure?" The Saint of Purity nodded, acknowledging, "What you say is true. My elder brother. Currently, the prolongation of the Great Tribulation drains the fortunes of the Heavenly Court and the Western Show, while the direct burden of the karmic consequences falls upon the Chan teaching and the mortal realm, with minimal impact on the Western teachings. Thus, why should they feel haste?" In the southern capital, the residents of the southern Marquis, Maitreya, and his companions had just arrived. Previously affected by the Void Dao, they had not only lost over 80% of their magical power, but their primordial spirits were also suppressed, rendering them incapable of transmitting any messages. At this point, they had only just regained some semblance of strength. Maitreya, having restored a measure of his spirit, promptly inquired about the situation from his senior brother, Bisha. Upon learning that the northern Chong Pass had fallen and the Frost Dragon Pearl had been seized, his countenance turned ashen. After a brief moment, the celestial beings comprehended the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, they exchanged glances, speechless. What had been promised as infallible now lay in ruin. Just as Jiangxia was about to speak, an unusual sensation surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "This is not good." Those who retreated from the 3-mountain pass. The tens of thousands of mortals from the 3-mountain pass had been relocated to a temporary camp 300 miles away, with only a few Earth Immortal disciples from the west overseeing them. They had just escaped from the 3 Mountains Pass, leaving no time to notify anyone there. At this moment, the celestial beings finally recalled the mortals and, in unison, summoned their divine consciousness towards the temporary encampment. However, the encampment lay desolate and abandoned. Not even the Western disciples guarding it were in sight. Were it not for the numerous remnants, they might have doubted if a camp had ever existed there. The Maitreya Taoist furrowed his brow and remarked, "Something is amiss. This is not the cosmic power previously employed at the northern Chong Pass. There are no signs of any transfer or exchange here, nor any lingering traces of the cosmic Tao rhythm." The medicine master Yuli added, "There are also no traces of the temporal and spatial Tao rhythm. In the past, when King Zhou executed 2 instantaneous relocations, they either left behind the rhythm of the cosmic Tao or that of the temporal and spatial Tao. Yet this time, there are no traces whatsoever. Tens of thousands of mortals seem to have vanished into thin air." The Maitreya Taoist and the medicine master Yuli exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Jiangxia, with a heavy heart, stated, "Unless we uncover King Zhou's methods, we must ensure that all mortals remain distant from the royal domain. Otherwise, King Zhou will undoubtedly evacuate everyone." After a moment of contemplation, the Maitreya Taoist replied, "There is no need for concern, my friend. I have my own solutions." Jiangxia's lips twitched in response. "Your solutions have already led to the loss of the 3 Mountains Pass and the northern Chong Pass." He discreetly cast a glance at Master Zihong, only to find the latter remaining silent, showing no inclination to oppose. Thus, Jiangxia could only seal his lips. Exhausted, he yearned for annihilation, wishing it would come swiftly. After all, unable to voice his thoughts, he chose to utter nothing at all. In Chaoga, within the 9-story hall, Yang Jian clasped his fist in respectful salute, reporting, "Your Majesty, I have successfully brought back the 3 Mountain Pass along with 48,000 subjects, and they have been entrusted to the Leopard Head for settlement." As he spoke, he presented the map of mountains and rivers with both hands. He then produced the void box and added, "Furthermore, this box remains after Kongxian was consumed. I beseech your Majesty to examine it." He spoke as he produced an object, the very white item he had previously stowed away. It was an oval-shaped sphere, smooth as jade, radiating a spectrum of colors. Zishou examined it closely and remarked, "Yang Jian, have you brought back an egg for me?" Yang Jian's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "It appears to be so." He had previously considered that this might be an egg, but at the time, he did not ponder it deeply and simply tucked it away. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized it indeed could very well be an egg. Suddenly, the Holy Mother of Wudong interjected, saying, "If this object is what remains after Kongxian's consumption, it should be a phoenix egg." Zishou? He recalled that Kongxian was a phoenix egg born from the primordial essence of the 5 elements, conceived at the falling phoenix slope before Yuan Feng's demise. As for why this egg would give rise to the world's first peacock, it was quite simple. The phoenix is the progenitor of all avian creatures, thus, the birth of any bird from a phoenix is not surprising. However, the ability of the void to revert Kangxian back into an egg piqued his curiosity. Could the path of nothingness possess such power? Chapter 85, The Phoenix's Rebirth, the reincarnation of Kangxian. Zisha observed the jade-like phoenix egg, intrigued as to why the path of nothingness held the capability to transform Kangxian back into an egg. In his mind, the system notification echoed once more. Congratulations to the host, Kangxian, for securing the divine fate of deification, and for acquiring a Phoenix Nirvana egg. This grants a bonus for the next lottery, which will automatically elevate the prize level by 1. Phoenix Nirvana egg. At the moment of death, the Phoenix clan unleashes a powerful ancestral ability. The purer the bloodline of the Phoenix, the greater the probability of achieving Nirvana. Upon rebirth, the restoration of strength occurs at an accelerated pace. Notification. The host may utilize their own essence blood to hatch the Phoenix Nirvana egg and harness earthly fortune to expedite the growth of the reborn Phoenix. Zisho suddenly comprehended, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. So that's it. I was wondering why the system notification mentioned that Kangxian was doomed, yet left behind an egg. It appears that while he indeed perished, the Nirvana of the Phoenix clan possesses the unique ability to transform death into life. Existing in a state of neither birth nor extinction, neither tainted nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing, which ultimately led to the preservation of this Phoenix Nirvana egg. At this moment, the officials in the 9 palaces were curiously scrutinizing the Phoenix egg, engaged in lively discussions. The Holy Mother Wudong then spoke up, saying, "My king. After the calamity of the dragon and Phoenix, the last pure-blood descendants of the Phoenix clan have all followed the Saint Nuwa. Regarding this Phoenix egg, I believe we might consider consulting the goddess Nuwa." Upon seeing the map of mountains and rivers, she recognized the connection between you and her. Thus, it should pose no issue to seek her counsel on such a trivial matter. Yangjian nodded in agreement, stating, "I second this motion." Zisho chuckled lightly, saying, "Why trouble the saint for such a triviality? This is merely an egg transformed from Kangxian's essence at the brink of life and death. Reviving him should be quite simple." With that, he concluded. He summoned a drop of his vital essence, allowing it to drip into the Phoenix egg, and then, with a single thought, infused the egg with the fortune of a century's prosperity. "Kangxian, today I, with my essence and the fortune of the mortal realm, shall aid your rebirth. If you do not awaken now, when shall you?" In an instant, the resonant sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling erupted throughout the heavens and the earth. The sound waves, akin to thunder from the ninth sky, swept through the jade towers, and upon closer inspection, resembled the battle cries of 1,000,000 warriors brandishing their weapons. The city of Chaoga trembled, and the copper bells at the eaves chimed in unison like a rising tide. The citizens of Chaoga raised their heads, gazing towards the direction of the 9 halls. The celestial beings were left in astonishment, all simultaneously looking down at the mortal realm. In that moment, every thought converged into a singular question: what has transpired? Above the 9 halls, boundless golden and crimson rays of light emerged from the vast expanse of the heavens, as if the Milky Way were cascading down towards the 9 halls. Multicolored divine light burst forth from the Phoenix egg. Pillars of flame in 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, pierced through the 9 layers of clouds, illuminating the vast mountains and rivers as if they were a shimmering illusion. The Phoenix egg, suspended before the golden throne, shed its gentle exterior, now radiating with the luminous brilliance of the moon, while the surface of the eggshell became embossed with runes of the 5 elemental paths. A piercing and melodious cry rent the fabric of space and time, half a phoenix's fierce call, half a peacock's resplendence. The 5-colored flames suddenly collapsed into the divine fire of rebirth. Within the heart of the flames, the Phoenix egg abruptly shattered, and a proud figure emerged from the inferno. This figure was a regal peacock, lifting its head high. The peacock spread its grand wings, emitting a clear call, each feather engraved with the runes of the Great Path. Strangely, what lay behind the peacock was no longer the peacock's plumage, but the feathers of a phoenix. At this moment, the heavens and the earth stirred, and all birds sang in unison. The fortune of the Phoenix clan surged dramatically. What was once dwindling fortune for the Phoenix clan suddenly soared. Across the realm, all birds celebrated. In the heavenly abode of Taisu, the goddess Enwa gazed in astonishment towards Chaoga, exclaiming, "A phoenix reborn? No, it is a phoenix's resurrection. Could it be Kangxian? How could the human king in Shou succeed in facilitating Kangxian's rebirth?" After the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the Phoenix clan had been ensnared by the karmic retribution of the calamity, and none had ever successfully undergone rebirth. Otherwise, the original phoenix would not have fallen. How did Shou resolve the karmic burdens of the dragon and phoenix calamity on Kangxian? In the Zishu Palace, the saint of Tongtian contemplated deeply, murmuring, "The karmic burdens of the 3 clans at the dawn of creation have permeated the bloodlines and souls, making it exceedingly difficult for even a saint to eradicate. How could the human king accomplish this so effortlessly? Is it related to the void that enveloped the 3 mountain pass? Or some other means?" In the west, in Shumi heaven, the expression of the saint of Zhuani suddenly turned pale as he was shocked to discover that the saintly mark he had left within Kangxian's primordial spirit had been completely erased. He was aware of Kangxian's extraordinary lineage, being the posthumous child of Yuan Feng. Thus, he not only guided him towards enlightenment, but also imprinted the mark of the sage upon his primordial spirit to ensure that no issues would arise. After the loss of Kangxian, the 3 mountain pass, Although it is regrettable, it is merely a sense of loss. The Western approach often entails destruction when something cannot be obtained. While the loss of Kongxian may indeed cause him pain, as long as Kongxian is not possessed by other saints, it remains within the bounds of his tolerance. However, now that Kongxian has inexplicably erased his saintly mark, it signifies that he will once again stand in opposition to the West. He gazed at the guide saint and said, "Senior brother, could it be that Kongxian has managed to erase my saint mark? Is it possible that the saint behind the human king has intervened?" The guide saint shook his head and replied, "You are unaware, junior brother, that the phoenix's rebirth can restore everything about the phoenix. While it cannot elucidate the cause and effect within Chaoga, in my humble opinion, it is certain that Kongxian underwent a phoenix rebirth just before his demise at the Three Mountain Pass. The human king must have resurrected Kongxian after his transformation." The precept saint's expression changed, and he remarked, "The phoenix's rebirth? How could the human king dispel the karmic debts of the dragon and phoenix within Kongxian? Even I, with the great Tao of salvation, have been unable to entirely eradicate them." The guide saint fell into silence. He was also unaware. The two saints gazed solemnly and coldly towards Chaoga, the mortal realm. Nandu. The expressions of Mithreya and the medicine master Liuli had turned a deep shade of pallor. It was one thing for Kongxian to have perished, but the fact that he had miraculously resurrected in Chaoga was a grave transgression. After Jiangxia discerned the unfolding events, his lips twitched as he turned to the silent Sihong Daoist and inquired, "Brother Sihong, can we truly place our trust in the Western teachings?" Sihong Daoist. He has begun to feel remorse, regretting his allegiance to the West. It appears that since the Western teachings have taken over the calamity, King Zhou has become even more compliant. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, within the Nine Dragon Hall, the five-color divine flames upon the peacock once again transformed into radiant hues. The peacock spun gracefully, morphing into a tall humanoid figure, while the five-color divine light materialized into 5 half-foot-long swords, which sheathed themselves behind him. The newly reborn peacock lifted its vibrant eyes and gazed at Zishou, then respectfully clasped its hands in salute, saying, "Kongxian has endured tribulations for countless eons, bearing the burden of the five-colored divine light, yet unexpectedly fell victim to the machinations of the Western sages, forcefully undergoing transformation and suffering at their hands. Today, with the assistance of the great king, I have attained rebirth. I pledge, by heaven and earth, eternal loyalty to the great king, safeguarding the realm for eternity." As his words echoed, the heavens resonated with the cries of phoenixes, and countless birds paid homage. Above Chaoga, a pillar of fortune suddenly erupted in brilliance, causing the fate of Chaoga to surge exponentially. Chapter 86. The royal transformation strengthens threefold, weakening half through enlightenment. In the Nine Dragon Hall, Kongxian bowed deeply to Zishou, stating, "Great king, permit me to perform a task first, for otherwise my thoughts cannot be conveyed." Zishou, fully aware of Kongxian's intentions, smiled faintly and replied, "Kongxian, if you are to act, let it be grand. Announce to the heavens that the foremost peacock of the universe has returned." Kongxian's eyes sparkled with determination as he responded, "I shall obey your command." With a resounding roar, he soared into the heavens, casting his gaze westward, and spoke coldly, "Zhuanti, through despicable means, you have forcibly attempted to convert me, reducing me to a mere beast beneath your dominion. I shall remember this grievance, and one day I will sever your lineage with my sword." Kongxian's words, akin to his five-colored divine light, cleaved through the barriers of time and space, resonating across the vast expanse of the primordial world. The celestial beings were left in stunned silence, gazing at Kongxian as he stood upon the nine heavens. A multitude of gasps echoed across the seas and wilds. The legendary Kongxian had returned. It was said that the Western conversion was utterly irreversible. What then was the truth of this matter? Could it possibly be linked to the recent celestial disturbances? But what were they? The phoenix's rebirth. The thoughts of the heavenly beings came to an abrupt halt, as if fearing that any further utterance would provoke the wrath of Kongxian and his five-colored divine light. In the southern capital, the faces of the Western immortals changed in unison. Mithreya Daoist suddenly rose, exclaiming, "This is dire. Kongxian has truly been reborn through the phoenix's nirvana, and it seems his strength remains intact." Yaoshi Liuli gazed upon Kongxian above the nine heavens, sensing that his power was not merely preserved but had grown stronger. If the Phoenix clan possessed such might, how could they have faced defeat in the past? In the Taishu heaven, Nuwa spoke lightly. "Is it possible that after nirvana, one can instantly regain their peak power? I sensed a shift in the fate of Chaoga. The human sovereign is surprisingly generous, lending mortal fortune to aid Kongxian's revival." Above Chaoga, Kongxian's gaze fell upon Shichi City, and he remarked coldly, "Those without backbone dare to claim the title of worthy lord? To contest against the great king for dominion? Ridiculous." Behind him, five-colored divine swords soared forth, aimed at Shichi City. In the southern capital, Mithreya Daoist and Yaoshi Liuli's expressions shifted drastically as they warned, "Kongxian, do not act recklessly." The two primordial beings stepped forth, descending upon Shichi City, one brandishing a bag of postnatal human seeds, the other wielding a purple-gold alms bowl. Kongxian awaited their intervention, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his eyes ablaze with five-colored divine light as he calmly declared, "Five-colored divine swords, converge." The 5 long swords united as one, swirling with boundless five-colored divine radiance, transforming into a myriad of sharp light, and surged forth toward Mithraea Daoist and Yaoshi Lioli. From the very beginning, he had no intention of taking action against the city of Shiqi. The sins of humanity would be judged by the Great King, until the Great King spoke. He would not lay a finger on any human, not even the rebels of Shiqi. However, when it came to the Western sect and the Chan sect, he would show no mercy. As the radiance of the five-colored divine sword surged to an astonishing height, the Mithraea Daoist and the medicine master Liuli were instantly drained of color from their faces. Above their heads, the celestial bags and the golden bowls emitted a series of crackling noises, unable to withstand the ominous signs of damage inflicted by Kong Xian's five-colored divine sword. In the western realm of Shumi, the countenance of Saint Juani turned a deep shade of anger as he exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the Phoenix clan were to undergo a rebirth, they could not possibly regain their former strength without centuries of time." Saint Juani sighed softly, acknowledging their oversight. "Let us first ensure the safety of Mithraea and the others." With that, he produced the precious banner of guidance and cast it towards the mortal realm. Despite the dark clouds of frustration on Saint Juani's face, he too released the Seven Treasures wonderful tree. Previously, due to the intervention of a saint who had vanquished the burning lamp, the eye of heaven had been fixated on the mortal world. And even they dared not employ their true powers directly. At this moment, alternative measures were their only recourse. The Taoist Pai Pashur and the Taoist Pai Shifu, who were en route to protect the Western Qi, received the saint's treasures and declared in unison, "We accept the decree." At this juncture, the celestial beings trembled in fear, retreating their consciousness for miles, hesitant to approach. Kong Xian, indeed, was a formidable force, second only to the saints, the foremost among the primordial beings. Within the 9 halls, Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, both grimacing. Earlier at the Three Mountain Pass, they had been fortunate that Kong Xian, as the Great King had surmised, had only unleashed a fraction of his power due to the greed of the Western teachings, seeking to capture them for the purpose of harnessing the Grand Star Ray. Otherwise, how could they have endured until the mysterious box could be activated? Before the city of Western Qi, as Kong Xian's five-colored divine sword was about to strike, Taoist Pai Pashur and Taoist Pai Shifu finally arrived. The former wielded the precious banner, transforming it into a vast canopy that shielded the sky and protected the entire Western territory. Meanwhile, the latter brandished the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, unleashing countless beams of radiant light that cascaded towards the five-colored divine sword. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Mithraea and the medicine master Liuli regained their confidence. The medicine master Liuli, his divine form resplendent, held the purple golden bowl inverted, with pure fire swirling within. Above him, 3 acres of auspicious clouds gathered, and the immortal medicinal herb swayed gently, enveloped in fragrant vapors. Mithraea spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the celestial bag and declared, "Brothers, let us unite our strength and thoroughly suppress the audacious Kong Xian, who dares to betray the West." With a resounding strike upon the celestial seed pouch, a brilliant radiance erupted instantaneously, conjuring an ethereal gale that surged and receded like the tides across 1,000 miles. In Kong Xian's eyes, the five-colored divine light intensified by a third, as he coldly declared, "Are you truly capable of completely subduing me? Do you think that you four are worthy?" Behind him, 5 colored feathers soared to a height of 3,000 zhang. The 5 divine lights of blue, yellow, red, black, and white cascaded like a celestial river, devouring the myriad brilliant lights emitted by the Seven Treasures mysterious tree. The immortal Pisha retreated with a muffled groan, the branches and leaves of the Seven Treasures mysterious tree trembling violently, its exquisite brilliance fragmented. Witnessing this, the immortal Paposhi bellowed in anger, as the precious banner of guidance thunderously plunged into the earth. 3,000 ethereal apparitions from the west descended, each casting forth immeasurable Western Brahman light like fire, directing their assault towards Kong Xian. Surrounded by a swirling array of colors, as the Western Brahman light met the 5-colored divine radiance, it produced a sound akin to the clash of metal, with explosive brilliance erupting in waves, gradually peeling away the Western Brahman light emitted by the precious banner, leaving the celestial apparitions flickering like a candle in the wind. The sage's spiritual treasures indeed possessed remarkable prowess, had they been wielded by a sage personally. One would need to exercise caution, but you all are unworthy. Kong Xian stood proudly, raising his right hand before bringing it down with force. With a resounding thud, the immortal Mithraea and the 4 immortals simultaneously spewed forth blood. In Kong Xian's hand, the 5-colored divine sword erupted into a myriad of sword screens, forcefully striking the 4 spiritual treasures and delivering a heavy blow upon the heads of the 4 immortals. With a thunderous crash, the 4 immortals bled profusely, unable to withstand the force, crashing down into the city of Shiqi, shattering countless homes and instilling terror in the hearts of countless Shiqi citizens. The Western Brahman light upon the 4 spiritual treasures now flickered weakly like a dying flame. The splendid light of the 7 treasures mysterious tree dimmed, and the radiance of the precious banner of guidance faded. The golden purple bowl was covered in cracks, with the innate human seed pouch nearly pierced by the sword light. The immortal Mithraea's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "How can Kong Xian be so powerful?" He acknowledged the formidable prowess of Kong Xian, yet he could hardly conceive the extent of his strength until he faced him directly. In the Hall of Nine, Zisho chuckled lightly, his voice resonating from Chaoga, proclaiming, The Western path of enlightenment is a path that transforms living beings into mere servants. However, Kangxian, the unparalleled peacock of heaven and earth, possesses his greatest strength in his unparalleled pride. When forcibly transformed into a servant, his pride is diminished and his sharpness is blunted, resulting in a loss of strength. Only by returning to his rightful status as the supreme peacock of heaven and earth can Kangxian truly be deemed the foremost primordial being beneath the sages. This illustrates the principle that the power of kingship is potent in 3 measures, while forced transformation weakens by half. Chapter 87. Walking the Path of the Dragon Clan. Leaving no path for the Dragon Clan. In the skies above Chaoga, Kangxian offered a respectful salute towards the Hall of Nine. He was somewhat taken aback. The king understood him so well, which filled him with an unparalleled sense of joy at that moment. He gazed towards the direction of Shichi City. Sheathing his sword and standing resolutely, uttering softly, "The marvelous methods of the West are merely thus. Today, I shall spare you, however. When the great king leads his army westward in the future, I shall assuredly sever your heads from your shoulders." He cast a glance at the city of Shichi beneath the Mithraea for immortals, as well as the entire expanse of Shichi beyond the city. Killing the 4 immortals may be a simple task for him, yet the shamelessness of the Western teachings will undoubtedly ensure that the battle remains confined to the Western territories. In due time, the entire region will transform into a desolate wasteland. As the king has not pronounced the people of Shichi guilty of death, he cannot take action. Regardless, having already voiced his intent, he can choose to withdraw. He retracted the vibrant 5-colored divine light, returning to the 9 halls. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the 9 halls, followed by the city of Chaoga, its echoes spreading throughout the entire royal territory. Amidst the jubilant clamor, the fortunes of Chaoga surged once more, akin to a tumultuous tide, roaring forth and reverberating through the heavens and earth. Simultaneously, the celestial beings fell silent. And in the city of Shichi, gasps of terror filled the air. To the west, in the realm of Shumi, the wrath of Saint Juenti transformed into the Western paradise.